Congratulations, host, on successfully binding to the most powerful fisherman system. The voice was peculiar, melodious, yet devoid of any emotion, reminiscent of a mechanical utterance. Upon hearing the voice, Wang Hai was genuinely startled. Just as he pondered the situation, the voice resonated once more. Congratulations on receiving the initial binding gift pack. Rewards: Fisherman Certificate, Mastery of Fishing Skills, 1 Level 1 Fishing Boat, 100 System Points. Unlocking the Points Exchange Mall. Fishing Task issued. Successfully catch 1 grouper. Basic Reward: 500 points. Reminder: the larger the grouper caught, the greater the reward. Catching from a farm is invalid. Purchasing from a market is also invalid. The host can contact this system through thought, voice, and other means. As the voice faded, Wang Hai was enveloped in astonishment. A system? It can't be real. He questioned his sanity and instinctively slapped his forehead. Just then, a powerful surge of information flooded his mind, revealing the fishing skills embedded within the novice gift pack. Upon absorbing this potent information, Wang Hai discovered that he had transformed from someone utterly ignorant of fishing into a seasoned fisherman. He became adept at navigating boats, angling, casting nets, and discerning oceanic weather, skills essential for any fisherman. Simultaneously, the Level 1 fishing boat from the novice pack manifested before him. A holographic projection screen, visible only to him, materialized, displaying a fishing vessel over 5 meters long, pinpointing its current location. Coastal City, Yuehai Village. Wang Hai gazed in disbelief at the information on the holographic screen. After dismissing the projection, he began to reflect on the changes he had undergone. He was nearly certain now that he had not imagined its system was indeed real. Just as I was about to head home to fish, the most powerful fisherman system appears. What extraordinary luck. Wang Hai felt a blend of surprise and joy. It took a full 5 minutes for him to regain his composure. Once he gathered his thoughts, Wang Hai contemplated. Open the Points Exchange Mall. The system tasks offered points as rewards, which could be exchanged for items in the mall. What items were available for exchange was his primary concern, as it revealed the system's strength. If the mall offered only trivial items, then the system would be of little significance. In the next moment, a holographic projection screen, visible solely to him, appeared before Wang Hai, showcasing a dazzling array of products along with their corresponding exchange prices. Points Exchange Mall Level 1. Level 1 Fishing Rod. Exchange price, 100 points. Level 1 Fishing Net. Exchange price, 200 points. Level 1 Motor. Exchange price, 400 points. Level 1 Sonar Detector. Exchange price, 1,000 points. 10,000 Dragon Country Coins. Exchange price, 100 points. Note: as the host levels up, the corresponding level of the exchange mall will be unlocked. Wang Hai examined the mall interface with great care. Within the marketplace, the majority of items for sale pertained to fishing-related tools. The prices for exchange varied significantly. In addition to these fishing paraphernalia, he discovered in the final section of the marketplace that points could be directly converted into real currency. The exchange rate was remarkably favorable, with 100 points yielding a staggering 10,000 yuan. For Wang Hai, a recent graduate with empty pockets, this prospect was far more appealing than any other item available. Suddenly, he felt a surge of motivation to fish. He began to ponder the task recently issued by the system, which required him to catch a grouper, offering a base reward of 500 points. If converted into money, that would amount to 50,000 yuan. A single grouper could yield such a profit. What job in the entire world could provide this level of income? Wang Hai exhaled softly, a radiant smile gracing his face. One cannot deny that the system was exceedingly generous. It seemed destined for him to become a fisherman. Upon closing the Points Exchange marketplace, a thought struck him. Open the personal information interface. He commanded in his mind. He surmised that since the marketplace level was unlocked in accordance with the host's level, a personal information interface must exist within the system. As anticipated, a new holographic projection screen materialized before him. Host: Wang Hai. Fisherman Level, Level 1. Points owned, 100. Points required for upgrade, 10,000 points. Insufficient points for upgrade. 10,000 points required for an upgrade. That equated to an astounding 1 million yuan. Upon witnessing the conditions for advancement, Wang Hai could not suppress his urge to complain. To level up would cost a fortune of 1 million. How many groupers would he need to catch to achieve that? System: Aside from completing tasks to earn points, are there any alternative methods to acquire points? He inquired. The system's voice resonated once more in his mind. Response to host. During fishing activities, receiving accolades, praise, or adoration from others will also yield corresponding points. From his perspective, points do not seem so elusive. He mused. System. Following this, Wang Hai engaged with the system through his thoughts, inquiring for further detailed information. Chapter 2. Homeward bound to fish, Brother Hai. Brother Hai, what troubles you? Why have you suddenly fallen silent? Please do not frighten us. The three roommates. Noticing Wang Hai's sudden stillness and occasional smile, gathered around him, perplexed by his unusual demeanor. Their voices jolted Wang Hai from his communion with the system. At this moment, he had fully comprehended the nature of the system he had bound himself to. The sorrow that once clouded his face had vanished, replaced by an expression of sheer joy. Turning to his three roommates, he smiled and replied, I am perfectly fine. One of them, filled with curiosity, inquired, seeing you so elated, have you decided where to go? Indeed, I have made up my mind. I am returning home to fish, Wang Hai declared unabashedly. The three roommates widened their eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, Brother Hai, are you serious? You are aware of the current state of the ocean, especially in Binhai City, where fish are virtually non-existent. The weather has been exceedingly erratic lately. With typhoons sweeping through, it's perilous. Surely, working on construction is a safer bet than fishing. You are merely a coder. What do you know of fishing? One misstep could lead to the vast, unforgiving sea. They expressed their concerns. Wang Hai chose not to elaborate further. He patted each of them on the shoulder and laughed, saying, do not worry. Should difficulties arise, you can always find your brother Hai at Yuhai Village. With that, he grabbed his neatly packed belongings and stepped out of the dormitory, leaving his three roommates in a state of disarray. Given Brother Hai's character, he might just be serious. Alas, the pressure of employment is overwhelming. In the future, if any of you come across job opportunities, do lend a hand to Brother Hai. We have shared 4 years together, and as we step into society, we must support one another. Having departed from the school, Wang Hai summoned a ride and made his way directly to the location of the fishing boat in Yuhai Village. Speaking of Yuhai Village, it was a place he knew all too well. It was his hometown. In his early years, while still in elementary school, his parents were fishermen from Yuhai Village. It was only in recent years, with the development of Binhai City, that they abandoned fishing for commerce, relocating the family to the city. Now, his family still possesses an ancestral home facing the sea in Yuhai Village. The fishing boat gifted by the system was anchored in the waters directly in front of his ancestral residence, as depicted on the map. Wang Hai planned to renovate the ancestral home once he earned his first pot of gold, transforming it into his base for fishing in Yuhai Village. As the car drove away from the bustling metropolis, the scenery outside the window transitioned from concrete jungles to verdant mountains and crystal-clear waters. The air grew fragrant with the scent of nature. With one hand resting on the open car window, Wang Hai gazed out at the passing landscape, suddenly realizing that, compared to the city, he seemed to prefer the tranquility of rural life. Becoming a fisherman appeared to suit him quite well. After nearly half an hour of driving, they finally arrived at Yuhai Village. As he walked toward the shore, Wang Hai felt the warm, moisture-laden breeze caress his face, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of waves crashing upon the sandy beach. Beneath the swaying coconut trees along the coast, 3 elderly men were mending fishing nets, while 5 sun-kissed children, their skin a deep bronze from the sun, played joyfully around them. This scene stirred a wave of nostalgia within Wang Hai, evoking memories both familiar and foreign, rendering him exhilarated. He quickly approached the old house of his family, his feet sinking into the soft sand, facing the vast sea. Throwing his luggage beneath a tree, he exuberantly declared, "The sea, here I come." The once bustling fishing village now lay quiet, with most inhabitants having relocated. Wang Hai's arrival evidently captured the attention of the 3 elderly men, especially after his spirited exclamation, "You must be a university student here for a vacation." One of the men inquired while continuing to weave the net, a hint of recognition in his gaze, as if he had seen Wang Hai before. Another elder paused his work, fixing his gaze upon Wang Hai. "Young man, are you from the village? What brings you back?" Wang Hai looked at the 3 men. Recognizing one of them, an elder with a prominent dark mole on his forehead, known as Li Iri, who lived not far from his home and whom he had often encountered in his childhood. He greeted warmly, "Li Iri, it's me, Xiao Hai. I'm the son of Wang Qing." Li Iri's eyes widened in surprise. "Ah, it's Xiao Hai. No wonder you looked familiar. It's been over a decade since I last saw you. You've grown so much." He turned to the other 2 elders, explaining, This is from the Wang Chung family. An exceptional young man. I heard he got into Binhai University a few years back. One of the few university students from our village. He marveled at how time had transformed the boy into a striking young man, reminiscent of his father. The other two elders nodded frequently, showering Wang Hai with compliments. Curiosity sparkled in Li Yiri's eyes as he asked, "Xiao Hai, what brings you back to the village with all these bags?" Wang Hai replied with a smile. "I graduated from university and have come back to fish and become a fisherman." There was no need for concealment, as the truth would soon be known. "A fisherman?" Li Yiri exclaimed, astonished. Everyone in the village is eager to leave for the shore. Even those without education seek work in the city. A university graduate returning to the village to fish. How surprising. The other two elders shared his astonishment, gazing at Wang Hai in disbelief. Feeling slightly awkward, Wang Hai explained. "Li Yiri, please don't look at me like that. Fishing can be quite profitable." The three elders erupted into laughter. What money can be made from fishing? If it were truly lucrative, the villagers wouldn't flock to the city for work. One chuckled. This boy must have become foolish from his studies. Nowadays, the youth believe that fishing is easy just because they see videos on their phones. Only experience reveals how challenging it truly is. Li Yiri urged Wang Hai. "Little Hai, I know you have loved the sea since childhood. A fleeting one to play for a couple of days is one thing. But to become a fisherman is truly inadvisable. It is far wiser to seek a stable job with benefits and security." He continued, "Listen to your old man. The ocean is now polluted. Where will you find fish? Moreover, do you even know how to fish? Your father might, but it seems he never taught you." Wang Hai chuckled softly, understanding that such behavior was difficult for the elders to comprehend. Therefore, he refrained from elaborating and simply replied, "Rest assured, Li Yiri. If I cannot make any money, I will return. You carry on with your affairs." With that, he made his way toward the sea. The three elders watched Wang Hai's retreating figure, shaking their heads with bittersweet smiles. "I wager this lad will surely return home within 2 days." One remarked, "If my grandson dares to come back to the village as a fisherman, I shall break his legs." Another chimed in, "Old Chin, I recall you have a life jacket at your place. I shall fetch it for Little Hai. While play is all well and good, safety must come first." "Indeed. It hangs in my yard. Go ahead and retrieve it, but ensure the lad does not come to any harm," Li Yiri said, setting down his shuttle and rising to fetch the life jacket for Wang Hai. Chapter 3. Fishing for Grouper at Sea. Wang Hai spotted the modest fishing boat rewarded by the system. Wading through the water that reached his knees, he boarded his small vessel, measuring 5 meters in length. It resembled a typical fishing boat in appearance. However, unlike ordinary fishing vessels, this one was devoid of any fishing equipment. It contained only a wooden or for rowing. Clearly, it was not equipped for immediate fishing endeavors. After observing the boat for a moment, Wang Hai disembarked and returned to shore. Before setting out, he needed to gather the essential tools. The primary objective of his expedition was dictated by the system's task, which this time was to catch a grouper. Thus, the tools he prepared were specifically aimed at capturing this fish. Based on his understanding of grouper habits, Wang Hai knew that most of the grouper in the coastal waters of Binhai City were spotted groupers, a species fond of inhabiting coral reefs and nearshore rocky areas. They were typically caught through fishing. While nets could theoretically ensnare them, the success rate was exceedingly low. It was evident that a fishing rod would be far superior to a net for this task. Therefore, Wang Hai set out to procure a fishing rod, a landing net, and the bait favored by groupers. The fishing tools required for this initial task were relatively easy to acquire. Upon returning to shore, Wang Hai opened the door to his family's old house, tidied up a bit, and placed his belongings inside. He then proceeded to rummage through the wood shed in the backyard for the fishing rods he needed. He recalled that during his middle school days, his father had taken him back to the village to fish a few times, and the fishing rods were stored in that shed. Although rods could be redeemed from the system's point mall, each one cost 100 points, equivalent to a substantial sum of 10,000 yuan. It was easy to imagine that a rod worth that much would be of excellent quality, but he deemed it unnecessary to expend points at this juncture. Hence, he resolved to utilize the few rods left from his youth. After all, he was merely aiming to catch a small grouper, and there was no need for anything extravagant. In the initial stages, every bit of savings counted. Before long, Wang Hai discovered the old fishing rods in the shed. Having been neglected for over a decade, they were quite worn, with rusty hooks. However, the fishing line remained intact, requiring only a new hook for use. He took all 3 rods with him. Although not an experienced angler, Wang Hai understood that the more hooks he cast, the greater his chances of landing a fish. Under the circumstances he could control, having multiple rods could only increase his odds. While searching for the rods, he also stumbled upon a landing net and took it as well. With the fishing rods and net in hand, Wang Hai departed from the old house and headed to the village's only convenience store. Though modest in size, the store was well stocked with an array of fishing tools. There, Wang Hai could purchase the new hooks, fishing line, and a sun had he required. In addition to these provisions, he purchased water, dry rations, and a string of firecrackers. Unfortunately, the convenience store lacked fishing bait. Consequently, Wang Hai needed to procure bait for his fishing expedition. The favored baits for grouper include small fish, squid, and shrimp. While these items could typically be found in a market, there was none in Yuehai village, which posed a dilemma for him. However, this challenge was swiftly resolved. Upon his return to the beach, he encountered Li Yiri, who was holding a life jacket. Li Yiri handed the life jacket to him and cautioned him to prioritize safety while at sea. Gratefully accepting the life jacket, Wang Hai recalled that Li Yiri might know where to obtain the bait and thus shared his need for it, seeking Li Yiri's assistance. Upon hearing this, Li Yiri chuckled, patting his chest, and exclaimed, "Oh, that's a trivial matter. Our fishing boats are never short of small fish and shrimp." After saying this, Li Yiri headed to his own fishing vessel. After a thorough search aboard the boat, he quickly produced a large bag of small shrimp. With Li Yiri's generous help, Wang Hai was now equipped with bait. With everything in order, he boarded his small boat, carrying his fishing rod, hooks, dry rations, water, and more. He then raised the anchor, turned the bow of the boat, and propelled it forward with a wooden oar. The small boat swiftly departed from the shallow waters. Once in deeper waters, the oar could no longer reach the seabed, so Wang Hai rested it on the stern and began to row. This traditional rowing method was the most primitive means of propulsion for small boats. It was labor-intensive and not very swift. Over a decade ago, most fishermen in Yuehai village relied on this method to venture out to sea. It was only in recent years that fishermen began equipping their boats with diesel engines and oars, substituting machinery for manual labor. The fishing port of Yuehai village is a natural harbor, bordered by a line of rocks that shield against towering waves. The area sheltered by these rocks is known as a safe harbor. Beyond the rocky outlet lies the open sea, leading into deeper waters. The water in this region is a deep blue, and without the protection of the rocks, the waves can become formidable. Fortunately, the weather today was splendid, with gentle winds and a calm sea, creating ideal conditions for fishing. Wang Hai continued to row the boat out of the harbor and, upon reaching the deeper waters, paused. He did not hurry to venture further, but instead hung a string of firecrackers at the stern and set them off with a series of pops. This was a customary practice in Yuehai village. Every fishing boat, upon its maiden departure from the port, would ignite firecrackers to ward off evil and invoke blessings for a safe journey. Wang Hai, mindful of this tradition, performed the ritual without fail. After the firecrackers had fizzled out, he resumed rowing, guiding the boat further into the sea. His mission was to catch grouper, so it was unnecessary to venture far into the deep ocean. Remaining near the coastal reefs would suffice. In truth, Wang Hai was hesitant to stray too far, as rowing was quite strenuous. Should he wander too far and exhaust his strength, navigating back to the harbor without experience would prove challenging. Wang Hai navigated along the coastal rocks, where the waters were remarkably clear. Gazing towards the seabed, he was greeted by a vibrant display of colorful coral reefs. Small fish darted about the corals, and the topography of the seabed served as a crucial indicator of the presence of grouper fish. Seasoned fishermen often select their anchoring spots based on the underwater landscape. Having mastered the skills of a fisherman, Wang Hai too had learned to observe the seabed contours. Before long, he discovered a prime fishing spot, characterized by uneven coral formations and numerous deep blue crevices that were difficult to discern. These were fish holes frequented by eels, grouper, octopuses, and other species. Wang Hai anchored his boat, ensuring it was secure. After stabilizing the vessel, he circled around it, observing the ripples in the water to assess the current tide. At that moment, the tide was stable, making it an opportune time to bait the area. Once he gauged the tide, he crushed a portion of the live shrimp and evenly scattered them into the surrounding waters. Generally, baiting the area is not a necessity for sea fishing. Prior to this, Wang Hai had not intended to do so. However, given the abundance of live shrimp provided by Masterly, it was acceptable to use some for baiting, as it would help attract fish and increase the chances of a catch. With ample bait available, he proceeded with the baiting, mindful that the tide needed to be stable. Otherwise, the bait would be washed away, rendering it futile. Having confirmed the tide's stability, Wang Hai set about preparing his fishing rods. After a few minutes, he outfitted all 3 rods with newly purchased hooks and attached the bait. The method of baiting he employed was a technique commonly used by the fishermen of Weihai village, known as the spiral method. This technique has 2 advantages. It completely conceals the silver hooks, making them difficult to see at first glance, and it secures the bait firmly, reducing the likelihood of it falling off. However, it does have its drawbacks, requiring a considerable amount of bait, and if a fish does not swallow the bait whole, the chances of losing the hook are significant. Wang Hai was targeting grouper, renowned for their large mouths and tendency to gulp down bait in one go, making this method particularly suitable. With the hooks replaced and the bait secured, he cast the hooks into the sea, secured the rods to the boat, and settled down at the edge of the vessel, patiently awaiting a bite. Chapter 4. The strange girl fishing demands patience, a truth well understood by every angler. Wang Hai possessed an abundance of patience, remaining perfectly still as he gazed at the 3 fishing rods. After approximately 10 minutes, one of the rods finally exhibited signs of life. It quivered violently, the bobber plunged suddenly beneath the surface, and the fishing line tightened. Wang Hai recognized that a fish was on the line. He grasped the rod firmly, pulling sharply in the opposite direction to ensure the hook remained secure before easing the line. Subsequently, he tightened the line, gauging the strength of the fish biting. Estimating from the subtle tug, he discerned that the fish weighed around half a pound. Given its modest size, there was no need for excessive pulling. He simply reeled it in. As he tightened the line, the fish quickly surfaced. It was not the grouper he sought, but rather a black sea bream. The taste of wild black bream is delightful, particularly when it weighs half a pound, offering tender flesh. Its market price is also quite respectable, approximately 60 yuan per pound. However, it was not the target grouper, and upon seeing the fish, a hint of disappointment flickered in Wang Hai's heart. Nevertheless, the catch was a positive outcome, and his frown swiftly transformed into a smile. He netted the black bream, unhooked it, and placed it in the fish hold of the boat for safekeeping. Then, he baited a new hook and cast it back into the sea, resuming his wait for another bite. The previous baiting seemed to have yielded significant results. Barely 2 minutes passed before another rod stirred. This time, however, the movement was minimal, suggesting a small fish had nibbled at the bait without securing the hook. Wang Hai lifted the rod, but the fish slipped free, leaving only half of the bait remaining. He replaced it with fresh bait and resumed his vigil. Just as he finished preparing this rod, another one began to show signs of activity. This time, a fish was indeed on the line. Upon reeling it in, he discovered it was a butterfly fish, weighing less than a pound. While butterfly fish are visually stunning, their flavor is somewhat lacking, and with its diminutive size, there was no need to keep it. Wang Hai grimaced and released it back into the water. The rod soon trembled once more, revealing a small 3-ounce greenish fish. Wang Hai joyfully reeled it in. Shortly thereafter, another black bream took the bait, albeit smaller than the previous one, weighing less than 4 ounces. Wang Hai realized he had stumbled upon an excellent fishing spot. Over the next 3 hours, every few minutes, a fish would take the bait. This frequency would elate any angler, and Wang Hai was thoroughly enjoying himself. The fish hole began to fill, with over 10 black bream among the catch, including even a nearly 1-pound ribbon eel. Regrettably, the majority were black bream, and he had yet to lay eyes on a grouper, leading Wang Hai to ponder whether this area harbored any at all. After 3 hours, the catches began to dwindle. It took nearly 10 minutes to reel in a cowtail fish. Clearly, the fish in this vicinity were nearly exhausted, and it was time to seek a new location. Wang Hai surveyed his surroundings for a moment before deciding to change his fishing spot. He stowed away his fishing rod, hoisted the anchor, and deftly maneuvered the oars while observing the underwater coral formations, making his way to the next fishing location. After nearly half an hour of searching, he finally discovered a new, suitable spot. By then, it was already past 4 in the afternoon, with the sun descending closer to the horizon. Although the likelihood of catching fish at night surpasses that of daytime, Wang Hai lacked experience in night fishing and had not prepared any lighting equipment. Furthermore, given that he was rowing the boat himself, he resolved not to fish after dark and planned to return to the harbor before sunset. He had 3 hours left. Once he anchored the boat, Wang Hai wasted no time and immediately began to bait the area. After setting up, he cast his lines into the sea, entering the tranquil phase of waiting for a catch. Soon, 2 hours had elapsed. It must be said that Wang Hai's fishing skills proved advantageous, as the fishing spot he found was indeed fruitful. This area yielded a bounty similar to the previous one, with fish biting approximately every 10 minutes. The fish hold was now brimming with a variety of catches. However, it was unfortunate that he had not yet hooked any grouper. As he watched the sun gradually set, a sense of urgency gripped Wang Hai. Although he could return tomorrow to try for grouper, the thought of wasting time weighed heavily on his spirits. After all, returning empty-handed on his inaugural outing could be quite disheartening. After contemplating for a moment, he resolved to change his fishing spot once more. With determination, he swiftly reeled in his rod, lifted the anchor, and vigorously rowed towards a new location. The setting sun cast its reflections upon the water, creating a shimmering golden surface. At this time, fishing boats preparing for the night began to depart the harbor, their horns echoing across the water. Wang Hai rowed resolutely, gazing at the distant large vessels. He understood that if he could persevere through the initial hardships, he would one day possess an even grander fishing boat and become the sovereign of the sea. The mightiest fisherman. Suddenly, a splash of red caught his eye on the water's surface. Though not immediately conspicuous amidst the glimmering waves, Wang Hai discerned it nonetheless. What could it be? Filled with curiosity, he steered his boat closer. As he approached, he discerned what the red object was, and his astonishment deepened. It was a person, a young girl clad in a red life jacket, seemingly around 20 years of age. She lay on the water's surface, buoyed by the life jacket. Her eyes closed. She appeared to be breathing, though it was uncertain whether she was asleep or unconscious. The sight was most peculiar. The girl possessed exquisite features and fair, rosy skin, unmistakably a great beauty. Yet, at that moment, Wang Hai found it difficult to appreciate her beauty. Rather, he was startled at first glance. This was a deep water area, far from a swimming zone. Why was there a girl here? Wang Hai took a moment to steady his nerves and regain his composure. Subsequently, he gently tapped the girl's life jacket with the oar and said, "Hey, wake up." The girl remained with her eyes closed, showing no sign of response. If it weren't for the rhythmic rise and fall of her breath, Wang Hai would undoubtedly have mistaken her for a lifeless body. The absence of her reaction only deepened his unease. He was not particularly brave and felt an overwhelming fear. However, when it comes to matters of life and death, he could not turn a blind eye. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to pull the girl closer to his boat in an attempt to awaken her. After a few gentle taps on her face, she finally opened her eyes. Upon waking, she appeared bewildered. And as she took in the vast expanse of the ocean and Wang Hai's presence, confusion clouded her features. Did I fall asleep? How did I end up here? Where is my yacht? Seeing her regain consciousness, Wang Hai let out a sigh of relief. "Let us get you on board first," he said, extending his hand to assist her. Initially hesitant, the girl's uncertainty faded upon catching a glimpse of Wang Hai's handsome face, and she struggled to climb aboard. Once out of the water, her graceful figure was unmistakably revealed, leaving Wang Hai momentarily astonished. Although she wore a rather modest swimsuit, it did little to conceal her alluring curves, which would captivate anyone's gaze. Aware that staring at her was somewhat impolite, Wang Hai quickly averted his eyes. He then removed his jacket and tossed it to her, inquiring, "How did you end up swimming out here?" In a flurry, the girl donned Wang Hai's jacket. After regaining her composure, she pointed to her face and, with a puzzled expression, asked, "You don't recognize me?" With a look of confusion, Wang Hai replied, "How could I possibly know you?" The girl, feeling disheartened, softly stated, "Well, my name is Xiao Di. I was swimming at Holiday Beach, and I must have fallen asleep while swimming." She looked around and continued, "I must have drifted here after falling asleep." Wang Hai was at a loss for words. He was familiar with Holiday Beach, a renowned tourist destination in coastal city where many people swam. The distance from Holiday Beach to their current location was approximately 5 to 6 nautical miles. While it was plausible to drift from there to here, the notion of falling asleep while swimming was quite absurd. To think you could actually sleep while swimming. Thank goodness you were wearing a life jacket. And there were no waves today, or else you might not have made it, Wang Hai remarked. Xiao Di appeared equally perplexed. She could not fathom why she had fallen asleep. She pondered, having slept well the previous night and feeling alert while swimming earlier. How could she have dozed off? Could it have been something in the drink her assistant gave her? Surely, her assistant wouldn't harm her. Unable to comprehend the reason behind her sudden slumber while swimming, she shook her head, dismissing the thought. Turning to Wang Hai, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me. Could you take me back to Holiday Beach?" Wang Hai, still at a loss for words, replied, "That's not possible. Why don't you swim back yourself? Or you can stay on the small boat until we return to port, and then you can take a taxi back." Wang Hai set out in his small boat towards Holiday Beach, a journey that would require at least 3 to 4 hours for a round trip. No matter what, he was resolute in his refusal to go. Similarly, Xiaodi was equally unwilling to swim back. She implored, "I can offer you a reward. I'm fishing. It's quite important." Wang Hai gestured to his fishing rod, asserting its significance. Fishing? A spark of interest ignited on Xiaodi's face as she gazed at the rod for a moment before inquiring further, "Is it happening now? Have you caught anything?" "Let me see." Wang Hai pointed to the fish compartment, saying, "It's there. Take a look for yourself." It appeared that Xiaodi had momentarily forgotten her intention to return. Her eyes wide with wonder as she peered into the compartment. "Wow, so many fish. What is this dark one? And what about this long one? Are they delicious?" she exclaimed, reaching towards the fish compartment, eager to touch them. This action left Wang Hai speechless. Had she never seen fish before? Her curiosity was astonishing. Although she had just escaped a perilous situation, she now appeared utterly exhilarated. Was her mind adrift? Recalling the presence of a fierce moray eel within the compartment, Wang Hai cautioned, "Hey, just look, be careful or the fish might bite you." At that moment, the moray eel seemed startled by Xiaodi's presence. Thrashing about and splashing water everywhere, Xiaodi quickly withdrew her hand, patting her chest as she exclaimed, "You scared me to death." She turned to Wang Hai and asked, "Are these 3 fishing rods meant for fishing?" "No, these rods are used to measure the temperature of the seawater," Wang Hai replied. "Fishing rods can measure seawater temperature?" she asked, astonished. "Why not? How else would they function?" he retorted. "Aren't fishing rods for fishing?" she weakly inquired. "Why ask if you already know?" Wang Hai replied, incredulous. It was quite absurd that someone would question whether fishing rods were for fishing. The individual before him seemed a bit dim-witted. Truly. It echoed the saying, large and fierce yet brainless. "By the way, what is your name? Can you teach me how to fish?" "I love fishing," Xiaodi continued. Looking at Wang Hai candidly responded, "My name is Wang Hai. You can call me Brother Hai. Given your intellect, I fear you won't catch any fish, and your efforts will be in vain." "That's all right. If I can't catch any, I can always buy some at the market." Xiaodi laughed. Upon hearing this, Wang Hai nodded in approval, stating, "I must say, you possess the potential of a true angler." He then added, "For now, just observe. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you another day." "All right, it's a promise." Xiaodi grinned. Chapter 5, Xiaodi after a light-hearted conversation. Wang Hai gained a deeper understanding of Xiaodi. Her full name is Zhang Di, a somewhat renowned actress hailing from Xinjiang. Having never seen the sea in her childhood, she possesses a keen fascination for the ocean and its myriad wonders. She had arrived in Binhai City 2 days prior, and, approximately 3 hours ago, had been swimming with friends on a yacht at Holiday Beach. Unbeknownst to her, she had dozed off and drifted to this location. The information was gleaned from Xiaodi herself. As for its veracity, Wang Hai felt no need to verify it, for he assumed that once the fishing boat drew nearer, they would part ways. As they spoke, Wang Hai discovered a new fishing spot, prompting the boat to come to a halt. Just as he was about to cast his line for another round of fishing, Xiaodi suddenly displayed a look of discomfort. In a swift motion, she leaned over the side of the boat and, with a gasp, began to vomit. Clearly, she was seasick. Wang Hai was not surprised. It was common for many inland dwellers, particularly women, to succumb to such affliction while at sea. Once Xiaodi had finished, he handed her a bottle of mineral water. Jesting, "Look at you, at least you know how to help me bait the fish." Feeling considerably better after her bout, Xiaodi rinsed her mouth and splashed some water on her face, awkwardly smiling as she remarked, "So, it seems I am of some use after all." Wang Hai chuckled and nodded in agreement before redirecting his focus to fishing. He cast all 3 fishing rods into the sea, patiently awaiting a bite. A few minutes later, one of the rods began to tremble. Wang Hai noticed the movement and prepared to seize the rod, but before he could act, Xiaodi excitedly exclaimed, "It's biting. The fish is on. Quickly, reel it in." However, just as the words left her mouth, the rod fell silent. The fish had escaped. Wang Hai shot her an exasperated glance and said, "Quiet down, lovely. Your excitement will scare the fish away." Xiaodi, abashed, covered her mouth and mimicked a gesture for silence. Wang Hai sighed and shook his head, continuing to await the next catch, inwardly lamenting his unfortunate encounter with such a fool. That fish was undoubtedly a grouper, scared off by her exuberance. How frustrating. Not long after, the rod stirred once more. This time, Xiaodi refrained from speaking, but frantically pointed at the fishing rod with her slender fingers, urging Wang Hai to act quickly. Maintaining his composure, Wang Hai grasped the rod, gauged the strength of the fish, and after a few determined pulls, skillfully reeled in the catch. displaying the prowess of a seasoned angler. Xiaodi watched in awe, exclaiming how professional he looked. This time, he had caught a stonefish. Resembling a rock covered in moss, it was quite unattractive. Yet its flavor was exquisite and its market value high. Although it wasn't a grouper, Wang Hai felt a sense of satisfaction. Brother Hai, what kind of fish is that? Can I hold it? Xiaodi inquired curiously upon seeing the stonefish. This is a stonefish. It is highly venomous. A prick can cause excruciating pain for an entire night and, in severe cases, can be fatal. Are you still keen to hold it? Wang Hai explained. Holding up the stonefish. Venomous. I dare not touch it. Xiaodi replied, her voice laced with fear. Wang Hai smiled as he placed the stonefish into the fish tank. Haigu, you are truly remarkable, exclaimed Xiaodi. Leaning over the edge of the tank to observe the stonefish, Wang Hai seemed to ponder something and asked, What did you just say? Please repeat it. Haigu. You are truly remarkable, Xiaodi replied, looking at Wang Hai with confusion. Wang Hai nodded and, through the consciousness connection system, accessed his personal information interface to check his points. He discovered that his points had increased from 100 to 101. Indeed, after receiving Xiaodi's praise, his points had risen. Is this the second method to earn points? Say it again. Wang Hai urged Xiaodi. Xiaodi thought to herself how peculiar Wang Hai was, enjoying the praise of others. Nevertheless, she complied and repeated her earlier words. Upon seeing his points remained at 101, Wang Hai sighed. It appeared that receiving praise from the same person did not yield additional points. A person could only contribute to the increase once. Should we continue? Xiaodi inquired. No need. Wang Hai replied, closing the personal information interface. The fishing continued. Soon, the sky began to darken. In the distance, at the edge of the reef, stood a tall lighthouse, now illuminated and blinking. It served as a guiding light for fishing boats to navigate back to the harbor during the night. Sitting at the stern of the boat, Wang Hai glanced at the flickering lighthouse and sighed, saying to Xiaodi, It's getting dark. Let us head back. Noticing the disappointment in Wang Hai's eyes and tone, Xiaodi curiously asked, But we've caught a lot today. Why are you unhappy? Wang Hai explained. I wanted to catch a grouper, but I haven't succeeded yet. Are groupers expensive? Xiaodi queried. Not exactly. It's just that catching a grouper today is very important to me. Xiaodi didn't understand and chose not to press the matter further. Instead, she stumbled over to a fishing rod, mimicking the motions of casting it, and then clasped her hands together in prayer, exclaiming, Grouper, grouper. Please bite the hook and make Haigu happy. Upon witnessing her novice demeanor, Wang Hai couldn't help but laugh, feeling his earlier discontent dissipate. If only groupers could understand, they would surely swim away even faster, he remarked. Suddenly, a splash echoed across the surface of the water. The fishing rod began to shake vigorously. Wang Hai and Xiaodi exchanged knowing glances, then laughed in unison, saying, Could it really be a grouper on the line? Xiaodi, feeling the thrill of her first catch, became increasingly anxious. Her grip on the fishing rod faltered. Please don't struggle, little fish. I beg you. Let me reel you in, she murmured, trying to reassure the fish. Seeing her flustered state, Wang Hai stepped behind her, gently grasping her hand. He guided her on how to pull the rod and reel in the line. With Wang Hai's assistance, the fish began to surface from its slumber along the line. In the dim light, Wang Hai discerned the true identity of the fish, a joyful expression illuminating his face. It's a grouper, he exclaimed with excitement. Is it really? Xiaodi asked in astonishment, never expecting her unintentional act would indeed lead to the catch of the grouper. Wang Hai skillfully scooped the fish up with a landing net and placed it on the deck of the boat, illuminating it with his phone for a closer inspection. Indeed, it was a grouper weighing nearly a pound. Wang Hai beamed with delight, giving Xiaodi a thumbs up. You truly are my lucky goddess. Xiaodi, equally joyful, smiled brightly, her face radiating like a beautifully blossomed flower. Chapter 6, Seafood Hot Pot, Capturing the Grouper. Mission accomplished. After placing the grouper into the fish hold, a holographic projection screen appeared before Wang Hai, visible only to him. Congratulations, host, mission completed. Reward, 500 points. The screen then dissipated. Upon its disappearance, Wang Hai accessed his personal information interface. Noticing the points section, he saw the figure rise from 101 to 601. The points were credited in real time. Closing the interface, Wang Hai turned to Xiaodi and said, Thank you. Without you, I might not have caught that grouper. Xiaodi smiled and replied, Not at all. You saved me. I should be the one thanking you. How about I treat you to grouper later? Wang Hai generously agreed. After pondering for a moment, Xiaodi added, I prefer it steamed. Can you do that? No problem. Wang Hai nodded. Great. Xiao Di beamed. Under a sky adorned with stars, with the sea breeze caressing them, Wang Hai steered the boat, carrying Xiao Di and a hold full of fish, slowly navigating towards the harbor as per the lighthouse's guidance. Sitting on the deck, Xiao Di gazed up at the multitude of stars and suddenly began to sing a lullaby from her hometown. Wang Hai, unable to comprehend the words, was nonetheless enchanted by her melodious voice, likening it to celestial music. He thought that if she were to enter a singing competition, she would surely win with this song alone. Is this the life of a fisherman? Xiao Di inquired. I'm not quite sure. Today is my first day as a fisherman. Wang Hai continued. Perhaps it is even more arduous than it appears. Xiao Di laughed. I find it quite enjoyable. You might feel that way for a day or two, but it won't last long. Wang Hai remarked. Growing up in a fishing village, he understood that the life of a fisherman was far more challenging than it seemed. As they conversed, the boat entered the fishing port, docking at the shore. We're here, let's disembark, Wang Hai said as he secured the boat, retrieving the catch from the fish hold and placing it into the net. The haul was substantial, weighing around 10 kilograms, filling the net to the brim. Wang Hai hoisted the net and, accompanied by Xiao Di, stepped off the boat onto the shore. On the beach, fishermen had hung lamps beneath the coconut trees to facilitate their nighttime outings or returns. Although it was night, the seaside was brightly illuminated. Elder Li Er sat beneath a coconut tree, holding a rooster bowl, enjoying his dinner while basking in the sea breeze. During the sweltering summer, the outdoors felt cooler than inside. Many fishermen, including Elder Li Er, were dining outside, bowls in hand. As they spotted Wang Hai emerging from the boat with the net, they gathered around him, their primary concern being the catch. They seemingly overlooked the enchanting Xiao Di standing beside Wang Hai, their eyes fixated on his net. How's the catch? No empty hooks, I hope? Every angler relished the praise for their fishing prowess, and Wang Hai was no exception. Moreover, the praise from others could augment his points. Thus, upon noticing the villagers gathering around, he deliberately shook his landing net to display his catch. It wasn't substantial, perhaps just a few dozen pounds. Primarily because he had only fished for 6 hours, and his boat was rather inadequate. He chuckled as he spoke. The villagers, upon seeing the fish in the net, displayed expressions of astonishment. Impressive, Xiao Hai. You managed to catch so many fish. Is this your first time at sea? It doesn't seem like it. Your luck is remarkable, surpassing many seasoned fishermen. You even caught a grouper weighing over a pound and an eel. This haul is quite lucrative. They paused their meal, showering him with compliments. In their eyes, it was astonishing for a fresh university graduate to catch so many fish on his maiden voyage. Many veteran fishermen would not achieve such a feat, however. They attributed his success not to Wang Hai's fishing prowess, but rather to sheer luck. Upon hearing the villagers' accolades, Wang Hai accessed his personal information interface and saw his points had increased significantly. Quickly take them to town to sell, while the fish are still fresh. You can fetch a good price. After a round of praise, Li Er suggested to Wang Hai. Wang Hai closed the interface, gazed at the sky, deliberated for a moment, and decided against selling this catch. Although a few dozen pounds of fish could fetch several $100s for someone with a system, it was but a trifling sum. The effort of selling fish seemed less worthwhile than preparing for tomorrow's fishing task. He glanced at the landing net, intending to keep part of the catch for himself and give the remainder to Li Er. Li Er not only provided a life jacket, but also offered bait, which had been a tremendous help. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Wang Hai laid down the net and poured the fish onto the ground. He selected a grouper, an eel, and 2 black breams, leaving the rest for Li Er. This gesture left everyone astonished, and Li Er was particularly taken aback. Xiao Hai, you caught so many fish, and you're giving them all to me? He asked in surprise. Wang Hai smiled, saying, Today, I owe much to your assistance. It's just a small token, don't be modest. Under Wang Hai's insistence, Li Er felt compelled to accept. He took the fish and immediately shared them with the villagers present. In the village, exchanging fish is a common practice. If a family has an exceptionally good day fishing, they often share their bounty with neighbors. When Wang Hai was younger, he frequently enjoyed fish gifted by villagers. Therefore, he had no objections to Li Er's actions. The villagers were delighted with their fish, enthusiastically praising Wang Hai as they carried their gifts home, telling everyone that they were from him. Wang Hai's old family house had long been uninhabited. The utilities had long since been shut off, leaving it in darkness. He placed the fish beneath a tree. Subsequently, I ventured to the local store to procure some electrical wires, sockets, and light bulbs, before heading to the residence of Old Li to connect the electricity to my own home. The 2 houses were situated less than 20 meters apart, making this task rather straightforward. Meanwhile, Xiao Di stood beneath a tree, observing the fish while using Wang Hai's mobile phone to call her assistant, patiently awaiting their arrival. Half an hour later, the electricity was successfully connected. The old house illuminated under the glow of the newly installed light bulbs. At that moment, the vehicle sent to collect Xiao Di arrived in the village, a rather understated Bentley. Before entering the car, Xiao Di addressed Wang Hai, stating, "You mentioned treating me to steamed grouper. I shall return after my shower, but I won't be having dinner here." Wang Hai nodded, then pulled out several hundred yuan, handing it to Xiao Di. "No problem, though I fear we won't be able to steam the fish today. We'll have to resort to hot pot instead. When you come back, could you bring a few items for me? A pot, a portable gas stove, 2 canisters of natural gas, and a packet of hot pot base." "Thank you." "What?" Xiao Di exclaimed, gazing at Wang Hai in surprise. Feeling slightly awkward, Wang Hai glanced at his dilapidated house and explained, "The house has stood empty for many years, and the kitchen supplies are no longer usable." "All right then." After Xiao Di departed, Wang Hai activated the water pump in the yard. Fortunately, the pump was still operational, successfully drawing water from the well. With both water and electricity restored to the old house, Wang Hai took a trip back to the local store after showering, purchasing a small knife, a basin, and various kitchen essentials. He then proceeded to prepare the fish, slicing the grouper, black sea bream, and cutting the eel into chunks. After cleaning and marinating them, he arranged them in a bowl, setting up a table on the beach outside, awaiting Xiao Di's return with the gas stove. In the meantime, he visited old Li's vegetable garden to gather some greens. With fish and vegetables at hand, all that was left was the pot. Before long, a striking red Maserati entered the village, coming to a stop beside Wang Hai's house by the seaside. Xiao Di stepped out of the Maserati, having driven herself this time without a driver or assistant. Following Wang Hai's instructions, she had brought a portable gas stove, 2 large canisters of natural gas, and a sizable pot. Additionally, she carried a bottle of aged red wine and a large box of juice. Upon seeing that Wang Hai had set up the hot pot area on the beach, her face lit up with a smile, expressing her excitement at the prospect of enjoying hot pot on the beach for the first time, especially a seafood hot pot. Once the pot was in place, preparations for the seafood hot pot commenced swiftly. On the table, a large pot bubbled with steaming hot water, surrounded by an array of fish slices, chunks, and vegetables, along with an open bottle of red wine and 2 elegant wine glasses. As the moonlight cascaded down and the twinkling lights hung from the coconut trees illuminated the night, the atmosphere remained vibrant despite the darkness. Wang Hai and Xiao Di settled into their chairs on the beach, gathered around the table, gazing at the boiling water within the pot. With the water now boiling, it was time to add the fish. Tender slices of fresh fish were gently placed into the scalding water. Wang Hai sliced the fish into delicate fillets, requiring merely a brief immersion of a few seconds before they could be retrieved, resulting in exquisitely tender meat. Dipping it into the soy sauce rendered it exceptionally delectable. With the sea breeze caressing their faces, indulging in the sumptuous seafood hot pot while sipping red wine was undeniably a delightful experience. Regrettably, Xiao Di abstained from the wine due to the necessity of driving, opting for juice instead. In the end, they unanimously agreed that the amount of fish they had was insufficient, leaving them gazing at the now empty platter, still yearning for more. What to do? "Shall we fish for another couple of hours?" Xiao Di suggested, nibbling on her chopsticks. Wang Hai glanced towards the sea, noticing that the tide had receded, revealing a vast expanse of shallows and rocks. An idea ignited in his mind. Fishing may be off the table, but how about a tide-chasing adventure? Freshly caught crabs are equally delightful. He proposed. "Tide chasing? That sounds wonderful," Xiao Di exclaimed, eagerly leaping from her chair, brimming with anticipation. Chapter 7. Tide pooling. During the intermission of the hot pot meal, Wang Hai and Xiao Di unanimously decided to embark on a tide pooling adventure before resuming their feast. Wang Hai, being well versed in the skills of a fisherman, was fully aware of the preparations required for such an endeavor. The most fundamental necessity was lighting. Without illumination at night, one would be utterly hindered. Next on the list were gloves, as attempting to catch crabs barehanded posed considerable risks. A careless pinch could result in lingering pain. Having a pair of tongs would be even more advantageous. Additionally, a bucket for collecting fish, shrimp, and crabs was essential. Given the rudimentary conditions and the hurried nature of their preparations, acquiring these 3 items was paramount. In the home of a fisherman, one would not be short of flashlights for nighttime illumination and gloves for crab catching. while buckets are ubiquitous regardless of one's occupation. Thus, with the assistance of Old Li, Wang Hai quickly procured these essential tools. Furthermore, he discovered a pair of rubber water shoes. The recently exposed coral reefs were slick with algae and riddled with sharp little thorns. Inexperienced individuals could easily slip and sustain injuries. Water shoes not only provided traction but also offered protection against the coral, proving to be an invaluable asset for tide pooling. While Wang Hai did not require them, they were indispensable for Xiao Di, who, being a delicate young lady and an absolute novice, needed the extra support. After finding the water shoes, Wang Hai handed them to Xiao Di, encouraging her to wear them. Though the shoes were quite ordinary, they transformed into something extraordinary once adorned by Xiao Di, accentuating her slender, elongated legs, rendering them a sight that many could only dream of affording. Even models strutting on a runway would pale in comparison. This reaffirmed the adage, with beautiful legs, anything looks fabulous. With the tools meticulously prepared, Wang Hai switched on the light and donned his gloves. Taking the lead in their tide pooling expedition, Xiao Di followed closely behind, clutching the bucket as her supportive role. Under the moonlight, the coral reefs revealed a vibrant ecosystem post-tide. Fish splashed about, and crabs basked in the moonlit glow. Green crabs, flower crabs, and even tiny fiddler crabs were in abundance. The delicate orchid crabs lay concealed beneath the clear, shallow sands. These crabs, rather dim-witted, would often become momentarily bewildered when illuminated, remaining frozen in place. Wang Hai had two primary targets in mind. The green crabs nestled among the rocks or in crevices, which were much smaller than their swamp-dwelling counterparts. Weighing no more than a couple of ounces, yet their flesh was exceptionally delicious, ideal for porridge or soup. The second target was the orchid crabs, which, though slightly inferior in taste compared to green crabs, were larger and yielded more meat, with some weighing up to 2 or 3 pounds. The light in Wang Hai's hand was primarily directed at these two types of crabs, seeking their silhouettes among the abundant tide pools and shallow reefs. After just a few steps, Wang Hai spotted a green crab weighing approximately 2 ounces. It concealed itself at the edge of a stone, revealing 2 large eyes, which caught Wang Hai's keen attention. "Do you see it?" Wang Hai directed the beam of light onto the crab and spoke to Xiao Di. Xiao Di appeared bewildered. "A crab? Where? I can't see it." She lowered her head, focusing intently on the light's position, and after a moment of scrutiny, she puzzledly remarked, "The protective coloration of the green crab closely resembles the hue of the moss-covered rocks, often leading the inexperienced to overlook their presence." It was entirely understandable that Xiao Di could not spot it. Wang Hai chuckled softly and said, "Step aside and pay attention." Xiao Di obediently stood to the side. Holding a bucket, Wang Hai bent down, swiftly extending his hand, and with a firm grasp, he captured the green crab nestled at the stone's edge. When catching crabs while wearing gloves, technique was not paramount. Speed and precision were essential. "Bring the bucket," Wang Hai commanded. Xiao Di, still in a daze, extended the bucket towards him. Wang Hai tossed the crab into the bucket, which immediately began to clatter within. Excitement illuminated Xiao Di's face as she exclaimed, "Wow, Haigu, you're amazing. I didn't even see it. Be careful not to touch it, or it will pinch you," Wang Hai cautioned. "I know." Despite her seemingly naive demeanor, Xiao Di was not foolish and understood the crab's potential threat. "Haigu, this crab looks so pitiful. It must be delicious," she remarked, her desire to eat it already surfacing. Wang Hai could only shake his head in exasperation at her insatiable appetite. "Let's go, but be cautious." The two continued their patrol along the boundary of the rocks and the shallows. After 2 minutes, they captured another crab. Then, beneath the sand, they discovered a half-kilogram orchid crab. Wang Hai's movements were remarkably deft, leaving no chance for the crab to escape. Those that crossed his path were invariably destined for the bucket. Xiao Di was an exemplary assistant, diligently searching for crabs while cheering him on. The number of crabs gradually increased, making the bucket heavier. Despite the growing weight, she did not complain of fatigue. Eventually, considering Xiao Di's limited strength, Wang Hai decided to cease crab catching and shift his focus to other seafood. "What kind of shell is this?" Xiao Di inquired, having found a shell nestled among the stones. Wang Hai glanced at it and replied, "That's a cat's eye shell. It's quite delicious." "Yay, I've finally found something edible," Xiao Di exclaimed, placing the cat's eye shell into the bucket. While she struggled with catching crabs, she was adept at collecting shells. Soon after, Xiao Di pointed at something on the beach and called out, "Haigu, come look. Is this Patrick Star?" Wang Hai looked over to see a deceased starfish and replied, "Indeed, it is Patrick Star, but it has been dead for quite some time. Do not pick it up. All right, we can't let it reunite with the crab boss, Xiao Di said regretfully. Xiao Di, come quickly and take a look at this. As Wang Hai turned around, he spotted an octopus swimming in the sea and called out to Xiao Di. Xiao Di hurried over, his excitement palpable. Upon seeing the octopus, he exclaimed, "It's Brother Octopus. This is the first time I've ever seen one in the ocean. Would you dare to catch it?" Wang Hai inquired. Xiao Di quickly withdrew his outstretched hand and replied earnestly, "I wouldn't dare." "What about eating it?" Wang Hai teased. "I would absolutely dare," Xiao Di readily admitted. "You're terrible at everything except for eating, right?" Wang Hai joked. "Absolutely," Xiao Di confirmed without hesitation. Wang Hai pointed at the octopus and continued, "Remember its appearance. This type of octopus is non-toxic, but if you encounter one that is blue and has rings, stay as far away as possible." "Why is that?" Xiao Di asked, puzzled. "That one is called the blue-ringed octopus, and it is highly venomous. A sting from it could be fatal," Wang Hai explained. Startled, Xiao Di hid behind Wang Hai, saying, "How terrifying." Without another moment's delay, Wang Hai lunged toward the octopus resting on the water's surface and swiftly grasped it. The octopus's 8 tentacles wrapped around his hand, making it a challenge to detach it. With considerable effort, he managed to fling the octopus into the bucket. "That is quite a haul. Let us head back," Wang Hai remarked, gazing at the half-filled bucket with crabs, cat's eye shells, and the octopus, satisfaction evident on his face. On their way back, Wang Hai took it upon himself to help Xiao Di with the heavy bucket. The two retraced their steps, passing through the clear, shallow waters, navigating the coral reefs, and crossing a raised sand dune, soon returning to the shore. Upon reaching the beach, they discovered that the hot pot broth had cooled. Xiao Di took charge of rekindling the fire and preparing new dipping sauces, while Wang Hai carried the bucket to his yard to clean and prepare the crabs, shells, and octopus. Their roles were distinctly defined. Before long, the hot pot was bubbling once again. It was already past 10 at night, serving as a late-night feast. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a bright, silvery glow over the beach, enhancing the atmosphere for Wang Hai and Xiao Di as they enjoyed their meal. During dinner, Xiao Di asked, "Brother Hai, are you going out to fish again tomorrow?" Wang Hai nodded and responded, "I will go out to sea again. But whether I will fish or not is still uncertain. The fishing tasks for tomorrow will determine my actions, and whether I will use a rod or a net will depend on the assignment." Upon hearing that Wang Hai would continue to venture out to sea, a smile graced Xiao Di's face as he continued, "I had so much fun today. I've never been this happy in my life. Will you take me with you tomorrow? Are you not afraid of seasickness?" Wang Hai asked. "I'll take seasickness medication," Xiao Di replied confidently. "It might be quite sunny. Are you not worried about getting sunburned?" Wang Hai pressed on. "Not at all. I'll be fully equipped and apply sunscreen," Xiao Di affirmed. "So, you've made up your mind to accompany me to sea?" Wang Hai asked. Xiao Di nodded emphatically yes. "Very well then," Wang Hai conceded. Wang Hai pondered for a moment and replied. He found no reason to decline. He believed that having someone accompany him during the fishing expedition would provide a delightful opportunity for conversation, alleviating the monotony of time. There was no harm in having Xiao Di join him at sea. In fact, she might even bring him good fortune. "Splendid. Thank you," Xiao Di exclaimed with enthusiasm. Subsequently, she took out her phone and said, "Let us add each other on WeChat first. When it is time to set sail, just give me a call, and I will be on standby 24 hours a day." Chapter 8. Fishing Net Apparatus, Drive Mechanism After a Satisfying Meal. Xiao Di assisted in clearing the table and washing the dishes. After making arrangements to meet Wang Hai the following day, he departed the village in his Maserati. Wang Hai took a shower and tidied up the bedding in his old house, only to discover that the mattress had succumbed to age, covered in mold and infested with insects, rendering it unfit for sleep. Late into the night, around 11 o'clock, the prospect of purchasing a new bed was clearly impractical. Thus, Wang Hai chose to forego sleeping indoors and instead ventured to the beach, where he reclined on a hammock strung between 2 coconut trees. Using a net suspended from the branches of the nearby trees, he fashioned a makeshift hammock, a common sight in the village. This hammock, capable of swaying gently, provided immense comfort and was particularly favored by children. In his youth, Wang Hai had often napped in such a contraption. As he lay there, leisurely swaying, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, transporting him back to his childhood. However, there was an undeniable drawback to sleeping in a hammock outdoors at night: the abundance of mosquitoes, especially during the summer by the seaside. Fortunately, Wang Hai had prepared 2 mosquito coils to safeguard his slumber. After a day of fishing, he felt a touch of fatigue. Before long, he succumbed to sleep in the hammock. It was not until the first blush of dawn painted the horizon and the sun peeked over the sea that he stirred awake to the sight of fishing boats returning to port after their nighttime endeavors. As he opened his bleary eyes, the system's voice resonated in Wang Hai's mind. New fishing task released. Catch 100 pounds of fish, any species allowed. Completion rewards, 500 points. It appeared a new task had been assigned. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Wang Hai rubbed his eyes to shake off the drowsiness. He then rose, freshened up, and headed to the village's sole breakfast establishment for a meal. After breakfast, he settled back into the hammock by the sea, contemplating his next course of action. This task required him to catch 100 pounds of fish, with no restrictions on species. In light of this assignment, employing a fishing net was evidently more suitable than traditional angling. Therefore, acquiring a fishing net was paramount. There were several avenues to obtain one. The first was purchase. The second was to borrow from old Li's household, and the third was to exchange points in the system's rewards store. It was clear that the village's small shop did not stock fishing nets. In the town, fishing nets typically measured 50 or 100 meters in length. While such dimensions might suffice for beachcombing, they were far too short for serious fishing. A specialized fishing net store was necessary for proper acquisition. However, based on experience, nets from such stores were often semi-finished products. Upon purchase, one would need to affix floats to the top and weights to the bottom to ensure proper deployment in the sea. Time was of the essence, making purchase unfeasible. Borrowing from old Li's house left Wang Hai feeling somewhat awkward, as a finished fishing net was a precious and costly item for any fishing household. Casual borrowing of small tools is one thing, but to borrow a fishing net is quite another. Thus, the only option left was to redeem points from the system's rewards store. After some analysis, Wang Hai accessed the points marketplace to explore the available items for exchange. Upon selecting the fishing net product, a screen emerged, revealing detailed information alongside an image of the net. Fishing net, price, 200 points. Details, length, 1,000 meters. Width, 2 meters. Mesh size, 1 inch. Included components, automatic net deployment machine, automatic fish unloading machine. Previously, when Wang Hai browsed the redemption store, he had only glanced at the offerings without delving into specifics. Now, upon examining the fishing net's details, he was genuinely astonished. He had not anticipated that a fishing net priced at 200 points would stretch an impressive 1,000 meters and come equipped with both an automatic net deployment machine and an automatic fish unloading machine. This was truly a remarkable value. It is well known that a 1,000-meter fishing net alone could fetch tens of thousands, while the machines would cost at least several thousands each. In the system's redemption store, acquiring the entire set for merely 200 points was exhilarating, as is widely recognized. The most arduous tasks in fishing with a net involve hauling it in and unloading the catch, particularly when entangled with seaweed and shells, causing the net to become exceedingly heavy and difficult to manage. Fishermen often expend a considerable portion of their time on these laborious tasks. Hence, upon discovering the intricacies of the fishing net, Wang Hai felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Without hesitation, he spent 200 points to redeem the fishing net. Fishing net redemption successful. It has been successfully loaded onto the fishing boat. Please check host. Upon receiving the notification, Wang Hai rose and made his way toward his fishing vessel. Even from a distance, he could see a brand new fishing net piled on the deck. Near the stern of the boat, 2 machines had been installed, one for automatic net deployment and another for automatic fish unloading, strategically spaced to facilitate their operational workflow. As Wang Hai boarded the boat, he noticed an instruction manual beside the machines. After perusing it for a while, he grasped the operational methods of both devices. The automatic net deployment machine was impressively powerful and user-friendly. One simply needed to insert one end of the net into the machine and activate it, allowing the machine to lower the net into the sea while minimizing tangling during the process. The same ease applied to the retrieval of the net. The operation of the automatic fish unloading machine was straightforward as well. During net retrieval, the machine would extract any fish, shrimp, crabs, and even seaweed entangled in the net. These 2 machines would significantly liberate Wang Hai's hands, greatly alleviating his workload in fishing. He could hardly contain his eagerness to give them a try. After examining the fishing net and its accompanying machinery, Wang Hai quickly contemplated another crucial issue, the propulsion of the fishing vessel. To ensure swift deployment and retrieval of the net, the speed of the boat was of paramount importance. The most primitive form of or propulsion is not only exhausting but also sluggish, rendering it unable to keep pace with the speed of the internet. To venture into more distant oceans, one must opt for a mechanized solution. Wang Hai gritted his teeth and resolved to upgrade his fishing vessel by exchanging for a set of powerful drive systems. After redeeming a fishing net, he found himself with 400 points, sufficient to acquire the drive system. With this thought in mind, he contacted the system and reopened the points exchange marketplace. Upon clicking on the drive system to view its details, he was astounded. The drive system, priced at 400 points, boasted a staggering horsepower of 3,000. What an astounding concept! Typical speedboats possess around 100 horsepower, but with 3,000 horsepower, neglecting other factors. This small vessel could reach speeds of up to 80 nautical miles per hour, equivalent to 150 kilometers per hour on land, surpassing that of an ordinary automobile, positioning it among the elite of speedboats. Generally, fishing vessels traverse at a mere 10 nautical miles per hour. It is hard to fathom the spectacle of a fishing boat soaring at 80 nautical miles per hour. Of course, given the current structural integrity of fishing boats, they cannot withstand such high speeds. Otherwise, the immense impact would lead to disintegration. I'll buy it, Wang Hai declared without hesitation. Such a formidable drive system for only 400 points was an incredible bargain. Fishing net redeemed successfully. Loading. Loading successful. Please check. Post. As the notification concluded, Wang Hai observed a brand new machine and a steel propeller affixed to the stern of the fishing boat, exactly the drive system he had just acquired. A user manual lay atop the machinery. Wang Hai opened the manual and swiftly grasped the operational instructions for the drive system. Upon activation, the propeller would whirl vigorously. Submerging the propeller in the water would set the boat in motion. The rudder would dictate the direction, along with the rotational speed of the propeller, thus controlling the vessel's speed. It was not vastly different from an ordinary mechanized fishing boat. After a few simple trials, Wang Hai became adept at maneuvering the system. With the fishing net and drive system now installed on the boat, the fishing vessel exuded a newfound sophistication. It appeared no longer as a rudimentary fishing craft, but had transformed into a fully functional mechanized fishing boat. Wang Hai's satisfaction grew with each glance. Ready to set sail? Come over, he messaged Xiao Di. Chapter 9. Setting sail. Before embarking on his journey, Wang Hai needed to prepare several essentials. Fresh water and provisions were indispensable. In addition, he required diesel for the boat, new life jackets, a compass for navigation, lighting tools for nighttime operations, as well as insulated foam boxes and ice for preserving his catch. Fishing with nets differs significantly from angling. The mortality rate of fish caught in nets is notably high. To ensure a good price upon sale, the deceased fish must be preserved adequately. Fishermen commonly use foam boxes filled with ice to store their catch. Larger vessels often possess specialized ice storage facilities. This time, Wang Hai faced a formidable task. He had to capture 100 pounds of fish. Although there was no time constraint, he aspired to accomplish this within a single day. Consequently, he needed to prepare the insulated foam boxes and ice for the uncertain duration of his outing. The items he required were not expensive, yet they were unavailable in the village. Thus, he borrowed a motorcycle from Li Er's son and rode to the town to procure everything he needed from the market. After gathering his supplies, Wang Hai returned to the village, only to find that Xiao Di's Maserati was parked beside his house. Xiao Di, fully equipped and meticulously covered, sat on a hammock on the beach, seemingly having waited for quite a while. Wang Hai felt a tinge of surprise upon seeing her. He had not expected her to arrive so early. After all, he had messaged her around 6:30 in the morning, a time when most people were still asleep. Moreover, being such a beautiful girl, she would certainly require time to prepare, at least half an hour. Yet, to his astonishment, she had managed to arrive within the time he took to make a round trip to the town. It appeared she was resolute about going out to fish. Upon noticing Wang Hai's return, Xiao Di excitedly approached him. Did you go shopping? Why didn't you call me to help? I would have loved to assist you, she exclaimed, glancing at the items piled on the motorcycle as she began to help unload them. Did you have breakfast yet? Wang Hai inquired, expressing concern. Xiao Di chuckled. I didn't have time for breakfast. To be honest, I couldn't sleep at all last night, eagerly anticipating your invitation to go out to sea. The moment I saw your message, I rushed over. What? You came without eating? Wang Hai responded, somewhat speechless. This girl seemed even more captivated by fishing than seasoned anglers. Losing sleep over the thought of setting sail. Realizing she had skipped breakfast, he shook his head and pointed to a nearby stall. There's a breakfast stand over there that serves excellent seafood squid noodles. You should try it while I handle the gear. I'm not hungry. Let us hurry and get ready to set sail, Xiao Di insisted. Wang Hai explained, eating first will help prevent seasickness, should the need arise to relieve myself. Do not underestimate me. I have brought seasickness medication, hee hee. Xiao Di was entirely focused on setting sail, paying no mind to breakfast, and Wang Hai, unable to dissuade her, ceased his efforts. After all, they had brought provisions, which could be consumed when hunger struck. Before long, through their combined efforts, all the purchased items were aboard the vessel. Everything was prepared for departure when Wang Hai, standing at the bow, suddenly recalled something, turned back to the house, and retrieved the large pot and portable gas stove he had bought the previous night, along with the remaining canister of gas, before returning to the boat. Hi Go, do you intend to catch and cook on the spot? Xiao Di exclaimed upon seeing the portable stove and pot in Wang Hai's hands, immediately grasping his intention. Her eyes sparkling with the delight of a foodie. This suited her perfectly. Bringing these items would render their lunch more sumptuous. The time spent fishing might be tedious, so they must find ways to amuse themselves, and food was certainly something Wang Hai cherished. Did you bring the soul-dipping sauce? Xiao Di suddenly recalled something and inquired. I did. It's right here, he replied. Wonderful. Numerous villagers nearby observed the duo's actions and overheard their conversation, casting puzzled glances. They were utterly bewildered. What were these handsome young men and women up to? Were they serious about fishing? It looked more like they were on a quest for food. The equipment on the boat appeared quite professional, yet the individuals seemed rather amateurish, leaving onlookers perplexed. Wang Hai and Xiao Di boarded the boat. Before setting off, Wang Hai donned a life jacket and insisted that Xiao Di do the same. Safety is paramount, just as one must fasten a seatbelt before driving. One must wear a life jacket before venturing out to sea. After securing the anchor, Wang Hai approached the stern and began tinkering with the newly installed engine. Xiao Di leaned closer to observe his actions. After a moment, her curious eyes blinked, and she asked, "What is this?" Previously, she had noticed the fishing boat equipped with these new devices, leaving her both astonished and perplexed. Last night, there had been none of this. It was astonishing how much Wang Hai had acquired in such a short time. She had longed to inquire about the function of these devices, and now the opportunity had finally arisen. As Wang Hai fiddled with the engine, he patiently explained, "This is the fishing boat's diesel engine. It drives the propeller to generate power, allowing the boat to move, much like an automobile engine." Oh, the fishing boat has been upgraded, transitioning from manual to motorized. Does that mean we can venture farther? Xiao Di's face lit up with a joyful smile at Wang Hai's explanation. Indeed, Wang Hai affirmed, with the engine, we can explore much further. And what about these two? Xiao Di inquired, pointing at the two machines beside the fishing nets. You'll find out shortly, Wang Hai replied, opting not to elaborate, as witnessing their function firsthand would be far more illuminating than mere words. The engine roared to life effortlessly, and the submerged propeller began to spin. Wang Hai adeptly maneuvered the propeller using the ship's helm. The fishing vessel turned around, and, propelled by the rotating propeller, glided smoothly into motion. Initially, his control was somewhat clumsy, causing the boat to veer off course. However, within a few minutes, he grew proficient. Soon, under his command, the fishing boat exited the fishing port of Yuehai village and ventured into the vast ocean. As they sailed away from the harbor, the number of nearby fishing boats dwindled. The sea, unlike the land, sprawled endlessly, devoid of the specific pathways characteristic of highways. Thus, the navigation of the boat was remarkably free. As long as no other vessels obstructed their path, they could sail with abandon, a task far simpler than driving a car. With his growing expertise, an exhilarating thought crossed Wang Hai's mind, to test the limits of the small boat's speed and experience the thrill of racing across the waves. He turned to Xiao Di and cautioned, "Hold on tight." Instinctively, she grasped the edge of the boat, her eyes wide with surprise as she inquired, "What is going on?" She imagined a scenario akin to a movie where their small vessel was under attack by a shark. "Don't fret. I merely wish to let you experience the thrill of speed." Wang Hai chuckled at her reaction. Speeding? A look of confusion crossed Xiao Di's face, which soon transformed into anticipation and excitement. "I've raced cars, but never a boat. Is it fun?" she asked eagerly. Wang Hai nodded. "It should be quite exhilarating." According to the specifications of the drive system, the device installed on the boat could propel it to a remarkable speed of 150 kilometers per hour. To navigate the ocean at such a velocity promised to be even more exhilarating than racing cars. He was eager to test the boat's south speed with the drive system activated to see if the claims were indeed as sensational as advertised. And so it began. Wang Hai pressed the acceleration button on the helm fervently. The boat surged forward, gaining speed, 5 kilometers per hour, 10 kilometers per hour, 20 kilometers per hour, and then 60 kilometers per hour. At this velocity, the small craft seemed to skim the surface of the water, nearly airborne, akin to an airship. In an instant, the boat sliced through the waves, leaving a trail of white froth in its wake. Fishermen aboard nearby vessels stood in stunned silence, dropping their tasks to gaze at Wang Hai's boat, murmuring in disbelief. What is that? As the boat accelerated further, the ocean winds grew increasingly fierce. The vessel, hurtling across the surface at such speed, faced formidable waves. The hull trembled violently, jostling unsteadily. Yet, 60 kilometers per hour was not the limit. It could be pushed even further. However, Wang Hai hesitated to increase the speed any further, fearing that the vessel would tear apart. Instead, he resolved to gradually ease off the throttle, wary of the strain that prolonged high-speed navigation would impose on the fishing boat. At this moment, seated upon the deck, the young Di found her long hair tousled by the wind. She reveled in the exhilarating gusts brought forth by the vessel's speed, watching in awe as the white frothy waves receded rapidly behind her, a blend of excitement and astonishment coursing through her. The thrill, of course, stemmed from the adrenaline of the high-speed boat ride, while her surprise emanated from the sheer velocity of this small craft. After all, the yacht she had procured for over 30 million lacked such swiftness. Unable to contain herself, she let out a jubilant scream, calling out to Wang Hai, "Brother Hai, how is it possible for this little boat to be so fast?" Wang Hai chuckled. "This is merely the beginning. In truth, its speed surpasses this. Were it not for the fragility of the hull, it could reach up to 150 kilometers per hour. Pardon? This is not just incredible." Di was utterly astounded. She understood the implications of 150 kilometers per hour. Most ordinary vehicles on land struggle to achieve such speeds, let alone a vessel navigating the seas. It seemed utterly implausible. "Brother Hai, you must be exaggerating," she questioned, unable to suppress her skepticism. To be frank, Wang Hai himself harbored doubts. The notion that a device redeemable for 400 points could propel a small boat to 150 kilometers per hour felt absurd. Yet, the description of the device claimed as much, leaving little room for error. Without delving further into explanations, Wang Hai replied, "Perhaps I shall take you for a test ride someday." He recalled the existence of a specific hull set available for exchange in the points redemption store. Should the fishing boat be fitted with that hull, it might indeed support even greater speeds. He too was eager to discover the true limits of the small craft. Chapter 10. Little Treasure. The fishing boat gradually slowed its pace as Wang Hai resumed his focus, meticulously surveying the waters in search of optimal netting spots. Unlike fishing with a rod, netting requires an astute awareness of the seabed's topography, as well as considerations of water depth, tide, and current. Occasionally, red buoys bobbed on the surface, official markers indicating the depth of the water. Not far from the vessel, one such buoy bore a scale reading 30 meters, signifying that the water here was 30 meters deep. Given that it was measured by authorities, its reliability was commendable, with minimal margin for error, rendering it almost a standard reference. During breakfast, Wang Hai engaged in conversation with two seasoned fishermen from the village, discussing the distribution of fish in nearby waters. He gleaned insights about which locations were likely to yield certain fish species, the depths at which they could be found, and the most suitable areas for netting. While such fishermen's wisdom may not always be precise, it served as a valuable point of reference. Wang Hai's mission for this outing was to catch 100 pounds of fish, irrespective of the species. Therefore, his netting strategy prioritized quantity over quality, with price being of little concern. The emphasis lay on amassing a substantial haul. The waters surrounding Yuehai village were abundant with bullhead fish and small golden pomfret, both of which were relatively inexpensive, averaging around 10 yuan per pound, yet they were plentiful. These fish thrived in waters approximately 5 meters deep. During high tide, they tended to migrate towards shallower areas, presenting an opportunity to encounter large schools if fortune favored him. Thus, Wang Hai set his sights on bullhead and small golden pomfret for his catch. He sought waters around 5 meters in depth, and as high tide was approaching, he knew he needed to cast his nets in even shallower regions. Standing at the bow of the boat, he surveyed the surroundings for a moment before determining a direction. He then moved to the stern, starting the engine and steering towards that destination. In the distance, a small island emerged, known to the fishermen of Yuehai village as Baisha Island, aptly named for its striking white sands. This island was not always visible, only revealing itself during low tide, only to be submerged once more as waters rose. The tide had receded significantly the previous night, and now, in the morning, as the tide began to rise again, Baisha Island was still partially exposed. The waters surrounding Baisha Island perfectly aligned with Wang Hai's requirements, and he remembered fondly fishing there with his father during his middle school years, returning with bountiful catches. Thus, upon sighting the emerging island, he solidified his target. The small boat navigated towards Baisha Island, drawing ever closer as the waters shallowed. The depth transitioned from 30 meters to 20 meters, and finally to 5 meters. The color of the water shifted from deep blue to a pristine light green, crystal clear, allowing glimpses of the seabed. Like Baisha Island, the nearby ocean floor was blanketed in fine white sand, interspersed with patches of vibrant green coral reefs. As anticipated, once the tide began to rise, a multitude of catfish, mingled with other fish, darted chaotically towards White Sand Island. "Are there fish down there?" Little D, peering over the edge of the boat, exclaimed excitedly upon spotting the fish. "Yes, let us set the net right here," Wang Hai replied, nodding in agreement. With that, he halted the boat, allowing it to drift upon the sea without anchoring it, for the boat would need to move when the net was cast, making anchoring unnecessary. "Brother Hai, may I film a short video? The water here is stunning, and I wish to share it with my followers on Douyin." Little D scooped up some crystal-clear seawater with her hand and inquired of Wang Hai. An emerging actress with a considerable following on short video platforms, she had a habit of documenting her life through video. Captivated by the beauty of the sea and the underwater scenery, she couldn't resist the urge to capture the moment. However, she understood the necessity of consulting the captain first. Wang Hai, contemplating for a moment, readily replied, "Of course you can film, but please don't capture my face. And refrain from filming anything I ask you not to." "All right, I'll heed your advice," Little D responded, seizing her phone to commence filming her surroundings. Wang Hai, no longer attending to her, moved to the center of the deck and began to prepare the fishing net. The net was quite manageable, requiring little effort to untangle. He swiftly inserted one end into the net casting machine, ready to deploy the net. Wang Hai efficiently set up the net, and the machine activated smoothly. He returned to the stern of the boat and gradually powered it up. As the fishing vessel stirred to life, the net was continuously lowered into the sea. "Brother Hai, may I film you casting the net?" Little D inquired, holding her phone aloft. "Certainly," Wang Hai responded as he steered the boat. Little D captured the process on video. After filming, she composed a caption and uploaded it to Douyin. "The sea here is breathtaking. It's my first time casting a net for fish, and I'm exhilarated. I wonder what our catch will be. Are you looking forward to it?" Due to her substantial following, the video garnered a flurry of views almost immediately, surpassing 10,000 within minutes. Comments began to flood in. "Where is this? So beautiful. Fat D, why are you fishing instead of acting? I want to fish with the adorable Little D. The net is going down so smoothly." Seated on the boat, Little D scrolled through the comments, sharing them with Wang Hai. "Brother Hai, may I tell them where this is?" she asked. Wang Hai pondered briefly before replying. "It's best not to. We must protect our privacy. If a large number of people come here, it could lead to pollution." "Understood." Little D continued. "Brother Hai, someone complimented your net casting skills." Wang Hai smiled shyly. "Oh, really?" Suddenly, a thought struck him. His heart raced as he promptly contacted the system to check his personal points. Upon reviewing his point status, a joyful smile spread across his face. The points had indeed increased, due to Xiaoti's video capturing the net fishing experience, which garnered praise for her skillful casting. She found herself in the fortunate position of accumulating points. The act of casting the net is intrinsically linked to the fishing endeavor, and thus, the commendations received directly translated into points. Wang Hai, intrigued by the situation, inquired further of Xiaoti. She glanced at her notifications and replied, "Just received another one." Wang Hai observed the points on the screen, which had increased by 1. This new increment solidified his realization as long as his fishing endeavors received accolades. Whether in the physical or digital realm, his points would continue to rise. Those 2 comments had indeed granted him 2 additional points. What a delightful revelation. "Xiaoti, how many followers do you have on Douyin?" Wang Hai inquired with a smile. Xiaoti, somewhat perplexed, wondered why he suddenly referred to her so affectionately as Didi. Although she couldn't quite grasp the reasoning, she answered truthfully, "Over 16 million. I also have over 10 million fans on Bilibili." "Such a vast number," Wang Hai exclaimed, astonished. He had initially assumed Xiaoti was merely an obscure actress, but he was clearly mistaken. Her unexpected fame and substantial following were impressive. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. After regaining his composure, he encouraged her, "You should also upload the video to Bilibili, post it widely." Xiaoti, though confused, complied and shared the video on Bilibili as well. Moments later, the views across both platforms skyrocketed into the hundreds of thousands, and the praises for her net casting continued to swell. Wang Hai, delighted by the rising points, couldn't contain his joy. "Xiaodi, you truly are my little treasure." His words were meant in the literal sense, reflecting her value as a person with such an impressive following, which would surely yield countless points for him. However, Xiaodi misinterpreted his words as somewhat flirtatious, yet she found herself not averse to it. After a brief moment of surprise, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Once she regained her focus, she felt a hint of confusion. Was it truly that remarkable to receive compliments about her netcasting? Nevertheless, as long as he was happy, that was what truly mattered. Chapter 11. The little sea snails. Before long, the fishing nets were all set, encircling the shores of White Sand Island with a length of 1,000 meters, effectively surrounding most of the island. "Brother Hai, can we retrieve the nets now?" Little D eagerly inquired as soon as the nets were cast. Wang Hai explained, "Not yet. We must allow the nets to remain submerged for a while, waiting for the fish to collide with them." After glancing at the tide to calculate the completion time of the rising waters, he added, "We should wait for about 3 hours." Little D nodded, albeit somewhat perplexed. She had often seen videos on Douyin of fishermen casting nets in rivers or lakes, where they would retrieve them almost immediately. However, she was unaware that fishing in the ocean differed greatly. The vastness of the sea required patience. With Wang Hai's explanation, she gradually began to comprehend. Wang Hai switched off the net-laying machine and stood on the boat, gazing around. He finally suggested, "Let us rest on White Sand Island for a while and return to collect the nets when the time is right." During the waiting period, there was little to occupy their time, and being tossed about on the sea was less appealing than docking the small boat and enjoying the island's offerings. White Sand Island was known for its delectable shellfish, and with a bit of luck, they might find a sumptuous lunch there. While on the boat, Little D had already spotted the pristine white sands of the island and had long wished to explore, so she readily agreed to Wang Hai's proposal. After making the decision, Wang Hai navigated the small boat towards White Sand Island, ultimately docking at its shore. As soon as the boat stopped, Little D eagerly leaped off, barefoot, to frolic on the beach. She dug into crab holes and collected shells scattered along the shore, unbothered by the sea water splashing on her pants as she playfully danced at the water's edge, thoroughly enjoying herself. In contrast, Wang Hai remained composed. He glanced up at the increasingly scorching sun and proceeded to carry the large umbrella, drinks, portable chairs, and other essentials for relaxation from the boat to the island. He swiftly set up a comfortable resting area on the beach. Assuming all went as planned, they would stay on the island for 2 to 3 hours. And as the sun's intensity increased, especially on the unprotected island, it was prudent to take precautions against sunburn. Once the resting area was established, Wang Hai settled into a chair beneath the umbrella, sipping on a still-cold drink, with music playing from his phone, the sea breeze caressing him, and waves crashing nearby, creating a delightful ambience. For a moment, he felt as if he were on vacation in the Maldives. He glanced at Little D, still absorbed in her play, and mused that if she were wearing a bikini, the resemblance would be even more striking. Suddenly, Little D looked towards Wang Hai and shouted, "Brother Hai, come over here. I found so many little sea snails." Little sea snails? Wang Hai took a sip of his drink, stood up, and walked over to her. Little D was digging in the sand, revealing an abundance of small sea snails. Beneath her feet, they were densely scattered, as if she had stumbled upon a nest of them. These tiny sea snails were no larger than a thumb. Wang Hai recognized them at a glance. They were a type of local sea snail, known as dingluo by the fishermen in the region. This name derived from their appearance, resembling a nail with a large head and a long, slender body. They were small yet delectable, boasting not only a fresh flavor, but also a hint of sweetness. The only drawback was their diminutive size, yielding scant meat. However, if one was willing to endure the inconvenience, they could indeed savor a delightful treat. With little to occupy his time on the island, Wang Hai joined Xiao Di in digging for the dingluo. In just over 10 minutes, they had filled a net to the brim and only ceased when it became too heavy to carry. Upon discovering the snails, Xiao Di's appetite surged, exacerbated by her empty stomach from skipping breakfast. It was time to prepare the little sea snails. Wang Hai did not hinder her. As long as it did not interfere with his fishing, she was free to pursue her whims. The two began by cleaning the snails in seawater before retrieving a large pot and a gas stove from their fishing boat. Finally, with pot and snails in tow, they settled under an umbrella to commence cooking. While fetching the pot, Wang Hai also grabbed some food, considering Xiao Di's empty stomach. He thought it wise for her to have something to eat before indulging in the snails. Xiao Di understood Wang Hai's intention and willingly cooperated, consuming some other food first. Thus, they found themselves under the umbrella, cooking snails, eating, and engaging in conversation. Through their dialogue, Wang Hai gained deeper insight into Xiao Di. gradually comprehending the reasons behind her playful nature. She hailed from a well-to-do family with strict parents who imposed high expectations upon her. Since childhood, her time had been consumed with piano lessons, dance classes, or art, leaving little room for her own pursuits and robbing her of childhood joys. Consequently, as she grew older, she became quite playful and developed an insatiable curiosity for anything entertaining. Given a beach like this, she could easily amuse herself for a week without tiring. In addition to her playful disposition, she also had a voracious appetite and a low resistance to delicacies. Fortunately, her natural constitution prevented her from gaining weight, allowing her to maintain an admirable figure. Although she was not overweight, her insatiable love for food earned her the nickname Pang Di among her fans. As Wang Hai learned more about her, he found himself indulging her whims even further. Since she enjoyed playing, he decided to let her have her fun. After all, there was no detriment to himself, and it might even earn him some points. Why not embrace it? Is it done yet? I see the water starting to bubble. Xiao Di exclaimed eagerly, her gaze fixed on the pot as it began to froth. Sister, that's just bubbling. It hasn't boiled yet. Wang Hai replied, exasperated. Xiao Di gazed longingly at the pot. All right. I suppose we shall wait a bit longer. Let's give them a reprieve. Before long, the water finally reached a rolling boil. Xiao Di, unable to contain herself, looked anxiously at Wang Hai with her sparkling eyes. Wang Hai shook his head, finding himself at a loss with her impatience. With a spoon in hand, he stirred the contents of the pot and, upon noticing the flesh of the conch emerging from its shell, exclaimed, Ah, it is indeed cooked. How splendid. Be cautious, it's hot. Just as Wang Hai turned off the flame and poured out the water from the pot, before his words had fully dissipated, Xiao Di eagerly reached out her hand to grasp a conch. Little did she anticipate that the freshly cooked shellfish would be scalding hot. And as her fingers brushed against it, she yelped in pain. Quickly retracting her hand, she pinched her earlobe, her face adorned with a look of innocent grievance, which evoked a sympathetic response from Wang Hai. Do not laugh at me, she protested. All right, I shall not laugh. Wang Hai replied, though a smile still escaped him. Once his laughter subsided, he extended his hand towards her, asking, Let me see, is it burned? After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Di finally offered her hand, placing it within Wang Hai's palm for inspection. Her fingers were delicate, slender, and exquisite. Such beauty in hands is a rarity in this world. Yet, at that moment, they bore the marks of her misfortune, slightly reddened, and even forming a small blister. Wang Hai observed her hand for a moment before reassuring her, It will be fine. Just wait a moment. With that, he ventured onto the beach in search of something. After a thorough search lasting several minutes, he returned, holding a shell in his hand. It was palm-sized, a type of pearl oyster capable of producing pearls. The exterior of the shell was rough, while the interior gleamed with a pristine, pearly white. Upon his return, Wang Hai utilized a knife to scrape the inner layer of the shell, collecting a generous amount of pearl powder. As he worked, he spoke to Xiao Di. The elders of the village say that the powder from pearl oysters can treat burns. Were you specifically searching for the pearl oyster for my sake? Xiao Di inquired, observing Wang Hai's earnest endeavor. He offered no reply. She continued, Truly, it was unnecessary. I am not as fragile as you might think. My finger will heal in no time. Wang Hai scraped together a small spoonful of pearl powder, mixed it with a drop of water to create a paste, and then gently grasped Xiao Di's hand. He carefully punctured the blister and applied the pearl powder onto it. It would be a pity for such beautiful fingers to suffer a blister, he remarked with a smile after finishing. Is that so? Xiao Di turned her head away, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she dared not meet Wang Hai's gaze. Moments later, she remembered that she had yet to taste the conch, and her appetite triumphed over her shyness. Could we wash off the medicine for now? I wish to eat the conch. And it's difficult to manage with just one hand, she asked timidly. Eating conch can indeed be quite a hassle, especially the smaller ones, as it requires a toothpick to extract the flesh from the shell. It was true that one hand would struggle with the task. However, since your blister has already been punctured, washing off the medicine might expose it to water, which would be quite painful. Perhaps it is best not to, Wang Hai explained. Yet she persisted, It's all right. The pain will fade when eating. I must avenge my finger by devouring them, right? Her reasoning was sound, leaving Wang Hai momentarily speechless. After a moment of contemplation, he said, How about this? Allow me to extract the conch meat for you. Oh, I feel a bit embarrassed. Xiao Di felt a warm sensation in her heart, yet she still declined. It's fine. I have nothing but time on my hands. Besides, I am more adept at extracting conch meat and can do it more swiftly, Wang Hai replied with a smile. With that, he began to delicately pick the conch meat using a toothpick. In mere seconds, he had extracted a piece and handed it to Xiaodi, saying, "Here, try it, and let me know how it tastes." "You go first," Xiaodi said shyly. "This one is the one that burnt you. Consider it your chance for revenge." Wang Hai explained. "Thank you. It's truly delightful, very sweet, far better than the conch meat I've had at restaurants." After tasting the conch, Xiaodi's face lit up with a radiant foodie smile, unable to contain her praise. "Is that so? Then you should eat more," he encouraged. Beneath the large umbrella on the beach, the two sat on chairs, joyfully conversing while relishing the conch. Chapter 12. The internet buzz. Joyful moments are always fleeting, especially when it comes to moments shared between a man and a woman. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had slipped away. The tide had risen, submerging most of the previously exposed beach. It was nearly time to retrieve the fishing net submerged in the sea. Wang Hai and Xiaodi packed their belongings and returned to the boat. Once aboard, Wang Hai took the helm, steering the fishing vessel directly towards the location where they had cast their nets. At both the beginning and the end of the fishing nets, he had tied markers that floated on the surface of the water, ensuring they could easily locate the nets amidst the vast ocean during retrieval. After a brief search in the general area, they soon spotted the fishing nets. Wang Hai pulled the markers onto the boat, along with the nets attached to them. He stuffed the nets into the fish processing machine, which was then connected to the net retrieval machine. Thus, once both machines were activated, the net would be drawn from the depths of the sea, while the fish caught in the net would be released into the box beneath the processing machine. This arrangement allowed for a nearly fully automated process, making Wang Hai's task remarkably effortless. Before he could even prompt her, Xiaodi had already raised her phone, poised to capture the net retrieval process. Although she had never personally cast nets, she understood that this moment was the most exhilarating part of the fishing expedition. Throughout their time at sea, this was the pinnacle moment worth recording. Wang Hai noticed her readiness and an idea struck him. Why not go live? While there were many viewers for short videos, the comments they generated paled in comparison to those from a live stream. Live streaming offered real-time feedback and interaction, which could significantly amplify viewer engagement. Wang Hai speculated that the rewards from a live broadcast could surpass those from a short video. Xiaodi was no stranger to live streaming. She occasionally engaged in it alongside her short video endeavors. Without hesitation, she agreed to Wang Hai's suggestion and opened her Douyin live stream, commencing the broadcast. With a substantial number of followers, her live stream quickly filled with viewers within minutes, reaching over 5,000 and continuing to grow. The barrage of comments began to flood in. "I'm here as soon as I saw Fat D go live. Fat D, it's been too long since your last stream. I've missed you. Please show your face just once. I'll send 1,000,000 gifts." Fishing nets? Fat D is out fishing? Where? I want to join. Let us see the catch. This boat may be small, but the equipment is quite advanced. I didn't expect such a good retrieval machine. As a 30-year veteran fisherman, I can tell you that the nets are new. I wager the crew on board are novices, so their Hull 1TB substantial. Xiaodi read the comments streaming in and addressed her audience. "Hello, Douyin fans. Yes, as you can see, Xiaodi is out fishing. From now on, please don't call me Fat D, just call me Fisherwoman D. Please wait to observe the catch. This is the first net, and our captain has yet to commence the haul." "Captain," the fans can hardly contain their excitement. "Let us begin." In the end, she called out to Wang Hai. Aware that her live broadcast was ready, Wang Hai nodded, promptly activating the net retrieval and fish sorting machines. Then positioned himself at the stern to steer the small vessel, allowing it to move slowly in conjunction with the net retrieval apparatus. The various machines began to operate smoothly. Gradually, the fishing net was drawn out of the water. The moment the net breached the surface, it became evident whether it contained fish and the nature of the catch. Xiaodi directed her phone's camera towards the freshly emerged net, freezing the live stream on the image of the net as it surfaced. As the net was hoisted, the audience in the live stream gradually erupted in excitement. Initially, the catch was modest, with only a few fish. However, after approximately 50 meters of retrieval, astonishment swept over the viewers. Numerous dark and speckled fish densely populated the net, far too many to count. There were pollock, mudskippers, and small golden pomfret, alongside an assortment of small crayfish, crabs, and other miscellaneous creatures at the bottom of the net. Observing the ever-increasing haul, the barrage of comments in the live stream intensified. "Wow, it must be a school of fish. It's a net full of bounty. Incredible. This haul must easily exceed 100 pounds. I can confidently guess that it wasn't Fat D who cast this net. I must say, the captain, hidden behind the camera, possesses remarkable skills in netting. I absolutely relish witnessing such a bountiful harvest. It is exhilarating. Xiao Di, while gazing at the throng of fish in the net and reading the enthusiastic comments, beamed with joy. Like the audience, she too cherished the thrill of a bountiful catch. Moreover, upon noticing the compliments directed at Wang Hai in the comments, she felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure, as if the praise were meant for her. Captain, many are lauding your exceptional netting skills. Others are praising the prowess of the fishing vessel's machinery. Some even inquire about where the machines and net were purchased. Knowing that Wang Hai relished being praised, she conveyed the comments to him. As he steered the boat while observing the fish being brought aboard, a smile adorned his face. He had not anticipated such a bountiful catch. Perhaps fortune was on their side. This haul not only captured pollock, but also a multitude of palm-sized mudskippers, which often appear in large groups. Catching so many was quite normal. Upon hearing Xiao Di mention that many viewers were discussing the impressive haul, he accessed the system to check his personal information and points. Indeed, as he suspected, his points were steadily rising. With each viewer expressing amazement at the bounty and showering him with praise, his points increased by 1. Xiao Di's live stream had attracted a substantial audience, nearing 20,000 viewers. In the fleeting moments of reeling in the net, Wang Hai's points surged by over 100. A figure exceeding even the rewards earned from task completion, and it continued to ascend. As the audience grew in numbers, the increase became ever more rapid. Observing the incessantly rising points, Wang Hai felt an indescribable joy swell within him. Suddenly, a jarring sound of grinding gears pierced the air. The fishing net submerged beneath the water tightened abruptly, the speed of its retrieval significantly diminished. It appeared that the net had snagged something exceedingly heavy, most likely a colossal underwater rock. Xiao Di furrowed her brow upon witnessing this scene, and the viewers in the live stream grew increasingly anxious. With my 2 decades of fishing experience, I could confidently assert that the net had caught on a stone. The remaining net was likely ruined. Those upstairs must be amateur fishermen, if they've snagged a rock. They should simply switch to the other side and abandon that portion of the net. They claim to have 20 years of experience. Yet they display a complete lack of professionalism. Perhaps it is a substantial catch. Look, the net is moving again. After a brief pause, the net began to shift once more under the intensified pull of the retrieval machine. However, it remained taut, suggesting it had ensnared something exceedingly heavy lurking beneath the surface. Witnessing this, the live stream audience collectively gasped in anticipation. The barrage of comments exploded with fervor. It seemed they had indeed hooked something significant. Goodness, how thrilling. But let us not get ahead of ourselves. It could very well be a stone. Xiao Di, swept up in the excitement from the comments, called out to Wang Hai, urging him to come and see, as it appeared they had caught something substantial. Let us wait until we pull it up before we celebrate. Wang Hai maintained a calm exterior, yet inwardly, he harbored considerable expectations for whatever the net had ensnared. As the retrieval machine continued its relentless tugging, the fishing net was gradually brought to the surface. Was it truly a stone? A coral reef? No. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a large sea turtle, its shell adorned with barnacles. The viewers in the live stream, upon recognizing the creature, erupted in astonished chatter. Incredible. It's a sea turtle weighing over 100 pounds. I have never seen such a massive turtle. This is amazing. Come on, everyone, let us show our appreciation with gifts. The appearance of the sea turtle prompted a flurry of gifts in the live stream, flooding the screen. As the turtle was hoisted aboard the vessel, its true form was fully revealed under Xiao Di's camera, and the audience quickly identified it. Such a grand creature cannot be cooked in a single pot. It seemed that this time, Xiao Di would be in for a treat. Those upstairs are truly misguided, their thoughts utterly absurd. This is a rare and protected species. The hawksbill turtle, colloquially known as the prisoner of the sea. Xiao Di, daring to catch a hawksbill, you might be in serious trouble. My heart aches for the chubby D for 3 seconds. Though the little D is an unabashed foodie, she is not foolish and possesses her own principles. Aware that protecting animals includes safeguarding endangered species, she understands that, regardless of legal protection, consumption is out of the question. Upon noticing the barrage of comments in the live stream, she turned to Captain Wang Hai and inquired, Captain, what are we to do? Have we landed ourselves in trouble? Wang Hai chuckled and reassured her, silly girl. The audience is merely teasing you. Worry not. As long as we did not intentionally capture it, all will be well. Just let it go. Having said this, he halted the vessel, seized the netting apparatus, and approached the hawksbill turtle. Evaluating the creature, he noted its impressive size, approximately 1.5 meters in length and weighing at least 150 pounds. No wonder it was so heavy. It was a pity that they could not take it with them. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Hai laboriously lifted the hawksbill turtle and tossed it back into the sea. "Return to nature," he declared as he released the turtle. Wang Hai clapped his hands and prepared to restart the machinery to continue fishing. Just then, Little D pointed towards the ocean and exclaimed, "It has returned," blocking the bow of the boat and refusing to leave. "What should we do?" Wang Hai followed her gaze and indeed spotted the hawksbill turtle, seemingly intent on causing a scene, obstructing the front of the vessel. "How peculiar," Wang Hai murmured to himself. The audience in the live stream relished the spectacle, particularly when it bore no consequence to them, commonly referred to as melon-eating. They doubted the trouble they were in, yet it appeared that the turtle had taken a liking to them. Having incurred the displeasure of the turtle elder, no less than 10 pounds of fish would suffice to appease it. My heart aches for the chubby D for 3 seconds. Not only for the empty joy, but also for being taken advantage of. Chapter 13. A surge in points. Xiao Di was nearly in tears. Following the audience's suggestions, she tossed 2 small fish into the sea, hoping to entice the sea turtle to leave. Strangely, the turtle paid no heed to the fish that were so close, instead clinging tenaciously to the fishing vessel with its flippers. "What should we do, Captain?" Xiao Di inquired of Wang Hai. Wang Hai did not respond immediately. Instead, he scrutinized the turtle in the water with a serious expression. He felt no concern about the turtle potentially causing trouble, as the speed of the fishing boat would easily allow it to shake off the turtle with a mere turn. However, he found it peculiar that this particular turtle was behaving so unusually, defying reason. Something unusual must be afoot. Observing the turtle's size, it was evident that this was a creature that had lived for many years, likely over 70 or 80, hearkening back to the days of his grandfather. Sea turtles are known to possess a remarkable intelligence, with those living longer exhibiting even greater wisdom. When Wang Hai was a child, he had heard a tale from Yuehai village. A fisherman had encountered a rare storm at sea, capsizing his boat and leaving him adrift in the vast ocean. Just as he was on the verge of succumbing, a gigantic sea turtle appeared and rescued him, bringing him back to the village. At that time, the villagers were unaware of the turtle's scientific name and referred to it simply as the Great Sea Turtle. In retrospect, it was likely a hawksbill turtle. Therefore, the current turtle's refusal to let go of the fishing boat must have a deeper reason. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Hai resolved to bring it aboard for a closer examination. Without hesitation, he used a fishing net to ensnare the turtle and exerted considerable effort to haul it onto the boat, weighing in at over 150 pounds. The turtle was heavier than a pig, but thanks to Wang Hai's regular exercise and Xiao Di's assistance, they managed to bring it aboard after some struggle. Once on the boat, Wang Hai crouched down to inspect the turtle closely, searching for any signs of distress. Its shell was robust and intact, showing no signs of fractures, and its limbs were strong and healthy, with no visible wounds. What could be the matter? After a thorough examination, Wang Hai was left puzzled. Throughout his inspection, Xiao Di continued to pat the turtle gently. The viewers in the live stream expressed their opinions through comments. It might want you to take it home, or perhaps there's something amiss ahead that it is trying to warn you about. It must be hungry and looking for food, if it won't eat fish. Try offering shrimp or crab. Amidst the fervent discussion, Wang Hai finally discerned the anomaly. Upon prying open the turtle's mouth, he was shocked to discover a mass of dark, indistinguishable objects within. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were black plastic bags. In that instant, understanding dawned upon him. This turtle had undoubtedly ingested the plastic bags, unable to swallow or regurgitate them, causing it considerable distress, hence its desperate plea for help. With the source of the issue identified, Wang Hai let out a sigh of relief. He procured the necessary clamps and subsequently encouraged the turtle to open its mouth wide. The turtle, displaying remarkable intelligence, seemed to comprehend that Wang Hai was assisting it and thus cooperatively opened its large mouth. Wang Hai carefully inserted the clamp into the turtle's mouth, grasping the black plastic bag lodged in its throat. With a firm grip, he began to extract it. To his astonishment, the bag extended over a meter before showing any signs of yielding. Wang Hai adjusted the clamp to seize another section of the plastic and continued to pull, ultimately retrieving over 3 meters of it. Once the plastic bag was freed, the turtle coughed a few times and exhibited a look of relief, then turned its gaze towards the small fish on the deck and began to feast. Wang Hai recognized its hunger, knowing that the lengthy plastic bag had obstructed its throat for quite some time, preventing it from eating. He allowed the turtle to indulge in the fish on deck while redirecting his attention to the extraordinarily long plastic bag. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was composed of several trash bags connected together, a clear indication of human waste polluting the ocean. Having grown up by the sea and harboring a deep affection for it, Wang Hai cherished the ocean's crystalline waters and pristine sandy shores. Thus, he was disheartened by the thought of the ocean being tainted by refuse. He instructed Xiao Di to direct the live stream camera towards the plastic bag and address the audience. The ocean is a beautiful place, and I urge everyone to protect our marine environment. Please refrain from littering, especially with non-biodegradable plastic bags. Thank you. Most of the viewers in the live stream were ocean enthusiasts, and the comments flooded in with remarkable unanimity. Protect the marine environment, starting with ourselves. Following this wave of comments, new messages emerged, praising the captain. We love this captain. Thumbs up for his actions. Xiao Di, capture the captain's face. Let's see how handsome he is. A fresh wave of comments predominantly applauded Wang Hai's efforts in rescuing the turtle and advocating for ocean conservation. Unexpectedly, with the surge of supportive comments, Wang Hai's system points began to accumulate rapidly, yielding a substantial reward. Shortly thereafter, the turtle on board consumed 10 small fish in one go, finally satiated, and paused. It gently brushed its mouth with its flat flippers, displaying a contented demeanor. While the turtle dined, Wang Hai took the opportunity to remove most of the barnacles from its shell. Once it had finished eating, he returned it to the sea. This time, the turtle did not impede the fishing vessel's progress. Instead, it waved a flipper before swimming into the depths, disappearing from sight. After releasing the turtle, Wang Hai resumed operating the fishing boat and the net retrieval system, continuing to gather the nets. Due to the abundance of fish, the process was significantly slower than usual. It took him nearly half an hour to retrieve the entire 1,000-meter-long fishing net. The foam boxes beneath the netting machine brimmed with various fish, overflowing and scurrying across the deck of the fishing vessel. After finishing the net haul, Xiao Di continued to guide the audience through the bountiful catch. The camera captured fish darting wildly across the deck of the fishing vessel, a segment that the viewers cherished most. Upon witnessing the haul, an outpouring of astonished comments flooded the screen. Incredible! I can't believe such a massive catch can come from a single net. Having watched numerous beachcombing broadcasts, this is the most remarkable yield I've ever seen. The captain possesses extraordinary luck. While luck plays a part, skill is equally vital. Where is the captain from? Are the fish for sale? The barrage of comments brought Wang Hai a substantial surge in points. Once the net was pulled in, Wang Hai secured the boat and stepped onto the deck to begin sorting the catch. The live fish were tossed into the fish hold for care, while the deceased ones were placed in a foam box to preserve their freshness. However, due to the overwhelming quantity of fish, not all could fit in the box, leading to some being left on the deck. After organizing the catch, Wang Hai estimated that this haul exceeded 300 pounds. Among them, the mudskipper was the most abundant, with several hundred specimens. The toadfish followed as a close second, with around 100. The small golden croaker was fewer, with only 30 to 40. In addition to these primary fish, there were also local lobsters, 2 small blue lobsters weighing a pound each, over 20 crabs, and a 2-pound red fish. The system's task was thus exceeded. During the sorting process, Wang Hai shared insights about each type of fish caught, a gesture that prompted the audience to commend his professionalism, resulting in yet another wave of points. Eventually, having covered all that needed to be seen, and with the increase in points slowing, he instructed Xiao Di to end the live stream. Chapter 14. A bountiful harvest. After completing a successful haul, Wang Hai meticulously organized his catch and marked the system task as complete. However, he was not yet ready to return to shore. He yearned to cast his net once more, intending to return in the afternoon to collect it. In the nascent stages of his fishing venture, every additional gain was precious. Standing atop the hatch of the fish hold, he gazed out at the vast expanse of the ocean, searching for the next ideal fishing spot. After a brief contemplation, he deemed the locations to be rather similar. Consequently, he resolved to employ a random netting strategy, casting the net in a seemingly arbitrary location. After all, the primary task for the day had already been fulfilled, and this second haul could be regarded as a supplementary bonus, with lenient expectations for its yield. In a moment of inspiration, he turned to Xiao Di. Shall I teach you how to operate the boat? You can take the helm shortly. Me? Steer the boat. Xiao Di replied in astonishment, her voice barely rising above the gusty sea breeze. She could hardly believe that Wang Hai would entrust such a significant responsibility to her. especially considering her clumsy demeanor, which hardly suggested she was suited for such a task. Indeed. Are you interested in learning? He affirmed with confidence. Absolutely. I would never refuse, she exclaimed, emboldened by his encouragement. As for the possibility of running aground or colliding with another vessel, she would leave that to fate. Wang Hai guided Xiao Di through the process of starting the engine, lowering the propeller, steering with the helm, and managing acceleration and deceleration. Operating the small boat proved to be straightforward, and after a few attempts, she quickly mastered the maneuvers. Once she grasped the art of navigation, Xiao Di found immense joy in the experience, akin to driving a tractor. The boat chugged along merrily, cutting through the waves with exhilarating ease. This sensation, thrilling for any novice, was particularly delightful for someone as playful as Xiao Di. She became utterly captivated by the experience, darting around the sea in her little vessel, reveling in unrestrained joy. Wang Hai cautioned her to remain vigilant and to avoid exceeding 30 kilometers per hour, then allowed her to enjoy her newfound freedom. I'll prepare lunch while you play. When you're ready, find a spot to anchor, preferably in about 10 meters of water, he instructed before heading to the deck to prepare their meal. After a moment, Xiao Di inquired, Can I have lobster sashimi? Of course. You are my esteemed guest. Choose whatever delights your palate. Wang Hai replied, reaching for the lively lobsters that danced in the fish hold. The income from Xiao Di's live stream had been substantial, and it was only fitting to treat her. The two unfortunate lobsters soon met their fate under Wang Hai's deft knife. Sliced into delicate pieces and artfully arranged on a white ceramic plate, nestled atop a bed of ice. The chilled lobster sashimi was ready, accompanied by soy sauce and wasabi. In addition to the lobsters, Wang Hai also prepared a 2-kilogram red snapper, expertly filleted for a delightful fish slice hot pot. Upon witnessing Wang Hai's preparation of lobster sashimi and hot pot, Xiao Di's eyes sparkled with the light of a true gourmand. Suddenly, the helm in her hands lost its allure, and she promptly anchored the small vessel, hastening to the deck to indulge in the delectable lobster sashimi. Demonstrating her thoughtfulness, she deftly picked up a piece with her chopsticks, dipped it in soy sauce, and placed it into Wang Hai's bowl, exclaiming, Here, Captain, you've worked hard. Please, you eat first. Then I shall not be polite. Wang Hai replied with a smile, not hesitating to partake in the treat. Compared to the lobster sashimi served in restaurants, the morsel he savored was crafted from freshly caught small lobsters, making it all the more exquisite. The flavor was exceptionally sweet and refreshing, with the meat tender and fluffy. The fishy taste was faint, easily overshadowed by the delightful sweetness. Not bad. Wang Hai nodded in approval. Eagerly watching him finish, Xiao Di soon followed suit. And after a few chews, a contented smile of satisfaction spread across her face, typical of a true foodie. This is truly delicious, far superior to that of any restaurant. It might just be the best lobster I've ever tasted. Wang Hai chuckled and shook his head, explaining, You might be under the influence of suggestion. This small lobster is indeed delightful, but in truth, its flavor pales in comparison to other renowned varieties, such as the exquisite Maine lobster, the Boston lobster, the Australian lobster, the rock lobster, the red shrimp, and the peony shrimp, among others. Is that so? Are there really so many delicious shrimp out there? Will you take me to try them? Xiao Di gazed at Wang Hai with pleading eyes. It was hard for him to refuse such sparkling orbs. Thus, he smiled and said, Once our fishing boat grows, I shall take you to capture them so you can enjoy the freshest of the catch. Great. Let us catch them. It's a promise, Captain, Xiao Di declared, setting aside her chopsticks and making a pinky swear gesture. Wang Hai, however, did not reciprocate the gesture. Instead, he stood up, ruffled her hair, and said, Just focus on your meal, you silly girl. With that, he moved towards the stern of the boat, preparing for the next round of netting. You're just boasting, Haigo. Xiao Di grumbled as she continued to eat. Wang Hai chose a random netting method, allowing Xiao Di to steer the boat wherever she wished before starting to cast the nets. Observing the water depth at around 10 meters, he deemed it suitable for the fishing nets and proceeded to lower them into the sea. With the netting machine in place, all he needed to do was navigate the boat, making it quite effortless. During this time, he diverted his attention to contact the system and opened his personal information interface to review his points. Firstly, he noted the points earned from completing tasks. Having exceeded the task requirements, he received a base reward of 500 points, along with an additional 250 points, 50% extra, culminating in a total of 750 points earned. The points accrued from the live broadcast were even more surprising, reaching a total of 5,321 points, coupled with the previous scattered points. His total now displayed an impressive 6,213 points. Upon seeing this tally, Wang Hai beamed with joy, mentally calculating his next steps. With 6,213 points, if converted entirely into currency, it amounts to 620,000. This implies that during this excursion at sea, he has garnered a minimum income of 620,000. This sum is nearly equivalent to the earnings of a mid-level white-collar worker over the span of 1 to 2 years. Achieving such a feat in just half a day's time is truly remarkable. Delightful. As he pondered this, a smile involuntarily graced his face. Although he contemplated converting his points into money to assess his gains, in reality, Wang Hai would not exchange all his points for cash. Instead, he chose to redeem a significant portion for items in the points marketplace. The products obtained from the marketplace, whether fishing nets or drivers, brought him immense joy. Thus, he believed that the items available in the marketplace were indeed worth far more than their cost. Anything available must be redeemed. After reviewing his accumulated points, Wang Hai contacted the system to access the points redemption marketplace. He examined the items still available for exchange. The fishing net and driver, once redeemed, could not be acquired again. The remaining items available for redemption included hooks, ship armor, and sonar detectors. The price for a hook is 100 points. Ship armor is 400 points, and the sonar detector is priced at 1,000 points. Wang Hai currently possesses over 6,200 points, more than sufficient to redeem all of them. He was eager to redeem them immediately to behold the design of the 100-point hook, to discover how much speed the new ship armor could withstand, and to witness the astonishing effects of the sonar detector. However, considering that Xiao Di was currently on the boat, Wang Hai restrained himself. Once redeemed, these items would be instantly loaded onto the fishing vessel. Xiao Di would undoubtedly be astonished by the sudden appearance of the items. If she were to inquire, it would be impossible to provide a satisfactory explanation. After all, it is even more miraculous than a magic trick. Therefore, to avoid unnecessary complications, it would be best to wait until she disembarked before making the exchange. The second wave of fishing nets was soon completed. Xiao Di had also nearly finished eating. After noting the location, Wang Hai steered the fishing boat back towards the fishing port of Weihai village. Xiao Di, still savoring the experience, inquired as the boat approached the port. "Are we heading back?" "Yes, it's already noon. Let us return to rest for a while, and after it cools down in the afternoon, we can come back to gather the nets." Wang Hai replied, "Oh, remember to call me when it's time to collect the nets this afternoon," Xiao Di said. Wang Hai nodded, of course. He did not mind taking Xiao Di out to sea continuously, especially since her live broadcasts had yielded him considerable points. In reality, he could conduct his own live streams. However, this would introduce a myriad of complications, and at times he might become too busy to manage it all. Moreover, lacking a fan base, the initial outcomes of his live streams would undoubtedly be dismal. Given the presence of Xiao Di, an established popular streamer, why not take advantage of this opportunity? Before long, the fishing boat returned to the port. The fishing port of Weihai village was as quiet as ever, though a few fishermen were still at work. On shore, there were also several elderly individuals and children. Upon witnessing Wang Hai's fishing vessel return to port, the fishermen turned their gazes towards him, inquiring with the most frequently asked question, "What was your catch like?" This query is almost universally posed to every fisherman upon their return. "It was decent, just a few £100. Wang Hai replied with a smile as he cast the anchor into the water. The expressions of the other fishermen shifted to one of bewilderment. "Decent? A few £100? How can you possibly call that decent? It's improbable for such a small boat to catch that much fish in just one morning." Their curiosity piqued. They momentarily set aside their tasks and gathered around Wang Hai's vessel, only to be met with a sight that left them astonished. The fish hold of the small boat was brimming with fish, the foam boxes were filled to the brim, and the deck was strewn with fish. Their faces transformed into expressions of sheer shock. It truly is a few £100. How did you manage that? Having fished for many years, they prided themselves on their expertise and were intimately familiar with the surrounding waters. Yet, they had never encountered such a feat, landing several £100 of fish with merely a 5-meter boat in the span of a morning. Witnessing the abundance on Wang Hai's boat, it was difficult for them to suppress their astonishment. After all, to them, Wang Hai was merely a recent university graduate, a novice playing around. And catching any fish at all was commendable, let alone such a substantial haul. "You didn't, by any chance, purchase these from the seafood market, did you?" inquired a dark-skinned uncle. Some fishermen, concerned about their pride, would covertly procure fish from the market if they failed to catch any, pretending it was their own catch. And this Uncle S' suspicion was not unfounded. However, someone quickly countered, "These fish are still lively and jumping. They certainly don't resemble market purchases." After securing the boat and tidying up his equipment, Wang Hai turned to the astonished crowd and chuckled. "Look at you all, seasoned fishermen. And yet you're so surprised by just a few 100 pounds of fish. What will you do when you see me catch over 10,000 pounds? The fisherman could not help but chuckle derisively. "Ha! Kid, you must have just gotten lucky with a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. How can you boast so?" One individual raised his thumb and remarked, "Indeed, if you ever catch over 10,000 pounds, you'll be the talk of our village." Wang Hai grinned and said, "Just wait and see." Chapter 15. The villa facing the sea. As the conversation unfolded, the fish vendors arrived. They drove trucks to procure the catch from fishermen in various coastal villages, transporting the bounty to the city for sale. This particular trip marked their final stop at Yuhai village for the day, coinciding perfectly with the return of Wang Hai's fishing boat to port. Approaching the vessel was a woman in her 30s, a fish vendor who skillfully maneuvered her ample frame through the crowd to reach the boat's side. Upon glimpsing the haul, her astonishment was palpable, quickly transforming into a beaming smile, as though she had stumbled upon a treasure. "Are you selling the fish?" she inquired of Wang Hai. Recognizing her as a vendor, he responded, "I will sell if the price is right. What are your rates? Is payment made on the spot?" "Indeed, payment is immediate," the vendor confirmed, adding, "Let me take a look at what you have." Her keen gaze scanned the deck, examining the contents of the foam boxes and lifting the hatch of the fish hold for a closer inspection. After a thorough assessment, she exclaimed, "The quality of the fish is excellent, and their sizes are impressive. I am a woman of my word. How about this? 7 yuan per pound for the black fish, 10 for the small golden fish, 13 for live ones, and 10 for the mud fish." Noticing Wang Hai's skeptical expression, she further assured him, "You may inquire with others. My prices are transparent. I would not deceive you." Li Eryi was present at the scene, and upon hearing the vendor's prices, he quietly advised Wang Hai, "Xiao Hai, her prices are reasonable, but if you seek to sell for more, you could transport them to the market in town. However, be aware that the market operates on a retail basis, and selling several 100 pounds would take considerable time, risking spoilage and potential loss." An experienced fisherman, Li Eryi had spent decades selling fish and understood the intricacies of the trade. He recognized that fish vendors, while needing to profit, inevitably offer lower prices than market rates. Nonetheless, selling directly to them alleviated personal complications. Transporting the catch to market would entail renting a vehicle, dedicating time to manage a stall, and bearing the financial risks, an overwhelming task for many fishermen, who often opt to sell directly to vendors. After weighing the pros and cons with Li Eryi's guidance, Wang Hai made his decision. Given that he was unprepared and had numerous tasks ahead, transporting the fish to market seemed impractical. While selling to the vendor might yield a slightly lower price, it offered peace of mind. For the time being, he resolved to sell the fish to the vendor, contemplating that once his fishing operation expanded, he could consider direct sales. However, despite his decision, Wang Hai wished to negotiate the price. Adopting a reluctant demeanor, he stated, "Increase the price of each type of fish by 1 yuan, or we shall not proceed." With a substantial quantity of fish at his disposal, he possessed leverage in the negotiations. The vendor could potentially earn over 1,000 yuan in pure profit from the more than 300 pounds of fish. Conceding 1 yuan per pound was a reasonable compromise. The vendor responded with cheerful candor, her words sweetened with warmth. "Very well, seeing how handsome you are, I shall grant you that. In the future, will there still be fish to sell to my sister? Let us add her on WeChat and become friends." As she spoke, she took out her phone and displayed the QR code. Xiaodi, standing beside Wang Hai, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Before Wang Hai could respond, Xiaodi interjected, "What do you intend to do? Our captain does not have WeChat." The fishmonger, unfazed, smiled instead of getting angry, cheerfully replying, "Oh, so it turns out you are a couple. Don't worry, dear sister, adding WeChat is merely for business." "No, we are not. You misunderstood," Xiaodi stammered inexplicably. Wang Hai, caught between the two, offered an awkward yet polite smile. "Ahem, let us weigh the fish first," he suggested, attempting to shift the topic and ease the tension. Wang Hai and the fishmonger busied themselves, scooping all the fish from the boat into baskets for weighing. Villagers, drawn by the commotion, came over to lend a hand. In less than 10 minutes, the entire catch had been weighed, tallying up to a total of 358 pounds, which aligned closely with their estimates. Each pound was priced at 11 yuan. The fishmonger loaded the fish onto her truck and promptly paid Wang Hai a total of 4,000 yuan for the catch. After accounting for the system points, Wang Hai's pure cash income from this venture amounted to a substantial 4,000 yuan. The surrounding fishermen could not help but display expressions of envy. They knew that after deducting expenses, their earnings from a sea trip averaged only around 300 to 400 yuan. It was hard not to feel envious. Wang Hai, elated with the money from selling the fish, disembarked with Xiaodi. Once ashore, he suggested that Xiaodi return to rest, and he would call her later in the afternoon when it was time to collect the nets. Xiaodi reluctantly drove away in her red Maserati, leaving the village behind. After bidding her farewell, Wang Hai sat alone in front of his old family home, contemplating his next plans. His first thought was to redeem items from the system store to equip the fishing boat with new gear. However, he realized that, with so many fishermen still present at the harbor, it would be unwise to draw attention to the boat by installing new equipment just yet. Thus, he decided to postpone this endeavor. Next, Wang Hai considered renovating his dilapidated old house. It had been abandoned for over a decade, falling into disrepair. And being a tile-roofed structure, it was not only uninhabitable but also posed a danger with tiles potentially falling at any moment. This old house would serve as his residence in Yuehai village, and with newfound funds, it was indeed time for a renovation. Importantly, restoring the family home had long been his father's aspiration. His father often reminisced about returning to repair the old house once they had the means. Now, he could fulfill this wish, achieving two goals at once. What should the old house be transformed into? Wang Hai envisioned it as a villa facing the sea, complete with a spacious front yard where he could sit and enjoy tea while gazing at the ocean. In the back, there would be ample space for raising chickens, ducks, and geese, as well as cultivating vegetables. In this manner, his life as a fisherman in Yuehai village could be truly delightful. Upon this realization, a flicker of anticipation graced his countenance. Yet, where to commence? At that moment, Wang Hai spotted Li Eryi emerging with a bowl in hand, ready for a meal. An idea suddenly struck him. He recalled that Li Eryi's eldest son, Li Dili, was a skilled mason, renowned for constructing houses. A few years prior, he had heard from his parents that Li Dili was thriving, having become a contractor with a crew dedicated to erecting charming villas in both the village and the town, nearly ascending to the status of the village's wealthiest individual. Moreover, Li Dili was well regarded for his benevolence, having donated 10,000 yuan to the village for the reconstruction of the Sea God Temple last year. With Li Dili in mind, Wang Hai felt a sense of reassurance towards this individual, leading him to decide on entrusting the renovation of his ancestral home to Li Dili's construction team. Eryi, where is Uncle Dili? Is he currently busy with work? Wang Hai approached Li Eryi with his inquiry. You're asking about Dili. He has been busy building houses in the neighboring village and has tea returned for quite some time. Is there something you need from him? Li Eryi replied, puzzled. I intend to renovate my old house and would like to discuss it with Uncle Li, Wang Hai candidly explained. Li Eryi regarded Wang Hai with an appreciative gaze. Chuckling, Xiao Hai, that's wonderful. It seems you've managed to earn some money for renovations. Your parents will surely be delighted. I want to make it a comfortable home, so naturally, I wish to do it well. By the way, please don't mention it to my parents. They are still unaware. Wang Hai elaborated. Ah, very well. I shall provide you with Dili's number. You can call him to discuss this further. Wang Hai dialed Li Dili's number. After identifying himself, he shared his aspirations for renovating the old house. Li Dili, familiar with Wang Hai's family residence, attentively listened to his ideas and subsequently provided a preliminary estimate. 1,100,000 yuan will suffice to demolish the old house and construct a 3-story villa complete with a yard. This price covers all materials, excluding furniture. And for an additional 100,000, we can include a swimming pool. The price Li Dili quoted was a friendly rate, quite reasonable. Had it been someone from another village, he might have charged an additional 10 to 20,000 yuan. In the city of Binhai, one could scarcely purchase a 90 square meter apartment for that sum. Yet in the countryside, it was indeed feasible to erect a villa. During the phone call, Li Eryi was present, and he requested Wang Hai to hand him the phone so that he might converse with Li Dili directly. After their discussion, Li Eryi assured Wang Hai with a pat on his chest, if you trust your uncle Li Eryi, you can rest assured to entrust the project to Dili. He wouldn't dare deceive you. Eryi, you worry too much. I have complete faith in Uncle Li. In conclusion, to facilitate this endeavor, Li Dili made a special trip back to the village from the neighboring one. At his residence, he engaged in a more detailed dialogue with Wang Hai regarding the villa's materials, aesthetic style, design, and so forth. During their conversation, Wang Hai articulated his specific requirements. The most crucial being a swift completion of the project, ideally within a month. The sooner, the better. Just as Li Dali was about to complete the project at hand, he readily acquiesced to the request and assured that within 15 days, the new house would be ready for occupancy. After their conversation, Wang Hai felt immensely satisfied and officially entrusted the project to Li Dali. Subsequently, Wang Hai contacted the system and accessed the points redemption marketplace, exchanging 3,000 points for 300,000 in cash. In an instant, his bank account received a swift transfer of 300,000. Upon the successful redemption, he promptly paid Li Dali the initial sum of 300,000, agreeing that the remaining balance would be settled after the final inspection and acceptance of the work. Given the time frame from commencement to completion, which would span several days, Wang Hai remained confident in his ability to earn the remaining balance. After all, he had already generated an impressive income equivalent to 620,000 in just one morning. What concern could there be regarding the 800,000 remaining balance for the house? Chapter 16. The remarkable new equipment. At noon, the sun blazed fiercely in the sky. The number of people along the seaside dwindled, and only 2 or 3 fishermen remained, diligently attending to their tasks. Wang Hai recognized that this was the opportune moment to exchange for new equipment. He promptly accessed the points redemption store within the system. Eager to procure new gear, beginning with the most affordable option, he tapped the screen, entering the description interface for the fishing rod. Fishing rod. Price: 100 points. Details: line material, metal fiber, maximum load, 100,000 gene, maximum line length, 1,000 meters. Hook material, variable metal alloy rod material, high tensile polymer plastic, maximum load, 100,000 gene. Additional features: line cutter, main control display. Upon reading the description of the fishing rod, Wang Hai was astounded. Is this truly a fishing rod worth just 100 points? It is remarkably impressive. The line's capacity to bear 100,000 gene is an astonishing concept. Only a fish of at least that weight could potentially snap the line, unless one were angling for a whale. The concern of a broken line is virtually non-existent. Every angler yearns for such a line. Furthermore, it is equipped with a specialized line cutter, alleviating any worries about manually cutting the line. The hook, too, is exceptional. Crafted from a variable metal alloy, it exudes an aura of advanced technology. While its precise applications remain unclear, it certainly appears formidable. The rod itself mirrors this quality, boasting high tensile strength and a maximum load of 100,000 gene. It is nearly impossible to snap. Such a rod is highly coveted by every angler. I'll buy it, I'll buy it, Wang Hai exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement, eager to behold the physical form of this fishing rod. Congratulations, purchase successful. Item dispatched successfully. The system prompted him with notifications. As the messages faded, Wang Hai noticed that a fishing rod now graced the deck of his fishing boat. At first glance, he was irresistibly drawn to it, feeling an inexplicable fondness, not for its functionality, but for its aesthetic allure. The rod shimmered in bright silver, exuding a strong metallic quality. It appeared exceptionally sophisticated. If one were unaware that it was a fishing rod, one might easily mistake it for an impressive piece of high-tech weaponry. It is a challenge for any young man to resist such an exquisite piece of equipment. Beside the rod lay a user manual. Wang Hai shifted his gaze from the rod to the manual, picking it up and perusing it for a moment, soon grasping the fundamentals of its operation. Its usage is akin to that of a conventional fishing rod, with one notable distinction: the hook. Constructed from a variable metal alloy, its size and shape are adjustable, controlled by a display screen the size of a wristwatch positioned at the base of the rod. To catch a specific type of fish, one simply inputs the desired target on the display, and the hook morphs into the optimal form for that particular species. For instance, the hook now appears to be only 1 centimeter in size. As he entered the target fish to be caught, a formidable torpedo fish weighing dozens of pounds, the fishing hook transformed to the size of a finger, adapting its shape to suit the feeding habits of the torpedo fish. Regardless of the species being fished, there was no need to change hooks. Furthermore, once a fish was caught and brought aboard for unhooking, the hook could be effortlessly transformed into a straight one, allowing for easy removal regardless of where the fish was hooked. This functionality was remarkably convenient and practical. After familiarizing himself with the features of the hook and the display, Wang Hai couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This fishing rod was truly a boon for every angler. something that could not be purchased even with ample wealth in reality. Resisting the urge to test the rod immediately, he carefully set it aside and continued to gaze at the screen of the Points Redemption interface, preparing to exchange for the next piece of equipment. The next item was a boat armor. Clicking on it, he reviewed the details. The image displayed on the screen showed an exceedingly ordinary gray metal plate. From the image alone, it appeared to possess no extraordinary qualities. However, Wang Hai understood that an item valued at 500 points could not be so simple. He glanced at the description beneath the image: boat armor, priced at 500 points. Details: material, variable metal alloy. Strength, capable of withstanding an impact force of 1 million newtons. Additional functions: shock absorption, protection. Upon seeing the material and strength, Wang Hai was certain that the 500 points were well spent. Without a moment's hesitation, he redeemed the boat armor. Congratulations, purchase successful. Boat armor is loading. Just then, Wang Hai noticed a black metal block suddenly hovering 1 meter above the fishing boat. What followed was a scene that left him astounded. The black metal block appeared to flow like liquid, dropping from the air. Upon landing on the deck of the fishing boat, it swiftly spread out. Within 2 seconds, it enveloped the entire vessel, transforming the fishing boat into a sleek, jet-black metal craft that radiated a luminous sheen. Shortly thereafter, the black hue gradually faded, and the fishing boat reverted to its original color. Boat armor loading successful. The system sent a notification. Upon seeing the message, Wang Hai snapped back to reality from his astonishment. He had witnessed the entire loading process of the boat armor. He understood that at this moment, the fishing boat was no longer the same. A layer of transparent metal alloy armor had coated its surface, although it appeared similar to its original form. A closer inspection revealed a delicate, gossamer-thin layer of plating. Was its impact resistance truly as formidable as advertised? Wang Hai pondered aloud, gazing at the metallic coating. Unable to contain his curiosity, he was eager to test it. Without hesitation, he retrieved the anchor and started the engine. The fishing boat began to move. As it set off, Wang Hai surveyed the surroundings in search of something to test the armor against. He spotted a pile of stones where the beach met the sea, and among them, a massive boulder stood resolutely in the water, thus determining his target. He intended to steer the vessel at an astonishing speed towards the colossal rock. Should the ship shatter or even disintegrate upon impact, it would confirm the falsehood of the ship's hull. Conversely, if it remained unscathed, it would attest to its authenticity. Fortunately, there were no other vessels or individuals nearby, ensuring that his audacious act would not endanger others nor label him as insane. Having determined his objective, Wang Hai cruised around the sea in his fishing boat, gradually accelerating. Finally, he pivoted the vessel, aimed at the massive rock, grasped the handrail, and, at a velocity of 60 kilometers per hour, collided with it. A resounding crash echoed as the bow struck the stone, producing an intense impact. Initially, he anticipated a tremendous commotion. However, to his surprise, he felt scarcely any tremor. His body remained steady, and the jolt was merely a slight bump that quickly dissipated. The other items aboard the fishing vessel experienced a similar fate. Despite the rapidity of the collision, Wang Hai reflected on the moment of impact. He recalled that at the instant of collision, the point of contact between himself and the fishing boat seemed to adhere to the hull, as if firmly grasped by it. This very phenomenon prevented him from being thrown off balance due to inertia. He realized he had been safeguarded by the hull. Presumably, the other items on the boat were similarly protected. This revelation left Wang Hai gasping in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is this the shock absorption and protective capability of the hull? To react instantaneously upon impact is truly remarkable." He had to concede that throughout his life, he had never encountered anything with such formidable shock absorption and protective qualities. Calming his astonished heart, Wang Hai approached the bow to inspect the aftermath of the collision. To his amazement, the bow was entirely unscathed, while the struck rock displayed a massive fissure, with numerous fragments cascading down from the point of impact. "Ah, this is astonishing." Wang Hai marveled at the shattered boulder and the pristine condition of the bow, once again unable to suppress his admiration for the hull. At that moment, not far from the stone, a young boy, caught unawares with his trousers down, stood in shock, staring at Wang Hai. The child, around 11 or 12 years old, had begun to comprehend the world around him. Moments earlier, he had been squatting beside the rock when he inadvertently witnessed Wang Hai's audacious act. Seeing the fishing boat shatter the stone while the bow remained intact utterly defied his understanding of logic, leaving his innocent mind profoundly shaken, to the extent that he forgot to pull up his pants, gaping at Wang Hai in disbelief. "It's a transformer!" the boy suddenly shouted. Wang Hai noticed the child and, with a smile, called out, "Little brat, finish your business." With that, he nonchalantly steered the fishing boat away. Upon returning to the original docking location, Wang Hai felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction and anticipation for the equipment he was about to exchange. Chapter 17. Sonar Detector. Wang Hai continued to access the Points Redemption Mall to peruse the information regarding the sonar detector. Sonar detector, price, 1,000 points. Details: ultra-efficient variable frequency transducer, highly sensitive receiver, holographic projection display, precise multi-target location, automatic tracking of multiple targets, automatic recognition of numerous targets, multi-threaded computational analysis system. Detection range, 3,000 meters. Detection depth, 100 meters. Minimum detectable volume, 1 cubic centimeter. Having never utilized a sonar detector before, Wang Hai possessed limited knowledge about transducers and receivers. However, his background in computer science endowed him with an understanding of various operating systems. It was evident from the operating system integrated within the sonar that this device was remarkably advanced, even surpassing military-grade sonar systems. Furthermore, the incorporation of a holographic projection display signified a technological sophistication beyond current human capabilities. From these aspects, it was clear that the functions of this sonar device would be exceptional. After reviewing the detailed description of the sonar detector, Wang Hai promptly exchanged his points for it. Instantly, a notification appeared before him. "Congratulations, purchase of sonar detector successful. Sonar detector is currently being loaded." Subsequently, for items manifested aboard the fishing vessel, 2 were palm-sized black panels, nearly identical in appearance. One was a watch, and the other was an instruction manual. Upon their emergence, the 2 black panels adhered to the hull of the fishing boat, seamlessly integrating into it at a visible speed, leaving behind only 2 dark shadows. The watch then floated into Wang Hai's hand, while the instruction manual fell onto the deck. Finally, a new notification appeared. "Sonar detection system loaded successfully. Please collect it." Host. Wang Hai observed the loading process with astonishment. Had he not seen the notification, he would scarcely believe that the installation could be so effortless. Was that all? What purpose did the 2 panels serve? What about the watch? Curiously, he picked up the instruction manual and began to read. Upon completion, he comprehended the situation. The 2 black panels that had integrated into the hull were the transducer and receiver. All external and internal components were crafted from variable materials. The installation method involved melding into the fishing vessel, which not only reduced the risk of damage but also conserved space, representing the most scientific installation approach. The watch in his hand served as the controller and display for the entire sonar detector. Similar to a mobile phone, the watch contained a specialized operating system that allowed for the activation or deactivation of the sonar detector and the utilization of its various features. However, unlike a conventional phone, the watch's display was a holographic projection screen. Now that Wang Hai was well-versed in the operational procedure of the sonar detector, he eagerly anticipated conducting a test. He activated the watch, and instantly, a holographic screen, visible only to him, projected forth from the device. The screen is rectangular in shape, with dimensions that can be freely adjusted, its original size being 1 meter in length and 50 centimeters in width. A prompt appears, declaring, "Sonar detector activated successfully." Shortly thereafter, this message vanishes, replaced by an intricate map display. Numerous red dots flicker across the map, each annotated with a wealth of data. Wang Hai gazes at the screen. Gradually recognizing the geographical area depicted, it is indeed the marine region surrounding him within a 3,000-meter radius. The red dots and accompanying data represent the various schools of fish inhabiting this expansive sea. Wang Hai casually selects one of the red dots and observes the following information. Small-headed fish school, quantity, 128, average weight, 21 grams, movement status, erratic, slow speed. Upon clicking another dot, he discovers Sealfish school, quantity, 34, average weight, 56 grams, movement status, collectively swimming southeast, average speed, 11 kilometers per hour. The detector's capabilities are remarkably advanced, providing detailed analyses, including precise counts and weights. Overwhelmed by the data, Wang Hai is astounded. He is certain this represents high-tech technology not yet possessed by humanity. He never anticipated that he could acquire it for merely 1,000 points from the system's points exchange store. What an incredible bargain! The projection screen clearly delineates all fish schools within the detection range. Standing before it, Wang Hai is afforded a comprehensive view of the fish data. One can only imagine how significantly this sonar detector will assist in fishing endeavors. Beyond merely detecting fish, The sonar device is capable of identifying other entities as well. Switching detection targets is a simple operation on the display. Wang Hai conducts a brief test, transforming the detection from fish to crabs. Instantly, the red dots on the screen alter accordingly. Upon clicking a red dot, the information displayed pertains entirely to the hiding places of crabs. The device can also be switched to detect squid, shellfish, conchs, and more. Yet, the sonar detector's functionality does not end there. Wang Hai discovers in the user manual that it possesses a passive detection feature. Once activated, the detector autonomously scans and analyzes everything within its range. Should it detect any threats or items deemed valuable, it will immediately issue an alert. This passive detection feature operates automatically, without any selectable options on the screen, rendering Wang Hai unable to test it at present. After several explorations, he grows increasingly familiar with the detector's functions and operations, and with familiarity comes satisfaction. Ultimately, Wang Hai secures the device to his wrist, both to prevent loss and to facilitate future use. He then deactivates the sonar detector. Thus, he has exhausted all available items and equipment from the system's points exchange store. Apart from currency, there is nothing left to redeem, and he must wait for upgrades to unlock new items. The points required for the upgrade amount to 10,000. Wang Hai plans to accumulate points for the upgrade after redeeming the funds for his villa. The second-level points mall offers newly unlocked items that are anticipated to be even more formidable than the current ones. He eagerly awaits this moment. Just then, a thunderous sound echoed from the shore. Wang Hai turned towards the source of the noise and beheld 3 excavators and a bulldozer gradually coming into view. They halted in front of his old house. Subsequently, a construction truck laden with workers arrived, and over 20 laborers disembarked. Among them was Li Dali, clutching several blueprints. Li Dali stepped down, scanning the surroundings as if searching for something, and then called out, "Wang Hai, Wang Hai." Upon seeing Li Dali, Wang Hai comprehended the situation. It turned out that the construction team had arrived. To his surprise, they came just an hour after the contract was finalized. Their efficiency was indeed commendable. Responding to Li Dali's call, Wang Hai disembarked from the boat, ascended the shore, and approached him. "I'm here," he replied. Li Dali wiped the sweat from his brow and pulled Wang Hai into a shaded area, saying, "Look, I've summoned the construction team. You should clear out anything useful from the house. If there are no issues, we can demolish the old house now. I checked the calendar, and today is an auspicious day for breaking ground. Also, this is the villa blueprint that I had the company's designer rush to complete for you. Take a look and feel free to contact me if you need any modifications." As he spoke, he handed a copy of the blueprint to Wang Hai. Wang Hai was well aware of the contents of his old house. Aside from his personal belongings, there was little of value. After retrieving his luggage, he instructed the workers to commence their tasks. The 3 excavators and the bulldozer began their work, and within half an hour, the old house was reduced to rubble. 2 additional hours passed as the main foundation was excavated. Soon, 5 large trucks carrying steel reinforcements and concrete arrived at the construction site, and the area became bustling with activity. Wang Hai reclined on a hammock beneath a tree, resting while observing the workers at their tasks. A sense of indescribable joy swelling within him. He recalled how his father often lamented that once they had money, they should demolish the old house and build anew. Now, he was truly doing just that, preparing to erect a villa. He wondered what his father's reaction would be once he learned of it. Surely, it would be one of astonishment. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a red Maserati came to a stop near the construction site. Xiao Di emerged from the vehicle, looking bewildered as she surveyed the scene. "What is going on? Wang Hai, aren't you in the village? Your house is gone. Come back and take a look." She quickly sent Wang Hai a voice message and approached a worker, inquiring, "This is my friend's home. What are you doing? Stop immediately. Who is your supervisor?" At that moment, Wang Hai spotted her and called out, "Xiao Di, I'm over here." As she approached Wang Hai, Xiao Di, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Brother Hai, did you summon them? What exactly are you doing?" "I am constructing a villa," Wang Hai replied candidly. Xiao Di was utterly astonished. She had only been away for a few hours, and here was Wang Hai planning to build a villa on his family's property. She recalled that he did not seem to possess much wealth, which left her both surprised and intrigued. "Building a villa? I remember you mentioned you just graduated from university. How could you afford such a luxury?" she asked, only to realize that her question may have been inappropriate. She quickly added, "I mean no offense, I'm merely curious. Also, if you find yourself short on funds, feel free to borrow from me. You can repay me whenever you like. Rest assured, finances are not an issue," Wang Hai chuckled. "All right." Xiao Di nodded slightly. And then a thought crossed her mind, prompting her to continue. Brother Hai, do you plan to fish in Yuhai village for the long term? Wang Hai nodded. Yes, that is indeed my intention. Why do you ask? I have a small request, she said timidly. Go ahead, Wang Hai replied, gazing at her with curiosity. Could you possibly decorate one of the villa's rooms in a pink, youthful style? She asked, lowering her gaze. Why? Wang Hai tilted his head, even more puzzled. Xiaodi sighed. You're so dense. If I'm going to fish with you, I'll also be living in Yuhai village. It's simply more convenient, right? Suddenly, Wang Hai understood and smiled. So you wish to move into the villa with me? Xiaodi quickly responded, I can pay you rent. Wang Hai pondered for a moment before asking, can you cook? I can learn. Xiaodi replied eagerly. She added, though it might be rather unpalatable at first. That's all right. As long as you're willing to learn, you can be my little chef, and the rent will be waived. Wang Hai laughed. Kiki. Xiaodi giggled joyfully. Wang Hai pointed at Li Dali, who was supervising the construction, and said to Xiaodi, he's in charge. You can discuss your desired room style with him. Great. Chapter 18 Unscientific. As afternoon approached, it was time to gather the nets. Wang Hai and Xiaodi embarked on a small boat. Upon boarding, Xiaodi was immediately captivated by the new fishing rod on board, her gaze fixed intently upon it. Observing her fascination, Wang Hai couldn't help but speculate that she must have been a fishing enthusiast in a past life. For it was unusual for a girl to exhibit such interest in fishing gear. Is this your newly purchased rod, Haigu? It truly is exquisite. Particularly the color and the patterns, absolutely stunning. Xiaodi inquired. It turned out her focus was more on the rod's aesthetics than its functionality, and Wang Hai had misjudged her interest. Indeed, he nodded affirmatively. Where can I acquire an identical rod? I wish to have one as well. She continued. It's a custom piece. You won't find another like it. The craftsman has lost contact, Wang Hai replied, cleverly misleading her. Oh, all right. I was hoping we could use matching rods as a couple, Xiaodi said with a hint of disappointment. Couple rods? Wang Hai looked at her in confusion. Suddenly, Xiaodi realized her slip of the tongue and hastily clarified. I misspoke. They should be master and apprentice rods. You will teach me to fish. After all, there is no need for a novice to use such a fine rod. You can start with those 3 older ones, he suggested. Understood. As they conversed, the fishing vessel had already set sail, and within moments, it departed from the harbor. This time, the fishing boat was different from their last outing. It was equipped with an impenetrable hull, which Wang Hai had already tested. With the reinforced hull, there was no longer a need to worry about the impact of the waves. No matter the turbulence, it would remain steadfast. Thus, as soon as the boat left the harbor, Wang Hai couldn't resist the urge to unleash its full potential and test its maximum speed, aiming to surpass their previous record. Xiaodi, start the live stream, he instructed. Setting sail also fell within the realm of fishing activities. If the boat garnered likes for its speed, his points would surely increase. Eager to accumulate more points, Wang Hai urged Xiaodi to initiate the live stream before they sped off. Aye, Captain. Xiaodi, already envisioning herself as a devoted sailor, saluted at Wang Hai's command. She promptly took out her phone and began the live stream. This time, she had brought along a power bank. With millions of followers, the thrill was palpable. As soon as the stream commenced, viewers began pouring in, rapidly escalating the excitement. In just 3 minutes, over 5,000 viewers had joined the stream. By the 7-minute mark, that number swelled to 10,000. Captain, we have reached 10,000 viewers in the live stream, Xiaodi reported to Wang Hai. He understood that if they waited any longer, the numbers would only continue to climb. Yet, he could hardly contain his impatience. It was time to earn some points. After all, those who joined later would still contribute likes during the fishing or net gathering moments, and the points would ultimately accumulate. With that in mind, he pressed the acceleration button with determination. The boat gradually picked up speed. 20 kilometers per hour, 50 kilometers per hour, 100 kilometers per hour, 150 kilometers per hour. Within a mere minute, the vessel reached its utmost velocity. The fishing boat sped across the surface of the sea, leaving behind a frothy trail reminiscent of a white dragon. It effortlessly outpaced all vessels in its vicinity, be they fishing boats, merchant ships, or speedboats. The audience in the live broadcast, along with nearby fishermen, sailors, and the young D on the boat, were rendered speechless, save for Wang Hai. They shared a singular question. What on earth is this? The barrage of comments in the live chat erupted in fervor. Is this even scientific? A small fishing vessel can achieve such astonishing speed? Most importantly, how can such a small boat withstand this velocity? Incredible. I envy this. I too desire a fishing boat like this. What kind of engine is installed on this vessel? Which manufacturer produced it? Please enlighten us. Don't ask. It seems to be a customized modification. No shipyard in the world would create such a fishing boat. Dee sat aboard the vessel, braving the fierce winds, reveling in the thrill it brought. However, a significant perplexity resided in her mind. Despite the boat's remarkable speed, why did she not experience substantial turbulence? Instead, it felt as smooth as riding a high-speed train. Moreover, what were those dark, sticky things beneath her? Had the boat's paint chipped? Yet, why did they seem to cling to her? Once she lifted herself, they vanished. How peculiar. Wang Hai also noticed this anomaly but quickly deduced its nature. In truth, it was merely the protective mechanism of the variable alloy hull. When the fishing boat encountered severe impacts, the alloy would behave like a fluid, safeguarding everything on board. This protective mechanism had been activated during tests, simulating collisions with massive rocks. After approximately 10 minutes, Wang Hai gradually reduced the vessel's speed. While exhilarating, the rapid pace consumed fuel at an alarming rate. Half a tank of fuel had swiftly diminished. Wang Hai had not anticipated such high consumption at speed, so he had not brought an ample supply for prolonged high-speed travel. Furthermore, the thrill of swift navigation had been experienced, and the viewers had expressed their admiration. Thus, there was no need to maintain such velocity. Once the fishing boat slowed down to a steady speed of 40 kilometers per hour, Dee's first action was to turn off the live stream and approach Wang Hai, exclaiming, "I just noticed something strange." She recounted her observations regarding the hull. Wang Hai reassured her, "Do not worry, it is a normal phenomenon. Furthermore, there will likely be many wondrous occurrences aboard the fishing boat in the future. Do not overthink them, just accept them as the norm. For you will not be able to comprehend it anyway." "What? Could it be haunted?" Dee exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Hai sighed in exasperation, thinking to himself, "This girl is rather naive." Upon perceiving Wang Hai's disdainful gaze, Shadi nodded and continued, "Understood, Captain. As long as the captain is present, Shadi fears nothing." "Ah, now that's the mark of a sensible sailor," Wang Hai remarked with satisfaction. Suddenly, a thought struck Xiao Di, prompting her to inquire, "By the way, Captain, should sailors wear sailor uniforms?" Wang Hai assessed Xiao Di's flawless figure and, envisioning her in a sailor outfit, felt a rush of blood. Thus, he hastily replied, "That isn't necessary. There's no need for such formality. Besides, the sailor uniform skirt is quite short, and with the sun shining so fiercely, sunburn would be quite undesirable. No worries, I could wear stockings," Shadi suggested. Wang Hai paused momentarily, then quickly shook his head, stating, "Let's forego that. Just focus on fishing. There's no need for any peculiarities," he thought to himself. "All right, Captain." The fishing vessel sped towards the designated netting location. Xiao Di resumed her live stream, capturing the breathtaking seascape with her phone, engaging with the audience to amass an even larger viewership. While steering the boat, Wang Hai accessed the system to view his personal information and check his points. The recent live stream showcasing the boat's speed had left the audience astonished, and they had lauded both the fishing vessel and its velocity. Wang Hai's points had increased significantly, totaling 3,892, coupled with the remaining 1,600 points after redeeming equipment. He now possessed over 500 points. I am not far from gathering the remaining funds for the villa. With this thought, a contented smile spread across Wang Hai's face. A few minutes later, the fishing vessel reached the earlier netting location. Wang Hai successfully located the buoy floating on the sea's surface. The number of viewers in Xiao Di's live stream had soared to over 30,000. Marking the moment audiences eagerly awaited, the netting of the catch. With all preparations in place, just as Wang Hai was ready to haul in the net, the sonar watch on his wrist suddenly flickered with light and emitted a series of beeping sounds. Has the passive function of the sonar detector been triggered? What could it be? Wang Hai murmured quietly as he read the watch's alert. Chapter 19. The giant grouper. Wang Hai paused in his net-collecting efforts to examine the alert from the sonar detector. He activated his watch, revealing the holographic display of the detector. As before, he observed the schools of fish within a 3,000-meter radius. However, this time, a flickering yellow dot graced the screen. Adjacent to the yellow dot, a notification read, "High-value target detected." Intrigued by the alert, Wang Hai tapped the blinking blue dot to delve into the details. Target found. Giant grouper. Quantity: 1. Weight: 63 kilograms. Movement status: stationary, preparing to ambush. Wang Hai understood instantly. The detector's passive detection function had identified a colossal giant grouper. Upon determining its classification as a high-value target, it had sent forth the notification. The passive detection system's judgment was indeed accurate. A 63-kilogram giant grouper is undeniably a high-value target. The coastal waters of Binhai City are considered a natural deep-sea habitat, where the occasional giant grouper may appear. Yet, most typically range from 10 to 30 kilograms, with those exceeding 30 kilograms being exceedingly rare. In the seafood markets of Binhai City, the price of giant groupers escalates with their size. 30-kilogram specimens can fetch up to 100 yuan per gene. The present 63-kilogram giant grouper, therefore, could command an even higher price, with a total value exceeding 20,000 yuan. As Wang Hai beheld the giant grouper, a smile of excitement and joy illuminated his face. For him, the value of this grouper transcended mere monetary worth. It held the potential to yield substantial points and rewards. The prospect of capturing this magnificent creature during a live broadcast would surely incite a frenzy among the viewers. Little D, unable to see the projection from the detector, noticed Wang Hai's momentary daze and inquired, "Captain, what's wrong? Aren't you collecting the net?" The audience is quite eager. Snapping back to reality upon hearing her voice, Wang Hai replied with a grin, "Let us hold off on the net for now and broadcast something else." "What will we broadcast?" Little D asked. Wang Hai pondered for a moment before responding, "I'm fishing for big fish." It was evident that capturing the giant grouper with a net was impractical, and engaging it in hand-to-hand combat was out of the question. The only viable option was to fish for it. Conveniently, the fishing rod he had exchanged could now be put to use. Though Little D did not comprehend Wang Hai's sudden shift to fishing for the live broadcast, it was a program she enjoyed, so she readily exclaimed, "Great. I want to fish too." Whether it was net collecting or fishing, the viewers of the live stream were always entertained. Upon hearing that they would not be collecting the net, but rather fishing, the audience began to fill the chat with comments. 10 years of fishing experience here. Since I learned to fish, I went from owning a house and a car to being deeply in debt. Just a guess. But I suspect Little D and the captain are fishing amateurs. This expanse of sea does not seem conducive to fishing. It would be wise for the captain to venture closer to the reefs for a more fruitful catch. Utilizing live shrimp is the most effective method for angling sea fish. My personal record in sea fishing stands at a magnificent 30-pound grouper. Who dares to challenge me? Catching any fish exceeding 10 pounds warrants a celebratory carnival. Xiao Di, let us initiate a little wager. As Xiao Di fiddled with her fishing rod, she glanced at the barrage of comments, occasionally reading aloud a few amusing ones to Wang Hai. "Captain, some say you lack professionalism." Another chimed in, "And if you catch a fish over 10 pounds, we'll throw a carnival. You can do it. I'll ensure you receive all the proceeds from the gifts." Wang Hai chuckled, "Just let them sing my praises. The gifts are of little consequence." Xiao Di was taken aback by his words, pondering, "What? He doesn't want gifts? Just wants compliments? What a curious fellow." Subsequently, she addressed the audience in the live stream. "Our captain has stated that you should simply sing his praises. Gifts are unnecessary." The chat erupted once more. A conscientious captain. It's rare to find a streamer who discourages gift-giving. Some viewers speculated, perhaps the captain lacks confidence in catching large fish, hence his words, "Who wouldn't he want gifts?" This reasoning held some merit. Numerous detractors lurked in the live stream, seizing the opportunity to create a ruckus. Can't catch fish over 10 pounds? Better go home and raise pigs. Learning to fish like others? Don't embarrass yourself. Let us not say too much. If he catches a fish over 5 pounds, I'll eat my hat. Xiao Di, witnessing the disparaging comments, felt her cheeks puff with indignation. She retorted to the trolls in the chat, "That's impossible. My captain is an extraordinary fisherman, the finest in the world." "Humph, just 10 pounds? It's a piece of cake for him. Is the moderator here? Make a note of those who claim they eat their hats. They have a feast later." Wang Hai steered the boat towards the location of the grouper, guided by the detector. Observing Xiao Di's fervent defense of him against the trolls, her face flushed with frustration, he felt a warmth in his heart, mingled with amusement. "All right, Xiao Di, there is no need to engage with them. We shall let our success speak for itself," he reassured her. "Understood, Captain. Good luck." Xiao Di replied with a smile. "Humph, I want to argue with you. The captain said you'll regret it later." With that, she turned her attention back to her fishing rod, preparing to fish herself. Before long, the fishing boat arrived at the location of the grouper. It anchored directly above the spot. Once the vessel was secured, Wang Hai began contemplating how to reel in the sizable catch. The equipment was certainly up to the task. With this rod, even a small whale could be caught, let alone a modest grouper. Now, it was a matter of technique. First and foremost was the bait. The grouper's vision was rather poor, and they had a hearty appetite that would likely dismiss smaller baits. At least a few pounds of bait are necessary for it to be noticed. Upon realizing this, Wang Hai thought to himself, oh no. For there were merely a few small fish and shrimp aboard the vessel, lacking any suitable bait for catching the grouper. Should he turn back to retrieve the fishing net and use the larger fish caught as bait? Yet, such a round trip might cause the grouper to vanish. What to do? Unable to devise a favorable plan, Wang Hai resolved to activate the screen of the detector to observe the situation of the grouper more closely. After all, to achieve victory, one must first possess a thorough understanding of the opponent. Target detected. Grouper quantity. 1. Weight. 63 kilograms. Activity status. Stationary. Preparing to ambush. The grouper's condition remained unchanged from when it was first discovered. It was still poised to strike. Wang Hai speculated on the reason for the grouper's enduring state. It was likely lying in wait, anticipating the approach of prey, ready to deliver a sudden and decisive blow, much like a cunning and patient predator. Suddenly, an idea struck Wang Hai regarding the optimal method to catch this grouper. If he were to use its intended prey as bait, would it not be easier? But what, precisely, was the prey it awaited? With this thought in mind, Wang Hai enlarged the detector's screen, seeking the intended quarry in the grouper's sights. He found it. Not far in front of the grouper were several oblivious triggerfish, blissfully consuming the small shrimp on the ocean floor while drawing nearer to the grouper. They were quite substantial in size, each weighing over 10 pounds. Perhaps they were the very prey the grouper awaited. Upon spotting these triggerfish, a cunning scheme began to form in Wang Hai's mind. Although it lacked honor, it could prove remarkably effective. The plan was to stage a surprise attack, to seize the opportunity and catch the triggerfish first, then use them as bait to lure the grouper. In this manner, the grouper would mistakenly believe its ambush strategy had succeeded, foolishly taking the bait, and ultimately, the hunter would become the hunted. Chapter 20. The first fish to catch the cannonball fish. One only requires ordinary bait readily available on the fishing boat. Once the fishing plan was established, Wang Hai immediately sprang into action. He entered the name of the cannonball fish on the small screen of his fishing rod, and the fishing hook, crafted from a variable metal alloy, instantly transformed into a thumb-sized hook perfectly suited for catching cannonball fish. Xiaodi witnessed this extraordinary transformation, broadcasting it live. Her face lit up with astonishment as she gazed at Wang Hai with an incredulous expression. Although she was not an avid angler, she was passionate about watching fishing and ocean exploration videos, making this automatic metamorphosis of the fishing hook a first for her. This fishing rod exuded an impressive technological aura. She mused. She contemplated asking Wang Hai how he accomplished such a feat, but recalled his previous remark that witnessing miraculous events on the fishing boat was commonplace and that it was best not to dwell on the inexplicable. Thus, she opted to observe the fishing rod in awe instead. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. What a treasure of a fishing hook! How marvelous! Exclaimed one. After over 30 years of fishing, this is the first time I've seen a hook that can change shape at will. I'm in love. Please share the purchasing link for this rod. The audience's expressions of wonder and admiration for the fishing rod and hook were palpable. To Wang Hai's surprise, these comments contributed to his score. Had he known, he would have eagerly elaborated on the fishing rod's features, such as its impressive weight capacity of 100,000 pounds, to astonish them further and earn even more points. Alas, after selecting the shape and size of the hook and attaching the bait, he cast the hook into the water, guided by the detector's instructions, aligning it with the location of the cannonball fish. As he cast, his satisfaction with the fishing rod deepened. The fishing line, made from metallic fibers, was as fine and smooth as silk, remarkably capable of withstanding a force of 100,000 pounds. Its silky texture ensured a seamless casting experience, free from any jarring sensations. This precision allowed him to place the line exactly where he intended. Having fished for so many years, Wang Hai had never experienced such a smooth sensation with any rod before. With a superior rod and skilled technique, the hook was accurately delivered to the mouth of the cannonball fish, releasing an enticing aroma to lure it in. Now, he awaited the fish to bite. Xiaodi also cast her rod. The captain's casting technique was impressive. In contrast, Fat D appeared somewhat comical. However, casting prowess did not guarantee a catch. Luck played a vital role. I bet on Fat D to win. I bet on the captain. As they awaited a bite, Xiaodi became intrigued by the livestream comments. A betting game commenced, allowing viewers to wager on who they believed would triumph. Just so you know, this is only my third time fishing. Think carefully before betting on me. The contest commenced, with the audience eagerly wagering on who would catch the biggest fish the fastest. Support for Xiao Di was largely from her adoring fans who unwaveringly championed her, while those backing Wang Hai were primarily seasoned anglers and those hoping to accumulate points. The competition was fierce, with both sides evenly matched. Suddenly, Xiao Di's fishing rod began to tremble violently, the line tautening unexpectedly. Startled, she cried out in panic. The fish has taken the bait. What should I do? She began to stomp her feet, flustered and disoriented. Reel it in. I'm going to be outdone by Fat D. Such is the plight of a female angler. Fat D is going to die laughing. She is asking what to do when the fish is on the line. I bet on Fat D. Can I withdraw my wager? Xiao Di, oblivious to the barrage of comments, cast a desperate glance towards Wang Hai for aid. He, much like the viewers in the live stream, was rendered speechless by her antics. Reel it in, sister. Why are you looking at me? Upon hearing Wang Hai's words, Xiao Di finally began to comprehend. Her actions were clumsy, relying solely on brute strength to wrestle with the line, her rod flailing aimlessly. The audience in the live stream shook their heads in disbelief. However, fortune favored her. Amidst the chaos, she successfully brought the fish aboard. A fish weighing around 3 taels was flopped onto the deck, wriggling energetically. Yay! I finally caught my very first fish, she exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Quick, let us see what kind of fish it is. The viewers urged her to reveal the catch. Xiao Di aimed the camera at the fish, excitedly declaring, no matter what it is, having caught it with my own hands makes it the best fish ever. I shall feast on it tonight. As the true visage of the fish emerged on the screen, the audience erupted in excitement. Well, Fat D, you should eat it tonight. 18 years from now, you'll still be a legend. While others fish for sustenance, you seem to be fishing for disaster. After eating this fish, the whole village will feast at your home. 100,000 fans send you off, Fat D. Wang Hai chuckled, swiftly inquiring of Xiao Di, do you not know what kind of fish it is? Noticing the barrage of comments, Xiao Di appeared puzzled and asked Wang Hai, what kind of fish is this? This fish is called a pufferfish. It's highly toxic, and consuming it carelessly could be fatal, Wang Hai explained. Upon hearing this, a look of distaste crossed Xiao Di's face as she exclaimed in surprise, ah, so this is a pufferfish? Meanwhile, the pufferfish on the deck seemed to puff up in response to her disdain, transforming into an adorably round ball. Observing this, Xiao Di curiously approached, saying, though this fellow is inedible, it's rather cute. She playfully picked it up and began to toy with it. How hilarious! The very first fish caught by the foodie D turns out to be a pufferfish, which is inedible. Perhaps this is fate, punishing her for her gluttony. My heart aches for Fat D for 3 seconds. Nonetheless, she was having an absolute blast. How would the contest be resolved? The audience in the live stream fervently engaged in discussion. Suddenly, an intense tremor erupted from Wang Hai's fishing rod, indicating a substantial catch. It was evident that a large fish was on the line. Watching Pandai is merely for amusement. Fishing truly depends on the captain. Pandai, stop fooling around and focus on the captain. Goodness, what excitement. It has been ages since I witnessed such a substantial bite. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Xiao Di also noticed the commotion on Wang Hai's side, setting down the puffed-up pufferfish in irritation. With enthusiasm, she raised her phone and earnestly began live streaming Wang Hai's activity. Through the screen of his detector, Wang Hai discerned the status of the torpedo fish, confirming that it had taken the bait. Assured it was the target species, he deftly maneuvered the rod to ensure the hook was securely embedded in the torpedo fish, preventing any chance of it coming loose. Thanks to the quality of the fishing rod, minimal effort was required. Once he confirmed the hook's security, Wang Hai swiftly reeled in the line. As the torpedo fish broke the surface of the water, the audience in the live stream erupted in fervor. Wow, a big catch. Sea fishing is exhilarating. This one must weigh over 10 pounds. Where are those who were jesting about having bad luck? Come and feast. Incredible! Just a few minutes and we've already landed a big one. This captain truly knows his craft. Just as the viewers were still reeling from the excitement of the substantial catch, Wang Hai executed a move that left them utterly astounded. He brought the 10-plus pound torpedo fish aboard, struck it dead with a swift blow, and without removing the hook, tossed it back into the sea. What on earth is he doing? Why would he throw back the fish he just caught? Could it be? Chapter 21. Absurdity. What kind of operation is it to bludgeon a 10-plus pound pufferfish to death and toss it back into the sea? Both the viewers in the live stream and the on-site Xiao Di were baffled, unable to comprehend the reasoning behind such an action. Although pufferfish are not particularly rare, a single specimen weighing over 10 pounds could fetch at least 300 to 400 yuan. To simply discard it seemed illogical. Captain, what's going on? Don't you want that fish? Xiao Di inquired with curiosity. Wang Hai revealed an enigmatic smile, Sidestepping Xiaodi's question with the cryptic response, "You will understand shortly." The live stream audience erupted in confusion. "I've never caught a fish over 10 pounds. I wouldn't even have the opportunity to throw one back." True fishing enthusiasts revel in the experience of fishing itself, not merely the catch. The upstairs commenter is deluded. A fisherman's pride lies in his haul. "If I caught such a massive fish, I would proudly parade it around the street." Amidst the bewilderment, a comment in the chat captured everyone's attention. "Is it possible that the captain is using the 10-plus pound pufferfish as bait to catch an even larger fish? Are you serious? A 10-plus pound fish is just bait? I have dreamed of landing such a fish, yet it is merely someone else's bait? Please, spare us the delusions." Soon, doubts were raised. "Impossible. This isn't a fish farm. How could there possibly be larger fish? A 10-plus pound pufferfish is already a rarity. Wishing to catch an even bigger one seems fanciful. Even if one desired to pursue larger fish, a change of fishing spot would be warranted. After all, this is the coastal area, where it is unlikely to find fish weighing dozens of pounds. Moreover, with such a small hook and thin line, catching a 10-plus pound pufferfish is already at the limit. There is but one explanation. The captain's actions are merely for the sake of showmanship. Look at the increasing barrage of comments. The rising popularity is proof of that. Everyone disperse. Waiting here is futile. No larger fish will bite. Numerous seasoned anglers in the live stream confidently analyzed the situation. Yet, their reasoning was rooted in conventional logic, which proved ineffective when applied to Wang Hai. Wang Hai's act of bludgeoning the pufferfish and returning it to the sea was precisely to lure the lurking grouper, a behemoth lying in wait on the ocean floor. Logically, no one would suspect that a 100-pound grouper could be hiding in these coastal waters. However, Wang Hai possessed a powerful sonar detector that conveniently detected its presence. Typically, one would assume that such a thin fishing line and small hook would render it impossible to catch a large fish. Yet, Wang Hai's fishing line was crafted from metallic fibers, capable of withstanding a weight of 100,000 pounds without breaking. The fishing hook, made from a variable metal alloy, would deform inside the pufferfish's body after it was tossed back, transforming into a hook the size of a palm, more than adequate for reeling in the 100-plus pound grouper. Wang Hai had gleaned the focal points of the audience's discussions through Xiaodi, yet he refrained from providing explanations, for the impending outcome would serve as the finest elucidation. At this moment, he was intently gazing at the display screen of the detector, maneuvering his fishing hook closer to the elusive grouper. This fish had been lurking in the shadows for an extended period, growing increasingly famished. The triggerfish, a long-awaited prey, emitted an enticing scent that made the grouper's mouth water uncontrollably. Finally, Wang Hai's triggerfish entered the strike zone of the grouper. With a surge of energy, the grouper propelled itself from its hiding place, its massive maw agape, and swiftly engulfed the triggerfish. Without hesitation, it turned and fled. Suddenly, Wang Hai's fishing rod jolted violently, bending at an angle exceeding 90 degrees. A typical rod would have likely snapped under such strain. The fishing line was taut, producing a whistling sound as it cut through the air. The small boat tilted precariously, hinting at the possibility of capsizing. Goodness, a colossal fish. The spectators were left in awe at this spectacle. Their fingers trembled over the keyboard in excitement, resulting in remarkably brief comments. Even the most oblivious viewers could grasp the situation. To bend a fishing rod beyond 90 degrees, to create a whistling sound from the line, and to cause the boat to tilt, all these feats could only be accomplished by a fish weighing over 100 pounds. Moreover, it had to be a powerful, ferocious sea creature. How could this be? It was utterly outrageous. My goodness, it had only been less than 3 minutes, and a giant fish had appeared so suddenly. In this moment, I could only express my shock with an exclamation of astonishment. The captain was truly remarkable. There was no denying it. Could it be possible that there were divers beneath the surface? Or perhaps he had hooked onto the earth itself? It seemed implausible. Dear host, please reveal the location of this sea. My fishing rod is yearning for action. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast, countless comments and gift notifications flooded the screen, creating a dizzying display. On the boat, Xiaodi steadied herself with a hand against the vessel, maintaining her balance despite its tilt and the pull of the giant fish. She was not afraid. Her face radiated excitement and exhilaration. After securing the grouper's mouth with the hook, Wang Hai remained calm, refraining from reeling it in. Instead, he propped the fishing rod against the boat and sat down leisurely. "Captain, why aren't you reeling it in?" Xiaodi inquired excitedly. Although she had no experience in fishing, it was natural for her to voice such a question. Wang Hai patiently explained, "This technique is called playing the fish. The fish underwater weighs over 120 pounds, heavier than you, and is currently at its most vigorous. Without mechanical assistance, it would be challenging for either of us to haul it up. Let it tire itself out by pulling the boat. In less than half an hour, it will exhaust its energy, making it much easier to reel it in later. After contemplating his words, Xiao Di nodded, somewhat understanding. I see, Captain. But I'm so eager to see what it looks like right now. Patience is essential in fishing, Wang Hai replied, giving her a sidelong glance. Understood, Captain, she said, slightly embarrassed. During the process of playing the fish, Xiao Di checked the comments in the live stream. The knowledge of extravagant fishing has once again been enriched. Captain, hurry up. Let us reel it in. So, is the one pulling the line a diver? Let us fervently hope that Pandai's phone battery lasts until the fish surfaces. Let us pray that the large fish does not slip the hook. The barrage of comments is filled with urgency as they prompt and shower gifts. Observing this, Xiao Di solemnly remarked, fishing requires patience. I kindly ask everyone to refrain from urging. Time passed minute by minute. After several minutes, the tilt of the fishing boat had significantly decreased compared to the beginning. The speed of the pull also slowed down. The fishing line alternated between tautness and slackness. The fishing rod mirrored this rhythm. It was evident that the grouper was growing weary. The grouper sought to pause and rest. Wang Hai, however, was not about to grant the grouper any respite. As the line loosened, he reeled it in slightly, startling the grouper into a frenzied dash once more. Chapter 22. Level 2 fisherman. Once the grouper, weighing over 120 pounds, became fatigued and needed to pause, Wang Hai would gently provoke it, startling it into resuming its struggle. This state persisted for approximately 10 minutes. Ultimately, the grouper's strength was entirely depleted. It could no longer swim, surrendering to the pull of the fishing line and ceasing its resistance. Wang Hai flicked his rod to test the tension and discerned that it was time to reel in. He swiftly cranked the reel, drawing the grouper closer to the fishing boat. Despite its considerable weight, the buoyancy of the seawater made it relatively effortless to pull the defeated fish to the surface. Wang Hai retracted the line with ease, managing to retrieve it in less than 3 minutes. The grouper emerged from the water as he did so. At the moment it broke the surface, it flicked its substantial tail, splashing the tranquil sea with an impressive spray of water. However, it was utterly exhausted, and this was its final act of defiance. Xiao Di's live broadcast captured this moment, showcasing the immense silhouette of the grouper as it surfaced. Tens of thousands of viewers awaited this spectacle, their faces reflecting astonishment as they beheld the massive creature. The grouper's last desperate flick of its tail further ignited their excitement amidst their shock. What a thrill! Magnificent! It's a giant grouper. This is absolutely exhilarating. It must weigh at least 100 pounds. It is the largest fish I have ever seen caught. Incredible! As for the captain's fishing prowess, I can only express my admiration. This could very well make the Fishing Alliance leaderboard. Various expressions of astonishment and admiration flooded the live chat, scrolling frantically across the screen, accompanied by numerous gift notifications. However, a pressing issue soon arose. While bringing the giant grouper to the surface was relatively simple, the challenge lay in how to haul it aboard, considering that the landing net was far too small for its girth. This was a dilemma Wang Hai now faced. Prior to setting sail, he had not anticipated catching such a substantial fish and had not equipped himself with a large net or a sturdy iron hook for retrieval. The grouper boasted sharp and robust spines along its back, making it nearly impossible to lift it directly from the water. Thus, without the proper tools, getting the fish onto the boat posed a significant challenge. However, where there is a will, there is a way. Wang Hai quickly devised a solution. His gaze fell upon the netting machine aboard the vessel. Capable of hauling nets, it could surely manage the fishing line as well. If it could lift hundreds of pounds of netting from the ocean floor, it could effortlessly handle a fish weighing over 100 pounds. Wang Hai resolved to employ the netting machine to forcefully pull the grouper onto the boat. Without hesitation, he secured the fishing line to the machine's reel and activated it. Watching as the reel began to turn slowly, pulling the line taut. As the fishing line tightened, the enormous grouper was pulled from the depths of the sea and hoisted onto the deck of the fishing vessel. Success! The viewers in the live stream were utterly astonished as they witnessed Wang Hai operate the netting machine. What sort of fishing line is this? How can such a slender line withstand such a forceful catch without snapping? Surely the captain must have pilfered Spider-Man's web. This fishing rod is astonishing. It is a dream to possess. Oh, how I wish the host would share the link. The audience could not stop praising the rod's formidable prowess. However, the fish hold was too small to accommodate the massive grouper. Once aboard, it remained on the deck, Given the current conditions of the fishing vessel, it was impossible to keep it alive, so they could only cover its body with ice to preserve its freshness as best as possible. After organizing the grouper, Wang Hai steered the boat toward the location of the fishing nets. Meanwhile, Xiaodi excitedly brandished her phone, capturing endless footage of the grouper for the live audience, thus elevating the stream's excitement. As Wang Hai observed Xiaodi broadcasting, he recalled the matter of his points. While navigating the boat, he accessed the system to check his personal information. Upon seeing the figures, he was taken aback. The last time he checked, he had only accumulated a little over 5,000 points, but now it had surged to over 23,000. This meant that in the short span of catching the grouper, he had gained more than 18,000 points, an unexpectedly rapid accumulation. Once he calmed his astonishment and elation, he pondered how to utilize these points. He quickly made a decision. In the exchange marketplace, he spent 8,000 points to redeem 800,000 yuan, intended for settling the remaining balance on his villa construction. The redemption was successful. The moment the system confirmed the transaction, his phone buzzed with a notification of the bank transfer. 800,000 yuan instantaneously credited to his account. With the funds secured, he turned his attention away from further monetary exchanges. Next, he utilized 10,000 points in the personal information interface to elevate his fisherman level. With a level 1 fisherman designation, he had access to the level 1 marketplace, but upgrading to level 2 would unlock the corresponding level 2 marketplace. The equipment available in the level 1 marketplace astonished Wang Hai with its remarkable capabilities, leaving him eager to discover what the level 2 marketplace had to offer. Thus, as soon as he gathered enough points, he eagerly opted for the upgrade. Upgrade successful. The moment this prompt appeared, a voice resonated in Wang Hai's mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to level 2 fisherman. You have received an upgrade gift package. Awarded a seaside restaurant. Unlocked level 2 points exchange marketplace. As the system's voice faded, a document materialized before Wang Hai. Upon hearing the system's announcement and witnessing the document, he felt a surge of delight. He had initially believed that the only benefit of leveling up was the unlocking of the level 2 marketplace. He had not anticipated receiving an upgrade gift package as well, a seaside restaurant. Acquiring a seaside restaurant would undoubtedly bring joy to anyone. Wang Hai, of course, would not decline this opportunity and eagerly picked up the document to peruse its contents. Within, he discovered information and relevant certifications pertaining to the restaurant, detailing its location, scale, and the particulars of each employee. It was clearly stated that he held full ownership of the establishment, with a 100% stake. He resolved to visit it when time permitted. Afterward, he contacted the system and accessed the Points Redemption Mall, examining the offerings available in the Level 2 exchange. A holographic projection of the Redemption Mall materialized before him, showcasing a myriad of products. Level 2 Points Redemption Mall. Level 2 Fishing Boat. Exchange price 10,000 points for Level 1 Fishing Boat. Level 2 Fishing Rod. Exchange price 10,000 points for Level 1 Fishing Rod. Level 2 Fishing Net. Exchange price 10,000 points for Level 1 Fishing Net. Level 2 Driver. Exchange price 10,000 points for Level 1 Driver. Level 2 Detector. Exchange price 10,000 points for Level 1 Detector. Level 2 Hull Armor. Exchange price 10,000 points for Level 1 Hull Armor. Level 2 Bodily Enhancement Potion. Exchange price 10,000 points. Level 2 Onboard Intelligence System. Exchange price 20,000 points. Level 2 Onboard Energy System. Exchange price 20,000 points. Fixed Asset Documentation. Exchange price 20,000 points. Wang Hai meticulously examined the information presented, nodding in approval. The Level 2 Mall exhibited several notable differences from the Level 1 Mall. The first distinction was the method of exchanging existing equipment. Level 2 gear required an upgrade from Level 1 gear through the expenditure of points. For instance, a Level 2 fishing boat necessitated a Level 1 fishing boat at the cost of 10,000 points. This exchange method resembled an upgrading process, wherein points were utilized to elevate Level 1 equipment to Level 2. It was apparent that the capabilities of Level 2 equipment would undoubtedly surpass those of Level 1. The second distinction was the introduction of new equipment within the Level 2 Mall, specifically the Onboard Intelligence System and Onboard Energy System. Merely from their names, one could sense the advanced technological allure these systems possessed. The third difference was the addition of personal use items, such as the Bodily Enhancement Potion. which Wang Hai deemed more significant than the others. After all, it pertained to his own health, a vital aspect of existence. Without health, everything one possesses may amount to naught. Thus, upon encountering this potion, Wang Hai felt an exceptional sense of delight. The fourth difference was that the currency redeemable in the Level 2 Mall transitioned from Dragon Country coins in the Level 1 Mall to fixed assets. Although unspecified, one could reasonably surmise that these assets held considerable value. Overall, the items available for redemption in the Level 2 Mall greatly satisfied Wang Hai. If one were to cite a drawback, it would undeniably be the cost. The points required were significantly higher than those in the Level 1 Mall, often exceeding tenfold. This realization left Wang Hai feeling quite overwhelmed. Chapter 23. Discovery of the bounty. Having exchanged 800,000 points and upgraded, Wang Hai spent a total of 18,000 points, leaving him with just over 5,000 points, insufficient for obtaining Level 2 equipment. Due to the shortfall, he merely perused the Level 2 marketplace without delving into the details of each product, subsequently closing the product interface. The fishing vessel swiftly arrived at the designated netting location. The live broadcast in Xiao Di's streaming room was exceptionally captivating, with a seamless succession of engaging segments. The audience, still enthralled by the Dragon Grouper, eagerly anticipated the net retrieval segment. The seasoned viewers, reluctant to depart, were joined by newcomers drawn in by the excitement, resulting in a steadily growing audience. Consequently, the show's popularity soared, catapulting it to the top of the Douyin live streaming charts. As Wang Hai prepared to haul in the net, Xiao Di shifted the camera from the Dragon Grouper to the fishing net, joyfully announcing, "We're hauling in the net. New viewers, don't rush. We'll show you the giant grouper after we finish this." The focus of the discussion in the comments shifted from the Dragon Grouper to the net retrieval. The previous catch weighed over 300 pounds. Would this haul surpass it? Some expressed skepticism, reasoning that luck could not always prevail, and the last successful netting was merely a stroke of fortune, predicting that this time would likely yield less. Others, however, believed that the captain, Fat D, was a treasure trove of fishing prowess, suggesting that skill played a role beyond mere chance, and this haul might indeed exceed the last. "Fat D, let's start a wager." Xiao Di noticed the viewers debating the potential catch and shared her perspective. "I unconditionally trust our captain. This haul will surely surpass the last." The wager was cleverly designed with only two options: within double the last catch or exceeding double the last catch. An audacious choice, with no option for a lesser haul. Oh, this, a mysterious confidence. Fast forward to when Fat D gets proven wrong. The audience erupted into playful banter at Fat D's boldness. "Humph, you shall not doubt my captain," she proclaimed with pride. Once the wager commenced, many viewers placed their bets, with the majority opting for the within double option and a smaller faction for the exceeding double. The ratio approximately 9-1. Xiao Di chose to focus on capturing the preparations for net retrieval, disregarding the bets. At that moment, Wang Hai abruptly halted his netting action and turned to Xiao Di, saying, "Let us wait a moment." "What's wrong?" Xiao Di inquired, puzzled. "There's a large school of fish nearby. Let us drive them into the net." Wang Hai explained. "Fish school?" Xiao Di, holding her phone, scanned the calm surface of the sea, growing increasingly perplexed, unable to detect any signs of a fish school. "How do you know?" She couldn't help but ask. "Experience," Wang Hai replied, playfully evading her question. As Wang Hai was poised to retrieve the net, he glanced at the sonar screen to assess the nearby marine life and discovered a school of over 600 mackerel leisurely roaming in proximity to the fishing net. Inspired by this revelation, he conceived a plan to drive the mackerel into the net. The viewers in the live broadcast, having overheard the exchange between Wang Hai and Xiao Di, were filled with curiosity and skepticism. Queries flooded the chat. How can he discern the presence of fish? "My family has been fishing for generations, and I've never heard of such a technique. Is it based on tides and currents? That seems implausible. Could he be boasting?" Yet, despite the doubts, many sensed that the captain possessed some unique insight, making it unlikely that he was merely exaggerating. Amidst the viewers' bewildered gazes, Wang Hai turned the boat toward the rear of the mackerel school. He vigorously splashed the water with the oars, creating a cacophony that startled the fish and sent them darting toward the net. This technique, known as net striking, is employed by the fishermen of Yuhai village to drive fish into their nets. Although labor-intensive and exhausting, its efficacy is undeniable, particularly when fish activity can be detected. Through Wang Hai's relentless efforts, the sonar screen indicated that the mackerel had shifted direction and were now congregating at the net. While real-time visuals were unavailable, It was reasonable to infer that they had indeed been ensnared. Naturally, a few fish may have evaded capture, but Wang Hai dismissed them as inconsequential. The fishing vessel returned to the net's location, and he began the retrieval process. One end of the net was attached to the winch connected to the fish sorting machine, and gradually, it was drawn from the water. The initial catch appeared modest. After hauling in several dozen meters of net, only a meager handful of fish were visible. Disappointment began to seep into the live chat, as the haul thus far was far from impressive compared to previous catches. However, as the net continued to be drawn in, a transformation occurred. The net revealed a dense throng of plump mackerel, each weighing over 2 pounds, with 3 or 4 fish clinging to every meter of the net. The density was astonishing. Their vibrant bodies shimmered under the afternoon sun, reflecting light in a dazzling display that nearly blinded the viewers. Wang Hai, well aware of the mackerel's presence, remained composed and watched as the net was retrieved. In contrast, Xiao Di, oblivious to this knowledge, excitedly pointed to the mackerel school and exclaimed to the audience, "Did you see that? Our captain is truly remarkable. The net could not possibly fail." The chat exploded with enthusiastic responses. "Incredible! We are in awe. This time, I am utterly convinced. I have always said that the captain possesses remarkable skills. Is this the vast ocean? It feels more akin to a fish pond. Surely, the density of fish in a pond cannot be this high." I earnestly counted. And within 3 minutes, over 230 fish had already been caught, surpassing our previous haul. There are still more in the net behind. Watching an unceasing stream of mackerel and other fish being pulled aboard left the audience in the live broadcast utterly astounded, their eyes glued to the screen. After 10 minutes, over 600 mackerel had been retrieved. The total weight had already exceeded that of the previous catch. Little D gleefully clicked to conclude the betting. The net behind had yet to be fully collected. However, after this wave of mackerel, the quantity of fish remaining in the subsequent net had significantly dwindled. Yet, no one seemed to care about that anymore. The live chat was filled with praises for Wang Hai, with some even dubbing him the Prince of Netting. Upon hearing Little D mention the chat comments, Wang Hai opened his personal information interface and witnessed his points soaring. The remaining over 5,000 points had now surged to over 13,000. How exhilarating! Wang Hai chuckled to himself. Just then, the net retrieval machine began to make noise, emitting a jarring sound of grinding gears. As the fishing net tightened, the retrieval machine jammed, ceasing its function. Although the taut net had not broken, it could no longer be drawn in. What is happening? Wang Hai turned to look at the retrieval machine after hearing the noise. Initially, he suspected a malfunction, but upon inspection, he discovered otherwise. The net had become ensnared. Even at maximum power, the retrieval machine could not pull it up, resulting in its halt. The viewers in the live broadcast began to speculate. If all goes as expected, an unexpected event must be occurring. If even the retrieval machine cannot succeed, it can only mean one thing. It must be snagged on an underwater rock. It seems the only option is to cut the net. The ocean's depths are unfathomable. In the naked eye can only perceive the net extending into the water, obscuring what it is caught. Thus, everyone was left to deduce the possible scenarios based on experience. Wang Hai attempted to restart the retrieval machine, hoping to forcibly draw the net up. Yet, he failed. The machine emitted a piercing screech but could not budge the net even a fraction, ultimately ceasing operation once more. After several attempts yielded the same result, he pondered whether he must indeed sever the net. Abandoning his efforts to use the retrieval machine, Wang Hai gazed at the submerged net, deep in thought. Suddenly, he recalled the detector. He remembered that the device possessed a function for detecting other objects. The net and the underwater rocks, being inanimate, should fall within a different category. Utilizing that function might reveal the state of the net. With this thought in mind, Wang Hai activated the holographic display of the detector and selected the alternative detection feature. He successfully pinpointed the section of the net that was ensnared on the seabed beneath the vessel. Near the fishing net, there indeed lies a vast underwater reef. Although the screen of the detector does not provide a clear view, it is evident that there is an intersection between the two. It can almost be conclusively determined that the fishing net has become ensnared by the reef. This underwater formation is substantial, with more than 4 meters exposed, and the extent buried beneath the seabed remains unknown. If the net is indeed caught upon it, the retrieval mechanism would be incapable of lifting it. The only option left would be to sever the net. Having confirmed the entanglement with the reef, Wang Hai had no choice but to concede. However, just as he was about to power down the detector screen, a sudden flash of yellow light appeared on the magnified display. This light was situated adjacent to the reef. intersecting with the fishing net. What could it be? The selected mode was designed to detect inanimate objects, such as stones and fishing nets. Thus, this luminous phenomenon could not possibly be a large fish or shrimp. What could it be? Holding on to this query, Wang Hai clicked on the light to examine the details. Target discovered. Pearl size, diameter 4.3 centimeters, shape, nearly perfect spherical. Quality, exceptional. Upon reading the details, a multitude of question marks danced across Wang Hai's face. Could there truly be a pearl here? Who would have discarded it? He quickly realized the absurdity of his astonishment. Pearls are, after all, products of the sea. It wasn't he discarded by anyone. It was produced by the marine mollusks. Yet, a pearl with a diameter of 4.3 centimeters is exceedingly large. What kind of mollusk could yield such a magnificent pearl? Wang Hai was filled with curiosity. He promptly switched the detector to the mode for detecting shellfish. Indeed, the screen of the detector flickered with light. Click to view. It was indeed a colossal pearl oyster. Chapter 24. The dilemma. Wang Hai finally comprehended the situation. It turned out that adjacent to the section of the seabed where the fishing net was ensnared, there resided an ancient clam. According to the point marked on the detector's display, it intersected with the reef and the fishing net, likely concealed within a crevice of the rocks. The reason the net had become entangled was probably that it had been dragged there by the clam. Wang Hai halted the vessel, turned off the engine, and cast the anchor into the sea, stabilizing the fishing boat in its position. Subsequently, he sat at the edge of the boat, gazing into the unfathomable depths below while pondering how to retrieve the precious clam. At the very least, he aimed to procure the magnificent pearl nestled within it. The acquisition of that pearl was imperative for him, for its value promised substantial rewards. Beyond its inherent worth, it represented a coveted key to viewership for his live stream. One could easily envision the explosive impact on the broadcast if he were to successfully retrieve such a colossal, perfectly round, and exquisitely radiant pearl, an extraordinary rarity in the world. Thus, Wang Hai was resolute in his quest. The task of netting fish could wait. His foremost priority was to extract the pearl. However, he soon encountered a formidable challenge. The difficulty of capturing the clam was exceedingly high. Unlike fish or shrimp, clams nestled in rock crevices could not be caught with hooks or nets. The most effective method would be to dive for it. This was not a mere conjecture of Wang Hai's. It stemmed from the wisdom passed down through generations. Many fishermen from Yuehai village were adept at clam fishing, employing the technique of diving with oxygen tanks to retrieve them from the depths. Apart from this approach, no superior alternative existed. In his youth, Wang Hai often listened to tales of diving for clams. Thus he was aware of this method. However, knowledge without means was futile. On this occasion, he had not brought any diving equipment. The water here was over 10 meters deep, and attempting to dive without gear to capture the clam was nearly impossible for anyone. Moreover, Wang Hai lacked diving experience. Even with equipment, success would be challenging, let alone without any tools. He contemplated a course of action, to return to the village and enlist the assistance of skilled divers equipped with the necessary tools. Yet, he quickly dismissed this idea. The treasures of the seabed bore no names and belonged to no one. There were no explicit laws dictating ownership upon discovery. What if, after retrieval, someone seized it from him? The actual value of that pearl was evident, and he had to remain vigilant. Additionally, enlisting help would mean that the accolades from the livestream's audience would not be his to claim, casting doubt on the potential rise in his points. Thus, he concluded that he must undertake the retrieval himself. Having abandoned the idea of seeking assistance, Wang Hai contemplated marking the spot and returning to procure diving equipment before coming back. This indeed seemed like a reasonable solution. However, the round trip would consume considerable time, and by the time he returned, it would be evening, fraught with dangers that would necessitate waiting until the following day. This inevitably raised the specter of lingering uncertainties through the night. After all, even if the pearl oyster were not dead, it could still wander off. If a storm or strong current were to arise, it might vanish without a trace. Thus, it would be most prudent to devise a method for retrieval at this moment. Wang Hai gazed into the sea, lost in thought. Before long, Xiao Di noticed Wang Hai sitting at the edge of the boat, seemingly in a trance for quite some time, and a look of concern crossed her face as she inquired, "Captain, what troubles you?" Regaining his focus, Wang Hai replied, "Nothing. Just pondering a solution." Standing by, Xiao Di lowered her gaze and, with an apologetic tone, remarked, "Oh, I'm afraid I'm not very clever and don't understand fishing well enough to assist you, Captain. I'm not a competent sailor." "No worries. Your support in managing the live stream is the greatest help you can provide," Wang Hai reassured her. upon hearing his words. Although she could not fathom why he was so eager to know, Xiao Di felt pleased to be of assistance, responding with a cheerful laugh. Really? Hee hee. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were voicing their opinions. This entanglement is unsolvable. It must be severed. Captain, don't strain yourself, no matter how skilled you are at fishing. This situation is futile. Either dive down to untangle the net. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Hai had already shifted his thoughts away from the entangled net. After 5 or 6 minutes, he recalled the Level 2 points exchange shop. He pondered whether the newly unlocked equipment possessed special capabilities that could aid him in retrieving the Pearl Oyster. Fortunately, he had amassed over 13,000 points, sufficient to exchange for one item. With that thought, Wang Hai promptly contacted the system to access the shop interface and meticulously reviewed the details of each product, starting with fishing boats, followed by fishing rods, nets, and finally the energy system. As he examined their descriptions, a flicker of disappointment crossed his face. Although the functionalities of Level 2 equipment were indeed formidable in certain domains, they appeared to offer little assistance in the retrieval of pearl oysters. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the last item in the shop, the physique enhancement potion. Though he did not harbor high hopes, he figured he might as well explore it. He clicked on the potion to scrutinize its details. Physique enhancement potion, priced at 10,000 points. Enhancement focus, fisherman. Enhancement effects, perfect physique, increased physical strength. Ability to breathe underwater, improved agility during underwater movement. Side effects, none. Dosage, oral, 1 bottle per person. Upon reading the effects of the physique enhancement potion, Wang Hai's eyelids involuntarily flickered. His heart raced with a mix of astonishment and delight. Goodness, the effects of this enhancement potion are astonishing. The ability to breathe underwater is nothing short of miraculous. Wang Hai, as a fisherman, understands precisely what this means. It is akin to possessing a personal oxygen tank. Once endowed with this ability, the specter of drowning becomes a thing of the past. Furthermore, the potion enhances strength and improves agility underwater. Collectively, these effects transform an individual who is solely terrestrial into an amphibious being capable of thriving beneath the waves. Most remarkably, there are no side effects. The efficacy of this potion is truly astounding. Wang Hai's breath quickened with excitement. Bye, he thought to himself. Such an extraordinary potion was simply irresistible. Moreover, it perfectly addressed his immediate needs. With the described effects, capturing a pearl oyster underwater would be an effortless endeavor. Congratulations, purchase successful. A notification popped up on the screen. In Wang Hai's hand appeared a small bottle of crystalline, translucent green potion. The bottle, though merely 100 milliliters in volume, emanated an invigorating aura that brought immense pleasure. Bathed in this vitality, he felt as though he were caressed by a gentle spring breeze amidst a riot of blooming flowers. Initially, Wang Hai had some reservations, but upon experiencing this revitalizing essence, he cast his doubts aside. He uncorked the bottle and, without hesitation, drank the potion. It flowed down his throat, into his stomach, and was swiftly absorbed by his gastric cells, coursing through his bloodstream and permeating every corner of his being. Soon, the effects began to manifest. A warm, comforting sensation enveloped him, akin to the bliss of waking from a deep slumber and stretching languidly. His physical condition felt unprecedentedly invigorated. Almost immediately, his muscles began to transform. The already robust muscles became even more formidable, with his once indistinct six-pack abs now prominently defined. Each muscle appeared in its most aesthetically pleasing and powerful form. If he were to remove his shirt at this moment, the sight would undoubtedly astonish him, and surely delight Xiao Di as well. For he would behold a physique that could be deemed near perfection from a human aesthetic standpoint, a body that any male model in the world would covet, yet find unattainable. In addition to the muscular transformation, Wang Hai sensed that his skin seemed to possess the ability to breathe. He attempted to hold his breath, refraining from using his nose or mouth, yet felt no trace of suffocation. This, he surmised, must be the ability to breathe underwater through his skin. The enhancements brought forth by the potion did not cease there. Wang Hai discovered that both his vision and hearing had improved remarkably. He could discern minute details from 1,000 meters away, as if they were as large as flies. Remarkably, all the changes induced by the potion were beneficial, with no adverse effects whatsoever. As he reveled in the transformations of his body, he felt an exhilarating sense of empowerment. Wang Hai's face radiated with a joyful smile as he exclaimed, "This is absolutely delightful." Chapter 25. Diving after consuming the physique-enhancing potion. Wang Hai gazed at the crystal-clear waters beneath the boat and felt an unexpected kinship, instantly conceiving a method to harvest pearl oysters. The approach was devoid of sophistication. Relying on the most primitive form of hand-to-hand combat, he intended to dive and seize the oysters with sheer force. After all, the potion had bestowed him with such capability. Prior to submerging, Wang Hai required several essentials. A rope several meters long would tether him to the fishing vessel, ensuring that in the event of any unforeseen circumstances, he could swiftly return to safety. Additionally, he needed a waterproof case for his phone. Wang Hai aspired to broadcast the underwater realm to his audience during the dive, thereby enhancing the live streaming experience and increasing his popularity. Many viewers, after all, had a penchant for diving. The act of diving to capture pearl oysters also fell within the domain of fishing. Should the audience express their approval during the endeavor, he would accumulate points. The clarity of the water and the beauty of the coral reefs beneath promised a mesmerizing underwater spectacle. It was easy to envision an abundance of likes from viewers, leading to a substantial influx of points. This was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Hai collected himself and turned to Xiao Di, inquiring, "Did you bring the case?" Xiao Di's eyes widened in surprise as she stammered, "Huh? The case? What kind of case?" Upon realizing the implications of her question, her face flushed with a mix of astonishment and a hint of anxiety. It seemed her thoughts had strayed. The audience in the live stream also misinterpreted the context, resulting in a flurry of excitement. Ding! Student card. This ride has taken an unexpected turn. Why are there suddenly tire marks on my face? Hurry, hurry. The audience was ablaze with comments, revealing a plethora of lewd interpretations. Wang Hai swiftly recognized his miscommunication and awkwardly clarified, "I meant the waterproof case for the phone." Xiao Di let out a sigh of relief and replied, "Oh, I brought it. Being quite observant, Xiao Di had anticipated that the fishing process might involve some water exposure. So she had packed a waterproof case beforehand, though she had not yet had the chance to utilize it. As she spoke, she opened her small bag and retrieved the waterproof case, handing it to Wang Hai. He examined the case, a polite yet embarrassed smile gracing his face. The design was rather juvenile, a pink Doraemon. Even the stout character, Fat Tiger, would shake his head in disbelief. "Captain, what is this for?" Xiao Di asked. Observing Wang Hai affix the case to his phone for the live broadcast. "Diving for an underwater live stream." Wang Hai replied candidly. Xiao Di, still puzzled, responded, "But I can't dive. To be honest, I can hold my breath underwater for less than half a minute." "Don't worry. It's not you who will be diving. It's me," Wang Hai explained. With that revelation, Xiao Di exhaled in relief, her excitement palpable. "Diving and underwater live streaming? Well, I can't wait. I'll use another phone to watch." Wang Hai, after donning his waterproof suit, returned the phone to Xiao Di, saying, "All right. You hold on to the phone and continue the live broadcast. I need to prepare." "Got it," Xiao Di replied, casually capturing images of the fish aboard the boat and the expansive sea. Although the live stream did not showcase the two of them, the audience could hear their conversation, thus understanding Wang Hai's intentions. Consequently, a flurry of comments flooded the screen. "The captain is so bold. Is he really going to dive to untangle the nets? I can't wait to see what lies beneath the water. A diving live stream is simply too cool." Followed, "Gift sent. Hurry up. Fast forward to the underwater world. Fat D, take a shot of the captain and his diving gear." However, Xiao Di's thoughts were far from the broadcast. Her gaze remained fixated on Wang Hai. She was curious about what preparations he needed to make before diving. She watched as he first retrieved a bundle of rope and secured one end to the boat. Next, he shed his clothing, revealing his well-defined muscles. His nearly flawless physique glimmered under the sunlight, and Xiao Di was left in awe. Her eyes widened, her heart raced, and she felt as though a deer was bounding within her chest. How could someone be so handsome? Oh my, how can there be such a perfect body in this world? Ah, so bright my eyes. What should I do? I can't help but be drawn to his physique. I must stop looking, but how can I resist? In mere seconds, her mind raced with countless thoughts. Wang Hai then secured the other end of the rope around himself. Once fastened, he turned to Xiao Di, who was still in a daze, and said, "Are you ready? While I'm underwater, please keep an eye on the rope tied to the boat to ensure it doesn't loosen. Also, if anything goes wrong with the live stream, pull the rope up immediately." "Xiao Di, did you hear me?" "Huh?" Wang Hai observed her unresponsiveness and, seeing her still lost in thought, gently shook her head. "What is the matter? What were you just saying?" she asked, avoiding his gaze, her eyes darting around in an attempt to mask her flustered state, only to feel increasingly anxious. Wang Hai sighed internally, pondering how he ended up with such an unreliable crew member. He then reiterated his previous instructions to Xiao Di. Whether she comprehended them was uncertain, but her head bobbed up and down like a chick pecking at grain. Okay, got it, got it. Wang Hai shook his head in resignation, took the live-streaming phone from her, and cautioned, I'm going to dive now. Please be vigilant and stay safe on the boat. Okay, okay. She murmured, her head down, nodding vigorously. It was only when Wang Hai leapt into the water that she dared to lift her head and look at him. She suddenly had a thought. Leaning over the edge of the boat, calling out to Wang Hai, who was submerged beneath the surface, you must also pay attention to safety. At that moment, Wang Hai had already dived into the water, swimming deeper. Although he heard her voice, he could not respond, merely signaling with an okay gesture. After entering the water, Xiao Di kept her eyes fixed on the rope while using another phone to enter her live streaming room, watching the broadcast. Underwater, Wang Hai's face illuminated with an exhilarating smile. He discovered, just as had been described, that he could absorb the oxygen dissolved in the water through his skin. Even with his mouth and nose closed, he felt no discomfort, as if he were on land. His robust physique effortlessly withstood the pressure of the depths. His diving movements were remarkably adept, as if innate. He moved gracefully through the water, reminiscent of a fish, free and unhindered. Sensing his body as stayed underwater, he cast aside all reservations and dove deeper. 3 meters, 5 meters, 8 meters, 12 meters. Wang Hai swiftly reached a depth of 12 meters. Sunlight penetrated this far, and with the water being exceptionally clear, the world below was even brighter than he had imagined, with excellent visibility. Once there, Wang Hai began to capture the breathtaking underwater scenery, sharing it with the viewers in his live stream, eliciting a flurry of astonished comments. Wow, the captain really has gone underwater. The seawater here is so clear, you can see everything. Look, that's a mantis shrimp, a vast expanse of emerald coral reefs. Resembling a forest, it's simply stunning. That coral fish is so silly, it keeps following the captain. Please tell me where this is. I want to go too. Captain, can I contact you? The girls in my dorm want to come and play. On the boat, Shuddy watched the live stream, her face beaming with excitement. She thought to herself that next time she would bring diving gear and have Wang Hai take her down. While watching, she also replied to some comments with a secondary account. The captain is mine alone. Please don't come. Captain, I'm your little fan. Captain, please stay safe. Approximately 10 minutes later, while Xiao Di joyfully typed comments with her secondary account, her expression suddenly shifted dramatically. It seemed she had realized something. Her smile vanished, replaced by sheer astonishment. Wait a minute. Wang Hai didn't bring any diving equipment down with him. He had been underwater for over 10 minutes. How was that possible? Without any gear, he had remained submerged for 10 minutes. How was it achievable? Xiao Di was not foolish. She knew that for someone without equipment, staying underwater for 2 to 3 minutes was already impressive, let alone over 10 minutes while live streaming. There was likely no one in the world capable of such a feat yet. Wang Hai had done it. Moreover, this was not his limit. He was still actively broadcasting. Due to the sheer absurdity of the situation, Xiao Di found herself unable to comprehend the reasons behind it, feeling as though her mind was no longer sufficient. She gazed into the distant sky, attempting to calm her astonished heart. Ultimately, she recalled the words previously spoken by Wang Hai. Should one witness extraordinary occurrences aboard a fishing vessel, there is no need for astonishment, curiosity, or a desire to unravel the mystery. One should simply remain composed. Thus, she found solace and ceased her contemplation, returning her focus to Wang Hai's underwater live stream. Chapter 26. The Sea Clam. The underwater live broadcast was thriving, with the viewer count and popularity soaring. After captivating the audience for about 10 minutes, Wang Hai began to attend to his primary task, the capture of a precious pearl clam. Guided by the information displayed on his detector, he first searched for the fallen fishing net on the seabed. As the fishing net covered the largest area and was the easiest to locate, he knew that the pearl clam was ensnared within it. By finding the fishing net and following its path, he could effortlessly uncover the prized clam. Underwater, human sense of direction tends to falter, often leading one to swim in circles and end up back where they started. However, Wang Hai was different. Ever since consuming the body-enhancing elixir, he discovered that his underwater navigation felt remarkably akin to that on land, allowing him to discern direction with ease. Knowing the general direction of the fishing net, he swam towards it. Before long, he spotted small fish entangled in the net from a distance. As he approached, he finally laid eyes on the fishing net, and following its line, he soon located the point of entanglement. As he had surmised, a massive, oddly shaped underwater rock was firmly ensnared by the net. Observing this, the audience exclaimed, "The captain has finally remembered his true purpose." Honestly, I prefer the captain's carefree demeanor. Let's explore the underwater wonders. I was right. The net is indeed caught on a rock. I absolutely adore this captain. This is the essence of a true fisherman. So what if the net is stuck on a rock? He'll just dive down and fix it. Simply put, impressive. Indeed, the captain is remarkable. I hope after he untangles the net, he continues to broadcast the underwater world. While the viewers exchanged comments, Wang Hai diligently worked to free the fishing net ensnared beneath the reef. Subsequently, he followed the net further down. At last, beneath the peculiar rock formations, he discovered a stone cave. A portion of the fishing net had been dragged inside. Holding his phone aloft to capture the moment, Wang Hai peered into the cavern. Thanks to the crystal-clear waters, visibility was excellent, allowing him to ascertain the situation inside. What he saw confirmed his earlier suspicions. Within the cave lay a gigantic pearl clam, its extensive form measuring approximately 1 meter across. The grayish-white shell was adorned with green algae and barnacles, bearing the unmistakable marks of age, a clear indication that it was a venerable specimen. At that moment, the clam slightly opened its shell, feasting on the small fish caught in the net. Upon seeing the clam, Wang Hai validated his previous conjecture. The root cause of the net's entanglement was indeed this very pearl clam, enamored by the fish caught in the net. It had inadvertently dragged both the fish and the net into the cave, leaving the net ensnared beneath the adjacent massive rock. It was a most fortuitous turn of events. It was precisely due to this clam's actions that Wang Hai discovered its presence. The live broadcast continued uninterrupted and in pursuit of a more compelling program. Wang Hai made a special effort to capture close-up shots of the pearl oyster nestled within the stone cave. The viewers in the live stream were astonished to behold the magnificent creature. As they gained clarity on what they were witnessing, the chat erupted in fervor. What is that? It resembles a colossal clam. Although I cannot recall its exact name, I believe I have seen it on television before. Yes. It was in Journey to the West during the segment about the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. My goodness, I never imagined such a large clam could exist in reality. What an eye-opening experience. I am utterly impressed. The captain truly possesses remarkable skills to have discovered such a deep-seated giant clam. I would like to designate the captain as the foremost expert in coastal foraging. Does anyone among the seasoned fishermen have any dissenting opinions? Hurry up. I can hardly contain my excitement. Is it possible that the captain's plunge into the depths was not merely for the fishing net, but rather in pursuit of this giant clam? Could he have anticipated this beforehand? Such a thought is chilling. Or perhaps there is a script at play. Let us not overanalyze. The captain is simply extraordinarily lucky to have encountered it by chance. The audience was left in a state of astonishment. They never anticipated that after diving to untangle the net, Wang Hai would discover such a remarkable specimen. His fortune indeed seemed boundless. The pearl oyster, much like other mollusks, moved at an exceedingly slow pace, appearing nearly motionless to the naked eye. With its limited intelligence, it was unaware that it was facing capture. Thus it exhibited no signs of struggle or escape. Consequently, capturing it proved to be remarkably simple, akin to collecting shells among the crevices of rocks by the sea. However, one must exercise caution and refrain from inserting their hand into its gaping maw, lest they risk being pinched. While smaller pearl oysters are inconsequential, this particular specimen was nearly a meter in size, and its closing strength should not be underestimated. Wang Hai was acutely aware of this fact. After observing the pearl oyster for a moment, he quickly devised a method for capturing it. He grasped the fishing net that was ensnared within the oyster's shell and exerted force to attempt to extract the creature from the stone cave. This action inevitably created a considerable commotion, startling the pearl oyster. Consequently, its two shells clamped shut even tighter, with the net firmly trapped within. This played directly into Wang Hai's strategy, as he feared its release. Due to its tight grip, the heavy body of the pearl oyster soon followed the fishing net, being drawn out of the stone cave by Wang Hai. It must be said that this pearl oyster was indeed quite large. Its exterior was an incredibly hard shell, weighing over 200 pounds. Fortunately, thanks to the enhancements provided by the potion, Wang Hai's strength had significantly increased, allowing him to effortlessly pull it out. The situation unfolded far more smoothly than anticipated. Once the pearl oyster was extracted from the stone cave, the viewers in the live stream were finally able to see its full form. Their astonishment only deepened. Countless messages of awe flooded the screen as they marveled at the captain's prowess. The captain truly has remarkable skills. He pulled out such a gigantic clam in just a few moments. This time, I am genuinely impressed. This pearl oyster is astonishingly large. It is the biggest clam I have ever seen to date. Such a massive clam must contain an abundance of meat. Surely, it is filled with water as well. Does anyone have a bold idea? At this moment, someone recognized the identity of the clam. Based on my years of experience in coastal foraging, this should be a pearl oyster. The previous speaker was not mistaken. I share the same belief, although I have never encountered a pearl oyster of this size. Its appearance indeed suggests it is one. Could it possibly contain a pearl of great value? As this question emerged, the barrage of comments surged once more. Pearls? My goodness! If it harbors treasure, it must be a significant find, and the captain will surely be prosperous. Why am I so excited? It's not even mine. Captain, I implore you to live stream the dissection of the pearl oyster. I absolutely adore witnessing such discoveries. Let us not get ahead of ourselves, everyone. While pearl oysters can produce pearls, not every single one does, and the pearls must possess excellent shape and color to hold value. Earning money is not that easy. How could one casually find a pearl oyster that harbors a grand pearl? The previous speaker is correct. It might even be empty. Whether or not the pearl oyster contains a pearl has become the focal point of the audience's concern. They are fervently beseeching Wong Hai to ensure a live broadcast when he opens the pearl oyster. To this end, they lavishly shower gifts. Discoveries are indeed a segment that captivates the audience. The prospect of a pearl being found in such a large oyster is even more enticing. Before long, a new question arose. This pearl oyster must weigh at least 200 pounds. How will the captain manage to haul it aboard? Swim up with it in his arms? Perhaps, has the person above lost their senses? Try swimming with a 200-pound stone. A group of fools. Is this really a topic for discussion? Simply bind it tightly with a rope and pull it up. Isn't that straightforward? The ship just happens to have ropes. What? What is happening? No way. The discussion on how to retrieve the pearl oyster was abruptly overtaken by a wave of astonished comments. The audience witnessed a shocking scene. While they were still deliberating on how to hoist the clam aboard, Wong Hai astonishingly shouldered the clam and swam swiftly towards the surface. Chapter 27. Fundamentals should not slip away at this moment. The audience before the screen was utterly dumbfounded. They could scarcely believe their own eyes, questioning the authenticity of the live broadcast. In their understanding, it was nearly inconceivable for anyone to carry a weight of 200 pounds with one hand while swimming rapidly in the sea. A flurry of skeptical comments flooded the live stream. This must be fake. Various absurd indications suggested that this was all a prearranged script. A round of applause for the props master. The realism was so convincing that I almost believed it. Amidst the astonishment and skepticism of the audience, Wong Hai emerged from the water, one hand clutching his phone and the other hoisting a giant pearl clam. Xiaodi, who had been waiting on the boat, rushed over at once. Although Xiaodi was already numbed by the shock, witnessing Wong Hai effortlessly bearing a 1-meter-long pearl clam floating on the surface still left her in awe. After regaining her composure, she inquired, "Captain, you've worked hard. How may I assist you?" Wong Hai replied, "It's your turn to go live." With that, he handed the phone to Xiaodi. All right. Xiaodi accepted the phone, adjusted her angle, and aimed it at the pearl clam. Upon glancing at the barrage of comments in the live chat, she quickly clarified, "What script? The pearl clam is real, not a prop." Yet still, many found it too outrageous to believe. Outrageous? Our captain is simply remarkable, Xiaodi exclaimed with pride. At that moment, the fishing boat suddenly rocked violently. It turned out that Wong Hai had brought the pearl clam aboard. The clam's immense weight caused the boat to sway precariously. The viewers in the live stream gasped collectively, sending comments flying. Is that a real pearl clam? By the looks of it, the weight is certainly authentic. I'm in shock. I can only say, the captain is incredible. A true aquatic dragon. Impressive. Once the pearl clam was aboard, Wong Hai emerged, water cascading off him, and vaulted onto the boat. His robust physique perfectly framed the live broadcast. Instantly, the tone of the comments shifted dramatically. No one cared about the pearl clam anymore. What am I witnessing? That physique is simply too handsome. The female audience erupted into a frenzy, bombarding the chat with various unabashed comments. Godlike figure. What a feast for the eyes. I'm drooling all over the place. I've got cucumbers ready for a facial. Everyone is welcome. The male audience was equally enamored. Goodness. How can one person possess such talent in fishing and swimming, and yet have such an impeccable physique? Those muscle lines are clearly not the result of mere protein powder. I am consumed by envy and jealousy. Upon witnessing the barrage of comments, particularly the provocative remarks from female viewers, Xiaodi felt an inexplicable surge of discomfort. Hastily, she averted her gaze from the live stream, exclaiming, "Ahem, no one is allowed to watch. Let us focus on the fish instead. Fatty, if you continue like this, I might just turn from a fan to a detractor. Watching fish is merely for amusement. For true visual delight, we must gaze upon the captain. I implore you to redirect the camera back to him." Undeterred by the threats from the comments, Xiao Di resolutely replied, "If you wish to see the captain, you shall not. Keep it up, and I might just end the stream, leaving you unable to see any fish at all." To be honest, the captain is merely well-built. In terms of looks, he is quite unattractive, so there is no need to harbor such hopes, she added, casting a furtive glance at Wang Hai and playfully sticking out her tongue. Clearly, she was being disingenuous. In her eyes, Wang Hai was a rare and handsome young man. Although Wang Hai did not peruse the live comments, he surmised the general sentiment from Xiao Di's words. Meeting her guilty gaze, he offered a tender smile, shaking his head in silent reproach before attending to his clothing, ignoring her further. Seeing that Wang Hai did not oppose her light-hearted slander, Xiao Di continued to address the audience. In truth, the captain is not only unattractive but also quite aged. A man in his 40s with a child who is already in middle school. So, I urge you to abandon any inappropriate thoughts about him. Since this is a fishing live stream, let us focus on the fish rather than on the captain's physique. The female fans in the live chat seemed to see through Xiao Di's fib, teasingly responding, "Being unattractive is no issue. After all, when the lights are off, it makes no difference. Age is trivial. It often brings care. He has a family. Divorce is always an option. With a body like that, what more could we desire?" Fat D, are you perhaps feeling jealous? No, not at all. Xiao Di quickly protested. At that moment, a comment captured everyone's attention. Everyone, pause for a moment and allow me to speak. Did none of you notice earlier? The captain's upper body was bare. He wasn't wearing any diving gear. There were no respirators or oxygen tanks in sight. Both female fans and male viewers fell into a state of astonishment upon reading this comment. Prompted by this revelation, they began to reflect on the earlier footage, realizing there were indeed many peculiarities. While underwater, the live stream could not capture the captain, but in the reflections, there was no trace of any equipment. Furthermore, when the captain leaped from the sea onto the boat, his face briefly appeared on the live stream for less than a second. Although his exact features were indiscernible, it was evident that he was not wearing any respiratory gear. Once aboard, his entire upper body was visible in the live stream, completely bare of any diving apparatus. A palpable silence enveloped the live stream. The barrage of comments paused for several seconds, as everyone sensed the impending storm. Indeed, mere moments later, countless comments surged across the screen in a frenzied scroll, overwhelming the display. Did I misremember something? Did I also misremember? With so many people, it is improbable that they all have faulty recollections. How could this be? To swim at a depth of several meters without any equipment? And to hold one's breath for nearly 20 minutes? To effortlessly live stream and casually retrieve a pearl oyster onto the boat? Do you believe that? I find it rather hard to accept. Don't look at me. I'm utterly flabbergasted. May I timidly inquire, Captain, is he some sort of superhuman? I'm hesitant to watch the Captain's live stream any longer, fearing it will make me feel like a complete weakling. In a single day, the Captain has encapsulated an entire year's worth of astonishment for me. Amazing. Truly remarkable. Alongside the barrage of comments appeared countless gift notifications. Little D noticed the discussions about Wang Hai in the comments and felt inexplicably delighted. As though the praise were directed at her, she proudly began to boast on behalf of Wang Hai. Ahem. Without some skill, how could one be my Captain Pundi? These feats are merely the Captain's standard operations. There is no need for such astonishment. Everyone should remain calm. Comments. Standard operations? Is that what you call this? Is Pundi a survivor of a failed education? Does she not understand the concept of holding one's breath for 20 minutes underwater without equipment? Even on land, doing nothing at all, just holding one's breath for 2 to 3 minutes is commendable, let alone in the deep sea, where the pressure far exceeds that of land. To hold one's breath for 20 minutes, globally, aside from the captain, I doubt anyone else could achieve this. Pundi has exaggerated her claims to the point of absurdity. Just as the viewers in the live stream were countering Little D, Wang Hai had finished dressing and approached her, catching sight of the comments. He chuckled and explained, Little D is correct. It is indeed standard operations, and there is nothing to be astonished about. Chapter 28. Magnanimity. The popularity of the live stream continued to ascend, despite the countless viewers urging Wang Hai to open the pearl oyster and reveal its treasures. He chose not to rush. He intended to wait for the excitement to build further, allowing a fresh wave of viewers to join before unveiling the oyster, thereby not only captivating the newcomers, but also enhancing his system points significantly. However, he could not remain idle. During this period of anticipation, Wang Hai reopened the net collection and fish sorting machines, preparing to haul in the remaining fishing nets from the sea. After all, This was also a segment that the audience enjoyed watching. After approximately 10 minutes, the remaining nets were successfully brought aboard. The harvest was decent, yet it paled in comparison to the previous explosive yields. Having been accustomed to the sensational results of various shows, the audience's taste had evidently become more discerning. Mediocre hauls were no longer sufficient to satiate their appetites. Just as the nets were secured, the viewers clamored for Wong Hai to open the pearl oyster. "Captain, please hurry. My roommate wishes to see the pearls before passing. Forget the frills. We want to see the oyster open now." Such comments flooded the live stream screen. Xiao Di relayed the audience's demands to Wong Hai. Observing the increased popularity and viewer count, he decided to grant their wish and opened the pearl oyster at once. Opening the pearl oyster was akin to gambling. Until the moment of revelation, the value of the oyster remained elusive. No one knew what lay within, whether fortune or misfortune awaited. Whether it would yield treasures or nothing at all hinged solely on that decisive cut. Yet, while the exact outcome was uncertain, one could glean certain insights from its exterior. This particular oyster was notably large, suggesting that pearls were indeed present. The only concerns were the quantity, shape, and quality of the pearls inside. Before Wong Hai unveiled the oyster, the live stream's comments were abuzz with speculation regarding these aspects. "I bet it's empty. There might be pearls, but I suspect they are small and few. A pearl oyster of this size has likely been depleted. Those two clearly lack knowledge." A large oyster is precisely what produces substantial pearls. In addition to the usual discussions about the oyster's yield, some viewers began to entertain the notion of purchasing this particular oyster. Many affluent individuals and merchants lurked in the live stream, including a few avid gamblers eager to stake their claims on the oyster's contents. Thus, they began to submit their bids through comments. "I'll offer 100,000 to buy it outright. If there are any pearls, they are mine. Everything else is of no interest to me. I take full responsibility, no regrets. I'm intrigued as well. I'll bid 150,000, only for the pearls. Xiao Di, please inquire with the captain if he agrees. I'll offer 300,000. The entire pearl oyster is mine. How does that sound? Are the bids here mere words? I reveal my identity as a shareholder of the Jinzhou Wanheng Chamber of Commerce, offering 500,000 to acquire this pearl oyster. The information is verifiable." Numerous bidders participated, and the audience was instantly abuzz with excitement. Can you believe it? 500,000 for a single pearl oyster? There certainly are a plethora of affluent individuals. The captain exclaimed. "Are you not selling it yet?" The envy of the authenticated bidders was palpable. As in just half a day, one could earn 500,000. Perhaps I should venture out to sea and try my luck too. Upon noticing the barrage of comments, Xiao Di informed Wong Hai about the bids for the pearl oyster. Although Wong Hai had no intention of selling it, he couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing the bids. 500,000? The worth of this pearl oyster far exceeds that amount. I estimate it to be at least 10 million. His confidence stemmed from the fact that he had previously detected a flawless, exquisitely shaped pearl within the oyster, measuring an impressive 4.3 centimeters. While he was uncertain of the pearl's exact market value, he was certain that such a gem was exceedingly rare and could hardly be acquired even with wealth. 10 million was indeed a conservative estimate. 500,000. It's simply inconceivable. As soon as he finished speaking, doubts quickly surfaced in the comments. 10 million? Has the captain lost his mind? While this pearl oyster is indeed large, such occurrences are not exceptionally rare globally. It cannot possibly be worth that much. 2 years ago at the Moken International Auction House, a pearl of 2.6 centimeters in diameter, nearly round in shape, sold for only 8 million. For the captain to demand an additional 10 million seems quite naive. 10 million would merely be a means to squander one's own fortune. The maximum offer can only reach 80,000. The captain ought to reconsider if he is unaware of the pearl market. He should consult knowledgeable friends to avoid missing out on a lucrative opportunity. Of course, beyond the serious bidders, some comments were merely teasing. With a monthly salary of 3,000, am I worthy to remain in this live stream? Those earning below 100,000 can only sit by and watch the discussions of the elites. I never imagined that at such a young age I would have the opportunity to partake in negotiations worth millions. Wong Hai, having read the comments, responded, I apologize, but I have no intention of selling the pearl oyster. Those intending to purchase need not waste their breath. As for whether this pearl oyster is indeed worth 10 million, you shall see for yourselves. With that, he ceased to observe the comments and shifted his focus back to the pearl oyster. This particular pearl oyster was remarkably large, and the force required to open it was substantial. Fortunately, Wong Hai devised an ingenious method. He planned to utilize his remarkable fishing rod, employing the adjustable hook as a makeshift jack. He first manipulated the rod's screen to configure the hook into a slender, straight form, allowing it to penetrate the shell of the pearl oyster. He then adjusted the hook to expand within the oyster, effectively prying it open. This method, once implemented, proved to be remarkably effective. The variable metallic alloy demonstrated remarkable adaptability. Under Wang Hai's deft manipulation, the fishing hook indeed functioned like a jack, prying open a gap between the two shells of the pearl oyster. Once the opening was made, Wang Hai employed sheer strength and the principle of leverage to thoroughly pry apart the oyster's exterior. The flesh of the oyster, along with the faintly visible pearls nestled within, was laid bare. Throughout this entire process of extracting the pearl, the audience watched with rapt attention. Upon witnessing the oyster's reveal, excitement and exhilaration surged among them. It's opened. How exhilarating to witness this. My goodness, the oyster's flesh appears so succulent. It must be exquisite when grilled. Look closely. What are those white objects within the flesh? Could they be pearls? So many of them. Has the captain struck gold this time? Quick, Captain, search for the pearls. After the oyster was opened, Wang Hai began to search through the flesh with his hands. After a brief search, he extracted a large, round, white pearl, approximately 2 centimeters in diameter. Under the sunlight, it gleamed brilliantly. Little D, upon seeing the pearl, displayed a look of excitement, raising her phone to capture a close-up of the gem. Wow, this pearl is stunning. Despite her wealth exceeding 100 million, replete with luxury items like pearls and jade, she couldn't help but express her admiration at the sight of this particular pearl. The viewers in the live stream echoed her astonishment, exclaiming, "Incredible! A pearl of this size must be worth a fortune. Is it truly a natural creation? It's simply perfect, a masterpiece of nature." An appraiser from Zhou Tianxing Jewelry Company, present at the scene, preliminarily estimated the pearl's value to be no less than 500,000. The captain had indeed struck it rich. Envy distorted my expression as I realized that the captain had effortlessly earned 500,000, a fortune seemingly gathered in an instant. Unbelievable! Amidst the audience's astonishment, Wang Hai examined the pearl in his hand for a moment before a look of disdain crossed his face, shaking his head. "This one is too small. Consider it a gift," he declared, tossing the pearl to Little D. "Huh? For me?" Little D was momentarily taken aback as she caught the pearl. The audience, too, displayed expressions of shock. "You're just giving away a pearl worth 500,000? Just like that? Is this captain, who appears merely as a fisherman, actually a lavish spender? How extravagant!" Little D, like many women, had an innate fondness for pearls. Yet, she hesitated to accept the pearl, stammering to Wang Hai, Why? Why would you give me something so precious?" She pondered the implications of receiving jewelry from a man, yet kept her thoughts unvoiced. "As a sailor on the ship, you should receive a share of the bounty," Wang Hai replied casually. "Oh." A trace of disappointment flickered across Little D's face. It was evident that Wang Hai had not provided her with the answer she desired. However, true to her craft as an actress, she swiftly concealed her disappointment, donning a radiant smile as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Captain. I will give it my all." Wang Hai nodded in acknowledgement, continuing his search among the clam meat. Could it be that such a magnificent pearl, valued at 500,000, was relinquished for this reason? "Captain, is there still a need for sailors aboard the vessel?" she inquired, her beauty and charm evident, as she beseeched to join the crew. "The pay matters little. What is paramount is my passion for being a sailor." Before long, Wang Hai's hand finally brushed against a large pearl, the very one he had been seeking. It was a flawless specimen, with a pure, radiant white hue and an almost perfectly round shape, measuring an impressive 3 centimeters in diameter. As he extracted the magnificent pearl and placed it before him for examination, it instantly reflected a dazzling brilliance under the sun's rays, akin to a luminous gem. Upon seeing the pearl, Shadi's eyes widened in awe, her gaze fixated upon it. The viewers in the live broadcast shared her astonishment. The few businessmen who had previously bid on the clam were now lamenting their earlier decisions, pounding their chests in regret. Being connoisseurs, they recognized the pearl's immense value at a glance. They chastised themselves for having previously declared their willingness to pay only 300,000 to 500,000 for the clam. Such proclamations now seemed utterly foolish. Meanwhile, they were overwhelmed with regret, wishing they had offered 1,000,000, or even several multiples of that amount, determined to acquire that singular pearl clam at any cost. Chapter 29. 100 million initially indifferent to pearls and other gemstones. An inexplicable fondness welled up within me upon beholding this singular pearl. What is the source of its extraordinary allure? Even on television, I have never encountered a pearl so flawless. Which dashing gentleman can enlighten us as to the value of this gem? And what of the previous experts? Come forth and share your insights. The audience in the live stream marveled at the magnificent pearl in Wang Hai's possession, their curiosity piqued regarding its worth. This reaction is entirely understandable. Anyone who lays eyes upon exquisite items, such as luxury cars or prestigious watches, cannot help but ponder their price. One viewer, identifying himself as a jeweler, ultimately emerged to address the multitude of inquiries in the chat. He spoke with utmost caution, stating, based solely on the appearance, quality, and size observed in the video, this pearl is worth at least 10 million. To ascertain a precise value, however, one must inspect the actual object. His name bore an official certification, lending a degree of authority to his claim. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in excitement. At least 10 million? My goodness. It feels as though I have witnessed the birth of a fortune. 10 million is quite a sum, equivalent to 3 centuries of my salary. Just then, the viewer who previously identified himself as a shareholder of the Zhengzhou Wanqing Chamber of Commerce and who had offered 800,000 for the pearl oyster, interjected. The jeweler's estimate is far too low. This pearl is worth no less than 30 million. He continued, consider that 5 years ago, at the largest auction in romantic Bali, a pearl dubbed the heart of a young girl fetched 32 million. That pearl, regardless of its dimensions or quality, is inferior to this one. His assertion carried a tone of derision. Yet the jeweler did not contest it, presumably conceding to the validity of his argument. The audience buzzed with excitement. 30 million? Is it truly that remarkable? Envy and admiration welled within them. In Yongzhou City, atop a skyscraper, a young man clad in a sharp suit sat in a leather chair, intently focused on his computer, which displayed Xiao Di's live stream. His gaze fixated on the pearl in Wang Hai's grasp. After a moment, he gasped in astonishment and promptly captured a close-up image of the pearl, sending it to a contact listed as Uncle Zhang. He inquired, Uncle Zhang, you are an expert in the jewelry industry. Could you assess the quality of this pearl? What might it be worth? Uncle Zhang's response was swift, filled with skepticism. This pearl cannot be genuine. Natural pearls cannot possess such exceptional quality and size. Young Master Gu, do not let yourself be deceived. If it is authentic, what price would be reasonable? Gu Shao pressed further, and after a considerable pause, Uncle Zhang replied, let me consult my mentor, Mr. Liao. Gu Shao inhaled sharply, a wave of astonishment washing over him. Uncle Zhang was a towering figure in the world of jewelry, and yet he expressed uncertainty regarding this pearl, even seeking Mr. Liao's opinion? Remarkable. With this thought, Gu Shao cast his gaze back to the live broadcast, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he observed the pearl in Wang Hai's possession. Moments later, Uncle Zhang finally responded. This pearl is priceless. If you can acquire it for under 100 million, Gu Shao, go ahead, rest assured. You will not incur a loss. Enlightened, a faint smile graced Gu Shao's face as he replied, Captain, is the pearl for sale? He sent a message, and soon after, others echoed his inquiry. Captain, I offer 30 million. Upon offline verification of its authenticity, I will pay immediately. Spoke a member of the business association. I will raise it to 35 million. If you agree, I will board a private jet to meet you. Another affluent individual chimed in. The mere presence of a pearl had summoned a multitude of magnates into the live stream. The viewers were captivated by the escalating bids, exclaiming in delight at the spectacle. Wang Hai had no intention of selling the pearl at that moment. Even if he did, it would not be now. However, he refrained from curbing the wealthy bidders. Intrigued by the actual value of the pearl and recognizing that their competition would heighten the stream's popularity. Indeed, since the pearl's introduction, the viewer engagement had surged twofold. 40 million. 43 million. Can those upstairs refrain from competing with me? 45 million. The fishing live stream had transformed into an auction house. Gu Shao, observing the continuous bids, brushed his fingers over his wristwatch, valued at over 8 million, and ultimately typed 100 million. His username bore the deity emblem, a prestige marker indicating an annual expenditure exceeding 10 million on the platform, an emblem of wealth. Thus, the weight of his statement was immense, and few dared to question its authenticity. Upon his declaration, the bidding titans fell silent, and the audience erupted once more. 100 million. I am eager to witness what 100 million in cash looks like. I am witnessing the birth of 100 million. Unbelievable. Captain, I implore you to sell it quickly. A few minutes later, Wang Hai turned to Xiao Di and inquired, is there a higher bid? After considering the barrage of messages, Xiao Di shook his head, none. Hearing their exchange, Gu Shao exhaled in relief, reclining comfortably in his chair. He believed this transaction was on the verge of completion. However, Wang Hai's next words jolted him upright in disbelief. I'm sorry, but this pearl is not for sale, Wang Hai announced, retracting the pearl from view. The audience, aside from Gu Xiao, was equally astonished. What? 100 million, and you won't sell it? Are you out of your mind? Isn't selling directly to the Club S models enticing? Is this a chance for financial freedom that one should let slip away? This captain possesses some intriguing qualities, far beyond our initial assumptions. Judging by the fishing vessel's equipment and the captain's demeanor, it is evident that he is a wealthy individual. Fishing merely serves as a secondary pursuit. Such a paltry sum as 100 million does not even pique his interest. The audience in the live stream, astonished, began to speculate. Amidst the murmurs of disbelief in the streaming room, Wang Hai continued to sift through the flesh of the pearl oysters in search of pearls. He unearthed several small pearls, totaling 7, each varying significantly in quality and size, yet each valued at over 10,000 yuan, an opportunity not to be missed. After collecting the pearls, Wang Hai restarted the fishing vessel. The sun was now nearing the horizon, and darkness would soon envelop the sky. Furthermore, the deck was already piled high with small fish and shrimp, totaling over 700 pounds, alongside a 120-pound grouper and 200 pounds of pearl oysters, leaving no room for anything else. After surveying the catch, Wang Hai resolved to return to shore. The fishing boat glided over the calm sea. Bathed in the crimson hues of dusk, with a few white seagulls soaring in the distance, this scene resembled a painting, evoking a sense of tranquility as the fishermen sang their evening songs. Xiaodi turned off the live stream and sat on the edge of the boat. Gazing at the surrounding scenery, her face illuminated with a smile. Despite the hours of rocking on the waves, she felt neither fatigue nor weariness. Instead, she felt fulfilled and joyful. Perhaps it was the pleasure of engaging in her favorite activity, or perhaps it was the presence of someone she cherished aboard the vessel. With this thought, Xiaodi couldn't help but steal a glance at Wang Hai, her eyes filled with a mixture of shyness and evasion. Wang Hai remained oblivious to her gaze, as he was engrossed in a holographic projection screen visible only to him. While steering the boat, he accessed his personal information interface to check his points. Upon seeing the figure displayed in the points section, a broad smile spread across his face. 72,801. In just 2 or 3 hours, he had amassed over 70,000 points. What an astonishing rate of growth. After noting his points, Wang Hai opened the points redemption marketplace, contemplating what to exchange for next. After some consideration, he decided to hold off on redeeming anything, planning instead to wait for the new tasks to be announced tomorrow, so he could exchange items based on the required equipment for those tasks. After all, there was no rush to utilize new gear. The fishing boat returned to the port and docked. The fishmonger, who had been summoned by Wang Hai to await the catch, was already on the shore. Upon witnessing the haul, she could not contain her astonishment and exclaimed, "Wow!" Her exclamation drew the attention of nearby fishermen, who gathered around, equally astonished, exclaiming in disbelief. Ultimately, they all gave Wang Hai a thumbs up, acknowledging his prowess. Moments later, the fishmonger collected all 700 pounds of small fish. As for the remaining 200 pounds of pearl oysters and the 120-pound grouper, Wang Hai opted not to sell them, having other plans in mind. Xiaodi received a phone call informing her that her cousin had encountered some difficulties upon arriving in Binhai City. Without pausing for dinner, she hastily drove away. After her departure, Wang Hai sat alone on the boat, gazing at the villas on the shore, which were still bustling with construction, and contemplating his next course of action while observing the 2 large cargoes on board. After a few moments of reflection, he finally devised a plan and stepped ashore. His first stop was at Old Li's house, where he took a refreshing shower and changed into clean attire. Subsequently, he transferred his belongings, which he had stored there, onto the boat. Finally, he piloted the small vessel towards Holiday Beach. Chapter 30. The Seafood Paradise Holiday Beach. Located along the coastal avenue in the eastern part of Coastal City, boasts a pristine stretch of white sand that extends for 6 kilometers. On the right lies the Azure Sea, while to the left, lush greenery flourishes, interspersed with resorts, hotels, and amusement parks. Here, the sun, sea, sand, and coconut palms harmoniously blend, creating a captivating tableau of nature. The entire beach is divided into several zones: the sunbathing area, water sports zone, culinary culture district, and leisure resort area, making it the most iconic seaside tourism and relaxation destination in Coastal City. Wang Hai's visit to Holiday Beach is primarily to check on his seafood restaurant situated here. He intends to inspect his establishment and indulge in a dinner if circumstances allow. He might even stay temporarily at the restaurant until his villa is completed. As the fishing boat approached the waters of Holiday Beach, Wang Hai gazed towards the shore and observed a throng of visitors, densely packed and seemingly innumerable. Some frolicked on the sand, others swam in the shallow waters, while others engaged in sailing or enjoyed the deep waters on yachts, contributing to a lively atmosphere. The greater the influx of people, the more promising the dining business becomes. Witnessing this bustle, Wang Hai could already envision the thriving success of his restaurant. The fishing boat gradually neared the culinary culture district, where Wang Hai's restaurant was located. According to the documentation, it is an upscale establishment specializing in seafood with an average expenditure exceeding $1,000 per person, renowned as Seafood Paradise. It has gained considerable fame, having been frequented by numerous celebrities vacationing at Holiday Beach. Many visitors have made it a must-visit spot, with some so-called socialites even forming groups to dine and take photographs there. As a local of Coastal City, Wang Hai had heard of its name before, but as a destitute university student, he never had the opportunity to visit. Within the culinary culture district of Holiday Beach, there are numerous restaurants. Yet only one is situated on the water, the Seafood Paradise floating restaurant. Having seen photographs of Seafood Paradise in the documents, he quickly recognized it upon the boat's arrival. Not far ahead, the 4 large wooden ships moored together were indeed the Seafood Paradise. The vessels, with their vintage design reminiscent of the grand ships used by Zhang He during his maritime expeditions, appeared both charmingly antiquated and impeccably maintained, showcasing exquisite decor both externally and within the private dining rooms on board. The 4 wooden ships are interconnected by wooden bridges, and the one closest to the shore features a long wooden bridge leading onto land, allowing guests to traverse to the restaurant. In addition to the bridge connecting to the shore, staircases have been constructed around the 4 large wooden ships to facilitate the boarding of guests arriving from yachts. Wang Hai navigated his small boat around the restaurant, ultimately docking beside the boarding staircase, securing the vessel with a rope in preparation to disembark. Above the staircase, a staff member awaited to welcome the guests. He spotted Wang Hai and, after scrutinizing both Wang Hai and his vessel, deduced his identity as a fisherman. Thus, he addressed Wang Hai. "Good day. It is currently our guest's dining hour, and we are not accepting fish at this time. Kindly return later or tomorrow morning." Wang Hai heard this, but proceeded up the stairs, clarifying, "Do not misunderstand. I am here to dine." The server was momentarily taken aback, but chose not to obstruct Wang Hai any further. After a moment's contemplation, she responded, "Very well, please follow me." Wang Hai nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the server's demeanor, for this was the level of service one would expect from a high-end restaurant. Upon boarding the ship, Wang Hai did not rush to eat. Instead, he took the opportunity to inspect the 4 large vessels with a sense of inquiry. After all, the restaurant belonged to him, and it was essential to show due diligence. The 4 ships together formed a floating restaurant, each designated with a number, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Their functions were distinctly defined. The first vessel served as the seafood display area and kitchen, showcasing a plethora of exquisite seafood, including Australian lobsters, king crabs, and prized abalone. The second vessel housed a dining hall adorned with tables and chairs, accommodating approximately 50 tables, which were mostly occupied at that moment. The third vessel contained several private rooms, over 20 in total, each lavishly decorated, allowing diners to enjoy the sea breeze and the breathtaking azure ocean while seated. The fourth vessel boasted larger private rooms, 10 in total, surpassing the smaller ones in luxury. During his exploration, Wang Hai noted a particular detail. All the restaurant staff exhibited remarkable politeness and an exemplary service attitude. Every server he encountered proactively greeted him. After this observation, Wang Hai gained a more comprehensive understanding of the restaurant, estimating its worth to be in the hundreds of millions based on its scale, configuration, and customer traffic. He couldn't help but marvel at the system's generosity, as the upgrade package it offered was indeed lavish. After his tour, Wang Hai returned to the second vessel, intending to dine there. He opted against the private rooms on the third and fourth vessels for 2 reasons. Firstly, he was alone and had no special requests, making a private room unnecessary. Secondly, the second vessel, being a public dining area, would allow him to observe the customers' dining experiences and the server's performance. He considered his visit not merely a meal but an opportunity to assess and understand the restaurant from a diner's perspective, making the second vessel the most suitable choice. As Wang Hai entered the dining hall of the second vessel, a charming female server approached him with a smile, warmly inquiring, "Good day, how many in your party? And do you have a reservation?" Her voice was melodious, and her politeness indicated she had received professional training, which pleased Wang Hai. He replied, "Just one, no reservation." "Very well, Please follow me this way. The beautiful waitress spoke as she led the way, guiding him toward an available table. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Wang Hai? Upon hearing the voice, Wang Hai turned to see a familiar face, Chen Zhuomei, a high school classmate. A stunning girl, once referred to as the class beauty. She had only grown more enchanting with time, exuding an added allure of maturity. During their high school days, Wang Hai and she had sat in adjacent desks, often chatting during breaks and exchanging homework, making them quite familiar with each other. Chen Zhuomei? Wang Hai inquired. With a smile, Chen Zhuomei approached him. It's truly you. Wang Hai. Long time no see. Indeed. It's been 4 years since we graduated. Wang Hai nodded in agreement. As old classmates reunited, their conversation flowed effortlessly. Wang Hai. I've noticed you've become quite handsome, haven't you? She remarked. And you've grown even more beautiful. After a few mutual compliments, Chen Zhuomei continued. How have you been? Have you found a job? I've managed to find one. What about you? Wang Hai replied. I work at this restaurant. Chen Zhuomei gestured toward her name tag. Wang Hai hadn't noticed it before, particularly as she wore a snug white shirt that accentuated her figure. He tactfully averted his gaze. Supervisor of the second hall. Upon reading the title on her name tag, Wang Hai teased. No wonder I heard from our classmates that you've been doing quite well, becoming a restaurant supervisor. Don't tease me. It's nothing grand. I merely graduated from college a year earlier than you all and landed a small supervisory role, Chen Zhuomei replied modestly. Though a hint of pride was evident on her face, she knew Wang Hai was correct, as the hall supervisor at a prominent restaurant. Her annual salary reached 300,000 yuan, a remarkable achievement for a recent graduate. Beyond the salary, she managed over 30 staff members, all of whom held Bachelor-S degrees, making her a minor leader in her own right. It would have been impossible to attain this position without her adept communication skills, sharp work ethic, and a touch of good fortune. By the way, are you here to dine? Chen Zhuomei asked. Wang Hai nodded. Indeed. I heard the chefs here are top tier and excel at seafood, so I wanted to give it a try. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhuomei glanced around and quietly advised Wang Hai. This restaurant prides itself not just on seafood, but also on its service and ambience. While the seafood is indeed excellent, I must not hide the fact that it is quite expensive. Wang Hai chuckled heartily and whispered, Aren't you the restaurant supervisor? Why are you speaking ill of your own establishment? Chen Zhuomei explained, It's only because you're my old classmate. I feel it's my duty to give you a fair assessment of the restaurant. After all, making money is no easy task, especially for someone like you, a fresh graduate stepping into society. You'll find yourself needing funds more often, so unless absolutely necessary, I wouldn't recommend dining at such an establishment. Wang Hai understood that Chen Zhuomei's words were devoid of malice. With a smile, he replied, Indeed, you are not wrong, but it matters not. I am not in want of money. Chen Zhuomei gazed at Wang Hai with incredulity, her expression transforming into one of profound curiosity as she inquired, Oh? It appears my old classmate has discovered a lucrative avenue. Pray tell, what employment have you secured? Not much, really. I have merely returned to my hometown to fish. Wang Hai stated candidly. Fishing? Very well. Observing Wang Hai's earnest demeanor, Chen Zhuomei speculated that he might be sincere. Though a hint of disappointment flickered across her face, she continued, Have you not found a suitable job? How about I refer you to the restaurant as a waiter? The servers here are all university students, and their monthly salary hovers around 7,000 to 8,000. Wang Hai shook his head. No need. I find fishing quite satisfactory. What prospects does fishing hold? Just look at me. I shall soon be driving a Mercedes. I firmly believe that with your capabilities, you could ascend to a supervisory position within 2 or 3 years as a waiter. What do you say? Consider it, Chen Zhuomei urged. Let us dine first. Have you eaten? Wang Hai deftly shifted the topic. He then waved to a server nearby, saying, Hello, please come over to take our order. I'm currently on duty and cannot join you for a meal. It would cause trouble if the manager discovered it. The server replied, To be cautious not to order excessively. It could be quite costly and wasteful. Chen Zhuomei cautioned. Rest assured, I am not short on funds. Wang Hai responded confidently. As they spoke, the server approached with the menu. Sir, our restaurant's seafood is freshly prepared and killed. Would you care to visit our seafood exhibition area? You can view the actual seafood displayed on the menu. That will not be necessary. Wang Hai replied, perusing the menu. After 2 minutes, he pointed at the menu and declared, I would like this page's white-cut chicken, as well as this page's salted duck, and this page's roasted suckling pig. Sir, are you certain you wish to order just these 3 dishes? Our restaurant specializes in seafood. The server reminded him. Chen Zhuomei, seated beside him, wore a puzzled expression. Why choose these local specialties in a seafood restaurant? Was it not akin to seeking trouble? Fortunately, the prices of these 3 dishes were relatively modest compared to the seafood. Thus not too burdensome. Wang Hai closed the menu and clarified, "You have misunderstood. I meant, in addition to these 3 dishes. I would like all the items from these 3 pages." Chapter 31. Finding fault. Chen Zhuomei and the waitress exchanged astonished glances directed at Wang Hai, both believing they had misheard. In unison, they exclaimed, "What? What did you say? Aside from those 3 dishes, I want them all," Wang Hai declared earnestly. The waitress, trained professionally with quick reflexes, confirmed she had not misheard. With a gentle smile, she explained, "Sir, the 3 pages you just reviewed contain a total of 21 dishes. Apart from the 3 you've chosen to omit, there are 18 remaining. Are you certain you wish to order so many?" She then added, "I forgot to ask. Are you dining alone? If so, I would advise against ordering so many dishes, as you won't finish them, and it would be wasteful. Just follow my instructions." "You need not concern yourself with anything else," Wang Hai replied, offering no further elaboration. His decision was not born from a display of newfound wealth or gluttony, but rather had a specific purpose. The flavor of the dishes is of paramount importance for any restaurant. Although he had heard that the chefs at Seafood World were among the finest in the country, he wished to verify this for himself. The taste of the dishes was a crucial aspect of his evaluation. Sampling 1 or 2 dishes would yield no conclusive evidence. It required a selection of a dozen or more to truly assess their culinary skills. Thus, he ordered an abundance of dishes to observe the chef's craftsmanship. It is challenging for waitstaff to refuse reasonable requests from patrons. After all, the restaurant merely suggests that guests refrain from excessive waste, without any explicit rule prohibiting an individual from ordering an abundance of dishes. Consequently, the waitress, under Wang Hai's insistence, had no choice but to comply. As the waitress finalized the order to submit to the kitchen, Chen Zhuomei finally regained her composure from the shock. She stood up, intercepted the waitress, and asked her to hold on for a moment. Leaning closer to Wang Hai, she whispered, "Wang Hai, are you out of your mind? Can you possibly finish all that food? And do you have any idea how much those 18 dishes will cost? We're talking about extravagant seafood, imperial crabs, wild yellow croaker, exquisite tuna sashimi. It's all incredibly expensive. This meal will cost at least 100,000. Wang Hai nodded slightly. "I know, it's all right. Let her place the order." Chen Zhuomei looked bewildered. If not for her desire to maintain her elegant demeanor, she might have erupted in exasperation. 100,000. My dear fellow, not just 1 or 2,000. Are you truly going to order that much? Though her annual salary was 300,000. Spending 100,000 on a single meal was unfathomable to her. Even a 10,000 yuan meal felt excessive. Thus, for Wang Hai, a fresh university graduate, spending 100,000 on a meal was utterly perplexing. Having known him for years, she was well aware of his modest background. He hailed from an ordinary working-class family, far removed from such extravagant expenditures. Once the waitress departed, Wang Hai jestingly remarked to Chen Zhuomei, "Zhuomei, don't you think you're being a bit disloyal? Holding the restaurant's salary yet obstructing its business? Come now, do not jest with me. While the kitchen has not yet commenced its preparations, it is not too late to reconsider." Chen Zhuomei sat opposite Wang Hai, propping her chin on her hand, her expression a mixture of concern and sorrow. "Cheer up. Am I not enhancing your performance?" Wang Hai chuckled. "This performance, I would rather forego." Chen Zhuomei retorted. Wang Hai observed the troubled young lady before him and ceased his teasing, saying, "Relax, you need not worry about me. This sum is but a trifle." "Very well then. I shall return to my tasks and, while I'm at it, apply for a discount on your behalf. Should anything arise, do call for me," Chen Zhuomei replied, rising to attend to her duties. Her countenance remained puzzled as she occasionally glanced in Wang Hai's direction. The service at the restaurant was meticulous, and the timing of the dishes was equally precise. Considering the patrons' eagerness to dine, the chefs ensured that no one waited excessively long. The kitchen was not only expansive, with multiple pots simmering simultaneously, but also staffed by a considerable number of employees, over 20 for the expediting and an equal number for cooking. Thus, the speed of service was impressively swift. After placing his order, Wang Hai waited a mere 13 minutes for all 18 dishes to be presented before him, artfully arranged and abundant, instantly igniting his appetite. He cast a glance, mentally awarding high marks for the presentation and visual appeal of the dishes. Next, he inhaled the aromatic fragrances wafting from each plate. The enticing scents were delightful, devoid of any fishy odor typically associated with seafood. Even the slightest hint of it was swiftly masked by the rich aromas. It must be said, the chefs possess considerable skill, achieving commendable scores in both color and fragrance. Now, the most crucial aspect awaited, taste. Taking into account the potential issue of leftovers, Wang Hai refrained from using his personal chopsticks and instead employed communal ones, transferring portions of each dish to a small bowl for sampling. He commenced with the sought-ed Australian lobster, a dish that demands precise timing to achieve succulent, tender, and bouncy lobster meat that is rich yet not greasy. After a taste, Wang Hai realized the chef had completely captured the essence of this dish, surpassing even his expectations. The flavor of the sought-ed lobster could only be described as exquisite. High marks. Next was the truffle abalone, crafted from a single abalone and premium black truffles. One bite enveloped his palate with the earthy aroma of truffles and the bouncy texture of abalone, growing more delectable with each chew, eventually culminating in a delightful seafood sweetness. High marks. He continued sampling each dish, gradually comprehending the reasons behind the restaurant's popularity. The flavors were indisputable. Not a single dish out of the 18 disappointed him. Indeed, there was merit in the price. In his view, the chefs had demonstrated their culinary prowess effectively. Next, Wang Hai intended to assess the employees' ability to adapt and resolve issues on the spot. He sought opportunities to challenge them, observing how they would respond after finishing his meal. He wiped his mouth and then slapped the table, feigning anger as he commanded, "Call your supervisor." The nearby waitress was startled, but being well-trained, she quickly regained her composure and exhibited no signs of panic. One of them approached Wang Hai with a smile, saying, "Sir, how may I assist you?" The waitress's demeanor was closely observed by Wang Hai, who reiterated, "Call your supervisor." "All right, sir, please don't be upset. Kindly wait a moment." Soon after, the waitress summoned Chen Zhuomei. Upon seeing Wang Hai, Chen Zhuomei sighed in relief and inquired, "What seems to be the problem?" Wang Hai gazed earnestly at her and replied with a raised voice, "Be serious. This is no longer a jest. Is this how you speak to customers?" Chen Zhuomei looked at Wang Hai in confusion, wondering how this man could change his demeanor so swiftly. "Very well, sir. How can I assist you?" she asked. "Now that's more like it. I wish to lodge a complaint against your restaurant's waiter." Wang Hai nodded slightly and continued, "Of course. May I ask which waiter you wish to complain about, and for what reason?" Chen Zhuomei inquired patiently. Wang Hai pondered for a moment and said, "The one over there. While I was dining, she kept hovering in front of me, making my head spin." Both Chen Zhuomei and the waitress looked at Wang Hai in bewilderment, thinking, "Really? Is this grounds for a complaint?" Despite their confusion and belief that Wang Hai was being unreasonable, the waitress and Chen Zhuomei maintained their smiles and patiently explained, "Sir, allow me to clarify. Our waitstaff provide real-time service during meals, so it is inevitable that they will move about. But I found it quite displeasing. What should I do?" Wang Hai insisted on being difficult, curious to see how they would respond. "We sincerely apologize for your discomfort. We will strive to avoid walking in front of you in the future. Additionally, we would like to offer you a complimentary dessert and a 9.5 discount on your next visit. Would that be acceptable?" Chen Zhuomei proposed. Upon hearing this, Wang Hai exclaimed, "How professional." They apologized while offering a trivial dessert. And most importantly, they enticed him to return with a discount. Reassurance, compensation, and attraction, everything was encompassed. This must be the restaurant's specialized terminology for handling such situations, he mused. Chen Zhuomei, unsure why he asked, smiled but did not respond. "Let us set aside the matter of the waitress. I now wish to complain about the chef." Wang Hai continued. "Which dish's flavor did not meet your expectations?" Chen Zhuomei asked, puzzled. Wang Hai considered for a moment and replied, "The flavor was acceptable, but the presentation was lacking. Just look at that large lobster shaped like a dragon. I prefer it in the shape of a pig. Should I file a complaint for that?" Chen Zhuomei nearly concluded that Wang Hai was deliberately seeking confrontation. To request a lobster be fashioned into the shape of a pig was an unprecedentedly abstract demand. Could it be that this man was reluctant to pay? Though Chen Zhuomei held such thoughts, she still smiled at Wang Hai and said, "Sir, it is customary for this dish to be presented in this manner. Unless there are specific requests from the customer, we proceed with the standard presentation. You did not inform us of any special requirements when placing your order. And you did not inquire either." Wang Hai retorted, "I apologize. This was indeed our oversight." Chen Zhuomei replied, "Typically, waitstaff will ask customers if they have any special requests during the ordering process. However, on this occasion, Wang Hai's order had left the server quite astonished, leading to the oversight." With a defiant demeanor, Wang Hai exclaimed, "What should I do? I was quite displeased with this meal, and I have no intention of paying." Chapter 32. Greetings to Mr. Wang. Chen Zhuomei finally discerned Wang Hai's true intention. He was unwilling to pay and sought to dine and dash. She gazed at the brazen Wang Hai, her smile unwavering, yet her heart was nearly bursting with indignation. What had become of this fellow over the years? The once vibrant and sunny youth had transformed into a scoundrel. Such a handsome visage wasted. Chen Zhuomei was disinclined to engage further with Wang Hai and discreetly signaled to a nearby waiter. The waiter, grasping her implication, courteously addressed Wang Hai, "Sir, unless there has been a significant error on our part affecting your dining experience, we cannot waive the bill. What if I simply refuse to pay? What will you do? Will you all band together to confront me? After all, there are so many of you." Wang Hai queried with a grin. "Sir, you jest. We live in an era governed by law and civility. How could we possibly resort to violence? Should you persist in your refusal to settle the bill, we will have no choice but to involve the authorities," the waiter replied, maintaining a polite yet assertive demeanor. Wang Hai nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Very well. Please summon your manager." "Of course, sir." The waiter responded before departing the restaurant in search of the manager aboard the fourth boat. Once the waiter had left, Chen Zhuomei looked at Wang Hai with exasperation. "Wang Hai, do not act this way. Even if the manager arrives, the situation will remain unchanged. If you are facing difficulties, you may freely confide in me," she said. "Is it a lack of funds to settle the bill? I can lend you some. You can repay me later. At worst, I can cover it for you." In this digital age, if news of your escapade were to circulate online, it would tarnish your reputation. Though Chen Zhuomei could not comprehend Wang Hai's antics, the bond forged over years of camaraderie led her to believe he must have a compelling reason. A handsome, sunny boy could not possibly be a rogue. Wang Hai, touched by her words, smiled and replied, "Rest assured, when the manager arrives, all will be revealed." On the top floor of the fourth boat lay a reception room. The restaurant manager, Lu Xiaofeng, was currently engaged in a discussion regarding the supply of bluefin tuna with a businessman from the land of cherry blossoms. Her expression was far from pleasant, indicating that negotiations were not proceeding smoothly. Knock, knock, knock. The waiter rapped on the door of the reception room. "Manager, there is a customer causing a disturbance. He requests your presence." Lu Xiaofeng, already perturbed by the bluefin tuna matter, furrowed her brow even tighter upon hearing of the disturbance. "Mr. Gaban, please hold on for a moment. I shall return shortly." After exchanging pleasantries with the businessman from the land of cherry blossoms, she exited the reception room. The waiter led the way, explaining Wang Hai's situation as they walked. Upon hearing the details, Lu Xiaofeng's anger flared. It is evident he is merely attempting to dine and dash. In future occurrences of this nature, we should contact the police immediately. It was he who insisted you attend. The waiter clarified. "What sort of person is this?" she exclaimed as they reached the second boat, coming face to face with Wang Hai. Upon seeing Wang Hai, Lu Xiaofeng retracted her frown, replaced by a congenial smile. In the service industry, regardless of a customer's demeanor, one must always greet them with a warm countenance. With over 2 decades of experience in the culinary field, Lu Xiaofeng was well aware of this principle, having ingrained it into her very being. She gently addressed him. "Good day, sir. I have heard from the staff about your concerns. Indeed, our restaurant's oversight is regrettable, but I must clarify that a complimentary meal is not feasible." "Hello. I am Wang Hai," he replied. Lu Xiaofeng instinctively nodded, responding, "Greetings, Mr. Wang Hai." After this exchange, she attentively listened, awaiting his next words. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she gazed at Wang Hai with disbelief. You are Wang Hai?" No, Mr. Wang. This is the proof of shareholding. Please take a look." Wang Hai presented her with a document. Lu Xiaofeng accepted the paper, glanced at it briefly, then returned it to him, her face a canvas of astonishment. She was utterly taken aback. Just hours earlier, the former CEO had informed her of the company's acquisition at a high price by a new owner named Wang Hai. While she had been told the new owner's name, no photograph accompanied the information. She had assumed that someone capable of acquiring a restaurant valued at over 100 million would be an older individual or part of a consortium from Beihai City. To her surprise, he was so young. "Mr. Wang, I did not expect you to arrive so soon." Lu Xiaofeng regained her composure, bowing slightly and speaking softly. She gestured towards her 2 companions, whispering, "This is the owner of the restaurant. Quickly address him as Mr. Wang." Lu Xiaofeng's actions left Chen Zhuomei and the server in a state of bewilderment, particularly Chen Zhuomei. Her eyes widened in shock, mouth agape as she stared at Wang Hai. "What? Mr. Wang?" she gasped internally, the tumult within her heart echoing louder than when she had witnessed Wang Hai order 18 dishes. This individual was the owner of the restaurant? Goodness! Is it possible, Manager Liu, that you have made a mistake? Her lips quivered as she posed the question to Lu Xiaofeng. Receiving a disapproving glance from Lu Xiaofeng, she realized the truth of the situation. How had Wang Hai suddenly risen to such prominence? Panic set in. Had he previously accused her of disloyalty? Would he dismiss her from her position? She had even reprimanded him before. It dawned on her that she was the fool in this scenario. With this thought, Chen Zhuomei hid behind Lu Xiaofeng, unwilling to meet Wang Hai's gaze. Observing her demeanor, Wang Hai couldn't help but chuckle. What are you afraid of? I have no intention of harming you. Everyone, please disperse. I was merely testing your ability to adapt and resolve issues on the spot, and I must say, I am quite satisfied with your performance. Well done. And keep up the good work. By the way, please pack up the remaining items so as not to waste them. Chen Zhuomei heard praise rather than reprimand, playfully gesturing a thumbs up, yet she still dared not meet Wang Hai's eyes. At this moment, Lu Xiaofeng recalled the matter concerning the bluefin tuna and addressed Wang Hai, saying, Mr. Wang, your arrival is quite timely. I have an issue I wish to discuss with you. Wang Hai inquired, what is it? He promptly added, I must remind you. My academic background is in computer science, and I am not particularly adept at managing a restaurant. Please refrain from delving into overly intricate business matters. Lu Xiaofeng chuckled and elucidated, it pertains to the procurement of bluefin tuna. Our supplier, the Okaba Group from the land of the cherry blossoms, has been our consistent provider. However, upon the expiration of our previous contract for acquiring bluefin tuna, they proposed a price increase of 30%. A 30% hike on bluefin tuna? That is indeed audacious. The merchants from the land of the cherry blossoms are quite ruthless. What is the specific rationale behind this? Wang Hai queried. The reasons they provide are merely pretexts. The true cause lies in the dwindling number of vessels capturing bluefin tuna domestically. They have successfully cornered the market, effectively establishing a monopoly. Lu Xiaofeng responded, is it not feasible to seek an alternative supplier? Surely, there are numerous entities abroad that catch bluefin tuna. Wang Hai continued to inquire. Lu Xiaofeng replied, the bluefin tuna utilized in our restaurant is of the finest quality, each specimen weighing over 200 kilograms. And we demand the freshest catch. Only the Okaba Group can fulfill these stringent requirements. Wang Hai pondered for a moment before stating, go ahead. Thrust the contract into that scoundrel's face and tell him to take his leave. Those little devils, it's just bluefin tuna, after all. Chapter 33. The exceptional bluefin tuna. The youthful proprietor exuded vigor and enthusiasm, yet his fiery temperament proved futile in the face of challenges. Effective solutions were imperative. Lu Xiaofeng regarded Wang Hai, contemplating these truths. However, instead of directly contradicting him, she chose a rational approach to elucidate her point. Mr. Wang, you may not be aware, but bluefin tuna sashimi is our restaurant's most sought-after dish, nearly a staple at every table, contributing over 20% of our total sales. Should we run out of bluefin tuna, the losses would be substantial, and we risk alienating numerous patrons. The Gangan Group has undoubtedly conducted an investigation into our restaurant, which led to their decision to raise prices. Without their exceptional bluefin tuna, we would indeed face significant difficulties. Wang Hai, upon hearing Lu Xiaofeng's analysis, nodded in agreement. Your assessment is astute, yet you have overlooked one crucial factor, my very existence. To be frank, I am a fisherman by trade, capable of procuring the finest bluefin tuna for the restaurant, rendering their supplies unnecessary. His confidence was palpable, bolstered by the superior equipment of his fishing vessel. There was no conceivable reason for him to be outmatched. Moreover, his vessel was merely a level 1 fishing boat. Once upgraded, its capabilities would be even more formidable. The capture of premium bluefin tuna was not an insurmountable task. Lu Xiaofeng gazed at Wang Hai with skepticism. His unwavering confidence nearly swayed her. Yet the harsh realities of fishing soon quelled her optimism. She understood the complexities involved in capturing bluefin tuna, which required specialized techniques. The challenge of procuring prime specimens was even greater, as any fright would spoil the meat. Immediate dispatch of the brain was essential upon capture, and fishing trips often extended over 10 days to 2 weeks. Thus, advanced preservation technology was vital to ensure freshness. The Gangan Group not only possessed over a century of experience in bluefin tuna fishing, but also boasted cutting-edge preservation methods, which explained their dominance in the market. Hence, she reasoned that despite Wang Hai's confidence, procuring premium bluefin tuna remained an unlikely feat. Regaining her composure, Lu Xiaofeng tentatively inquired. Mr. Wang, how long have you been fishing? Only 2 days. Wang Hai replied candidly. Lu Xiaofeng's jaw dropped, her face a portrait of incredulity. What? Mr. Wang, you cannot be serious. Wang Hai clarified, Manager Lu. Do not judge a person's fishing prowess solely by their experience. At least, that principle does not apply to me. Very well, Mr. Wang. Might you disclose the scale of your fleet? What is the tonnage of your main vessel? How many auxiliary boats do you have? Lu Xiaofeng continued, clinging to a thread of hope. This time, her optimism waned considerably. I possess but a small boat, barely over 5 meters in length. There is nothing to conceal. For his boat is currently docked outside. Lu Xiaofeng, upon hearing Wang Hai's response, looked at him with renewed shock and confusion. Mr. Wang, are you serious? She had already lost all hope. A small boat just a few meters long, manned by a novice with 2 days of fishing experience. Attempting to catch a premium bluefin tuna, was this a jest? Wang Hai clarified, the size of the boat is not an issue. We can always switch to a larger vessel. He then inquired, how many days can the restaurant's bluefin tuna stock last? At most a week, Lu Xiaofeng replied, her spirits low. A week. Wang Hai murmured for a moment before confidently asserting, a week is sufficient. Do as I say, let that unscrupulous rogue be chased away, and in a week, I will provide the restaurant with the finest bluefin tuna. All right. Okay, Mr. Wang. Although Lu Xiaofeng harbored doubts about Wang Hai's claims, she was merely a managerial employee, while he was the owner of the restaurant. Whatever he said, she would comply. After all, if the restaurant's profits were slightly diminished, it was not something to be overly concerned about. Subsequently, Wang Hai recalled the 2 significant catches aboard his fishing vessel and said to Lu Xiaofeng, by the way, I have a large grouper and a pearl oyster on my boat. Please send someone to retrieve them and instruct the kitchen staff to prepare a meal to reward the restaurant's employees. I noticed they performed exceptionally well today. Lu Xiaofeng smiled at Wang Hai, thinking to herself how commendable it was to have a young boss who was decisive and generous, unlike those older gentlemen who were often timid and miserly. All right, I will arrange it right away. Wait, does the restaurant have accommodations? I would like to stay for a few days, Wang Hai inquired. Yes, I will have someone show you, Lu Xiaofeng called out to Chen Zhuomei. Zhuomei, please escort Mr. Wang to the suite on boat number 4. Upon hearing Lu Xiaofeng's instruction, Chen Zhuomei instantly panicked. Pointing to herself, she asked, why am I being called? Perhaps feeling awkward. She still found it difficult to meet Wang Hai's gaze. Although somewhat reluctant, she complied and approached, saying, Mr. Wang, please follow me. As she led the way, Wang Hai found her demeanor of deference somewhat disconcerting. Do not forget, I am your old classmate, Wang Hai. He called after her. No, you are my boss. Chen Zhuomei replied, shaking her head. After Wang Hai departed, Lu Xiaofeng let out a long sigh of relief. She then went to locate the small boat Wang Hai had mentioned. Upon finding it, she beheld the grouper and the large pearl oyster. Upon seeing these substantial catches, Lu Xiaofeng was once again astonished. How could such a small boat have caught such large fish? It was hard to believe. She recalled the confidence she had seen in Wang Hai's eyes earlier. At that moment, she found herself somewhat believing in Wang Hai. Hopefully, he would indeed procure the exquisite bluefin tuna. The large fish and exquisite pearl oysters from the vessel were brought into the restaurant. Lu Xiaofeng instructed her staff to take good care of Wang Hai's small boat before proceeding to the reception room of boat number 4. There, she found Gang and 56 waiting for her. Upon her return, he displayed his arrogance once more and, in halting Chinese, remarked, Manager Lu, have you come to a decision? I must inform you that a 30% price increase is already a considerable concession on our part. If the contract is not signed soon, the price will escalate further. He continued, should this contract be successfully executed, you will owe me your gratitude. I hope you can arrange for a lovely woman and a fine bottle of wine to celebrate. Seeing Gang and 50's haughty demeanor, Lu Xiaofeng felt an indescribable revulsion. Gazing at his contemptible visage, she resolved to follow Wang Hai's method entirely. In front of Gangband 56, she tore the contract to shreds, balled it up, and hurled it at his face, exclaiming, Get lost. Manager Lu, do you realize what you are doing? Without our bluefin tuna, your restaurant is destined for bankruptcy. Gangband 56 was taken aback by Lu Xiaofeng's sudden transformation upon her return. Her demeanor had shifted dramatically from amiable to fiercely resolute. This bewildered and astonished him greatly. Security. Quickly remove this individual. Lu Xiaofeng shouted to the security personnel in the corridor. Manager Lu, you cannot treat me this way. Manager Lu. Yang and 56 was forcibly escorted away by the security. Standing with her arms crossed, Lu Shaofeng felt a sense of release after enduring so much from Gang End in recent days. A genuine smile unexpectedly graced her lips. Indeed, while Wang's approach may not have been particularly helpful, it was undeniably exhilarating. Chapter 34. Personal Secretary Wang Hai settled comfortably in the restaurant, residing in a suite aboard the No. 4 wooden boat, which offered commendable amenities. The suite not only featured a dining area but also included a game room and accommodations akin to those found in hotels. The room was furnished with a ready-made bed, fresh linens, and toiletries, all brand new, merely requiring him to unpack his belongings and move in. After 2 days of fishing, Wang Hai felt somewhat fatigued, compounded by inadequate rest during this period. Thus, after organizing his luggage, he succumbed to the softness of the bed for a rejuvenating slumber. Not long into his rest, a gentle knocking echoed from outside. Wang Hai rose to open the door, revealing Lu Shaofeng, who entered, clutching a stack of documents. "Mr. Wang, please take a look at these files," Lu Shaofeng announced as she placed the papers on the table. "This pile pertains to finance, that one to suppliers, and this set to human resources. Please, take your time." As the new proprietor, it was essential for Wang Hai to familiarize himself with the various facets of the restaurant, all of which were encapsulated in these documents. Although he comprehended Lu Shaofeng's intentions, he felt a slight headache at the sheer volume of information, as he was not particularly adept in such matters. After casually flipping through the pages, he nodded slightly and remarked, "All right, I understand. I shall not disturb you further. Feel free to call me if you have any questions." Lu Shaofeng responded before departing. Once Lu Shaofeng left, Wang Hai rubbed his weary eyes and seated himself in the chair, perusing the documents. His primary concern remained the restaurant's financial health. As long as the establishment was profitable with substantial returns, other details seemed less significant. After scrutinizing the files for a while, he encountered numerous specialized financial terms that eluded his comprehension, causing him considerable frustration. He realized he needed assistance. Wang Hai recalled Chen Zhuomei, who was a finance major and possessed a sharp acumen, particularly regarding monetary matters. More importantly, she was loyal and trustworthy, making her the most reliable among the restaurant staff. "Zhuomei, please come to my room," he called, locating her contact information within the employee records and dialing her from the room's landline. So late? What do you need me for in your room?" Chen Zhuomei inquired, puzzled upon receiving the call. After hanging up, her imagination began to wander, conjuring various scenarios. What could Mr. Wang possibly want at this hour? It couldn't be. But then again, I am rather attractive. What should I do? He is quite handsome himself, ambitious and accomplished. If that were the case, it wouldn't be too bad. But this outfit is unappealing, and my face is all oily. I must change and touch up my makeup first. To Wang Hai's surprise, he had anticipated Chen Zhuomei's arrival within a few minutes, perhaps a maximum of 10. However, he found himself waiting a full hour for her to arrive, and to his astonishment, she appeared in a new dress, looking quite glamorous with her makeup impeccably done. A subtle fragrance lingered in the air. "What is your intention?" Wang Hai gazed at Chen Zhuomei with a look of bewilderment, pondering in his heart. Upon entering, Chen Zhuomei closed the door and surveyed the room, realizing it was indeed just the two of them. A hint of shyness crept onto her face, accompanied by a trace of embarrassment, as she lacked experience in such situations. "Mr. Wang, you summoned me for a reason?" she inquired nervously. Wang Hai pointed to the documents on the table and replied, "This is the financial report for the restaurant. Please examine it carefully and let me know if you discover any discrepancies. Additionally, I have other matters for you to review." Chen Zhuomei involuntarily displayed a look of disappointment, her gaze tinged with melancholy. She had not anticipated that Wang Hai had called her in for overtime work. Reluctantly, she sat down, her spirits dampened. "Fear not, for your efforts will not go unrewarded. You shall assist me as a part-time personal secretary, and I will increase your salary. Consider tonight as overtime," Wang Hai said with a smile, noticing the forlorn look in Chen Zhuomei's eyes. As a good employer, he could not allow his employees to work unpaid overtime. Upon hearing about the salary increase, Chen Zhuomei instantly perked up. "I assure you I will complete the task," she declared, before hesitantly asking, "Mr. Wang, what precisely will my duties as a secretary entail? It won't be mere trivialities, will it? Rest assured, your role will solely involve assisting me in managing the restaurant," Wang Hai clarified. "Oh, as long as the remuneration is adequate, I'm content," Chen Zhuomei replied with a smile. After handing over the documents to her, Wang Hai instructed her to review them in the lobby or take them home. "If you grow tired, feel free to leave work early," he added, before returning to his room to rest. Around 11 o'clock, Chen Zhuomei departed with the documents in hand. At precisely midnight, the alarm Wang Hai had set began to sound. Awakened by the noise, he proceeded to wash his face in the bathroom, then settled onto the sofa in the lobby with a cup of tea, patiently awaiting the system's announcement. Once the clock struck 12, marking the dawn of a new day, the system would issue new tasks as he awoke. This was the reason he had set the alarm for such an hour. He desired to know the details of the new tasks as early as possible, enabling him to exchange equipment in time and optimize his preparation for the upcoming fishing expedition. As expected, just a few moments after he had quieted his mind, the system's voice resonated. New fishing task issued. Capture a fish weighing over 200 pounds, using only angling methods. No restrictions on species. Basic reward for task completion, 10,000 points. Having attentively absorbed the announcement, Wang Hai began to analyze the task details. Firstly, compared to previous tasks, the difficulty of the new assignment had evidently escalated. This was likely linked to the fisherman's level advancing to level 2. Logically, higher-level tasks naturally present greater challenges. Accompanying the increase in task difficulty was a corresponding rise in rewards. The more formidable the challenge, the more substantial the reward. This new task's basic reward had soared to 10,000 points, a tenfold increase from the prior task. Upon seeing this reward, Wang Hai felt a sense of satisfaction. Although 10,000 points may not rival the profits garnered from live streaming, it boasts the advantage of stability, devoid of the necessity for audience approval as in the case of live broadcasts. Moreover, should one excel, it can yield an increase. It essentially represents a reliable source of point income. Conveniently, the task at hand aligns with live streaming, coinciding perfectly with his forthcoming endeavors. Henceforth, the objective is to complete this task in exchange for new equipment. Wang Hai accessed the system and opened the Points Redemption Mall. The projection screen of the Points Mall materialized before him. Level 2 Points Redemption Mall. Level 2 Fishing Boat. Redemption price, 10,000 points. Level 2 Fishing Rod. Redemption price, 10,000 points. Level 2 Fishing Net. Redemption price, 10,000 points. Level 2 Engine. Redemption price, 10,000 points. Level 2 Detector. Redemption price, 10,000 points. Level 2 Hull. Redemption price, 10,000 points. Level 2 Physical Enhancement Potion. Redemption price, 10,000 points. Level 2 Onboard Intelligence System. Redemption price, 20,000 points. Level 2 Onboard Energy System. Redemption price, 20,000 points. Fixed Asset. Redemption price, 20,000 points. As he surveyed the equipment within the Points Redemption Mall, Wang Hai began to contemplate his options. The majority of the gear was priced at 10,000 points, with only 3 items at 20,000. With over 70,000 points at his disposal, he could afford to exchange for more than 4 items. But what should he choose? His immediate thought gravitated towards the Level 2 fishing boat. Given the increasingly formidable fishing tasks ahead, the capacity of the Level 1 fishing boat was no longer sufficient. An upgrade was necessary. Thus, he decided to first acquire a Level 2 fishing boat. As for the remainder, he would assess the needs after boarding the Level 2 vessel and supplement accordingly. With this resolution in mind, Wang Hai exited his chamber and made his way to the dock where the small boat was moored. It must be noted that the restaurant's security was commendably thorough, with guards stationed even at the late hour. Upon recognizing Wang Hai, the guard acknowledged his identity and, seeing him board the fishing boat and depart, offered a wave, saying, "President Wang, please take care." The seaside was serene during the late hours. Besides a few scattered fishing boats illuminated by lights, there were hardly any signs of life. Wang Hai navigated the small boat swiftly to a secluded area. The choice to upgrade the fishing vessel in an unoccupied locale was deliberate, as he wished to conceal the transformation process from prying eyes. After all, the remarkable feat of upgrading from a small vessel to a larger one in mere minutes could indeed be deemed one of humanity's unsolved mysteries. After securing the fishing boat at the shoreline, Wang Hai stepped onto the land. He then addressed the system. Open the Points Redemption Mall in exchange for a Level 2 fishing boat. The system promptly responded. The Points Redemption Mall opened, and a notification appeared. Level 2 fishing boat redemption successful. Level 2 fishing boat loading. As this notification materialized, Wang Hai turned his gaze towards the fishing boat. He wished to witness the transformation of the fishing vessel. What followed was a scene of astonishing spectacle. He observed as the hull of the Level 1 fishing boat split apart at a visible speed, fragmenting into numerous shards that elongated and expanded. Subsequently, these fragments swiftly reassembled into a brand new, larger fishing vessel. The equipment aboard, fishing rods, nets, hulls, engines, and more, remained unscathed throughout the vessel's disintegration and reconstruction. Once the new ship had been fully reformed, all the equipment returned to its original position, precisely where it had been before. After witnessing the miraculous process of the fishing boat's upgrade, Wang Hai exclaimed in wonder, murmuring to himself, "So this is the method of upgrading a fishing vessel? How fantastical!" After standing on the shore for a while, allowing the new fishing boat to stabilize, he boarded the vessel to begin inspecting the changes brought about by its upgrade. Chapter 35. New equipment in comparison to the first-level fishing vessel. The most conspicuous transformation of the second-level fishing boat is its enlarged dimensions. The original vessel, measuring over 5 meters in length, 2 meters in width, and 1 meter in height, has now expanded to 20 meters in length, 5 meters in width, and 2.5 meters in height, resulting in a volume increase of more than 20 times. As the size of the boat has grown, the fish hold has also enlarged and is now divided into 2 distinct sections. One section serves as a live fish compartment, connected to the seawater, while the other functions as a cold storage for dead fish. An oxygen pump has been installed in the live fish compartment, and a refrigeration unit has been placed in the cold storage, although both are currently inactive and will only commence operation once the vessel is equipped with an energy system. These 2 compartments collectively form a large fish hold that occupies nearly a third of the boat's volume, capable of accommodating 50,000 pounds of fish with ease. This is the aspect that Wang Hai anticipates the most, as the increasing quantity and size of his catches have often been a source of frustration due to the inadequacy of the previous fish hold. Fortunately, this concern can now be temporarily alleviated. In addition to the enlarged size, the second-level fishing vessel boasts numerous facilities that were absent in the first-level model. For instance, a 2-story wheelhouse has been constructed in the rear third of the vessel. This wheelhouse is made of wooden planks identical to those of the hull on 3 sides, with a windshield at the front. Standing within the wheelhouse provides a clear line of sight for navigating the vessel. The ship's helm has also been relocated here, meaning that all steering will now occur from within the wheelhouse. Beyond the navigational instruments and the helm, a simple wooden bed has been added, presumably for the helmsman to rest when fatigued, showcasing a thoughtful design. Additionally, a row of large lights has been installed above the roof of the wheelhouse. However, they remain unlit due to the absence of an electrical system. One can easily envision their purpose, undoubtedly intended for illumination during nighttime operations. The presence of these lights equips the fishing vessel for nocturnal fishing endeavors, a feature not present in the first-level boat. Moreover, there are facilities such as the engine room beneath the deck and the anchoring mechanism at the bow, among others. These additional features render the second-level fishing vessel increasingly mechanized and specialized, transforming it into a formidable fishing craft equipped for deep-sea voyages. Furthermore, the second-level vessel is now outfitted with a fishing vessel registration certificate, international passes, and immigration permits. Observing the changes in the second-level fishing boat, Wang Hai has a clear idea of what he intends to exchange next. The first priority is the second-level engine. With the increased size of the vessel, its weight and the resistance encountered while navigating through the water have also escalated. The first-level engine, suited for the lightweight first-level fishing boat, appears somewhat inadequate for the second-level vessel. While it can still propel the boat, it lacks the previous swiftness to maintain or even exceed the original speed. Upgrading the engine is imperative. Wang Hai plans to target bluefin tuna, which necessitates venturing into the open sea. To minimize travel time, enhancing the vessel's speed is essential. Thus, the drive must be replaced regardless, taking precedence over other equipment. Exchange for a Level 2 drive. Wang Hai mentally commanded the system. Level 2 drive exchange successful. Level 2 drive loading. Level 2 drive loading complete. After the fishing vessel upgraded, the drive's machinery was installed in the engine room. Consequently, nothing could be seen while standing on the deck. Upon completion of the loading, Wang Hai descended the stairs into the engine room to inspect the configuration of the 10 high-power engines mentioned in the product details. Upon entering the engine room, surprise etched itself upon his face. The 10 high-power engines stood side by side, neatly arranged before him. Were it not for the knowledge that this was the engine room of a fishing vessel, one might have mistaken it for an industrial factory. Connected to the engines via belts were 5 titanium alloy propellers of varying sizes at the stern of the ship. The largest propeller boasted 5 blades, each reaching half a meter in length, radiating a subtle metallic sheen. One could imagine the terrifying speed the fishing vessel would achieve when all 10 high-power engines operated simultaneously, propelling the 5 propellers into a frenzied whirl. The product details for the Level 2 drive indicated that this engine could propel a Level 2 fishing vessel to a maximum speed of 300 kilometers per hour. Wang Hai estimated that even if the speed were not fully attained, it would be close. After examining the engines, Wang Hai discovered a crucial detail. The engines configured with the Level 2 drive were not diesel engines but electric motors. Without an onboard power system, the fishing vessel could not be initiated. However, this was not a grave issue, as the Points Mall offered a Level 2 shipboard energy system for exchange. Wang Hai had perused the detailed description of the Level 2 shipboard energy system. It was, in fact, a solar power system. Once this energy system was installed on the vessel, the issues regarding the lights and engine activation would be resolved. Returning to the deck, Wang Hai mentally commanded, "Exchange for the Level 2 shipboard energy system." Level 2 shipboard energy system exchange successful. Level 2 shipboard energy system loading. Following this prompt, the row of lights above the cockpit flickered momentarily, and the engines in the engine room rumbled briefly, only to subside quickly. Then, another prompt appeared. Level 2 shipboard energy system loading successful. It turned out that the earlier activation of the lights and engine was merely a test of the energy system. After the successful installation of the shipboard energy system, Wang Hai observed a dark stone panel directly above the cockpit. The product details indicated that this dark panel was a solar energy storage panel. It could convert solar energy into electrical energy, storing it within the panel. This panel was exceptionally powerful. The description stated that under favorable weather conditions, it could convert enough energy to sustain the fishing vessel for 7 days after a single day of sun exposure. The efficiency of energy conversion far surpassed that which humanity has currently achieved. Truly, it was a remarkable technological marvel. Beneath the solar panel, faintly visible were strands of ethereal electromagnetic conduits, emanating a blue glow of electricity that infused the fishing vessel's hull, connecting various electrical devices aboard through the medium of the hull itself. The energy stored within the solar panel was transmitted to these devices via the non-corporeal electromagnetic wires. This extraordinary technology, shrouded in mystery, eluded Wang Hai's comprehension. However, its functionality sufficed for his needs, rendering further inquiry unnecessary. Upon observing the solar panel and the enigmatic electromagnetic conduits, Wang Hai ascended to the rooftop of the cabin to inspect the solar panel more closely. He discovered a display screen beneath the panel, indicating its current charging status. Fortuitously, after installation, the initial charge was not 0, but a commendable 30%. This charge was sufficient for immediate use and could sustain the vessel for 2 days. Initially concerned about potentially having to anchor overnight until dawn to regain power, he felt reassured upon seeing the 30% charge. After examining the solar panel, Wang Hai casually activated the floodlights positioned not far from it. With the power system engaged, the row of lights illuminated brilliantly upon his command, casting a bright, yet gentle glow. Remarkably adjustable, they could illuminate the fishing vessel and its surroundings as if it were daylight. Nighttime fishing was rendered nearly indistinguishable from day, thanks to the presence of these powerful floodlights. The brilliance of the illumination attracted a swarm of small squids to the vessel within minutes of activation, though Wang Hai's focus was elsewhere. Descending from the cabin rooftop, he entered the helm, eager to test the new engine and hone his navigation skills before embarking on the Moro-S expedition. With dawn approaching, there was no time to waste. Wang Hai pressed the ignition button, prompting the engine to roar to life with a deep rumble. The propeller at the stern adjusted its height automatically to the water level, ready for action. He then activated the propeller, setting it into motion, which propelled the fishing vessel forward. Having previously perused the operating manual, Wang Hai now relied on his experience and understanding to navigate the Level 2 fishing vessel. The differences from a Level 1 vessel were stark. The latter, being smaller, required less consideration, while the former's larger size complicated turning and obstacle avoidance significantly. Yet, for the skilled fisherman that Wang Hai was, these challenges posed no insurmountable difficulty. After approximately half an hour of practice, he began to master the vessel's handling. Once proficient, he contemplated testing the vessel's maximum speed. However, mindful of the power reserve and the possibility of inclement weather the following day, he prudently decided against it, prioritizing the vessel's readiness for the journey ahead. Tomorrow, when Xiaodi arrives, it will be time to commence the live broadcast and embark on our aquatic adventures. This not only promises to delight Xiaodi, but also allows me to accumulate additional points, achieving a dual benefit. With a Level 2 fishing vessel, a Level 2 engine, and a Level 2 onboard energy system, these three pieces of equipment cost Wang Hai a total of 40,000 points. He still has over 30,000 points available for use. Thus, he began to contemplate the equipment he would exchange next. Shortly after, he made his decision to spend 10,000 points on a Level 2 fishing rod and another 10,000 points on a Level 2 detector, leaving 10,000 points as a reserve for unforeseen circumstances. Exchanging for Level 2 fishing rod. Exchange successful. Fishing rod loaded. Please collect. On the fishing vessel, the Level 1 fishing rod vanished, replaced by the superior Level 2 fishing rod. The choice to prioritize the fishing rod was naturally linked to the current system task and his impending endeavors. The system task requires catching a 200-pound fish, specifically a prime bluefin tuna. Although a Level 1 fishing rod could easily accomplish this task, the Level 2 fishing rod boasts enhanced capabilities, making the objective significantly easier to achieve. When better options exist, why not utilize them? Visually, the two rods appear quite similar. However, their functionalities diverge. The Level 2 fishing rod encompasses all the features of the Level 1 rod while introducing an additional capability, realistic bait. A piece of variable metal alloy attaches to the hook, capable of transforming into any simulated bait, indistinguishable from genuine fishing lures. Furthermore, it can move according to input commands. For instance, when Wang Hai inputs grouper bait on the control interface, it morphs into a lifelike shrimp, and upon entering swim, it mimics the movement of a live shrimp. This feature is exceptionally practical, not only alleviating the hassle of preparing bait, but also significantly enhancing the likelihood of a catch. After all, it can replicate the preferred food of the target fish, and with controllable movement, delivering the bait directly to the fish's mouth becomes an irresistible temptation. Such deception and ambush tactics are indeed quite ruthless. After examining the Level 2 fishing rod, a satisfied smile spread across Wang Hai's face. He stowed the rod and proceeded to exchange for the detector. Level 2 detector exchange successful. Level 2 detector loading. Level 2 detector loaded successfully. The remarkable efficacy of the detector was evidenced during yesterday's fishing expedition. When uncertain about what to exchange, prioritizing the detector is always a wise choice. The power of the Level 2 detector astonished Wang Hai. Built upon the foundation of the Level 1 detector, it enhances both the detection depth and range. More importantly, it significantly improves detection clarity. Within the detection scope, Wang Hai activated the detector interface, enlarged the display of a school of fish, and was amazed to see a crystal-clear, real-time view of the fish cluster. The appearance of the fish, the number of fish in the school, and their activities are all vividly clear, as if witnessed firsthand. The Level 2 detector provides Wang Hai with a sensation akin to having installed an extraordinarily expansive high-definition camera underwater, within its detection range. He can observe anything he desires with remarkable clarity. Consequently, the fishing vessel has been equipped with a Level 2 fishing boat, a Level 2 drive system, a Level 2 onboard energy system, Level 2 fishing rods, a Level 2 detector, a Level 1 fishing net, and a Level 1 hull. Transforming from a modest little boat into a sophisticated automated vessel, its navigational and fishing capabilities have significantly improved. With the equipment now ready, all that remains is to await tomorrow's voyage. As Wang Hai steered the upgraded fishing boat back to the Holiday Beach restaurant, a smile of anticipation graced his face. Chapter 36. The Fishing Alliance Rankings. The fishing vessel returned to Holiday Beach, docking beside the restaurant, in the designated area for Level 1 fishing boats. The night security guard at the restaurant was still on duty. Upon seeing Wang Hai depart in a small boat and return in a new, larger vessel, he wore a look of astonishment. Although surprised, he quickly rationalized the situation, thinking that someone like Wang Hai, who possessed wealth, would surely have more than one boat. Perhaps he even owned a dock full of them. It was likely that he had numerous boats of varying sizes, choosing to sail a smaller one today and a larger one tomorrow, depending on his whims. It was entirely reasonable to take a small boat out and return with a larger one. This was what he termed the freedom of fishing boats. Such affluent individuals were indeed impressive and capricious. Wang Hai secured his boat and ascended to the restaurant. Upon seeing the security guard, he nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work." The guard smiled and replied, "It's my duty." After Wang Hai departed, the guard couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, reflecting on how fortunate they were to have a new boss who was not only young and handsome but also polite. With this thought, he became even more diligent in his work, keeping a vigilant eye on Wang Hai's fishing vessel to ensure nothing went amiss. Wang Hai returned to his room. After a brief wash, he sent a message to Xiao Di, instructing her to arrive early at Yuehai village the following day, bringing daily necessities and a change of clothes. Finally, he went to bed. The next day, before dawn had fully broken, Wang Hai awoke early. He packed 2 breakfasts from the restaurant, along with a change of clothes, and boarded his fishing vessel, setting sail towards Yuehai village. The fishing boat soon arrived at the fishing port of Yuehai village, where Xiao Di's red Maserati was already waiting on the shore. Inside the car, Xiao Di lounged leisurely in the plush seat, wearing sunglasses and gazing towards the sea, searching for Wang Hai's fishing vessel. However, upon spotting the newly arrived boat, she did not react, clearly failing to recognize that it belonged to Wang Hai. As Wang Hai exited the cabin and glanced towards the shore, he spotted Xiao Di's car. He walked to the bow of the boat, waved, and called out, "Hey, over here." Upon hearing his voice, Xiao Di turned her gaze to Wang Hai and the fishing vessel beneath his feet. Removing her sunglasses, she displayed a look of surprise, exclaiming, "Why has the boat changed?" Filled with astonishment and curiosity, she stepped out of the car, retrieving the 2 breakfasts from the passenger seat as she approached Wang Hai. Wang Hai lowered the boarding ladder from the boat, and Xiao Di carefully ascended it. "How did the boat change overnight?" she inquired as soon as she boarded. Wang Hai pondered for a moment and replied, "The small boat was no longer sufficient, so I had to upgrade to a larger one. I had this big boat commissioned a while ago, and it was just completed last night, so I brought it back." "Oh, I see. A larger boat is wonderful. It's so spacious." Xiao Di nodded in agreement, her smile broadening as she examined the new fishing vessel. Her delight intensified upon seeing the cabin. "Does this new boat even have a loft? Does this mean we can sleep on the boat from now on?" Wang Hai clarified, "That is the cabin. Although it has a bed, it is quite small. If we wish to sleep, it is best to return to the shore." "It's all right. We'll just squeeze in." After uttering this phrase, Xiao Di seemed to realize something was amiss, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. She quickly changed the subject. "By the way, I made breakfast myself. Do taste my culinary skills." "What a coincidence. I brought you breakfast as well," Wang Hai awkwardly pointed out, indicating the packaged meal from the restaurant. "It appears we had the same thought. We can compare and see whose culinary skills are superior," Xiao Di remarked. On the deck of the fishing boat, a table was set, displaying 4 breakfast portions. The 2 that Wang Hai brought were bowls of seafood porridge, glistening with a rich, thick broth that wafted an enticing aroma. In stark contrast, Xiao Di's offerings were blackened fried rice, resembling a dark culinary disaster. Observing the unappealing fried rice next to the seafood porridge, Xiao Di awkwardly explained, This. I apologize. It's my first attempt, and it does look a bit off. However, cooking is a skill that improves with practice. Once your villa is completed, I shall surely excel as your little chef." Wang Hai found her earnestness amusing and replied, "No worries, take your time. Just because it looks unappetizing doesn't mean it tastes bad." With that, he took a mouthful of the rice, nearly gagging. The fried rice, while visually displeasing, was indeed quite unpalatable. "You've done well. Perhaps refrain from making it again next time," he jested after swallowing. Noticing Wang Hai's distressed expression, Xiao Di curiously inquired, "Is it really that terrible?" She then took a bite herself. Unlike Wang Hai, she immediately spat it out. "What is this? It's horrendous. I even woke up at 5 to prepare this. I'm not eating it," she declared, closing the container and preparing to discard it. Upon hearing that she had specifically woken at 5 to make breakfast, Wang Hai felt an unexpected surge of emotion and stopped her. "It's fine. It's not particularly awful. Just try again next time," he said, snatching the fried rice from Xiao Di's hands and taking a bite. "Are you implying I forgot to add oil?" "I definitely added plenty of peanut oil," she questioned, puzzled. "When I mentioned adding oil, I meant encouragement, not cooking oil," Wang Hai replied, rolling his eyes at her. During breakfast, Xiao Di suddenly recalled something. She pulled out her phone used for live streaming and opened her broadcast room, pointing to a badge displayed in the stream. She said to Wang Hai, "Last night when I returned home, I noticed this badge in the stream. Take a look." Wang Hai read the inscription on the badge aloud. Puzzled, "Certified by the Fishing Alliance, ranked 16th in the fishing leaderboard? What does this mean?" He looked at Xiao Di, bewildered. Xiao Di explained, "I asked the platform's customer service about the Fishing Alliance and the leaderboard, and how our stream received this badge." "What did the customer service say?" Wang Hai inquired. Xiao Di continued, "She said the Fishing Alliance is officially recognized, established with the support of several major outdoor streaming platforms to form a coalition of anglers. During a live broadcast, any streamer who catches a significant fish in the presence of their audience will ascend the fishing leaderboard. The larger the fish caught, the higher the position on the leaderboard. Yesterday, you caught a 120-pound grouper, which ranks as the 16th largest fish captured since the establishment of the Fishing Alliance, thus earning you the medal for 16th place. I see, but is the Fishing Alliance truly prestigious? Does it boast a substantial following? Wang Hai nodded and continued to inquire. He was indifferent to the medals or the accolades of the leaderboard. What truly mattered to him was whether this ranking could attract more viewers, generate popularity, and enhance his system points. If it could not, then it was of little consequence. However, if it could, then it would indeed warrant his attention. Chapter 37. The pursuit of first place. Wang Hai's concerns were mirrored by Xiao Di's. Last night, she had thoroughly investigated the matters regarding the Fishing Alliance. She explained to Wang Hai, yesterday, I conducted some online research and consulted the platform's customer service. I discovered that the Fishing Alliance holds significant credibility. Nearly every outdoor live streaming enthusiast is familiar with it and places immense trust in its rankings. Viewers even believe that a position on the leaderboard reflects a streamer's fishing prowess. The higher the rank, the greater the skill of the streamer. Take a look at this, Xiao Di exclaimed, opening the Douyu livestream platform and entering a particular channel for Wang Hai to see. Fishing Alliance Certified, ranked first. With over 50 million followers? So many? Wang Hai was taken aback by the sheer number of fans in the live stream. He had not anticipated that a fishing live stream could attract such a vast audience. Xiao Di continued, impressive, isn't it? From what I've gathered. This streamer is quite unattractive, speaks Mandarin poorly, and has a fiery temper, often clashing verbally with the audience. Yet, due to his top ranking, he is hailed as the foremost fishing streamer. Consequently, he has amassed a large following, and the channel's popularity is explosive. This clearly demonstrates the substantial credibility of the Fishing Alliance's rankings. As she spoke, she opened another live stream, which was ranked second, boasting over 30 million followers, followed by the third rank with over 20 million, and the 11th rank with over 300,000. This was merely the follower count from one live stream platform. If one were to include followers from platforms like Donghua Video, Douyin Video, and Kuaishou Video, the numbers would certainly be even more staggering. After observing this, Wang Hai confirmed one thing. The Fishing Alliance's leaderboard indeed has the potential to attract viewers and generate a significant following. A smile crept across his face as he thought, this could be yet another avenue to boost our points. What do you think? Wang Hai inquired of Xiao Di. With a beaming smile, Xiao Di replied, whatever the captain envisions, I shall follow. Then shall we strive for first place? Wang Hai pressed on. Xiao Di nodded vigorously. My captain should not be inferior to anyone. Huh. Your words are becoming sweeter by the day. Wang Hai chuckled. How do you know? Xiao Di asked. Just a guess. With the awareness of the Fishing Alliance's existence, a new goal emerged for both of them, instantly invigorating their spirits. After finishing breakfast, Wang Hai and Xiao Di disembarked. Before setting sail, they needed to procure some supplies. Thus, they drove Xiao Di's car to a nearby town, where they purchased drinking water, vegetables, fruits, and other essential foods. In addition to food, they acquired an induction cooker, table, chairs, toothpaste, toothbrushes, and various other daily necessities. Wang Hai's upcoming voyage would take them much farther than before, likely requiring a day or two before returning. Therefore, having these everyday items was imperative. Moreover, Wang Hai also bought a long string of firecrackers. After all, it was the inaugural outing on their new boat, and a sense of ceremony was essential to invite good fortune. Having secured their supplies, they were ready to embark. Wang Hai and Xiao Di returned to Wahai village. They loaded their purchases and the daily necessities brought by Xiao Di onto the boat before embarking themselves. Shortly thereafter, Wang Hai navigated the fishing vessel out of the harbor. The moment they exited the fishing port, he hung firecrackers at the bow and ignited them with a resounding crackle. This spectacle filled Xiao Di with excitement and curiosity, prompting Wang Hai to elucidate the tradition of Wahai village, which she wholeheartedly embraced, appreciating the significance of the ritual. As the fishing boat departed from the harbor, having completed the firecracker display, Wang Hai did not steer it further into the open sea. Instead, he navigated along the coastline, ultimately arriving at the largest harbor in Binhai City, Binhai Port. This port was vast and exceptionally bustling, with various vessels, merchant ships, fishing boats, and oil tankers, docking in designated areas. Here, one could procure nautical supplies unavailable in the town. Wang Hai sought to acquire a detailed nautical chart. Unlike the maps accessible on mobile devices, nautical charts provided intricate details, including not only directions and geographical locations but also water depth, currents, submerged rocks, and small islands. While Wang Hai could rely on his experience and observations in familiar coastal waters, venturing into the unknown depths of the sea necessitated such a chart. The price of nautical charts was steep, with larger maps commanding higher costs. Wang Hai purchased a chart covering a radius of 1,000 nautical miles, consisting of several large, high-definition, color-printed pages. When fully unfolded, it measured at least 2 meters in length and width, costing him 500 yuan. In addition to the nautical chart, Wang Hai replenished the freshwater supply for the fishing vessel. The harbor had designated areas for freshwater replenishment, requiring only a long hose to fill the vessel's freshwater tank. This process was simple and economical, costing merely 10 yuan to fill the tank completely. Xiao Di had initially worried about the possibility of needing to bathe if they stayed overnight, but upon seeing the full tank of fresh water, she felt reassured and praised Wang Hai for his professionalism and thoroughness. With all preparations complete, Wang Hai set the fishing vessel on its course, guided by the chart. The morning sea was tranquil, and the sunlight was warm. Seagulls accompanied the boat on either side, and occasionally, schools of flying fish could be seen skimming across the surface of the water, leaping to breathe fresh air before diving back beneath the waves. If fortune favored them, some might even leap onto the boat. Protected by the vessel's hull, the fishing boat glided swiftly and smoothly across the waves. Xiao Di, adorned with a large straw hat and barefoot, roamed the deck with her phone, live-streaming the adventure. Like an inquisitive child, she pointed out various sights, urging Wang Hai to land on a visible island ahead and suggesting he cast a net in the promising waters where small fish gathered. In sum, she was exhilarated and thoroughly enchanted by the experience of sailing. Wang Hai was diligently navigating the vessel from the cockpit. Simultaneously, he operated the projector screen of the sonar, casting glances at the display while occasionally tapping on the luminous dots to monitor the schools of fish in the waters traversed by the fishing boat, seeking to identify any substantial shoals or fish weighing over 200 pounds. Chapter 38. A Million Harvests. The destination that Wang Hai aimed for lay at the confluence of the South China Sea and the East China Sea, approximately 500 nautical miles east of Binhai City. This region is renowned both domestically and internationally as a prime fishing ground for Pacific bluefin tuna. The waters here are nourished by the confluence of currents from the North Pacific, South Pacific, and West Pacific, which brings an abundance of small fish and shrimp, providing ample sustenance for the bluefin tuna. After migrating along the coast of the West Pacific, adult bluefin tuna are known to gather in these waters. Consequently, both commercial fishing vessels and recreational fishing enthusiasts seeking bluefin tuna invariably choose this location as their first option. However, after years of relentless fishing, the bluefin tuna in this region have gradually diminished. It is said that a decade ago, catching bluefin tuna there was as effortless as picking up fallen fruit, with bites occurring within mere minutes, often yielding sizable catches. Yet now, it has become increasingly challenging. One would be fortunate to land a fish weighing 20 to 30 kilograms, with those exceeding 50 kilograms being exceedingly rare. Initially, Wang Hai was unaware of these circumstances. While purchasing nautical charts at the harbor in Binhai, he fortuitously encountered the shopkeeper, a seasoned angler who, upon learning of Wang Hai's intention to venture out to catch bluefin tuna, readily shared this information with him. The shopkeeper even cautioned Wang Hai against making the trip, warning that it could lead to significant losses. He lamented that since he developed a passion for sea fishing, of the 10 fishing tackle shops that once thrived, only one remained. Observing the fervor in the shopkeeper's eyes and noting his gaunt physique, Wang Hai sensed the truth in the man's words. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his decision to set sail, with the bluefin tuna fishing spot mentioned by the shopkeeper as his primary target. Although the bluefin tuna in that area had been overfished, it held an irreplaceable advantage for Wang Hai: its proximity. Within 500 nautical miles, it was the only place where bluefin tuna could be caught. Otherwise, he would have to venture much farther, to the North Pacific or the Atlantic, each requiring a journey of at least 1,000 nautical miles. As it was Wang Hai's first foray into deep-sea fishing, despite his mastery of various fishing skills, he still lacked the essential experience. Thus, he opted for a cautious approach, choosing to commence his journey from a nearby location. The fishing spot described by the shopkeeper became his inaugural target. At this moment, Wang Hai piloted his fishing vessel across the vast expanse of the ocean, having traveled eastward for nearly 3 hours. The boat was operating at near maximum speed, averaging 100 nautical miles per hour, with approximately 2 more hours remaining until reaching the target area. Throughout this leg of the journey, Wang Hai's luck had been somewhat lacking. As he scanned the waters with his sonar, he detected several schools of fish, yet their sizes were modest. The largest school comprised merely 3,000 fish, none of which were valuable enough to warrant a catch. He also failed to encounter any fish weighing over 200 pounds. Thus, the 3 hours had primarily been spent in transit. The audience in the live stream had swelled to nearly 100,000 viewers. However, due to the absence of engaging content, many expressed their dissatisfaction, yearning for more excitement. Still, aware of Wang Hai's purpose to catch bluefin tuna, they chose to remain patient, resulting in a continual increase in the number of viewers in the live stream. Just then, the monitor of the detector before Wang Hai illuminated with a dazzling point of light, accompanied by an alert. High-value fish school detected. Please take note. Upon seeing the notification, Wang Hai reduced the speed of the fishing vessel and tapped the luminous point to examine the information about the fish school. Yellow croaker school, quantity, 284 individuals. Average weight, 6 kilograms, movement status, slow, average speed, 12 kilometers per hour. It was indeed a school of wild yellow croakers, and remarkably, the average weight reached 6 kilograms. The price of wild yellow croakers is predominantly determined by their size. Different specifications command varying prices, approximately 100 yuan for 300 grams, 200 yuan for 400 grams, 300 yuan for 600 grams, and upwards of 1,200 yuan for anything over a pound, with fish exceeding 2 pounds fetching as much as 2,500 yuan per pound. This particular school of yellow croakers boasted an average weight of over 3 pounds, potentially yielding a price exceeding 3,000 yuan per individual. In essence, each fish could be valued at tens of thousands. Though there were only 284 individuals, their collective worth surpassed 2 million. This was undoubtedly a high-value catch. Wang Hai was acutely aware that yellow croakers are a prestigious species, particularly the wild and larger specimens. Thus, upon reviewing the fish school-less information, he resolved to capture them. After all, over 2 million yuan was lurking beneath the waves, an opportunity too profitable to relinquish. Furthermore, it provided a perfect chance to rest and alleviate the fatigue of prolonged navigation. Concerned that the yellow croakers might scatter if startled, Wang Hai reduced the vessel's speed to a crawl, cautiously approaching the school. On the deck, Xiao Di noticed the decrease in speed and scampered to the helm, inquiring, "Captain, have we arrived?" "Not yet. Let us pause for a moment and catch a few fish," Wang Hai clarified. The audience, who had been waiting for 3 hours, perked up upon hearing Wang Hai's voice. The captain is starting the show. Exciting. Everyone, take a guess. What big catch awaits this time? Before long, Wang Hai maneuvered the boat directly above the school of yellow croakers. After stabilizing the vessel, he exited the helm and began preparing the fishing net on the deck, ready to lower it for the catch. It's a net capture. The captain must have discovered the fish school. Some wondered, strange, the captain has been navigating. How did he find the fish school? Those upstairs must be clueless. This is no longer the small boat of yore. Such a large vessel surely has a detector installed. Impressive. The net was lowered directly above the yellow croakers, encircling them in several loops. Given the limited height of the net and the fact that they were in deep waters, Wang Hai utilized the boat to drag the net, maximizing the chances of ensnaring the fish. Despite this effort, many yellow croakers managed to escape. However, Wang Hai remained unconcerned. Deep-sea fishing is inherently challenging, and it is entirely normal for some fish to evade capture. It's improbable to catch every fish in a single haul. Shortly after deploying the net, Wang Hai checked the status of the catch via the detector screen. Upon observing the school of golden pomfret dispersing in all directions, some had become ensnared in the net, while others had seemingly vanished without a trace. Those fish destined to be caught had indeed been captured, leaving the rest to wander off into the depths. It was evident that the time had come to haul in the net. Wang Hai activated the net retrieval machine and commenced the process. Xiao Di directed the camera towards the fishing net being drawn from the sea. The audience before the screen held their breath, fixated on the display, eagerly anticipating the catch. As the net emerged from the water, the golden pomfret clung to it, breaking the surface. They glimmered under the sunlight, radiating a resplendent golden hue. 1, 2, 10. A magnificent array, stunningly beautiful. Upon sighting the fish, the audience erupted in excitement. "We've caught fish. Incredible, the golden legend. What kind of fish is this? It's so exquisite. Darn it, the captain is striking it rich again. This is wild golden pomfret. Are golden pomfrets valuable? I estimate each weighs over 3 pounds. Worth thousands. Are you joking? Each one worth over 10,000? Those familiar with golden pomfret were astonished upon seeing the catch, while those unfamiliar were equally taken aback after receiving explanations from others. The barrage of comments filled the screen with countless expressions of admiration. Upon hearing that they were golden pomfret, Xiaodi promptly retrieved the induction cooker and a large pot. Having savored wild golden pomfret before, the unique and exquisite flavor lingered in her memory, and she could hardly contain her eagerness to indulge in them once again. After Wang Hai finished hauling in the net, he turned to see Xiaodi had already prepared boiling water, one hand holding chopsticks and the other a phone. Steaming is the way to go. Let us set up a rack in the pot for steaming, Wang Hai declared as he tossed the largest fish to Xiaodi. Swiftly, she positioned the steaming rack in the pot. Then, taking the lively golden pomfret, she expertly scaled and cleaned it, placing it into the pot without delay. This seamless series of actions revealed to Wang Hai the true power of a foodie. Freshly caught and immediately cooked, it was bound to be even more delicious. I can hardly contain my drool. What a luxury, a meal worth over 10,000. The audience watched with envious eyes. During the 8-minute wait for the golden pomfret to steam, Wang Hai placed all the fish into the holding tanks, live ones in the active water tank and the deceased in the chilled compartment. The catch was satisfactory, totaling approximately 130 golden pomfret, yielding around $1 million in profit. Once finished with his tasks, Wang Hai sat at the table just in time for the pomfret to be ready. Drizzling it with steaming soy sauce, the two indulged in their feast. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. Squeak, squeak. Not far away, two distinct sounds echoed, followed by the rhythmic splashing against the boat's deck. What is happening? Curiosity piqued, Wang Hai turned toward the source of the noise but saw nothing amiss, though the sounds persisted. Rising to his feet, he approached the edge of the boat and peered into the sea. To his surprise, a dolphin appeared. Upon noticing Wang Hai, it ceased slapping its tail against the boat and instead gazed at him with an endearing expression. It was utterly charming. Xiaodi, come quickly and take a look. There is a dolphin here, Wang Hai exclaimed, calling out to Xiaodi. Chapter 39. The Extraordinary Dolphin. This dolphin, adorned in a delicate shade of pink, is a mature Yangtze River dolphin, exuding an unparalleled charm that surpasses that of its counterparts. What does it desire? Wang Hai pondered as he gazed at the dolphin beneath the vessel. Dolphins are remarkably intelligent creatures, although they inhabit the ocean. They are mammals with a high level of intellect, reportedly equivalent to that of a 6-year-old child. Its vocalizations and playful splashes against the hull must surely serve a purpose. Just as Wang Hai was lost in thought, Xiaodi approached, balancing a bowl as she ate. Upon first sight of the dolphin, she confidently declared, "It's hungry and wants fish." How do you know? Wang Hai asked, astonished. The longing for food is unmistakable. When I am hungry, my eyes mirror its expression. A true foodie understands another foodie, Xiaodi explained. She continued, "This dolphin is adorable. Let us feed it some fish." Wang Hai harbored a fondness for dolphins, having often visited aquariums to admire them. This particular dolphin, both cute and clever, endeared itself to him even more. Upon realizing its hunger, he acquiesced to Xiaodi's suggestion and decided to feed the dolphin. After contemplating, he recalled that the only fish available on board were yellow croakers. So he resolved to toss them to the dolphin. Perhaps it had been eyeing a school of yellow croakers, pursuing them to this very spot. Or maybe it was hoping to reclaim its catch that had been taken by the boat. With this thought in mind, Wang Hai retrieved 6 dead yellow croakers from the ice hold and returned to the edge of the boat, casting them into the water. Just as Xiaodi had predicted. The moment the fish hit the surface, a smile graced the dolphin's face, and it joyfully began to feast. Xiaodi live-streamed the event, and viewers, upon seeing the dolphin, inundated the chat with expressions of delight. When they witnessed Wang Hai feeding the dolphin, their astonishment was palpable. What? My eyes. What am I witnessing? A yellow croaker worth 10,000 is being fed to a dolphin? Hey, Captain, that's not how you feed fish. Can't you just catch a couple more to feed it? What the captain threw wasn't fish. It was stacks of cash. Humans can't compare to dolphins? If I could, I would gladly become that dolphin. When will I ever be as exceptional as the captain, tossing 10,000 like it's nothing? Before long, the dolphin had devoured all 6 yellow croakers, still appearing unsatisfied. Observing this, Wang Hai tossed in 4 more. Captain, please, let it eat less. 1 bite is equivalent to 2 months of my salary. I might one day find myself envious of a dolphin. The chat was filled with pleas, urging Wang Hai to reconsider. Regrettably, he did not glance at the comments. Otherwise, he might have heeded their advice. After tossing in the additional 4 yellow croakers, the dolphin consumed only 3, leaving 1 behind. The scene unfolded as the dolphin let out a hearty belch before submerging itself into the depths of the sea, only to resurface with a swift flick of its tail, sending the remaining fish back onto the boat. It appeared that it had feasted to its heart's content. To everyone's astonishment, the creature exhibited remarkable intelligence, even returning an extra yellow croaker to Wang Hai. This spectacle left the viewers in the live stream utterly astounded. How incredible! This dolphin is truly extraordinary. Since the establishment of the nation, we were told not to let them gain wisdom. Could it have just escaped from a circus? Haha, how thoughtful. I would love to have one. Wang Hai was equally amused by the dolphin's antics, chuckling as he observed the creature. You've had your fill, now off you go. He called out to the dolphin beneath the boat after a moment of contemplation. The dolphin responded with a series of chirps, seemingly oblivious to his command, showing no inclination to depart. Captain, do you think it has decided to stick with us? Should we bring it on board and keep it? Xiao Di inquired, puzzled. Keep it. Your idea is a bit extreme. It is a protected species, often referred to as the giant panda of the sea. Wang Hai clarified. Oh, can we at least play with it? It seems eager to engage with us. Xiao Di suggested. Perhaps we can. Wang Hai replied, glancing at the calm sea around them. Feeling a surge of playfulness, he turned to Xiao Di and asked, shall we go for a swim? Absolutely. Xiao Di was in complete agreement. Wang Hai lowered the ladder from the boat, removed his shirt, and changed into a pair of shorts before descending. The dolphin approached him, stopping at his side, and gently nudged his hand with its head. So gentle, Wang Hai exclaimed, petting the dolphin's head. He then leapt into the water, climbing onto the dolphin's back. This adult white dolphin, measuring over 4 meters in length and robust as a bull, effortlessly carried Wang Hai through the water. Within a minute, they had circled the fishing boat several times. Xiao Di, donned in a bikini and a life jacket, descended the ladder and, seeing Wang Hai reveling in joy, could hardly contain her excitement. I'm coming. Hurry and catch me, she called out. Wang Hai patted the dolphin's head, signaling it to swim towards Xiao Di. The dolphin, seemingly understanding Wang Hai's intention, maneuvered beneath her, presenting its broad back. Xiao Di leapt onto Wang Hai's front, joining him on the dolphin's back. Wang Hai embraced Xiao Di, gently patting the dolphin's head, indicating that they could set off. With the two aboard, the dolphin swiftly glided through the waters near the fishing vessel. This is my first time riding a dolphin, Xiao Di exclaimed with delight. Me too. Wang Hai nodded in agreement. Just then, the dolphin suddenly gathered strength and leapt into the air, propelling Wang Hai and Xiao Di 2 meters above the surface. Hold on tight, and don't forget to hold your breath, Wang Hai shouted to Xiao Di. What? Although unsure of the reason, Xiao Di followed suit, pinching her nose with one hand while gripping the dolphin's dorsal fin with the other. Wang Hai embraced her from behind. In the blink of an eye, the dolphin soared 2 meters into the air, reaching its apex, before its massive form plummeted back into the sea, taking Wang Hai and Xiao Di with it. They quickly resurfaced. Wow, that was exhilarating, Xiao Di exclaimed, tossing her disheveled hair back and wiping the seawater from her face. Haha, dear dolphin, let us do it again. Wang Hai patted the dolphin's head. The dolphin accelerated. Whoosh! It leaped into the air. Splash! It plunged back into the ocean. It was even more thrilling than a roller coaster ride. The audience in the live stream was envious beyond measure. 666,666. How delightful. This extraordinary dolphin is worth every effort. I suddenly feel less remorseful about feeding it yellow croaker. The dolphin spaceship is preparing for launch. Please insert a yellow croaker. Captain, could you ask the dolphin if it is taking requests? I'll offer 5 yellow croakers. The captain has fulfilled a dream I've cherished for years. Please take me along, Captain. My physique surpasses that of the Plumpty, and I'm far more adept at handling things. This is truly a joyous experience. Chapter 40. The Air Force? Exhausted from their playful escapades, Wang Hai and Xiao Di returned to the vessel. The dolphin, too, seemed reluctant to part ways, gradually swimming toward the horizon. In the distance, the silhouettes of several dorsal fins emerged, hinting that it was being welcomed by its companions. Xiao Di stood at the edge of the boat, bidding farewell to the dolphin, and only when its figure faded from view did he regain his senses, exclaiming, "That dolphin truly knows how to indulge. After feasting on our fish, it still took the time to play with us." Wang Hai chuckled and shook his head. Perhaps it was we who entertained it. So we ended up at a loss. Feeding it fish and then having to entertain it as well. What a bargain for it. Xiao Di remarked in astonishment. Not to worry, as long as we enjoyed ourselves. Wang Hai replied with a smile. He continued, I'm heading to take a shower now. We will set sail again shortly. "Aye, Captain." Once Wang Hai finished his shower, he returned to the helm. He then steered the fishing boat further toward the renowned bluefin tuna fishing grounds. Meanwhile, Xiao Di had set up a sunshade on the deck. Reclining on a long chair beneath it, a book in one hand and a chilled beverage in the other, leisurely enjoying the scenic maritime views. The 2-hour voyage passed swiftly, and the fishing boat entered the celebrated waters known for bluefin tuna. Here, the sea appeared a deeper shade of blue than elsewhere, with a notable current, likely due to various oceanic flows. Upon arrival, Wang Hai first reduced the boat's speed, then maximized the power of the sonar, expanding the detection range to a staggering 10,000 meters. Finally, he devised a sensible search route and began scanning the fishing area for traces of bluefin tuna. It must be said that the aquatic resources in these waters were indeed abundant. As the fishing boat roamed, the sonar screen was alive with dots of light, each representing schools of fish. Beyond the fish, there were also swarms of shrimp and crabs. In merely a short time, the screen displayed no fewer than 10 luminous points. Regrettably, however, no bluefin tuna were in sight. Occasionally, a small one would appear, but they were all below 20 pounds, not qualifying for capture. Minutes passed with still no sign of the sought-after bluefin tuna. Yet, Wang Hai spotted another fishing vessel ahead. The flag hoisted at its bow indicated it was a fishing boat from the Dragon Kingdom. Encountering fellow countrymen while fishing at sea felt like a warm reunion among compatriots. Wang Hai maneuvered his boat alongside the fishing vessel and came to a halt. He stepped out of the cabin, stood at the edge of his boat, and called out to the fishermen aboard, "Brothers, how's the catch?" The boat had 5 or 6 crew members, their expressions revealing a sense of discontent, clearly indicating their spirits were low. It was easy to surmise that their fishing endeavors had not yielded satisfactory results. As they noticed Wang Hai's boat approach, they squinted towards him, their curiosity piqued. Upon hearing Wang Hai's inquiry, one individual responded, "The Air Force, there's nothing at all." Wang Hai, taken aback by the reply, pressed on, "That can't be true. With so many people out at sea, it can't possibly be the Air Force." He continued, "You came here to catch bluefin tuna. Yet not a single one? That amounts to nothing." The person across from him shrugged, revealing the fishing line in his hand, and added, "We genuinely haven't caught anything. Look. We've even switched to lighter lines." Wang Hai, possessing keen eyesight, promptly discerned that the individual held a number 3 main line paired with a number 2 branch line. This particular gauge was primarily intended for fish weighing around 5 pounds. Their choice of tackle indicated a legitimate abandonment of bluefin tuna fishing in favor of pursuing lesser species. Fishing for other species in the bluefin tuna's domain seemed almost artistic. Wang Hai surmised that perhaps they truly had not caught any tuna and, in a bid to recoup some fuel costs or salvage the dignity of being anglers, were reluctantly opting for smaller catch. After all, having traveled such a distance without bringing anything back would indeed be quite embarrassing. However, wasn't this supposed to be the bluefin tuna's territory? How could they have caught none at all? They certainly did not appear to be novices. Puzzled, Wang Hai further inquired, "My friend, wasn't it said that this area is abundant with bluefin tuna? How can it be that not a single one has been caught?" As he too sought to catch bluefin tuna, he was eager to understand the rationale. Upon hearing Wang Hai's question, the angler opposite grew irate. He gestured toward the distance, cursing, "It's all the fault of those bastards from the land of cherry blossoms. They've unleashed a fleet of large vessels, dragging dozens of lines over 10,000 meters long, and have wiped out all the bluefin tuna in the vicinity. Damn them. Dozens of lines over 10,000 meters long?" Wang Hai processed this and asked, "Are they using longline fishing?" Longline fishing is indeed the most prevalent method employed by the anglers of the land of cherry blossoms. A main line is affixed with buoys, floating at a specified depth, with branch lines tied at intervals, each equipped with hooks, effectively transforming each branch line into a fishing rod. A lengthy main line can accommodate thousands of branch lines, deploying countless hooks simultaneously. This method lacks finesse. It primarily relies on the broad net approach to enhance the probability of catches. The opposing angler nodded in affirmation, stating, "Exactly, it's longline fishing, with a main line of over 10,000 meters, likely boasting 5,000 hooks on a single line. Their lines are visible everywhere, damn it." He continued, "Moreover, they spare no expense, using thousands of kilograms of small shrimp for bait. Who the hell uses that for sea fishing? Truly, we've run into a dreadful situation." Subsequently, he cast his gaze upon Wang Hai, surveying the fishing vessel before him, and continued, "Are you also here to fish for bluefin tuna? I advise against wasting your time. It would be prudent to return and try again at a later date. Today, that group of rascals is utterly devoid of sportsmanship. Having uttered these words, he felt a tug on his line and reeled in a small red snapper. Yet joy eluded him. He busied himself with the line, disregarding Wang Hai. After this brief exchange, Wang Hai grasped the situation. He inwardly lamented the unfortunate turn of events. It seemed today's venture was doomed to failure, as they had coincidentally encountered a professional and commercial fleet from the land of the cherry blossoms, sweeping through the waters in search of bluefin tuna. Having traveled great distances, he found himself outpaced by them. Would he too, like the anglers across the way, return empty-handed? Yet, there was little he could do. After all, this was international waters, open to all who sought to fish. The fish bore no names, and those with skill were entitled to their catch. Wang Hai took a deep breath, gazed in the direction indicated by the other, contemplated briefly, and then returned to the cabin, steering the vessel toward that very direction. Chapter 41. The giant bluefin tuna. After approximately 10 minutes of navigation, Wang Hai, positioned at the forefront, beheld the fleet of the Sakura nation. In stark contrast to the previous group of fishermen encountered, the crew aboard the Sakura vessels radiated joy. Their faces adorned with cheerful smiles, and some even indulged in celebratory beers. Wang Hai observed their lewd grins and heard their jubilant shouts, yet due to the language barrier, he understood not a word of their revelry. Had he comprehended their words, he would undoubtedly grasp why the crew of the Sakura fleet was in such high spirits. For 5 long days, they had tirelessly pursued their quarry, and now that the elusive prize was within reach, how could they not feel elated? 5 days prior, their fleet had been engaged in the North Pacific, hunting for bluefin tuna. Utilizing their sonar system, they discovered an exceptionally large bluefin tuna, a specimen surpassing any they had captured in their 5-year fishing career. The captain estimated that this particular bluefin tuna was worth at least 10 million. Thus, the fleet commenced their pursuit, endeavoring to catch this magnificent fish. To their surprise, the bluefin tuna exhibited extraordinary swimming speed, relentlessly propelling itself in a singular direction, leaving them with no opportunity to ensnare it. Their chase spanned 5 days, covering over 1,000 nautical miles from the North Pacific to this very location. At this juncture, the bluefin tuna had settled into the waters, no longer frantically darting about. It was the ideal moment for capture. Surrounding the bluefin tuna, they had laid an intricate trap, and it was merely a matter of time before it would be hooked, ensuring their eventual success. With the prospect of finally securing this massive bluefin tuna after 5 arduous days of pursuit, it was hardly surprising that they felt jubilant, eagerly anticipating their celebration. The captain was already contemplating how to market the tuna at a premium price upon its landing, envisioning a lucrative venture with the consumers of the Dragon Nation. This thought only deepened their lewd laughter. Shortly after Wang Hai spotted the Sakura fleet, a substantial red dot appeared on the display of the detector, accompanied by a prompt, "Significant fish detected. Please check promptly." Wang Hai activated the dot to view the details. Target identified. Bluefin tuna length, 253 centimeters weight, 271 kilograms. Activity status, calm, stable, average speed 21 kilometers h. Upon reading the specifics of the dot, Wang Hai felt a jolt of excitement, a smile blossoming on his face. A length of 2.5 meters and a weight exceeding 270 kilograms. This was indeed a prime specimen. As it was his first endeavor to capture a bluefin tuna, Wang Hai was somewhat unfamiliar with its market value. However, he vaguely recalled that last year, at a tuna auction in a certain prefecture of the Sakura nation, a bluefin tuna, hailed as the king of tunas, weighing 278 kilograms, had fetched a staggering price of 21 million. At present, the bluefin tuna weighs an impressive 270 kilograms, although it does not surpass the one that fetched 21 million. It falls short by merely a few kilograms, and its value is undoubtedly estimated to be in the millions. With this thought, Wang Hai felt invigorated. He scrutinized the display screen, meticulously noting the location of the bluefin tuna in the sea, and then gazed out at the ocean, seeking direction to maneuver the boat accordingly. Soon enough, he located it. However, he also uncovered a rather alarming situation. 6 fishing vessels from the Sakura nation were strategically positioned around the bluefin tuna, seemingly encircling it. Their bows were pointed directly at the tuna, and the boats advanced slowly, tightening the noose of their encirclement. Had they also spotted the bluefin tuna? Wang Hai pondered, soon confirming his suspicion. Judging by the specifications of the Sakura nation's fleet, these were professional vessels designed for capturing bluefin tuna, equipped undoubtedly with sonar systems. It was entirely plausible that they had detected the tuna. Perhaps they were indeed targeting it. He needed to act swiftly before they could capture the bluefin tuna. Seizing the opportunity first, "Xiaodi, it's time to work." Wang Hai called out as he hurried into the cockpit, piloting the fishing boat with utmost speed towards the location of the bluefin tuna, ensuring not to disturb it. The engine roared. The sound of the boat's motor echoed across the sea as Wang Hai's vessel penetrated the encirclement of the Sakura Nation's fleet, successfully arriving in close proximity to the bluefin tuna. Although Wang Hai's boat was several kilometers away from the Sakura vessels, the vastness of the ocean provided clear visibility. And since the Sakura fleet was intently monitoring the movements of the bluefin tuna, they noticed Wang Hai's intrusion immediately. Baka. Impossible. How can there be another boat there? What kind of vessel is it? Quick, check the situation. Panic ensued among the crew of the Sakura fleet. Spotting the bluefin tuna did not guarantee it belonged to them. Only catching it would count. Thus, they were deeply concerned that the tuna they had pursued for several days might be snatched away. Just an hour earlier, they had scoured the nearby waters and found no competitors, aside from a rather unprofessional fishing boat, which had put their minds at ease. They never anticipated that a fishing vessel would suddenly appear at this moment. Upon noticing Wang Hai's boat, the captain, amidst berating his crew for their ineptitude, ascended to the bridge and peered through binoculars at Wang Hai's vessel. It measured 20 meters in length and 5 meters in width, crewed by only 2 individuals, a man and a woman, with fishing nets piled on the deck, lacking any cranes or harpoons. It did not resemble a vessel intended for capturing bluefin tuna. After the captain surveyed Wang Hai's fishing vessel through his telescope, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Having encountered numerous competitors, he was well aware of what specialized vessels for capturing bluefin tuna should resemble. From the configuration of Wang Hai's boat, it appeared to be merely an ordinary fishing craft, unlikely to be aimed at capturing bluefin tuna. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence that they passed by. He hoped they would depart swiftly. As the captain continued to scrutinize Wang Hai's vessel with his telescope, he soon felt completely at ease, a relaxed smile gracing his face. He observed Wang Hai retrieving a fishing rod. The rod was long and slender, with a line even finer than 0.4, and the hook was pitifully small. Such a rod would make it difficult to catch even a 2-kilogram fish, let alone a bluefin tuna weighing over 200 kilograms. The captain lowered his telescope and, smiling at his crew, declared, "It's all right. They are not here to capture bluefin tuna." "Baka, you startled me," one crew member exclaimed. "These 2 fools are exceptionally fortunate, positioning themselves right above a large fish. I wonder if they would be astonished to know that beneath them lies a fish over 200 kilograms. We shall see their expressions shortly." Haha. The crew members displayed mischievous grins and burst into hearty laughter. Chapter 42. The Improbable Bluefin Tuna. Length, 2.53 meters. Weight, 271 kilograms. Input complete. The fishing rod is now automatically configuring the appropriate hooks and bait. Wang Hai has entered the details of the bluefin tuna into the rod. The secondary level fishing rod in his hand began to undergo a transformation. The initially pin-sized straight hook rapidly expanded, visibly growing longer and bending, ultimately morphing into a palm-sized hook. The artificial bait suspended from the hook also transformed, becoming a colossal squid, 0.5 meter in length, remarkably lifelike. What astonished Wang Hai even further was that the synthetic bait not only bore an uncanny resemblance to a live squid, but also emitted the same distinctive scent. If one were unaware that the bait was artificial, they would undoubtedly mistake it for a genuine squid. Squid is among the favorite delicacies of the bluefin tuna. Such a vividly realistic squid, if presented at its mouth, would surely be irresistible. The hook and bait were satisfactory. However, Wang Hai now faced the challenge of delivering the bait directly to the bluefin tuna's mouth. Due to the unique structure of its gills, the bluefin tuna must continuously swim to obtain oxygen. Halting even for a moment could lead to its demise. This characteristic renders its position in the water exceedingly erratic. Nearly all who fish for bluefin tuna simply drop the bait and wait for the fish to bite. No one has succeeded in delivering the bait directly to its mouth. Yet, Wang Hai was different. The artificial bait on his secondary level rod possessed the ability to swim underwater, allowing him to maneuver it towards the bluefin tuna using the rod's controller. Of course, executing this maneuver required the assistance of a detector to ascertain the tuna's precise location beneath the waves. Upon casting the bait into the sea, Wang Hai began to operate the detector screen. He first selected the automatic tracking function, designating the bluefin tuna as his target. The real-time image of the bluefin tuna appeared on the screen, and he skillfully manipulated the rod's controller to guide the artificial bait closer to the fish. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded in the water. A bluefin tuna swam ahead, while behind it, a squid, resembling a desperate soul seeking rebirth, fervently chased after the tuna. The surrounding fish gazed in bewilderment at this unusual spectacle. During Wang Hai's fishing endeavor, a fleet from the land of cherry blossoms approached. The diminutive and somewhat unseemly crew members, adorned with insincere smiles, feigned politeness as they said, "Sir, might you please make some room? This is a fishing spot we have been searching for, and we are in dire need of it. We implore you. There are some decent grouper over there. You could go fish in that area." Wang Hai heard their voices, but could not comprehend their words. His disdain for them was already palpable, and their phony smiles only deepened his aversion. With a wave of his hand, Wang Hai called out, "Hello there, little ones, be gone." He then disregarded them entirely, focusing intently on his fishing. The crew from Sakura country, upon realizing Wang Hai had no intention of leaving, shed their pretentious facade, their faces contorted with scorn and derision. They shouted at Wang Hai in anger, "Hey, kid, who gave you permission to fish there? If you don't want to be beaten, scram." It was absurd. Did he think he could catch anything there? This scene was captured in its entirety by the live-streaming Xiaodi. The chatroom erupted with excitement. Yoda. Translate what they're saying. They urged. They're furious, hurling insults. Is this the politeness of the people from Sakura country? It's laughable. Nonetheless, Xiaodi felt compelled to advise the captain, there are many of them. Be cautious. After relaying the translations to Wang Hai, he remained unflustered, showing no signs of surprise. Rather than anger, a smile graced his lips. The crew from Sakura country had come for the bluefin tuna as well, and seeing someone else fishing there undoubtedly infuriated them. The more agitated they became, the more pleased Wang Hai felt. As for their threats, they were nothing but a joke. Wang Hai believed that no one in the sea could rival him, even if they banded together. He had no need to pay them any heed. With that, he returned his focus to maneuvering the lifelike bait. Before long, the lifelike bait approached the bluefin tuna. It seemed to catch a whiff of the bait's scent, abruptly turning to face it. Upon discovering a delectable squid presented so conveniently, it showed no hesitation, opening its wide mouth to swallow the bait whole. The fishing line unwound rapidly as the reel spun furiously, the line being drawn out at an astonishing pace. Simultaneously, the fishing rod bent into a crescent shape. Finally, it's hooked, Wang Hai exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, he noticed a notification on the rod's display, "Bluefin tuna has bitten the hook," confirmation of no escape. Upon seeing this alert, Wang Hai steadied the rod, wedging one end against the boat's deck, and began to reel in with vigor. When fishing for other species, one might leisurely let the line out to tire the fish. However, bluefin tuna are different. Once startled, they struggle fiercely. During this struggle, the glycogen within their bodies gradually converts to lactic acid, resulting in a deterioration of the meat, imparting a sour taste and significantly diminishing its quality. The longer the struggle persists, the poorer the quality of the flesh becomes. Therefore, it is customary to kill the bluefin tuna immediately upon capture to preserve the meat's integrity. If allowed to struggle in the sea for too long, the quality of the fish would be severely compromised. Thus, whenever conditions permit, it is vital to reel it in swiftly to maintain the meat's excellence. Observing Wang Hai's frantic reeling, the crew of the Sakura country fleet began to mockingly comment, "Look, that kid has hooked a fish. I am certain it must be a substantial catch. One can discern it from his movements. That fish must undoubtedly weigh over 2 pounds. Haha, a 2-pound fish? Yamamoto, you are truly humorous. In my estimation, it must weigh at least 5 pounds. Though I wonder if his line can withstand such a weight. Should we not congratulate him on his remarkable catch?" In an instant, the cold smirks on the faces of the group vanished. The murmurs ceased, enveloping the atmosphere in an eerie silence. Their expressions were etched with astonishment. A bluefin tuna weighing over 270 kilograms is akin to a bull in the ocean, possessing immense strength. Fortunately, after consuming a physical enhancement elixir, Wang Hai's strength surpassed even that of the fish. Moreover, he was unencumbered by the concerns of line breakage or hook release. Despite the ferocious resistance of the bluefin tuna, Wang Hai gradually drew it closer to the fishing vessel, ultimately bringing it to the surface. Upon witnessing the tuna breach the water, the crew from Sakura country stood in stunned disbelief. Their eyes, filled with shock and incredulity, darted between the fish and Wang Hai. With voices that bordered on a roar, they exclaimed, "No, it is impossible. That bluefin tuna. He actually caught the bluefin tuna. To be precise, he has forcibly pulled it up. It cannot be. Such a thin line. How could he possibly possess such strength? It is inconceivable. That bluefin tuna is exceedingly cunning. How could it have bitten his hook so swiftly?" Chapter 43. Dazed by the spectacle beyond the crew of the Sakura Kingdom, The audience in the live broadcast was equally astonished. While they were aware that Wang Hai was engaged in fishing, specifically for large catches, they could scarcely fathom that he had landed a bluefin tuna weighing several hundred pounds. And within mere minutes at that, the moment the magnificent fish broke the surface of the water, they were rendered speechless. Subsequently, a torrent of comments flooded the screen of the live stream. The captain is truly remarkable. I would gladly bestow upon you the title of the foremost angler of Douyin. This bluefin tuna appears to weigh over 500 pounds. I have never before encountered such an enormous fish. To think that it was caught is beyond my wildest dreams. I am genuinely envious. I am utterly astounded by the captain. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. In contrast to the crew from the Sakura Kingdom, the viewers, after their initial shock, were filled with delight. Many began to surmise the intentions behind the earlier approach of the Sakura Kingdom's fishing fleet, expressing in the comments, "The captain's actions have brought honor to the Dragon Kingdom." Catching this bluefin tuna right in front of dozens of the Sakura Kingdom's crew, they must be devastated. Just imagining their sorrowful expressions brings me inexplicable joy. To hell with those scoundrels. Who claims the Sakura Kingdom's fishing skills surpass those of the Dragon Kingdom? Amidst the audience's fervent discussions, Wang Hai system points surged dramatically. Soon, both the crew of the Sakura Kingdom and the viewers of the live stream were once again met with an astonishing sight. According to standard procedure, once a bluefin tuna is brought to the surface, it is typically speared with a harpoon before being netted onto the vessel. However, Wang Hai deviated from this norm. He single-handedly hoisted the 500-pound bluefin tuna onto the deck with nothing but his fishing rod. This spectacle left the irate crew from the Sakura Kingdom utterly dumbfounded. Several crew members, who had approached with the intention of confronting Wang Hai, instinctively recoiled in disbelief. No, what am I witnessing? That bluefin tuna must weigh at least 500 pounds. He actually pulled it aboard. Is he endowed with superhuman strength? This is simply incredible. Even the world's top strongmen pale in comparison. The crew of the Sakura Kingdom, witnessing the event unfold, wore expressions of disbelief, clutching their heads in astonishment. The audience in the live stream mirrored their reactions. The captain has once again expanded my understanding of human limits. Do not be deceived by the captain's slender frame. He possesses strength beyond measure. Why wouldn't he bother watching weightlifting competitions if you're not participating? Truly remarkable. The captain is the first angler I have seen who can pull a fish in such a manner. The others are utterly outclassed. Wang Hai's system points continued to soar. While he sensed the astonishment of both parties and anticipated a significant increase in his points, he remained unhurried in checking the barrage of comments or his point tally. Instead, he chose to focus on the bluefin tuna that had been successfully brought onto the deck of the fishing vessel. The quicker he could process the fish, the better its meat quality would ultimately be. After Wang Hai hauled the bluefin tuna onto the deck, he swiftly pierced its head with a small knife, damaging its brain. This method is the most efficient and least painful way to kill a fish. The bluefin tuna did not struggle. It lay still, lifeless. Next, Wang Hai severed the tuna's tail and made an incision slightly below the gills and above the pectoral fins. Finally, he hung the bluefin tuna upside down and tossed it back into the sea, allowing the ocean water to wash away its blood. This was the process of exsanguination for the bluefin tuna. Once caught, the tuna must be bled immediately, otherwise, the blood remains in the flesh, resulting in a dark red hue and a foul odor that significantly affects the taste. The crew from the land of cherry blossoms, witnessing Wang Hai's adept handling, finally grasped the situation. They had previously misjudged his intentions. His true goal was indeed this bluefin tuna. It was the prey they had tirelessly pursued for 5 long days, now snatched away by another. Their anger was palpable. Once they regained their composure, they shouted at Wang Hai, "Baka, that's our fish. You cannot take it. We spotted it first and have been chasing it for days. You scoundrel, return our fish." Wang Hai, engrossed in the exsanguination process, paid them no mind and did not comprehend their words. In fact, their anger brought him an inexplicable joy. Look. The fools from the land of cherry blossoms are in a frenzy. I can't understand them. Could someone translate? They claim the fish belongs to them because they found it first. This bunch of idiots is hilarious. Their frantic expressions are truly delightful. The crew from the land of cherry blossoms was infuriated. One of their boats drew close to Wang Hai's vessel. A bold crew member, wielding a stick, jumped onto Wang Hai's boat, intent on reasoning with him. Upon seeing this, Wang Hai wasted no time. He swiftly kicked the intruder into the sea. The others, who had intended to board, were frightened and retreated, hesitating to retrieve their fallen comrade. Before long, Wang Hai finished bleeding the bluefin tuna and brought it back on board. He then removed the gills and entrails, completing the preparation of the fish. Next, he planned to place it in the ice storage, but first, he needed to slice off a piece to assess the quality of its flesh. Wang Hai cut into the flesh just above the tail. With a single stroke, his hands were coated in oil. A glistening piece of bright red, vividly colored, marbled bluefin tuna meat, accompanied by a distinctive aroma, revealed itself. In comparison to the A5 grade Wagyu beef, both its color and marbling were unparalleled. Wow, absolutely stunning. The hue alone signifies its premium quality. Just looking at it makes my mouth water. If I were wealthy, I would undoubtedly purchase a mobile device capable of transmitting the aroma of delicacies through the screen. The captain, do indulge in a taste. The audience urged eagerly. The crew from the land of cherry blossoms could not suppress their salivation, their expressions increasingly tinged with discontent. As seasoned professionals in the capture of bluefin tuna, they had dispatched countless of these magnificent fish. Thus they could discern the quality of the tuna's flesh at a mere glance. Despite their extensive fishing experience, they had never encountered such exquisite meat. The piece of tuna in Wang Hai's possession gleamed in their eyes like shimmering gold, a treasure that rightfully belonged to them, now unjustly snatched away. The superior quality of the tuna only fueled their anger and resentment. Indeed, upon witnessing the exquisite quality of the tuna, their captain was rendered faint with rage. Chapter 44. Are you foolish? Under the envious gazes of the onlookers, Wang Hai meticulously skinned and sliced the bluefin tuna, arranging the delicate pieces on a plate. He then procured some seafood soy sauce and, alongside Xiao Di, began to savor the exquisite flavors. He first indulged in a piece in its purest form. The taste was refreshing, devoid of any greasiness, and the texture was tender, releasing a unique aroma as he chewed. Next, he tried a piece dipped in soy sauce. Retaining its original essence, it was elevated with additional flavors, rendering it even more delightful. Delighted after tasting 2 pieces of bluefin tuna sashimi. A smile blossomed on Wang Hai's face, for he had confirmed that the quality of this tuna was indeed exceptional. Xiaodi's satisfied expression corroborated his sentiments. After finishing her portion, she expressed her longing for more. Captain, this is sheer bliss. This is the best bluefin tuna sashimi I have ever had. Shall we have just a little more? Let us not indulge too much at once. We can always return for more later. Wang Hai replied, carefully placing the remaining bluefin tuna into the ice storage. The crew from Sakura Nation, witnessing Wang Hai and Xiao Di relishing their meal, grew increasingly furious. With saliva pooling at the corners of their mouths, they shouted vehemently, Baka, despicable, scoundrel, return our fish. If not, you shall not leave today. They gathered 3 large ships from their fleet to block Wang Hai's fishing vessel, determined not to let him escape. The spectators, observing this unfolding drama, began to murmur among themselves. These ruffians lack any sense of fish ethics. The fish caught belongs to the one who reels it in. Are they truly so inept that they must resort to thievery? A band of pirates. How detestable, bullying our captain because they outnumber him. It has been evident all along that they have no sense of reason. It is in their lineage. Captain, be cautious. While the audience simmered with indignation, their concern for Wang Hai and Xiaodi's safety grew. After all, they were on the high seas, facing a group of unreasonable adversaries. Once Wang Hai finished his tasks, he turned his gaze toward the crew from Sakura Nation, who were still cursing vehemently. Although he could not comprehend their words, their hostile expressions and demeanor were unmistakable. Seeing them block his path with their large ships, he quickly deduced their intentions. With an amused smirk, Wang Hai remarked, You little rascals, your path has narrowed. Having said this, he and Xiao Di entered the cockpit. The engines roared to life, emitting a thunderous cacophony as all 10 engines in the engine room ignited simultaneously. The fishing vessel surged forward, heading straight for the blockade formed by the ships of Sakura Nation. The crew on those ships wore expressions of astonishment, soon followed by derisive laughter. What is this? Ha ha ha, this fool. A mere wooden boat thinks it can challenge our mighty vessel? Humph, you've brought this upon yourself, lad. Then, with a resounding crash, the collision echoed across the waters. Wang Hai's fishing vessel collided forcefully with the grand ship of the Cherry Blossom Nation, creating a gaping hole in its hull. The crew aboard the larger vessel was knocked to the ground in the ensuing chaos, while the fishing boat remained unscathed, sailing away with an air of nonchalance. The onlookers were left in a state of disbelief. The captain, alongside the spectators, marveled at the audacity displayed. Little cow, soaring in the sky, truly remarkable. One must concede, it's impressive. I shall dub you the foremost outdoor live streaming sensation. The spectators relished the moment, relishing the bewilderment of the Cherry Blossom crew, who, after regaining their composure, gazed in shock at the retreating fishing boat, ultimately left in a fit of impotent rage. However, Wang Hai had no intention of ceasing his endeavors. As he navigated the vessel, he manipulated the detector's display, opting for alternative scanning functions to locate the fishing lines of the Cherry Blossom Nation submerged within these waters. It wasn't long before he pinpointed their location, 10 main lines suspended approximately 10 meters beneath the surface. Each line extended a staggering 10,000 meters, with a secondary line affixed every meter, totaling an impressive 10,000 hooks. These 10 lines nearly encompass the entirety of the sea area, revealing the cunning strategy of these fishermen. No wonder the anglers had failed to catch anything. Such extensive rigging had monopolized the local tuna population. Wang Hai muttered a few words while observing the detector S-screen, then promptly turned the vessel towards the location of the lines. Upon arrival, he anchored the boat and lowered the fishing net to ensnare the main lines. Once the net securely entangled the lines, he powered the boat back to life, dragging the net through the sea to retrieve the submerged gear. 1 line, 2 lines. Every main line was captured and towed away by Wang Hai. What is the captain up to? Is he deploying a net? This is a drag net, a method of fishing. The viewers speculated, their anticipation mounting for the catch. Wang Hai chuckled and clarified, "It's not about the fish. I'm merely having some fun." Before long, the crew of the Cherry Blossom fleet realized their lines were being towed away, leaving them in utter shock. When the captain, using a nautical telescope, spotted Wang Hai's vessel dragging the net past the location of their lines, he immediately grasped the situation. "It's that kid. His fishing boat is right there. You fools. Chase after him." The captain bellowed in frustration. Under the captain's command, grand ships surged forward in pursuit of Wang Hai's fishing vessel. Soon, they encountered a shocking and despairing revelation. The fishing boat, weighed down by the heavily laden net, was moving with remarkable speed, like a car, swiftly disappearing from view within mere minutes. "Baka, you imbeciles!" The captain raged, futilely searching for any trace of Wang Hai's boat through his telescope, his anger rendered impotent. Meanwhile, an overwhelming sense of regret engulfed Wang Hai as he pondered why he had entangled himself with that young man. Alas, the outcome was dire. He had lost both his lady and his men. Not only had he failed to secure the bluefin tuna, but he had also lost 10 valuable lines worth of fortune. As Wang Hai imagined the expressions of the people from Sakura country upon discovering that their lines had been dragged away, a smile involuntarily crept across his face. Witnessing his adversaries suffer a significant loss brought him more joy than any personal gain. The fishing vessel sped through the vast ocean for over an hour, now more than 200 kilometers away from the fabled waters teeming with tuna. At this distance, the crew from Sakura country would have no hope of reclaiming their lines. Wang Hai brought the boat to a halt, pulled up the nets, and untangled them, allowing the lines that had been towed here to sink into the depths of the sea. As the audience in the live stream grasped the situation, they quickly understood what had transpired. Are those the fish lines and hooks from that group? The captain is so cunning. I absolutely love it. However, they cautioned the captain to be wary of accusations of theft. Theft? What theft? The captain merely cast his nets. How could he have known he would snag a pile of lines and hooks? I, Zhang San, can attest that the captain simply intended to fish. These hooks are a mystery to him. Should you need me, I, Zhang San, am always available to testify, having dealt with the lines. Wang Hai resumed his course back home. At that moment, he received a call from the restaurant manager, Lu Xiaofeng. "Mr. Wang, we have a serious problem." Lu Xiaofeng exclaimed anxiously. "What is it?" Wang Hai inquired, perplexed. Jixian Building has collaborated with dozens of seafood restaurants at Holiday Beach to host a bluefin tuna tasting event. And they have invited our restaurant. The advertisements have already been disseminated, attracting diners from across the nation. If we do not participate, it may disappoint many customers. Lu Xiaofeng explained. Wang Hai was further baffled. What is the big deal? Let us participate. You might not be aware, but we previously declined the offer from the Gangbang Group. They immediately turned to support Jixian Building, providing them with a premium bluefin tuna weighing over 400 pounds. Our restaurant's stock of bluefin tuna will struggle to compete with theirs. This tasting event, while ostensibly a culinary exchange, is actually aimed at undermining our restaurant's reputation. Lu Xiaofeng elaborated. Continuing, Lu Xiaofeng suggested, "Mr. Wang, perhaps we should abstain from this event? We can wait until we find better sources and host our own tasting later." Upon hearing this, Wang Hai understood and chuckled. "I see. Our restaurant will participate. Do not worry." Let us invite more journalists, food streamers, and culinary influencers to the event. We shall show them who truly reigns as the king of bluefin tuna. Lu Xiaofeng appeared puzzled. Just follow my lead. Chapter 45, The Tasting Event. The Extreme Fresh Pavilion. Much like Wang Hai's Seafood Grand World, is a renowned seafood restaurant in Binhai City, situated within the Holiday Beach Resort. However, in comparison to Seafood Grand World, Extreme Fresh Pavilion falls short in terms of price, service, and taste. The proprietor, Zhao Tian, is a man in his 60s. The most frequent activity for Zhao Fan is to sit atop the pavilion, gazing at Seafood Grand World, pondering how he might elevate Extreme Fresh Pavilion to rival or even surpass Seafood Grand World, aspiring to make it the finest seafood establishment in all of Binhai City. Even in his dreams at night, this ambition occupies his thoughts. Today, Zhao Tian's opportunity has finally arrived. After Lu Xiaofeng dismissed Gangban Wushi, he was filled with rage. In a bid to restore his reputation and salvage the failed business negotiations, he resolved to undermine Seafood Grand World, compelling Lu Xiaofeng to regret her actions and ultimately plead for a renewed collaboration with the Gangban Group. He concocted a plan to employ the group's finest bluefin tuna resources to support Seafood Grand World as competitors, siphoning off its clientele and demonstrating that Seafood Grand World could not thrive without their bluefin tuna. Thus, Gangban Wushi approached Extreme Fresh Pavilion, a restaurant that could barely be considered a rival to Seafood Grand World in Binhai City. Boss Zhao, let us organize a tuna tasting event. I will provide your restaurant with the finest tuna, ensuring that your establishment shines at the event and surpasses Seafood Grand World. As the vice president of the Binhai City Catering Association, you must be quite adept at organizing such events. Gangban Wushi confidently stated in the office of Extreme Fresh Pavilion. Having immersed himself in the culinary industry for decades, Zhao Tian had become a wily fox, instantly discerning Gangban Wushi's true intentions. He realized that Gangban Wushi had encountered difficulties with Seafood Grand World and was now seeking to use him against them. However, this revelation was of little consequence to Zhao Tian. Surpassing Seafood Grand World in any aspect had been his lifelong dream, regardless of Gangban Wushi's ulterior motives. If he could help him triumph at the tasting event, what did it matter? Mr. Gangban, allow me to inspect the fish. I must first ascertain the quality of the meat, he replied cautiously. Gangban Wushi chuckled, thumping his chest in assurance. Boss Zhao, you needn't worry. I guarantee that this fish is indeed the finest bluefin tuna caught by our group, and its quality will surely satisfy you. Before long, a refrigerated truck from the Gangban Group arrived at the kitchen of Extreme Fresh Pavilion. A bluefin tuna, weighing over 480 pounds and boasting exceptional appearance, was unloaded from the vehicle. Once thawed, the head chef of Extreme Fresh Pavilion cut off a small piece for tasting and immediately displayed a look of satisfaction. Turning to Zhao Tian, he remarked, Boss, Mr. Gangban was correct. The quality of this bluefin tuna is indeed first-rate, surpassing any bluefin tuna we have previously served at our restaurant. Upon hearing Zhao Tian's words, he too picked up a piece and tasted it, revealing a cold smirk. Mr. Gangban, prepare yourself for a splendid show tonight. After savoring the exquisite flavor of the bluefin tuna, Zhao Tian envisioned the scene at the tasting event, where Jishan Tower would undoubtedly surpass the seafood world, igniting his eagerness to host the tasting event that very night. It must be noted that Zhao Tian possessed considerable prowess in certain respects, leveraging his position as the vice president of the Catering Association. He harnessed the collective strength of the catering business community, organizing the tasting event under the auspices of the association. Through various online media channels such as Douyin, Baidu, and WeChat, he launched an extensive promotional campaign for the event. Additionally, he extended invitations to culinary luminaries and food influencers from Binhai City and across the nation. Notably, he even secured the participation of the esteemed Mr. Kainan, renowned as the gourmet mouthpiece, as one of the judges. Thanks to his efforts, what initially appeared to be a hastily arranged tasting event became a citywide sensation, attracting numerous food enthusiasts and onlookers. Several seafood restaurants from Holiday Beach participated, alongside a few other renowned establishments not located there. After consulting Wang Hai, Lu Xiaofeng also agreed to attend. That evening, the tasting event was set to take place in the Grand Hall of Jishan Tower. Zhao Tian spared no expense in his quest to outshine the seafood world, transforming the venue into a breathtaking spectacle filled with an array of seafood elements. An abundance of self-service beverages and fruits adorned the surroundings, available for guests to indulge in at their leisure. Signature dishes from Jishan Tower, including steamed Eastern Star Grouper, abalone sauce sea cucumber, and double dragons playing with pearls, were also presented for sampling. Even before 7 o'clock, 5 food influencers with millions of followers had already set up their live streaming equipment and commenced broadcasting. The participating restaurants began to arrive, each showcasing their signature tuna dishes. Guests continued to flock to the venue, creating a vibrant atmosphere even before the official commencement of the event. From his vantage point on the second floor, Zhao Tian surveyed the bustling hall below, a broad smile gracing his face. The more attendees that arrived, the more elated he became, eager for the moment when the entire nation would witness Jixian Tower triumph over Seafood World. Shortly thereafter, he spotted Lu Xiaofeng leading her team into the hall. Approaching her with a cheerful demeanor, he said, "Manager Lu, just look at this lively gathering I've orchestrated for your Seafood World. You must know that your establishment is the finest in Beihai City, destined to shine brightly at this tasting event." Observing Zhao Tian's insincere demeanor, Lu Xiaofeng couldn't help but smirk coldly. "Mr. Zhao, I doubt your intentions are as benevolent as you claim." Through internal intelligence, she had learned in advance of Zhao Tian's acquisition of support from the Gangbang Group, which provided him with a premium bluefin tuna weighing over 400 pounds. With such an advantage, his confidence was palpable. Now, his words appeared merely as jibes intended to mock. Had it not been for Wang Hai's insistence that she participate in this tasting event, she would have preferred to avoid this inevitable defeat. Zhao Tian maintained his usual cheerful demeanor and continued, "What are you saying, Manager Lu? The effort I exerted is solely for the flourishing development of our culinary industry in Beihai City, to ensure our seafood gains worldwide renown. In truth, it matters little which restaurant emerges victorious at this tasting event. Let us not be disingenuous. Who doesn't know you have the backing of the people from Sakura country? I presume you have consented to their price increase contract? Haven Tiu? You certainly don't mind the expense," Lu Xiaofeng remarked with a cold smile. Upon being exposed by Lu Xiaofeng, Zhao Tian's expression darkened slightly. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, shaking his head with a smile. "Manager Lu, I am surprised that after so many years in the culinary industry, you still fail to grasp this simple notion. If they raise their prices, so be it. What does it matter? We shall raise ours as well, and let the diners foot the bill. I could never engage in such unscrupulous dealings alongside the scoundrels from Sakura country, exploiting our domestic diners," Lu Xiaofeng said earnestly as she looked at Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian, unfazed, replied, "What is the use of having integrity? What matters is profit. After tonight, everyone will recognize that the bluefin tuna from our Jixian Lu is the finest bluefin tuna available." Chapter 46, Sunshine Fishing Grounds on the Sea. The fishing vessel sped forth with remarkable swiftness. It seemed as though the ship had taken flight above the ocean's surface. Should any onlooker witness this spectacle, they would undoubtedly be astounded, for it is scarcely believable that a boat could surpass even high-speed trains in velocity, particularly amidst the formidable resistance of the sea. Truly a marvel. In a bid to reach the tasting event on time, Wang Hai had pushed 10 engines to their maximum capacity, propelling the fishing boat to speeds exceeding 300 kilometers per hour. The original 5-hour return journey was condensed to a mere 3 hours, due to the astonishing speed. The sea breeze became exceedingly fierce, rendering the deck inhospitable. Xiaodi had retreated to the cabin early on. Exhausted, she ceased her live broadcast upon entering the cockpit and soon fell asleep on the rudimentary bed within. Having risen at 5 in the morning, she had spent the majority of the day adrift at sea. Fatigue was only to be expected. Wang Hai, however, fared better. Since consuming the vitality-enhancing elixir, his stamina and spirits had significantly improved. After drifting for several hours, he felt only a mild weariness. While Xiaodi slumbered, Wang Hai diligently navigated the vessel and accessed the system within him to open his personal information interface in the points exchange marketplace. He examined his point status and contemplated the equipment he intended to redeem. 2 holographic projection screens materialized before Wang Hai's gaze. One displayed his personal information. Host, Wang Hai Fisherman Level 2 available points, 165, 234 points required for upgrade, 100. 000 upgrade conditions. Clear all items from the level 2 points exchange marketplace. Current conditions insufficient for upgrade. Wang Hai first scrutinized his points. 165, 234. Clicking on the details revealed that 10,000 points were from previous reserves, 20,000 were rewards for exceeding task expectations, and over 130,000 were accrued from the live broadcast. The income from the live stream was quite substantial. It is noteworthy that each viewer could only contribute 1 point. Although the peak audience reached over 500, A significant portion merely observed without engaging in the chat, and some even left disparaging comments. The accumulation of over 130,000 points implied that, during a few hours of broadcasting, 130,000 new viewers had bestowed their approval upon Wang Hai, an impressively high ratio. Pleased with this tally, Wang Hai then turned his attention to the conditions for advancing to Level 3 Fisherman, a cost of 100,000 points in the clearance of the Level 2 marketplace. Had this been in the past, he would have deemed it exorbitant. Yet upon realizing he possessed over 160,000 points, he found it acceptable. After reviewing the upgrade conditions, Wang Hai next examined the points exchange marketplace, beginning to strategize his forthcoming plans. Level 2 points exchange marketplace, Level 2 fishing boat, exchange price, 10,000 points. Level 2 fishing rod, exchange price, 10,000 points. Level 2 fishing net, exchange price, 10,000 points. Level 2 driver, exchange price, 10,000 points for a Level 1 driver. Level 2 detector, exchange price, 10,000 points for a Level 1 detector. Level 2 ship armor, exchange price, 10,000 points for a Level 1 ship armor. Level 2 physical enhancement potion, exchange price, 10,000 points. Level 2 onboard intelligence system, exchange price, 20,000 points. Level 2 onboard energy system, exchange price, 20,000 points. A fixed asset, exchange price, 20,000 points. In the points mall, there remain unexchanged items, including a Level 2 fishing net priced at 10,000 points, a Level 2 ship armor also priced at 10,000 points, a Level 2 onboard intelligence system priced at 20,000 points, and a fixed asset priced at 20,000 points. To redeem all these items, a total of 60,000 points is required, and the points currently possessed are more than sufficient, indeed, perfectly adequate. After clearing the Level 2 mall, there will be just enough points to facilitate an upgrade. The prospect of becoming a Level 3 fisherman is tantalizingly close, and Wang Hai finds himself increasingly eager about the Level 3 points mall that will unlock with this advancement. However, he does not intend to redeem all the items and complete the upgrade just yet, as Xiao Di is still aboard the ship, rendering the situation somewhat inconvenient. Nonetheless, while redeeming everything may be impractical, exchanging for a single item remains feasible, such as the fixed asset priced at 20,000 points. Clearly, the fixed asset is not a piece of equipment for the ship and will not alter its condition. Moreover, since Xiao Di is currently asleep, redeeming the fixed asset proves to be quite convenient. Additionally, the details of the fixed asset lack specific descriptions, resembling a blind box, which piques Wang Hai's curiosity and anticipation. Without further hesitation, he clicks the redemption button on the screen. A notification appears. Congratulations, you have successfully redeemed a fixed asset. Please check your inventory. As he reads the notification, Wang Hai notices a document materializing before him. Upon opening it, he discovers it is titled Sunshine Fishery. To his astonishment, it is indeed the renowned Sunshine Fishery. Upon seeing the title, a smile spreads across Wang Hai's face. He carefully examines the contents of the document, which describes the Sunshine Fishery, and his smile broadens with every word. This Sunshine Fishery is precisely the one he knows well, the illustrious fishery located in the eastern part of Binhai City, nestled within the pristine waters of Clearwater Bay. It boasts thousands of net cages, along with hundreds of offshore cabins, forming numerous fish rafts that resemble a quaint fishing village at sea. Beyond cultivating a vast array of exquisite marine fish, this fishery also procures wild seafood captured by countless fishing vessels from far and wide, including various crabs, abalone, shrimp, and fish. It provides a stable source of both farmed and wild seafood to hundreds of seafood restaurants across Binhai City and several nearby major cities. As the largest fishing hub in Binhai City, it is valued at over 1 billion. The majority of seafood served at the Seafood World restaurant and the numerous seafood restaurants along Holiday Beach is supplied by this very fishery. Fishing vessels from distant shores dock at Binhai City, selling seafood, and it is no exaggeration to refer to them as the titans of seafood in Binhai City. For Wang Hai's father and the fishermen of Yuhai Village, their lifelong aspiration has been to become employees of Sunshine Fishery. Thus, since Wang Hai became aware of the world around him, he has heard of its illustrious name. Now, Upon witnessing that he has acquired fixed assets in the form of Sunshine Fishery, it is impossible to express the joy swelling within him. Furthermore, Sunshine Fishery aligns perfectly with his current profession. He envisages that as his catch increases in the future, he can temporarily store it at Sunshine Fishery and subsequently sell it through their channels, thereby circumventing the expenses incurred from middlemen. How delightful! After redeeming the fixed assets, Wang Hai closed 2 screens and decided to return home for now, intending to address other matters later, when the night was quiet and solitary. After more than 2 hours at sea, the fishing boat entered the waters of Binhai City and moments later approached the Holiday Beach area. Wang Hai received a call from Lu Xiaofeng. Mr. Wang, the tasting event is about to commence. Will you be attending? If you are busy, perhaps it is best that you do not come. Unless something unexpected occurs, the spotlight of this tasting event will undoubtedly be monopolized by Jixin Tower. Leaving our seafood world in an awkward position, her tone conveyed a sense of discouragement. It was understandable, considering this gathering was organized specifically against Seafood World. And in her view, it should not participate. She could not fathom why Wang Hai insisted on attending, even going so far as to request the presence of numerous hosts and reporters. Wang Hai smiled reassuringly. Cheer up, I will be there shortly. Prepare a truck to pick up the goods at the Holiday Beach dock in 5 minutes. Huh? What goods? Lu Xiaofeng inquired, puzzled. You will find out in due time. Chapter 47. The grand finale. At this moment, the hall of Jixin Tower was teeming with people, with the number of attendees at the tasting event exceeding 1,000. Journalists from various culinary columns, food anchors, and culinary influencers brandished their cameras, directing them towards a prominent stage in the center of the hall. On this stage sat 10 renowned gastronomes, including Liang Xing, the president of the Binhai City Culinary Association, the illustrious gourmet Kai Nan, and the food blogger Li Ziki, who boasts millions of followers. They served as judges for the event, poised to evaluate each dish presented. In addition to the 10 judges, 100 fortunate audience members seated in the front rows were also invited to partake in the tasting and provide scores based on their immediate experiences. The host ascended the stage, offered 3 incense sticks to the kitchen god, and with a resonant voice, declared the commencement of the event. The first to present is Wang Hai's restaurant. Please welcome. As the host's words faded, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. The waitstaff of Wang Hai, carrying exquisite platters, gracefully ascended the stage. It must be noted that Wang Hai's ranking as the 3rd restaurant in the Holiday Beach dining area is well-deserved. Their staff were remarkably elegant, with tall, slender beauties capturing the audience's admiration and cheers. The proprietor of Wang Hai was indeed astute, unable to surpass Jixin Tower and Seafood World with their dishes. Winning over patrons through the allure of their servers was a commendable strategy, for who wouldn't desire to dine in a place where the staff are exceptionally attractive? This tasting event was themed around bluefin tuna, and the dishes presented by Wang Hai were all inspired by this exquisite fish. The first dish was named 7 Stars Accompanying the Moon. On a plate resembling the azure sky, 8 bluefin tuna eyeballs were arranged, 7 smaller ones encircling a larger one. Embodying the essence of the dish's title, simmered in pure white chicken broth, the eyeballs glistened like jelly, devoid of any fishy odor, replaced instead by an enticing aroma of chicken broth. This dish provided immense satisfaction to both the visual and olfactory senses. The second dish was called Golden Legend, featuring charcoal-grilled tuna jaw. The jaw was charred to a golden hue and adorned with a delicate layer of edible gold leaf, sparkling enticingly. Upon lifting the lid, a plume of fragrant steam wafted through the hall, instantly enveloping the space in the savory scent of grilled meat. The third dish, the Pai Si Dar Assistance, was a platter of bluefin tuna belly sashimi. The belly, lauded as the most delectable part of the tuna for sashimi, was characterized by its exquisite marbling, resembling snowflakes cascading over the flesh. The rich fat content was indulgent yet not overwhelming, enhancing the flavor and texture significantly, creating a melt-in-the-mouth experience that is often referred to as a delicacy of the highest order. The higher the quality of the meat, the more beautiful the marbling, resulting in an amplified aroma and superior texture. The bluefin tuna belly sashimi presented by Wang Hai was sourced from a magnificent fish weighing over 300 pounds, ensuring its exceptional quality. Merely gazing upon the exterior provokes a cascade of drool from many onlookers. After witnessing the culinary offerings of the Wang Hai Pavilion, both online and offline audiences engaged in fervent discussion, declaring that the Holiday Beach restaurant truly lives up to its reputation as the flagship seafood establishment of Coastal City. The Wang Hai Pavilion alone is capable of presenting such exquisite dishes. What a revelation! Anticipation builds for the seafood extravaganza dubbed the pinnacle of holiday beach seafood dining. As the showcase of the Wang Hai Pavilion concluded, the dishes were meticulously plated into small bowls and distributed to the professional judges on stage as well as the audience members below for tasting. Following their sampling, the judges were effusive in their praise, awarding an impressive score of 9.1, wholeheartedly recommending the establishment. The Wang Hai Pavilion achieved instant fame, garnering a multitude of admirers. As soon as the judges' evaluations were announced, the restaurant was inundated with reservation calls. The host returned to the stage, announcing with fervor, "Next, let us welcome the Seafood Grand World restaurant to present their dishes." Lu Xiaofeng, seated in the audience, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the host's voice. She swiftly turned to Zhao Tian, her expression tinged with indignation as she inquired, "Boss Zhao, what is the meaning of this? Did we not agree that our restaurant would be the last to present? Typically, the final presentation is reserved for the grand finale. And the Seafood Grand World restaurant is recognized as the apex of holiday beach dining, justifying their position." Lu Xiaofeng had even advocated for the Seafood Grand World to present last, in order to await Wang Hai's arrival. To her dismay, Zhao Tian had unilaterally altered the order of appearances. Faced with Lu Xiaofeng's query, Zhao Tian replied coldly, his smile devoid of warmth. "The Seafood Grand World is not worthy of the finale." Lu Xiaofeng was rendered speechless by his retort. "Let the Seafood Grand World restaurant take the stage," the host reiterated, his voice infused with urgency. "Manager Lu, should we proceed?" A staff member holding a walkie-talkie inquired. "Let us wait a moment longer," Lu Xiaofeng responded, dialing the truck driver stationed at the dock waiting for Wang Hai. "Xiaoli, what is the status? Have you picked up Mr. Wang?" she asked breathlessly as soon as the call connected. On the other end, a relaxed voice replied, "Manager Lu, I have good news. Mr. Wang is indeed formidable. He has brought back an enormous shipment. After years as a cold chain transport driver, I have never seen anything quite like it. It's astounding. I can hardly contain my excitement as I drive. I'll arrive in 5 minutes. Please wait for me." As the truck driver concluded the call, Lu Xiaofeng appeared both astonished and perplexed. She pondered what on earth Wang Hai had procured that could elicit such enthusiasm from Xiaoli. Nonetheless, she resolved to wait and see what would unfold. Rising from her seat, she addressed the host on stage, "Kindly grant us a few more minutes." The atmosphere in the venue was abuzz with anticipation. What was the Seafood Grand World up to? Surely they were not preparing some grand surprise? A few minutes could hardly be considered long. Anticipation swelled. Do not harbor excessive expectations, for it is possible that their chef is yet unprepared, hastily putting things together. Typically, hastily prepared fare is rather unimpressive. The host turned to Zhao Tian, who stood up with great dignity. He smiled and remarked, "The Seafood World restaurant requires a bit of time. We are not in a hurry. We shall wait for them, hoping they will surprise us." After sitting down, he scoffed quietly, "Humph. Merely a desperate struggle. Let us see what they can produce." Driver Xiaoli was a punctual individual. When he said 5 minutes, it was indeed 5 minutes. As the 5 minutes elapsed, a refrigerated truck came to a halt outside the entrance of the extremely fresh building. Once Xiaoli parked the vehicle, he exited and opened the truck's doors, calling through the intercom, "Everyone, come lend a hand. 3 is insufficient, at least 10. The voice on the other end was filled with confusion. Inside the hall, someone recognized the truck as belonging to Seafood World and exclaimed, "The cargo from Seafood World has arrived." Immediately, the crowd turned their gaze towards the entrance. Those nearest the door curiously stepped outside to discern the situation. Upon beholding the enormous bluefin tuna in the truck's rear compartment, their eyes widened in astonishment, and they could not help but exclaim, "Wow." Chapter 48. A spectacle of grandeur in a remarkable display. 10 employees from the Seafood Grand World triumphantly entered the main hall, bearing an impressive bluefin tuna measuring over 2 meters in length and weighing more than 500 pounds. The attention of all present was captivated by this magnificent fish. As every camera turned to capture its grandeur, the Seafood Grand World had outdone itself. Procuring a bluefin tuna of such extraordinary size, larger even than the one showcased at the Shanghai World Expo. Not only was it colossal, but its quality was also exceptional, rivaling the astronomical prices fetched by those from the land of cherry blossoms. Witnessing such a magnificent bluefin tuna made the journey worthwhile. The price of the flight was justified. As the crowd marveled, Lu Xiaofeng regained her composure from the initial shock, her face illuminating with a radiant smile, dispelling her earlier dismay. In her heart, she thought, "Wang is indeed remarkable." She then took the microphone and addressed the audience with a smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, here we present the bluefin tuna from the Seafood Grand World. We will first thaw it, then proceed to fillet it, and finally, it will be presented for tasting by the judges. To save everyone as time, I suggest we allow the next restaurant to present. No sooner had Lu Xiaofeng spoken than a prominent streamer with millions of followers voiced his opinion. Hello everyone. I must speak candidly. I apologize if I offend anyone. My fans and I, upon seeing this bluefin tuna from the Seafood Grand World, have lost interest in the dishes from other restaurants. We hope the organizers will cancel or postpone the upcoming presentations and grant the stage entirely to this bluefin tuna. I concur. My followers feel the same way. We wish to witness the live filleting process of such an enormous bluefin tuna. Manager Lu, please fulfill our wish. The audience echoed their agreement. Lu Xiaofeng, elated beyond measure, beamed even brighter. Thank you all for your kind words, but your requests are not solely within my purview. We must await the decisions of Boss Zhao. In an instant, all eyes turned to Zhao Tian. Upon seeing the bluefin tuna, he was struck with a mix of astonishment and anger. He could not fathom how the Seafood Grand World had acquired such a magnificent specimen. With a bluefin tuna of this caliber, the Extreme Fresh Pavilion was left utterly embarrassed. His face trembled with fury, displaying an exceptionally grim countenance. However, being a seasoned veteran, he swiftly regained his composure. As the collective gaze of the crowd fell upon him, he feigned indifference, casually declaring, "We at the Extreme Fresh Pavilion are willing to withdraw from the tasting event." Zhao Tian's declaration prompted other restaurant owners to follow suit. In the service industry, the customer is king. Thus, in accordance with the collective sentiment, the stage for the tasting event would be surrendered to the Seafood Grand World. As the representative of the organizing committee, the president of the Binhai City Culinary Association, pleased to see everyone expressing their enthusiasm, smiled and said, "Since that is the case, let us have Manager Lu fulfill everyone's request." The gourmet Kai Nen echoed, "In my travels across the world, I have only had the privilege of tasting bluefin tuna of this caliber a handful of times. I am quite looking forward to it. Seafood Grand World, please come to the stage." Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the staff of Seafood Grand World carried the bluefin tuna onto the elevated platform. "Manager Lu, could you introduce us to the origins of this bluefin tuna? Which fleet captured it and where?" inquired one of the judges. "Yes, while it is thawing. Please share with us." Lu Xiaofeng was aware that the bluefin tuna was acquired through General Manager Wang, but was uncertain about the fleet that had caught it, rendering her momentarily speechless. Just then, Lu Xiaofeng's phone rang. Upon answering, she heard Wang Hai's voice tell them it was caught by Seafood Grand World's own fishing vessel, helmed by a captain whose surname is Wang, and that the catch took place in the Pacific Ocean. It turned out that after mooring the boat, Wang Hai had come to the venue with Xiao Di. Both wore masks, concealing their identities. Upon receiving Wang Hai's instructions, Lu Xiaofeng felt a surge of confusion yet complied, relaying the information to the audience. Instantly, the atmosphere was charged with lively discussion. Who would have thought that Seafood Grand World owned its own fishing vessel? Captain Wang is quite remarkable, able to catch such a bluefin tuna. His fishing prowess must surely rank among the best in the country, as even the most renowned fleets from Sakura country seldom land such a magnificent catch. As Wang Hai listened to the ongoing chatter, he opened his personal information panel to check his points. Observing his steadily rising score, a smile spread across his face. Indeed, this method could also accrue points. The bluefin tuna soon completed its thawing process. The skill of dissecting a bluefin tuna is a specialized art, and Seafood Grand World boasts an array of chefs adept in this craft. However, to ensure a more spectacular presentation and superior dissection, Lu Xiaofeng decided that the head chef, Lin Zhenqing, would personally perform the task on stage. Lin Zhenqing had been a nationally certified senior technician chef for 2 decades, having garnered numerous accolades both domestically and internationally, and was recognized as a 3 Michelin star chef, his knife skills beyond question. Staff in the kitchen often remarked that watching Master Lin chop vegetables was akin to witnessing an exquisite performance. At this moment, all eyes were fixated on the stage. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence as everyone held their breath, eagerly anticipating Master Lin's display of knife artistry and the exquisite fish flesh of the bluefin tuna under his skilled hands. As the bluefin tuna was meticulously dissected, the venue gradually came alive with sounds. An amateur remarked, "The texture of this meat is simply exquisite. It resembles a ripe, seedless watermelon in its vibrant red hue. Undoubtedly a premium quality. One can only imagine the flavor." A professional commentator added, "This fish exhibits a uniform hue of myoglobin, devoid of any dark red bruising. It has been bled remarkably well. The preservation has been executed flawlessly, its freshness surpassing any specimen I have ever encountered." It is likely that no more than 2 days have elapsed since its capture. The snowflake patterns are also splendid, distributed with remarkable evenness. Its texture is certain to be melt-in-your-mouth delightful. Chapter 49. Seafood Barbecue. Under Master Lin's deft manipulation, every part of the bluefin tuna was meticulously segmented. The entire process, showcasing both Master Lin's exceptional knife skills and the exquisite quality of the tuna, captivated the audience, leaving them in awe. Subsequently, Master Lin selected approximately 5 pounds of the dorsal meat and, with unparalleled precision, sliced it into over 200 delicate pieces, artfully arranged on a prepared ice platter for the tasting event, allowing the judges to indulge in the culinary delight. Although this particular bluefin tuna weighed over 500 pounds, Master Lin was only willing to part with 5 pounds. Given the quality of this bluefin tuna, those 5 pounds of sashimi could easily fetch a price of at least 100,000 yuan. Utilizing 5 pounds for the tasting event was already a considerable sacrifice. This was also in line with Lu Xiaofeng's intentions. The sashimi was quickly distributed among the judges. After tasting, they all raised their thumbs in approval, exclaiming it to be exceptional. Renowned food critic Mr. Kainen even composed a poem on the spot to extol the remarkable texture of this bluefin tuna. However, amidst the praise, the judges voiced a minor concern. The portion they received was too scant, leaving them wanting more. Master Lin's knife skills were akin to those of a chef preparing beef for instant noodles. From now on, any other tuna sashimi would pale in comparison. Before long, an unsatisfied judge approached Lu Xiaofeng and inquired, "Manager Lu, is this tuna for sale? I would like 3 pounds. This query sparked a chorus of responses from the audience. "I want to buy a few pounds too. Our boss would like some. I have a wealthy fan in my live stream who wants to acquire 10 pounds. Everyone eagerly expressed their desire to purchase the bluefin tuna. Observing this, Lu Xiaofeng promptly called Wang Hai to seek his opinion. Wang Hai instructed her to reserve around 5 pounds of the belly meat for himself, allowing her to handle the remainder in a manner that maximizes profit. Armed with Wang Hai's response, Lu Xiaofeng quickly devised a plan. She ascended the platform and addressed the attendees. "This bluefin tuna weighs over 500 pounds, and it appears there are many interested buyers. To ensure fairness, our restaurant has decided to conduct an auction for its sale to the highest bidder." The auction was the most effective method for securing a high price for the tuna. Lu Xiaofeng's decision was astute, and no one objected. After all, rarity commands value, and in recent years, many prized bluefin tunas have been sold through auction. This had become a common practice. At Lu Xiaofeng's direction, Master Lin cut the large fish into pieces weighing either 3 or 5 pounds, while the ceremonial hostesses from Seafood World took to the stage to commence the tuna auction. The tasting event at Jixian Restaurant swiftly transformed into an auction, specifically, a special auction hosted by Seafood World. This left Zhao Tian, the owner of Jixian Restaurant, and several other restaurateurs attempting to undermine Seafood World, utterly infuriated. Wang Hai observed the auction for a while and was generally pleased with the bidding prices. The dorsal meat sold for over 20,000 yuan per pound. The raw flesh fetched a price exceeding 30,000 per pound, while the belly meat was valued at over 40,000 per pound. After the auction concluded, the total worth of the entire fish approached an impressive sum of over 10 million. This aligned perfectly with the anticipated profits. The auction was likely to extend for more than an hour, but Wang Hai could not afford to wait that long, nor was it necessary. After observing for a while, he decided to leave the venue with Xiao Di. As they exited the Jixian building, Xiao Di tugged at the hem of Wang Hai's garment. Once he turned to her, she gently caressed her stomach, her eyes reflecting a look of innocent grievance directed at him. In an instant, Wang Hai comprehended her unspoken need. This little foodie was undoubtedly hungry. It was already past 9 in the evening, and they had yet to dine, especially after witnessing others enjoying tuna sashimi, which must have exacerbated her hunger. This little glutton was quite perceptive, patiently enduring until now, only to express her hunger upon leaving. "What would you like to eat?" Wang Hai inquired with a smile. "Anything. Tuna sashimi, lobster, crab, and more," she exclaimed gleefully, holding up her pinky finger. Wang Hai surveyed the surroundings, contemplating where they could dine. Gazing at the brilliant stars above Holiday Beach and the flickering bonfire on the sand, an idea struck him. Let's have a barbecue on the beach. Grilling accompanied by beer, then lying on the sand gazing at the stars sounds delightful, he proposed. For a fisherman, this was the epitome of a beautiful life, fishing by day, and in the evening, feasting and drinking with friends using the catch of the day, while also purchasing beer from the market to boast about their own fishing prowess. Xiao Di's eyes sparkled with the excitement of a foodie as she exclaimed, "That sounds splendid. Stars and tuna sashimi are the perfect match." Wang Hai raised an eyebrow in confusion. How do those two complement each other? Anything tastes good when it comes to food, Xiao Di clarified. As the two strolled along the sandy beach of Holiday Beach, they searched for a suitable spot in the designated picnic area for their barbecue. This renowned resort attracted many barbecue enthusiasts, and the prime locations were often occupied by early arrivals. Fortunately, perseverance bore fruit. After splitting up and searching for a little over 10 minutes, they finally discovered a nice spot. Once they settled down in their chosen location, Xiao Di suddenly recalled something and asked, "Brother Hai, did we forget something?" "What did we forget?" Wang Hai inquired. "The barbecue tools and ingredients. We brought nothing." Xiao Di tilted her head, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Wang Hai affectionately ruffled her hair and chuckled, "You're quite forgetful to think of that now. I was just focused on the food. What shall we do?" "Don't worry. It's just a phone call away," he assured her. Amidst Xiao Di's curious gaze, Wang Hai dialed Lu Xiaofeng's number. "I am currently at Holiday Beach. I will send you the location shortly. Please arrange for someone to deliver grilling tools and barbecue ingredients. Specifically royal crabs, large lobsters weighing over 5 pounds, exquisite oysters, and scallops. Additionally, I require the finest beer. My restaurant is nearby, and we have everything one could desire. There is no need for concern regarding grilling tools and ingredients." Finally, Wang Hai added, "It would be ideal if you could also send a chef proficient in grilling. He is not particularly skilled in this area, and to prevent any wastage of these precious ingredients, he requires a professional grilling chef. The restaurant has numerous chefs, so finding one should pose no difficulty." Within 20 minutes, several employees from the seafood mega world arrived, carrying an abundance of grilling tools and ingredients. Oak charcoal, barbecue grills. Lighting. Royal crabs, lobsters, octopuses, oysters, scallops. Everything one could wish for. Most importantly, they also brought along a stunning G-series chef. After setting down the tools and ingredients, the staff departed, leaving the beautiful chef to attend to Wang Hai. "Mr. Wang, I was supposed to finish my shift, but Sister Lu called me over. Does this count as overtime?" she inquired. "Overtime?" Wang Hai paused for a moment. "I apologize. I meant extra hours. Of course, it counts." Chapter 50. The feisty enchanting chef, Sun Shi, possesses a vibrant personality and is quite loquacious, exhibiting an exuberance that borders on social brilliance. She quickly assimilates into the duo of Wang Hai and Xiao Di, engaging in lively conversation while setting up the barbecue grill and preparing the ingredients. During their exchange, Wang Hai discovers that Sun Shi is indeed a chef at the Seafood Paradise restaurant and specializes in grilling techniques. She is, without doubt, a genuine and respectable individual, confirming manager Lu's discernment in selecting her. Soon, the barbecue grill is assembled, and while waiting for the charcoal to glow, Sun Shi prepares the first dish, bluefin tuna belly sashimi. This exquisite tuna belly is none other than the one Wang Hai personally caught, of which he requested manager Lu to reserve 5 pounds for him. He has brought along 1 pound today, meticulously sliced and elegantly arranged on a bed of ice. At the tasting event, Wang Hai had overheard the judges' lavish praise upon the bluefin tuna belly sashimi and had longed to experience its exquisite flavor for himself. Thus, as soon as the ice platter was placed on the table, he eagerly seized a piece and savored it. Indeed, it was delightful. The accolades were not exaggerated. It was truly a culinary masterpiece. Xiao Di joined him in indulging, her face radiating happiness, conveying sentiments that words could scarcely capture. Wang Hai then offered a fresh pair of disposable chopsticks to Sun Shi, who stood nearby, with a warm smile, inviting her to partake. His demeanor was exceptionally approachable, devoid of any aloofness typical of a boss. Initially, Sun Shi intended to decline, fully aware that she was at work, serving guests much like in the restaurant, albeit in a different setting. However, she found it difficult to resist Wang Hai's charming smile. Almost instinctively, she accepted the chopsticks and joined in. "Thank you, Mr. Wang. To be honest, I have never tasted such exquisite sashimi before," she exclaimed, her face glowing with happiness. Moments later, she added, "While it is indeed delicious, the price is exorbitant. Each bite costs half a month's salary. Were it not for your generous invitation, I would never indulge in such a treat. After all, what goes in must come out. It hardly seems worth it." Wang Hai felt a bit embarrassed. Discussing such matters while eating was rather unseemly. If he spent more time with her, he would surely notice that Sun Shi had a tendency to speak her mind, an admirable trait, albeit one that sometimes led her to say the most unexpected things. After the trio finished the bluefin tuna, the charcoal was now ablaze. Sun Shi commenced preparations for the second dish, salt-grilled large yellow croaker. This particular fish was one Wang Hai had caught earlier that day, and before docking, he had transferred all his catch to the restaurant, selecting the largest one for this occasion. Sun Shi's method for preparing the large yellow croaker involved generously coating it with coarse salt of low salinity, enveloping the fish entirely, and then wrapping it in aluminum foil before placing it on the grill. This technique effectively locks in the fish's moisture and flavor, adding a smoky essence that enhances the dish compared to steaming, though it may lack in visual appeal. As the salt crust dried, it risked adhering to the delicate yellow skin of the yellow croaker, resulting in a finished product that lacked the enchanting golden allure synonymous with this fish. After Sun Shui meticulously wrapped the salted yellow croaker, she placed it on the rack to begin roasting. While awaiting the completion of the fish, she turned her attention to preparing the third dish, the king crab. Despite its unremarkable appearance, the king crab is renowned for its exquisite flavor, earning it the title of the king of crabs. The specimen she brought weighed an impressive 10 pounds, a true delicacy. Sun Shui skillfully opened the lively king crab, extracting the rich crab roe and succulent crab meat to nestle back into the shell. She then cracked 2 eggs, whisking them together before placing the filled shell directly on the rack for roasting. The shell served not only as an ingredient, but also as a vessel, allowing the eggs to absorb the fragrant essence of the roasted crab. Within the eggs, one could savor the sweet and fresh flavors of the crab roe and meat, creating a delightful medley of textures. The long legs of the king crab, left untouched, required no further preparation and were simply laid upon the grill. Following the king crab was a Boston lobster, which was halved vertically. The lobster meat and tamale were brushed with a marinade and then quietly rested on the grill. Observing the ample vacant space on the grill, Sun Shi decided to prepare octopus, which she diced into small pieces and skewered, placing them in the available spots to roast. The freshly killed octopus displayed a brief spasm, its nerves still reacting, before settling down on the grill. Meanwhile, Xiao Di, who had been learning under Sun Shui's guidance, exclaimed at the sight, calling it cruel and requesting a generous sprinkling of chili powder and cumin. Wang Hai lounged comfortably in his chair, sipping chilled beer. And with a satisfied thumbs up at Sun Shui's expertise, he called out, "This is professionalism. Xiao Di, my little chef, pay close attention. For the grilling on the ship will soon rest upon your capable hands." Xiao Di responded with a gesture of commitment. Amidst her busy preparations, Sun Shui caught Wang Hai's voice and turned to him, suddenly breaking into a knowing smile. She then rummaged through her box, retrieving a dozen or so palm-sized oysters and a generous handful of chives, placing them upon the grill. Each oyster was lavishly topped with a spoonful of her specially prepared garlic sauce, and as they heated, the fragrant aroma of garlic wafted through the air. The chives, brushed with marinade, sizzled delightfully over the flames. Under Sun Shui's vigorous and adept handling, the delectable scent of grilling enveloped the surroundings. Soon after, the first batch of grilled delicacies emerged, gracing the table: the salted yellow croaker, the crab shell, the crab legs, the lobster, a platter of grilled chives, and a dozen plump oysters, all presented prominently before Wang Hai. "Mr. Wang, these will surely enhance your vigor. Do indulge," Sun Shui cheerfully reminded him as she served the dishes. Initially perplexed, Wang Hai soon grasped her meaning and explained, "Chef's son, you overthink it. I am still but a boy." Sun Shui's laughter grew even more exuberant. Xiao Di appeared indifferent to the conversation between the two, her gaze fixated on the lobster and king crab before her. The heart of a true foodie is simple. She yearned for but one thing: to devour them all. Cheers. Let us indulge. Nothing can be resolved by a barbecue. If something remains, let us add another frosty beer. On a summer night at the beach, there is no greater pleasure than relishing barbecue delicacies while sipping beer, with the sea breeze caressing one's face. The trio joyfully feasted and drank. As Xiao Di became increasingly spirited, she began to sing a folk song from her hometown. Even after a few drinks, her voice remained celestial. Sun Shui, unwilling to be outdone, took the stage after Xiao Di finished, performing a dance reminiscent of a green snake upon the sand. Her graceful form resembled an enchanting serpent, yet with a hint of waves that set her apart from the traditional depiction. The duet of song and dance added a delightful ambience to the gathering. Meanwhile, Wang Hai, lacking any particular talent, resorted to boasting like everyone else when inebriated. As the night deepened, the three, sated from their feast, began to pack up to disperse. Wang Hai glanced at Xiao Di and said, "Tell your mother that you won't be coming home to sleep tonight." Chapter 51 New Task. Xiao Di, You should not return home to sleep tonight. After Wang Hai confirmed that Xiao Di had heard him, he bent down to pick up the litter generated from the barbecue. Paying no further attention to her reaction, it is everyone's responsibility to protect the beach environment. After a barbecue, one must certainly take away all the waste. Xiao Di instinctively responded with a soft "oh." Realizing the implication a moment later, she gasped. In the next instant, her face, already flushed from drinking, turned an even deeper shade of crimson. It felt as though a small deer was frantically darting about in her chest. What did he mean? Wasn't it too soon? What should she do? She felt utterly flustered. Wang Hai's words were not only heard by Xiao Di but also by Sun Shuyi, an experienced hand. Sun Shuyi was well versed in the nuances of romantic pursuits. Upon hearing Wang Hai's statement, a knowing smile crept onto her face. She glanced at Xiao Di and noticed her bewildered and bashful expression, adhering to the principle that a competent employee should alleviate her boss's burdens. She pulled Xiao Di aside and whispered, "Xiao Di, you understand Wang Zong's meaning, don't you?" Continuing, she said, "To be honest, our Wang Zong is not only handsome and wealthy but also gentle in his speech. It would be challenging to find such a man throughout the entire coastal city. You must think this through. Do not let such an opportunity slip by." The emphasis was on, considering Wang Zong's robust physique, in certain respects. Heh, you know what I mean. Sun Shuyi's words only deepened Xiao Di's embarrassment, nearly causing her to bite her lip raw. In a flurry of anxiety, she stamped her foot and stammered, "But, it's too soon. We haven't even started dating, and besides, I have no experience in such matters." She urgently inquired, "Sister Shuyi, what should I do? Haiga not only rescued me but also treats me well, and I like him too, but I'm not ready yet. What should I do?" Sun Shuyi looked at her in surprise. "You haven't even begun dating?" She then added, "Well, to be honest, I haven't dated either. I'm not very knowledgeable about romance." At that moment, Wang Hai finished collecting the trash and noticed the two women huddled in the distance, whispering about something. He approached them, asking, "What are you discussing?" Xiao Di, feeling guilty, replied, "In nothing." Unfortunately, Sun Shuyi, unable to keep her mouth shut, boldly stated, "Wang Zong, I suggest you start with dating. Some matters cannot be rushed." "What on earth?" Wang Hai asked, perplexed. Sun Shuyi meekly explained, "It's about Xiao Di not going home tonight." Wang Hai turned to Xiao Di, who had already tilted her head away, her face flushed to the roots of her ears. Suddenly, he understood the situation. What a misunderstanding. How could he possibly be that kind of person? Wang Hai promptly clarified, "One must not drink and drive, nor drive when under the influence. I observed Xiao Di consuming alcohol, and her vehicle is situated in Wuhai Village. Given that it is now late at night, it would be unsafe for her to take a taxi home alone, especially with our early departure for the sea at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thus, I suggested she stay here tonight." In an effort to vindicate himself, he even raised his hand earnestly, addressing Xiao Di, "Please do not misinterpret my intentions. I assure you, I harbor no ulterior motives." Wang Hai believed that his explanation would resolve any misunderstandings and restore his innocence. However, being perpetually single, he was oblivious to the complexities of a woman's heart. Following his explanation, a profound disappointment flickered in Xiao Di's eyes, her youthful romantic spirit feeling a heavy blow. Nearly moved to tears, a tumult of inner thoughts ensued. He said he absolutely has no other intentions. It seems I have misinterpreted his sentiments. He clearly holds me in no regard." Xiao Di took a deep breath, feigning strength as she replied, "No, I am not overthinking it." Sun Shuyi looked at Wang Hai, shaking her head in disbelief, thinking to herself, "Oh Wang, you are quite oblivious. You've let the swan fly away right from under your nose. I wish your name could be written backward." Unbeknownst to Wang Hai, the inner dialogues of the two women swirled around him as he cheerfully remarked, "It's good that you're not overthinking. Let us head back." With that, he hoisted the packed barbecue equipment and, flanked by both women, made his way to the restaurant. The staff dormitory was not far from the restaurant, located just across the shore. Sun Shuyi returned to the staff quarters, while Wang Hai and Xiao Di traversed the long wooden bridge over the tranquil waters, boarding the No. 4 boat that housed his suite. Along the way, they stopped at a fishing boat moored beside the No. 4 vessel, where Xiao Di retrieved a change of clothes. Once in the room, Wang Hai instructed Xiao Di, "You shall stay here tonight. I will sleep on the boat as I have some tasks to attend to. I will come to get you when it is time to set sail at 5 in the morning." Still reeling from the emotional blow, Xiao Di was uncertain if she had fully grasped Wang Hai's words, but nodded vigorously in response. After he departed, she took a shower and laid down on the bed. Before sleeping, She nestled under the covers, playing with her phone. Using Baidu's browser, she searched, "How can I win a man's heart?" She eagerly absorbed the myriad of romantic strategies offered by online experts. Prior to her acquaintance with Wang Hai, she had never sought such advice, as countless suitors had pursued her without her effort. Yet now, she found herself engrossed in the content, occasionally breaking into silly smiles. Meanwhile, upon returning to the fishing boat, Wang Hai took a shower and began to reflect on the new task assigned by the system during the barbecue to achieve a catch of 10,000 Gene on this fishing trip. The basic reward was set at 10,000 points. For a fishing boat of this scale, such a catch posed an immense challenge. It was a rare stroke of luck for an ordinary fishing boat to secure 10,000 Gene after 100 voyages. Fortunately, Wang Hai's fishing vessel was anything but ordinary. Although challenging, the task was far from insurmountable. Upon receiving the assignment, Wang Hai was struck by an idea. During this season, the coastal waters of Binhai City were teeming with a particular species of fish, the flying fish, locally known as flying pig. Not only were they abundant, but they also appeared in large schools. With a stroke of luck, a sizable catch could be ensnared using a fishing net. Wang Hai set his sights on this species. The flying fish possess a unique characteristic. At dawn, when the oxygen levels in the ocean are at their lowest, they struggle to intake sufficient oxygen and thus rely on their wing-like pectoral fins to leap above the water's surface to breathe fresh air. This moment presents the most opportune time to capture them. Local fishermen traditionally venture out to sea at dawn during this season to catch flying fish. Consequently, this was the rationale behind Wang Hai's decision to set sail at 5 o'clock. To capture these schools of flying fish, the appropriate fishing tool would naturally be a net. Conveniently, a level 2 fishing net was available in the Points Redemption shop. After thoroughly analyzing the new task's requirements, Wang Hai contacted the system and accessed the Points Redemption marketplace. Subsequently, under the cloak of night, he navigated his vessel to a secluded area, preparing to clear out the shop and upgrade his fishing gear. Chapter 52. Onboard Intelligence System. After the fishing vessel had halted in a desolate area, Wang Hai contacted the system and opened the Points Exchange Mall. Instantly, the interface of the Points Exchange Mall was projected before him in a holographic display. Level 2 Points Exchange Mall. Level 2 Fishing Boat. Exchange price, 10,000 points. Level 1 Fishing Boat. Level 2 Fishing Rod. Exchange price, 10,000 points. Level 1 Fishing Rod. Level 2 Fishing Net. Exchange price, 10,000 points. Level 1 Fishing Net. Level 2 Driver. Exchange price, 10,000 points. Level 1 Driver. Level 2 Detector. Exchange price, 10,000 points. Level 1 Detector. Level 2 Ship Armor. Exchange price, 10,000 points. Level 1 Ship Armor. Level 2 Physical Enhancement Potion. Exchange price, 10,000 points. Level 2 Onboard Intelligence System. Exchange price, 20,000 points. Level 2 Onboard Energy System. Exchange price, 20,000 points. Fixed Asset. Exchange price, 20,000 points. Due to the sufficiency of his points, Wang Hai did not need to deliberate over what to exchange. He simply opted to redeem all that was available. Exchange for Level 2 Fishing Net. Congratulations, Level 2 Fishing Net successfully exchanged. Loading Level 2 Fishing Net. Level 2 Fishing Net loading complete. Please check. Upon receiving the notification of successful loading, Wang Hai observed that the Level 1 fishing net on the deck of the boat had vanished, replaced by a brand new and significantly larger Level 2 fishing net. According to the details provided, the Level 2 fishing net measures 3,000 meters in length and 5 meters in height. Thus, its accumulated volume certainly exceeds that of the Level 1 fishing net. In comparison to the Level 1 fishing net, the Level 2 version not only differs in length and height, but also unlocks a formidable feature. By adjusting the ratio of the net's floats and weights, one can precisely control the depth at which the net suspends in the sea. The net will remain at a predetermined depth, neither rising nor sinking, with an accuracy of no more than 10 centimeters. This function proves to be exceedingly practical in fishing, as different species of fish inhabit varying depths in the ocean. With this capability, the net can be tailored to hover at the optimal depth for the targeted fish species, significantly enhancing the likelihood of a successful catch. In addition to the transformation of the fishing net, Wang Hai also noted that the integrated net retrieval and fish disassembly machines had undergone a change. These two machines did not disappear, rather, they upgraded in place, growing larger and more robust. it was evident that their functionalities had been significantly enhanced. Moreover, a control screen had appeared on the net retrieval machine. Wang Hai understood that this screen was designed to manage the entire Level 2 fishing net apparatus. Functions such as activating the net retrieval machine and the fish disassembly machine could now be executed from this control interface. Overall, the Level 2 fishing net not only mechanized the capabilities of its Level 1 counterpart, but also introduced a degree of intelligence. After examining the fishing net, Wang Hai turned his attention back to the points exchange interface. Exchange for Level 2 ship armor. Loading Level 2 ship armor. Level 2 ship armor loading complete. Please acknowledge. The materials for Level 2 ship armor bear resemblance to those of Level 1. As it is also crafted from a variable metallic alloy, the loading process mirrors that of the Level 1 armor. Initially, a silver plate hovers in midair. Subsequently, it cascades down like a liquid, swiftly enveloping the entire fishing vessel. Ultimately, it adheres uniformly to the ship's surface, adopting the same hue as the hull itself. However, the distinguishing factor lies in the enhanced impact resistance, shock absorption, and hardness of Level 2 ship armor, which far surpasses that of its predecessor. According to detailed specifications, the shock absorption rate reaches an impressive 95. Its hardness is double that of diamond, and the yield strength attains a staggering 200,000 megapascals. Although Wang Hai may not fully grasp the implications of these figures, he is certain that even in the face of tumultuous waves or relentless bombardment from cannon fire, the hull would remain unscathed. It is noteworthy that the yield strength of conventional aircraft carrier steel is merely 2,000 megapascals. Thus, the yield strength of Level 2 ship armor exceeds that of carrier-grade steel by a remarkable factor of 100. With the protection of Level 2 ship armor, there is no need to fret about the fishing vessel succumbing to the fury of the sea. Wang Hai is exceedingly pleased with the Level 2 fishing vessel. He then continues, exchange for the Level 2 onboard intelligence system. Loading Level 2 onboard intelligence system. Level 2 onboard intelligence system loading complete. Please acknowledge. Upon the completion of the onboard intelligence system installation, a different notification promptly appears. The operating systems of all onboard equipment are being integrated into the onboard intelligence system. Just as Wang Hai contemplates this, he notices that the detector watch adorning his wrist has vanished. The control screen on the Level 2 fishing rod has also disappeared. Furthermore, the display screen on the recently exchanged Level 2 fishing net's net retrieval device is no longer present. Wang Hai proceeds to the cockpit, only to find that the navigational operating system of the control device has also disappeared. The anchor switch, the solar panel display, the spotlight switch. All controllers for the vessel's equipment have completely vanished. Observing these changes, Wang Hai is taken aback. The transformation brought about by the Level 2 onboard intelligence system is indeed profound. How then will these devices be operated in the future? Just as Wang Hai is engulfed in uncertainty, another prompt emerges on the Exchange MUL interface. The operating systems of all onboard equipment have been successfully integrated into the onboard intelligence system. Please acknowledge. In the next moment, a new electronic watch materializes before Wang Hai. Its appearance is akin to that of a conventional electronic watch, unless one were to touch it. The screen merely displays the time. Upon sighting the watch, Wang Hai picks it up and touches its screen with his finger. At that instant, the watch projects a holographic interface. Identity authentication successful. Logging into the intelligent operating system. Login successful. The main interface then appears. In the center of the interface lies an image of a fishing vessel, surrounded by various functional options: driving system, net system, rod system, energy system, vessel system, and so forth. Upon observing this, Wang Hai began to comprehend the situation. The intelligent system had consolidated the operation of all equipment onto the singular interface. By utilizing this interface, he could control any device aboard the fishing boat. To confirm his hypothesis, Wang Hai selected the driving system. A secondary interface emerged, filled with options pertaining to the driving system: start-stop, speed adjustment, autopilot, assisted driving, cruise control, among others. Wang Hai approached the control room and subsequently clicked the start switch on the interface. Instantly, the engine in the cabin roared to life, and the boat's oars prepared for action. He then adjusted the speed to 40 kilometers per hour. The oars began to turn, gradually increasing in velocity until they reached the set speed and paused. The vessel's speed adjusted in perfect synchrony with the changes made on the interface. Next, Wang Hai tested the autopilot feature. Without needing to operate it manually, he simply entered the destination and driving speed on the interface, allowing the boat to navigate autonomously towards the destination, effortlessly avoiding any obstacles encountered along the way. Wang Hai's heart swelled with joy. The arduous task of navigating during long ocean voyages had become significantly easier with this feature. After experimenting with the driving system, Wang Hai exited the control room and proceeded to explore the net system. He discovered that all operational functions of the fishing nets could be found on the interface and executed flawlessly. The same was true for the rod system, energy system, and vessel system. Checking the charging status of the solar panels was as simple as tapping the screen. Activating the large lamp above the control room no longer required climbing to the roof. A single tap on the screen sufficed. Anchoring and weighing anchor was also executed with just a tap. After testing all the functionalities, a smile inevitably spread across Wang Hai's face. He murmured to himself, "How extraordinarily convenient. With this onboard intelligent system, the captain can practically recline and relax." Chapter 53, Level 3 Fisherman. At this point, the Points Redemption Mall had been entirely cleared, and all items had been exchanged. The requirements to ascend to a Level 3 fisherman had been fulfilled. Subsequently, Wang Hai checked his personal information interface and noticed that the upgrade section had changed to upgrade available. Without further contemplation, he promptly spent his remaining 100,000 points to complete the upgrade. Upgrade successful. The prompt appeared, and in the next instant, a voice resonated in Wang Hai's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to Level 3 Fisherman. You have received an upgrade gift package. Reward, Water Vision ability. Unlocked Level 3 Points Redemption Mall." Wang Hai was particularly eager about the upgrade gift package, attentively listening as the system's voice announced the rewards. However, upon hearing Water Vision ability, a look of confusion crossed his face. What exactly was this ability? Soon, his curiosity was satiated. After the system's voice faded, the rewards were credited. Wang Hai immediately felt a change in his eyesight, as if a warm current flowed into his eyes, soothing them in an incredibly pleasant manner. A minute later, this sensation gradually faded. Once it dissipated, his vision transformed. He had acquired a remarkable ability. A mix of astonishment and joy washed over Wang Hai. He approached the edge of the boat and switched on the vessel's powerful spotlight. As the illumination brightened the surroundings, he utilized his newfound ability to gaze into the waters beneath the boat. To his amazement, the sea below appeared extraordinarily clear, as transparent as the air itself. It was as if the water had been filtered away. The fish, crabs, shells, sand, and stones at the seabed were all vividly visible. The range of visibility was determined by light and line of sight. Wang Hai was utterly astounded by the sight before him, hardly able to believe his own eyes. And he couldn't help but gasp in awe, exclaiming, "This is incredible." After observing for a while, he deactivated his special vision, only to find that his sight returned to normal. When he activated it again, he was greeted by the wondrous view once more. The act of switching between the two states was as effortless as opening and closing one's mouth, devoid of any operational complexity. After toggling several times, a broad smile spread across Wang Hai's face. Was this the power of water vision? How exhilarating! It was truly a boon for fishermen. He was elated, fully aware of the immense potential of this ability, particularly in the realm of fishing. With the capacity to see exactly where the fish were, he could simply deliver bait directly to their mouths. In such circumstances, scattering a handful of rice on the fishing rod would be enough for even a chicken to catch a fish, let alone a person. Beyond fishing, this ability could even facilitate treasure hunting. It was well known that numerous treasures lay lost beneath the sea. With this capability, locating them would become significantly easier. Unlike detectors, which rely on external technological forces, this vision ability was a tangible personal skill, usable anywhere and at any time. The mere fact that the ability to see through is unmatched by any detector. The understanding of this ability in water has been established. Wang Hai deactivated this capability, intending to utilize it when necessary, for prolonged use would surely lead to eye fatigue. Subsequently, Wang Hai contacted the system and accessed the Level 3 Points Redemption Mall to explore the items unlocked therein. Having previously witnessed the formidable offerings of the Level 2 Redemption Mall, he was filled with anticipation for the treasures awaiting him at Level 3. Level 3 Points Redemption Mall. Level 3 Fishing Boat. Redemption price, 100,000 points. Level 3 Fishing Rod. Redemption price, 100,000 points. Level 3 Fishing Net. Redemption price, 100,000 points. Level 3 Drive. Redemption price, 100,000 points. Level 3 Detector. Redemption price, 100,000 points. Level 3 Boat Armor. Redemption price, 100,000 points. Level 3 Onboard Smart System. Redemption price. 100,000 points. Level 3 Onboard Energy System. Redemption price. 100,000 points. Level 3 Robotic Sailor. Redemption price. 200,000 points. Level 3 Onboard Protection System. Redemption price. 200,000 points. Healing Potion. Redemption price. 100,000 points. Fixed Asset. Redemption price. 100,000 points. Upon viewing the interface of the points mall, a wry smile spread across Wang Hai's face. 100,000 points for one item. 200,000 points for another. The prices had escalated tenfold compared to the level 2 mall. What a robbery. After a brief internal lament, Wang Hai delved into the descriptions of each product. Upon completion, a genuine smile illuminated his face. He even cheerfully remarked, though the prices are steep, the quality is undeniably excellent. Especially the newly released aquatic robot. It is truly the ideal companion for a solitary captain like myself. And that healing potion, what a miraculous elixir. I must strive to earn more points. Redeeming equipment, upgrading levels, and expending points. This mission had already reached its conclusion. Wang Hai exited the points redemption interface and subsequently activated the autopilot feature to navigate the fishing boat back to the restaurant. Upon arrival, he docked the vessel at its previous location. After a long day's work, fatigue enveloped him. He set the alarm clock and lay down on the small bed in the cabin, slipping into slumber within moments. At 5 in the morning, before the alarm could ring, Wang Hai was awakened by dreams. After sending a message to Xiao Di, he stepped out of the cabin to brush his teeth and wash his face. Upon returning, he discovered that Xiao Di was already prepared. Her enthusiasm for fishing was unwavering. She had risen early, eagerly awaiting Wang Hai's message. Before long, the fishing boat set sail amidst the hazy dawn. The sky gradually brightened. The once tranquil sea was now abuzz with life. As the sound of fish breaking the surface to breathe filled the air, Xiao Di sat at the edge of the boat, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. After the fishing vessel was equipped with an intelligence system, Wang Hai felt an immense sense of ease. Once he activated the detector, he entrusted the monitoring and management entirely to the system. He also employed the cruise control feature, allowing the ship to navigate autonomously across the vast ocean, continuously searching for schools of fish with the detector in constant operation. Upon locating a school, the vessel would come to a halt and notify Wang Hai. Prior to this, he had no responsibilities. Thus, he settled beside Xiao Di, observing the fish surfacing for air. In hand, he wielded a long-handled net, ready to teach Xiao Di the art of fishing. If they encountered fish within close proximity, he guided her on how to scoop them swiftly and accurately, emphasizing the importance of speed and precision to avoid missing their catch. "Let me have a go," he exclaimed. "Ah, I missed it. How frustrating. It got away. Quickly. Lend me a hand. This one is rather large." Chapter 54. The Flying Fish School. Keep the large ones and return the smaller ones. This fish is known as the lanternfish. The long-mouthed one is called the needlefish. Its flesh is excellent for making fish balls. As for the squid, you are already familiar with it. Wang Hai instructed Xiao Di on how to use a net to catch the fish surfacing, simultaneously teaching her their names. This is an essential skill for a title broadcaster. The more species one can identify, the more professional one appears. The duo caught a myriad of fish, all remarkably similar in appearance. Coupled with Xiao Di's unfamiliarity with their names, she appeared utterly bewildered. Within just 3 minutes of instruction from Wang Hai, she would forget. However, she asserted that as long as she had tasted a dish and found it delightful, she would surely remember it. Such is the nature of a foodie. The palate often proves more reliable than the ear. Wang Hai felt a tinge of embarrassment at her response. Before long, Wang Hai heard a notification sound. Ding. Shortly after, the intelligence system displayed the Detector S interface before him, emitting an audible cue only he could perceive. "Fish school detected. Please check." As the alert was issued, the smart system guided the fishing vessel toward the location of the fish. Upon hearing the notification and seeing the detector's display, Wang Hai promptly tapped on the light spot on the screen to examine the details of the fish school. School of Flying Fish Quantity, 6. 392 average weight, 582 grams movement status, gliding on the surface, high speed, collectively heading northwest. Flying fish is a collective term for a variety of fish species, each differing across regions. The flying fish inhabiting the coastal waters of Beihai City are characterized by their blue skin and elongated bodies, resembling grass carp, with a pair of broad pectoral fins akin to wings. Adult individuals typically weigh around 400 grams. The current school of flying fish averages over a pound each, making them exceptionally plump, with a total exceeding 6,000. They are certainly ripe for capture. After reviewing the information about the fish school, Wang Hai stood up. Pointing to the deck near the edge of the boat, he instructed Xiao Di. "We've located the fish school. Prepare the pot and place it on the deck right there. Also, get some seafood dipping sauce. We're having a seafood breakfast. And remember to prepare some vegetables, or it might lead to gout." Having spoken, he moved toward the bow of the boat to observe, awaiting their approach to the fish school. Mealtime was Xiao Di's favorite part of the day. She moved swiftly, although she was unsure why Wang Hai wanted the pot positioned near the edge of the boat. She complied without hesitation. She hurried to the kitchen to fetch a table, pot, and induction stove. Not only did she set up the pot in the designated area, but she also brought water to a boil within it. She placed 2 pairs of chopsticks in 2 bowls beside the pot, with the dipping sauce prepared atop the bowls. Of course, a basket of fresh vegetables accompanied her efforts. Once everything was ready, she walked to the bow and stood beside Wang Hai, gazing forward together. Seeing Xiao Di approach, Wang Hai said, "Let us start the live stream. There's a show coming up." "All right," Xiao Di replied, promptly opening the live stream room to commence broadcasting. At that moment, where the sea met the sky, a streak of crimson light emerged from the water's surface. Before long, the dawn will break. The morning light is faint, and the sky is beginning to brighten. Standing at the bow of the boat, one can discern the conditions on the surface of the sea. Moments later, the fishing vessel approaches the detected school of flying fish. The tranquil sea is now disturbed. The flying fish leap from the water, creating white ripples. After gliding a short distance on the surface, they plunge back into the depths, splashing considerable amounts of water. Some leap modestly, only a foot or 2 above the surface, while others soar to heights of 2 to 3 meters. 1 or 2 fish may go unnoticed, but ahead lies a multitude of thousands. Each fish bursts forth from the ocean, diving back with a rhythmic thud, sending up sprays of water, rendering the sea ahead in a state of lively commotion. The spectacle is truly magnificent. Little D, holding the camera, exuberantly exclaims, "Look at the school of flying fish. So many. Wow, it's absolutely stunning." Though it is early morning, the live stream has attracted a considerable audience. Witnessing the sight of thousands of flying fish gliding simultaneously across the surface, they cannot help but express their amazement. Encountering a school of flying fish? How incredible! The captain must have struck gold. This profusion of splashes is sure to send every angler into a frenzy. Once I have the means, I must acquire a screen that allows for casting. It is a grand sight indeed, a true spectacle. Wang Hai observed the school of flying fish without uttering a sound, employing his keen eyesight to ascertain their precise range of activity and direction. Upon confirming this, he began to operate the intelligence system, directing the fishing vessel to alter its course and accelerate towards the front of the school, where he would commence deploying the nets to intercept the flying fish. To prevent the fish from gliding over the first net, at least 3 nets needed to be set up in advance. The nets, being quite extensive, would encircle the school, effectively trapping them and cutting off all avenues of escape. Given that the activity of the flying fish occurs at a depth of 1 meter from the surface, the nets needed to be configured to float just beneath the water's surface. During the vessel's journey to the front of the school, Wang Hai completed this setup. The speed of the fishing boat far surpassed that of the flying fish. In no time, they found themselves 500 meters ahead of the school. Upon reaching this point, the intelligence system commenced the deployment of the nets, following the pre-planned route laid out by Wang Hai. After encircling the school, the vessel positioned itself across the path of the approaching fish and came to a halt. The pot on the side of the boat was boiling vigorously, ready for the imminent arrival of the flying fish. Once everything was in place, Wang Hai turned to Little D and said, "Let us wait for the fish to ascend into the pot." With that, Wang Hai, accompanied by a bemused Little D, took a seat at the table, picking up his chopsticks in preparation for the meal. Little D sat down, utterly bewildered. She grasped the chopsticks, dipped them into the sauce, took a small taste, and then, tilting her head with a furrowed brow, inquired of Wang Hai, "Captain, have we forgotten to bring the fish?" Wang Hai added a handful of greens to the pot, chuckling. "No need to fetch any. The fish will leap into the pot of their own accord." Xiao Di widened her eyes in astonishment, asking, "Are you teasing me? Fish can really jump into the pot?" Wang Hai turned to gaze at the ocean, where a swarm of flying fish was approaching, and proclaimed, "Here they come." Xiao Di, still nibbling on her chopsticks, wore a puzzled expression. Before long, the school of flying fish reached beneath the fishing vessel. Most were cunning enough to steer clear of the boat, but a few, tragically dim-witted, flew low and banged against the hull, while others, soaring high, leapt onto the deck. One fish, then two, followed by 3 or 4, more and more flying fish landed directly on the deck, thrashing their tails wildly in a lively dance. Suddenly, with a splat, one fish fell straight into the pot. Xiaodi gasped in surprise but quickly became exhilarated, instantly comprehending what Wang Hai had meant. "Look, the fish have arrived. Don't just stand there. Let us get ready to feast," Wang Hai exclaimed, raising his chopsticks with a grin. Xiaodi gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Captain, you're amazing. This fish must be incredibly fresh." The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement upon witnessing the scene. "Is this really happening? Incredible. While I'm still waiting for a bite, your fish has already jumped into the pot. This must be the freshest way to eat. Even better than the famed Hadaleo." Chapter 55, Sunrise at Sea. Your underwater delivery has arrived. In the pot, the previous catch was not yet consumed when another flying fish plummeted into it. However, this time, its landing was somewhat erratic, with half its body protruding outside the pot. Fortunately, Wang Hai, quick on his feet, altered its trajectory at the very moment it was about to fall, ensuring it landed squarely in the pot. He promptly secured the lid to prevent the boiling water from splattering. Xiaodi exclaimed in excitement, praising the captain's skill. With a smile, she remarked, "Captain, you mentioned that this species of flying fish is called flying pig by the locals. I now understand why, for they are as clumsy as pigs." Wang Hai nodded in agreement with her observation. The price of flying fish is rather modest, and their flavor pales in comparison to that of more exquisite seafood. Nevertheless, the spontaneity of catching them on site brought immense joy to both Xiaodi and Wang Hai. The amusement derived from this experience far surpassed the culinary delight. In addition to the fish that landed directly in the pot, several others fell around the dining area. Should the pot run low, they could effortlessly gather and wash these fish to add to their meal. The viewers were thoroughly entertained, reveling in the joyous spectacle. The pot was prepared, and inquiries about the whereabouts of the flying fish swarm began to fill the air. "Captain, please lead the way. I am just as capable as Fat D, and I can even provide some authentic beverages on site. Breakfast should not be overly indulgent." After consuming 3 flying fish and a basket of greens, the two concluded their morning meal. At that moment, the swarm of flying fish had nearly exhausted itself against the net. Finishing their breakfast coincided perfectly with the time to retrieve the net. Xiaodi tidied up the tableware and then took a broom to sweep the scattered flying fish off the deck. There were only about 30 to 40 fish. With a few swift motions, she collected them all into the fish hold. She found joy in this task, as it felt like a delightful game. Sweeping them into the hold was akin to collecting money, providing immense satisfaction. Moreover, the fish were quite entertaining as they flapped their wings, attempting to take off in a clumsy yet endearing manner. After finishing his morning tea, Wang Hai moved to the bow of the boat, operating the smart system to navigate while employing his underwater vision to assess the catch in the nets. He needed to ascertain whether to pull the net or drive the remaining flying fish into it. The nets were well positioned, and fortune smiled upon them. Out of a school of over 6,000 flying fish, most had collided with the net, leaving only a few stragglers. It could be said that this endeavor was a resounding success. Once Xiaodi completed her task of gathering the fish, she approached Wang Hai with her live streaming phone in hand. Just then, Wang Hai finished checking the hull, preparing to pull in the net. The audience in the live stream could hardly contain their anticipation, flooding the chat with comments urging that previous school of splashing flying fish must have been caught. "The net must be brimming. We can't wait any longer, Captain. Pull in the net, as the class is about to commence and I have yet to rise." I find myself eagerly awaiting the captain's haul. Wang Hai does not intentionally prolong the live broadcast or tease the audience's anticipation. He remains unceasing, observing the catch before retrieving the float tethered to one end of the net. He raises the net, placing it onto the net retrieval machine and the fish discharger, activating the machinery to commence the haul. Xiaodi directed her phone's camera towards the net, which was being pulled from the depths. Once above water, it became evident that the net was laden with countless flying fish. In the densest sections, 5 or 6 fish clung to every meter of netting. The foam boxes beneath the fish discharger were filled to capacity, overflowing with fish due to their overwhelming numbers. It became challenging to distinguish between the deceased and the living fish, especially since flying fish are unsuitable for live storage, with market prices for both being nearly identical. Thus, Wang Hai opted to store them all in the ice house. Throughout the netting process, the comments section was abuzz with viewers expressing their astonishment. "What a splendid haul! Observing the bountiful catch brought immense satisfaction, even if it wasn't mine. The exhilaration of a fruitful harvest is undeniable. Ultimately, the captain's prowess shines through. Let's flood the screen with praises for the captain. Under the control of the vessel's intelligent system, the drive mechanism worked seamlessly with the net retrieval machine. As the fishing boat slowly navigated while continuously hauling in the net, in merely half an hour, over 3,000 meters of netting was completely retrieved. With the fish and debris meticulously cleared and the net neatly stacked in its original position, ready for the next deployment, the fish discharger of the second-level net was equipped with a counting device to tally the fish caught. Through the intelligent systems interface, Wang Hai was able to ascertain the precise total of the day's catch: 729 flying fish and 174 assorted fish, summing to a total weight of 392 jin. An impressive haul exceeding 8,000 jin indeed signifies a bountiful catch. Wang Hai felt a sense of fulfillment, albeit tinged with a hint of regret. He had yet to reach the 10,000 jin mark and had not completed the day's fishing task. However, there was no cause for concern, as there remained ample time. If one attempt faltered, another could be made. He issued a command to the intelligent system to continue the search for fish. The system activated the detectors, monitored the surroundings, and subsequently charted a course, setting the fishing boat in motion to scour the waters for schools of fish. Wang Hai found himself at leisure. Noticing he had finished his tasks, Xiao Di approached, pointing towards the horizon where the sea met the sky, exclaiming, "Captain, look at that." "What?" Wang Hai inquired, puzzled. With a face full of delight, Xiao Di responded, "It's the sunrise over the sea. Shall we sit at the bow to watch it? Come quickly." Before Wang Hai could respond, Xiao Di tugged at his sleeve, leading him towards the bow of the fishing vessel. Happily, the boat was heading eastward, allowing them to sit side by side at the front, facing the glorious sunrise. Slowly and gently, the radiant red sun emerged from the sea, leaping forth from the water's edge. Its light scattered brilliantly, adorning the clouds at the horizon with a crimson hue. Not only the clouds, but the ocean too transformed into a fiery red expanse. The sun's reflection danced upon the water, elongated and graceful. The azure waves glimmered with a rosy glow, truly embodying the phrase, "The sunrise paints the river blossoms red like fire." For a moment, the distinction between sky and sea became nearly indistinguishable. Xiao Di gazed ahead with excitement, her face illuminated by a broad smile, exclaiming, "Today's sunrise is absolutely breathtaking." Wang Hai, however, remained internal and undisturbed, replied, "I've seen many sunrises in my youth. I've grown accustomed to it." Xiao Di shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, "You simply do not appreciate beauty." She then turned her attention back to the sunrise. Wang Hai, indifferent, casually glanced at Xiao Di. Her fair complexion, exquisite features, and impeccable contours appeared even more enchanting in the glow of dawn, rendering her beauty even more striking, like a fairy from a painting. Unable to resist, he looked at her several times and involuntarily remarked, "In truth, you are far more beautiful than the sunrise over the sea." Xiao Di was momentarily taken aback. A sweet sensation enveloped her heart, and her pulse quickened like a startled fawn. A more radiant smile blossomed on her face. "He praised my beauty." Having been admired for her looks and talents since childhood, she was accustomed to such flattery, often responding with a polite "thank you" while remaining emotionally unperturbed. Yet, for reasons unknown, Wang Hai's compliment stirred her deeply. She felt a delightful mix of joy, excitement, and nervousness that profoundly affected her mood. However, after suppressing her revealing smile, she endeavored to maintain her composure and poise. Feigning ignorance, she asked, "Huh? What were you just saying about me?" This fool seems not to have heard, she thought. Wang Hai averted his gaze and shook his head, saying, "It was nothing." Chapter 56. Rising in rank. The process of sunrise is fleeting. Soon, the sunlight becomes blindingly bright. Xiao Di, no longer able to gaze at it, rises to her feet. The fishing boat, equipped with a second-level hull, sails smoothly without a hint of turbulence. Standing at the bow, the most unstable part of the vessel, Xiao Di feels as though she is walking on solid ground. At that moment, a refreshing sea breeze sweeps in, tousling her hair and causing her long dress to dance gracefully. She extends her arms, allowing the wind to playfully embrace her body. Suddenly, an idea strikes her, and she turns to Wang Hai with a smile. "Captain, have you seen the movie Titanic?" "Yes, I have." Wang Hai replies, a hint of confusion in his nod. She continues, "Come on, hug me from behind. Right now, I'm Rose and you're Jack. This ship is the Titanic, and we're perfectly positioned at the bow to recreate that iconic scene from the film, shall we?" As an actress, the scene evokes memories of the romantic moment shared by Jack and Rose, prompting her desire to imitate it. "Hurry," she urges, tugging at Wang Hai's hand. A fond smile spreads across Wang Hai's face as he thinks, since there is nothing pressing to do, why not indulge her playful spirit? He stands up and approaches Xiaodi from behind. His body aligns with hers, his hands covering hers, then gradually sliding down to rest at her waist. Leaning gently into her ear, he asks, "Is this how it goes?" "Yes, hold me steady." Xiaodi responds, stepping onto the railing at the bow. Leaning out to gaze at the boundless sea ahead. "Haha, I feel like I'm flying." "You're quite childish." Wang Hai laughs. The live stream has been active throughout, and their antics have not gone unnoticed by the audience. The comments flood in. "As a single man, why am I here? This dog food is too delicious. Why are we fishing when we're feeding the dog? Xiaodi, you're crossing the line. Captain, please return to your duties. Stay strong, Captain. Women only slow down your fishing." It must be said that fishing remains a challenging endeavor. Despite the advanced technology of the fishing boat, which boasts exceptional capabilities in detecting fish schools. Nearly an hour has passed without a single catch in sight. Wang Hai and Xiaodi have since returned to the deck, where they set up a sunshade and placed 2 long benches beneath it. Now, they lounge on the benches, sipping chilled watermelon juice, chatting, or sharing the ocean's beauty and tales with their viewers. Suddenly, Xiaodi sits upright, pointing at her livestream badge. "Captain, come quick. Our Fish Alliance ranking has updated." Wang Hai glances at the phone screen and sees their position, 2nd place in the Fish Alliance ranking. Yesterday, the catch of a bluefin tuna weighing over 500 pounds propelled him from the 16th to the 2nd position. As the Fishing Alliance leaderboard was updated, a multitude of curious new viewers flocked to the live stream. Is this truly the 2nd-ranked live broadcast? To my astonishment, it belongs to Pundi. How remarkable. When did Pundi venture into the sea? I had no idea Pundi could fish. They expressed in bewildering comments. The seasoned viewers, witnessing the confusion, clarified. The newcomers have mistaken the situation. It is not Pundi who is fishing, but our charismatic captain. To the newcomers, do show your support. The captain will not disappoint you. 2nd place? In no time, the captain shall claim the top spot. Our captain excels not only in fishing, but is also adept at speedboating, diving, and netting, a true master of all trades. New viewers inquired, "Who is this captain? I have never heard of such a figure in the fishing community." Achieving 2nd place must be due to sheer luck, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Let us first examine the catch. The atmosphere in the live stream grew increasingly vibrant, with followers continuously increasing and popularity soaring. Wang Hai observed the surge in viewer engagement, a smile of delight illuminating his face. It appeared the Fishing Alliance leaderboard indeed attracted considerable traffic. Merely securing 2nd place had such a pronounced effect. Imagine the explosive impact of claiming 1st place. With a resolve to attain system points, he thought, 1st place is imperative. Determined to assess the gap to the leading position, he swiftly researched the top-ranked streamer, who, 8 months prior, had caught a colossal sailfish over 6 meters long and weighing more than 700 pounds near the Guadeloupe Islands in the Atlantic. This remarkable catch had secured the crown of the leaderboard. For 8 months, this record remained unbroken, and his followers had surged from a mere 100,000 to tens of millions, basking in unparalleled glory. To many, a fish weighing over 700 pounds was the stuff of legends, yet Wang Hai remained unfazed. He dismissed the significance of the weight and, upon learning of the leading streamer's accomplishment, felt confident in his ability to surpass it. At that moment, a voice in the live stream exclaimed, "Captain, the top-ranked streamer is mocking you in his broadcast. He claims you merely rely on superior equipment and luck to have achieved 2nd place, asserting you are nowhere near his level. I checked, and that fellow is insufferably arrogant, declaring that you shall never surpass him." Infuriated, he continued, "I am already engaged in a heated exchange with his followers. The streamer who has now fallen from 2nd to 3rd place is also disparaging the captain, demanding a showdown. Other coastal streamers are speaking ill of you too. Captain, you must go and see for yourself." The refresh of the Fishing Alliance leaderboard not only captured the attention of the audience, but also that of the relevant streamers. The streamers, upon witnessing Wang Hai unexpectedly ascend to 2nd place, found it difficult to accept and were quite indignant. In order to maintain the fervor in their live streams and prevent their fans from drifting away, they naturally sought to undermine Wang Hai. This phenomenon is common in every industry when newcomers begin to rise. Wang Hai had anticipated this long ago and, of course, chose to disregard such detractors. His focus remained on reeling in his own catch, amassing wealth, and, in the process, outshining them. Observing the loyal viewers rallying in his defense, Wang Hai chuckled and remarked, "There is no need for you all to concern yourselves with them. Let them revel in their arrogance. The true strengths and weaknesses will reveal themselves in due time. The audience in the live stream echoed in agreement, proclaiming, "The captain speaks wisely. Soon enough, we shall see them humbled. We adore watching Captain and Pandai. Captain, let the show commence." Wang Hai chose to ignore the barrage of comments, reclining back on the bench, closing his eyes to rejuvenate as he awaited the detector's signal of a school of fish. Meanwhile, Xiaodi continued to broadcast the scenic maritime views. After an extensive search within the coastal waters of Beihai City without success, the fishing vessel departed from the area, steering southeast. After nearly an hour of navigation, they arrived at a region where the water depth measured only 6 meters. This was a coral reef area, with an expanse of coral stretching beneath the surface. Upon reaching this location, the vessel's intelligence system finally displayed the detector's alerts. 2 notifications appeared: a sizable school of fish detected, please investigate, and high-value shrimp detected, please inspect. Chapter 57. The lobster. Wang Hai examined the detected fish school and discovered it to be a gathering of Black Sea bream. The number was modest, totaling just over 200 individuals. They were sparsely distributed, resulting in an expansive area of over 500 meters, with their movements being quite erratic, making it exceedingly difficult to catch them all at once. However, the advantage lay in their considerable size. These giant Black Sea bream dwarfed those typically caught from the shore, averaging 6 pounds each. Capturing just over 200 would suffice to complete today's mission, making it worth the netting effort. After reviewing the fish school information, Wang Hai proceeded to check the second prompt. Upon clicking the light spot, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness! Target discovered. Lobster quantity. 1 weight, 31.5 kilograms. It was an enormous lobster." This revelation left Wang Hai utterly amazed, for he knew that the largest lobster ever recorded was a specimen from the Bay of Fundy, holding the Guinness World Record at 14 kilograms. The lobster now detected weighed an astonishing 31.5 kilograms, surpassing the previously recognized record by a staggering 11 kilograms. Truly a terrifying size. If he were to capture this lobster live, his points would surely soar. Wang Hai took a moment to regain his composure and then magnified the detector screen to observe the lobster in real time. He could see it nestled within a complex coral reef cavity. The surrounding terrain was rugged, with various bizarre coral formations intertwining chaotically. Its exterior was a muted greenish-gray, blending seamlessly with the coral, rendering it nearly invisible to the naked eye. The unique topography and its camouflaged appearance rendered it nearly undetectable to its predators, including humans. No wonder it had grown to such an impressive size. However, today, fortune was not on its side, for Wang Hai had stumbled upon it. After observing the lobster for a while, Wang Hai concluded that such a magnificent creature must feel quite lonely. To alleviate its solitude, he decided to issue a capture order. Having reviewed both prompts, which indicated viable targets, he took a moment to formulate a plan for their capture. He intended to cast his net first to encircle the school of Black Sea bream, and while waiting for them to collide with the net, he would seize the opportunity to capture the lobster. This approach would allow both operations to proceed concurrently, thus conserving time. Following his plan, the fishing net was successfully cast around the Black Sea bream, enveloping them in 3 layers. As soon as the school expanded its activity range, it would inevitably collide with the net. With the net in place, the fishing vessel navigated towards the location of the lobster. During the journey, Wang Hai continuously analyzed the lobster's situation through the detector's display interface. Upon reaching the designated spot, he utilized his X-ray vision to meticulously assess the lobster and the surrounding environment. After 2 thorough examinations, he had gained an intimate understanding of both the lobster and its coral reef cavity. Before long, a strategy for capturing the magnificent lobster was conceived. At this moment, the barrage in the live streaming room became quite turbulent. Those who mocked or provoked Wang Hai, noticing his indifference, incited their followers to invade his live stream, stirring up a tempest of comments. They aimed to provoke Wang Hai with a flurry of mindless insults. Pathetic streamer. Afraid to compete? Coward? You're beachcombing too? Why not find a proper job? Show me what you've caught. Are you too ashamed to display your haul? Is it all empty air? This was not the work of a solitary few, but rather a multitude. The screen was inundated with discordant comments. Suddenly, a longtime viewer stepped forward, exclaiming, "You all have gone too far. Your master can disparage mindlessly, but must you come here to hurl insults? If you don't like it, just leave. What is the point of such vitriol? It's laughable to see a bunch of fools. Just watch and learn what true skill looks like. Moderators, it's time to work. Silence these trolls." In that instant, the barrage became a spectacle of its own, filled with various disputes. As the fishing boat came to a halt, Xiao Di informed Wang Hai of the unfolding situation in the live stream. Upon hearing this, Wang Hai felt not anger but delight. He thought to himself, "Isn't this a boon for my viewership? Moreover, these are newcomers who have yet to contribute to the point system. When they cheer in admiration later, my audience will surely surge." Turning to Xiao Di, he instructed, "You need not concern yourself with them. Let them watch. By the way, please equip the phone with a waterproof case. I shall be diving shortly." With that, Wang Hai commenced preparations for capturing the grand lobster. The feeding habits of lobsters differ greatly from those of fish. They consume bait but do not bite hooks. Additionally, their hideaways are nestled within the labyrinthine coral reefs, rendering fishing hooks ineffective. Thus, the only viable method was to dive beneath the surface to catch them. Wang Hai shed his clothing and secured himself to the fishing boat with a rope, ensuring that should any mishaps occur underwater, he could swiftly return to the vessel. He then removed the artificial bait from his fishing rod, took the live streaming phone, exchanged a few words with Xiao Di, and with a splash, plunged into the water. The underwater world was instantly revealed on the live stream. The longtime viewers recognized the show had begun and erupted with excitement. They straightened their backs and proclaimed, 6666. The captain is about to showcase his diving skills. Keep your eyes wide open and see clearly. Does your master dare to dive into the ocean? Has he ever streamed the underwater world for you? Still throwing mindless insults? The audience, eager to lead the charge, retorted, "Isn't it just diving? Who can't do that? It's not difficult. I could do it too. Have these viewers never seen the world? Go search for Ganhai Nyoga on Douyu. He is the diving champion, having used up countless oxygen tanks." The seasoned viewers erupted in laughter. "You've got to be kidding me. How dare you claim to be the foremost diver in front of our captain? An oxygen tank? Are there still streamers diving with oxygen tanks these days? If I'm not mistaken, that brother Nyo is also donning a protective suit. I forgot to remind you all, our captain dies unencumbered and unarmed." The rhythm-obsessed viewers chimed in. "Is this a show-off? Are you for real?" The seasoned viewers retorted, "Are you truly astonished? I relish seeing your naive expressions." Amidst the heated exchange between the new and old viewers, a particular comment caught everyone's attention. "Oh my goodness, what is that? Captain, have you ventured into the Dragon Palace? Is that a shrimp soldier?" Those who had commented froze in astonishment, urging everyone to gaze upon the captain's discovery. The barrage of comments quieted. The chaotic live stream transformed into a pristine display. Everyone witnessed a colossal lobster emerge on the screen, although part of its body was obscured by coral reefs. The visible portion clearly measured over a meter in length. Its body tapered in shape, adorned in a bluish-gray hue, with its species indiscernible. It boasted a pair of bulbous eyes, round and large, and was encased in a greenish armor, wielding a set of enormous pincers, strikingly reminiscent of the legendary shrimp soldiers guarding the Dragon Palace. This can't be real. How could there possibly be such a massive lobster? Are you certain? It's not a trick. It's moving. Is this truly enormous? How did the captain manage to encounter this giant lobster? This is undeniably impressive. In that moment, both the rhythm-seeking viewers and the seasoned audience ceased their quarrels, collectively expressing their astonishment. Chapter 58. Luring the shrimp out of its hole, a relentless tide of detractors, dispatched by other coastal streamers, flooded into Wang Hai's live broadcast. As they prepared to unleash their scorn, they were suddenly captivated by the sight before them, a colossal lobster gracing the screen, rendering them momentarily speechless. Forgotten were their initial intentions, replaced by exclamations of astonishment. "The captain is truly remarkable. I can assure you, this is no act, nor was it procured from the market beforehand. This is undoubtedly the largest lobster ever caught by humankind. Such a specimen is not available at any market. If successfully captured, it could warrant a Guinness World Record. This captain possesses exceptional skills. It is not merely luck, but rather a mastery of locating such treasures." The barrage of comments transformed into a chorus of admiration for Wang Hai, just as the audience marveled at the lobster's enormity and Wang Hai's prowess. The live feed revealed further action. A large moray eel emerged from a nearby coral crevice, entering the viewer's line of sight. Long and substantial, weighing approximately 3 pounds. Its elegant form glided gracefully through the corals. An unexpected delight. The captain should capture this moray eel to add to the excitement. Look quickly. The moray is approaching the lobster. Could it be attempting to seize the lobster like Qin Yaojing? Are the naysayers underestimating the lobster's combat prowess? In the presence of such a lobster, this moray eel is but a mere snack. Amidst the lively discussions, the moray eel ventured into the coral hiding place of the lobster, resembling a lost lamb, blissfully unaware of the imminent danger. Suddenly, the lurking lobster sprang into action, its massive claws snapping shut with lightning speed, ensnaring the moray eel's body. The nearly 1-meter-long claws, forged as if from steel, were both formidable and razor-sharp, possessing immense strength. The moray eel struggled briefly before being cleaved in two by the powerful pincers. This shocking scene left the audience in stunned silence. How domineering! Such speed, such power, such agility, the lobster reigned supreme in its domain. I had no idea lobsters possess such formidable combat abilities. Can you believe it? This is a 30-kilogram lobster. It cannot truly be a guardian of the Dragon Palace, can it? In the ocean, one should never provoke those armed with weapons, especially those of such colossal size. Captain, take heed. Should you be caught, it would be disastrous. Best not to engage it head-on. Viewers were in awe of the lobster's formidable might. Yet concern for Wang Hai's safety began to surface. It was crucial to recognize that the combat prowess displayed by this lobster rivaled that of humans, if not exceeding it. Moreover, it held a significant geographical advantage in the water, not on land. Consequently, many viewers began to offer Wang Hai suggestions for capturing the lobster. At this moment, it was imperative to leverage human intelligence. Brute force would yield no success. Cunning tactics were the only path forward. Nearby, a trap was set, intricately woven, requiring only patience for success. What if the creature remains hidden for too long? I propose enticing it out and then capturing it with a net. Regardless, it is essential to first secure its formidable pincers. Amidst the murmurs of the audience, Wang Hai took action. He disregarded the barrage of comments, knowing he need not heed their suggestions. While he showcased the giant lobster to elevate the live stream's excitement, he meticulously observed and analyzed the creature's behavior. He noted its vibrant energy, assertive demeanor, and strong territorial instincts, showing no mercy to intruders. Such traits were advantageous for Wang Hai. He relished the prospect of capturing a lobster with such tenacity, as it increased the likelihood of success for his premeditated strategy. Wang Hai activated the watch on his wrist and began to manipulate the lifelike bait, which was integrated into the vessel's smart system. The holographic interface projected from his watch allowed him to alter the bait's appearance and control its movements. Inputting the target model, the lobster, he crafted bait that matched its predilections. The bait transformed into a mollusk, a shell-less sea snail, palm-sized and exuding an irresistible aroma that beckoned the lobster. Sea snails are among the lobster's favorite delicacies. Even the effort required to pry open their shells is worth the trouble. The newly fashioned bait, devoid of its protective shell, released a scent that would surely intoxicate the lobster with delight. Once the transformation was complete, Wang Hai skillfully maneuvered the bait towards the lobster, resembling a lamb straying from its path. As the bait entered the lobster's territory, it approached the coral crevice where the lobster lay hidden, drawing ever closer. The enticing aroma immediately captured the lobster's attention. With wide, unblinking eyes, the lobster fixated on the bait, incredulous that such a rare delicacy was presented so readily before it, and without a shell to hinder its feast. If it possessed enough intelligence, it might have thought itself extraordinarily fortunate, as if a great fortune had fallen from the heavens. With a mischievous glint, the lobster brandished its pincers, poised to strike at the snail. Suddenly, the snail darted backward with remarkable speed, evading the lobster's grasp, leaving it bewildered. How could this creature move so swiftly? This defiance only fueled the lobster's excitement. The snail weaved and dodged, prompting the lobster to pursue with fervor. The chase unfolded, with the lobster unknowingly venturing beyond its lair. Captain 6666. Such a display left not only the lobster but also the audience utterly captivated. I humbly beseech you for the link to the remote-controlled bait. The majestic lobster has traversed countless treacherous waters, yet ultimately, it remains ensnared in the cunning traps devised by humanity. My heart aches for the lobster, if only for 3 fleeting seconds. Let us not rejoice too soon. Even if we manage to lure it out, capturing it will prove to be a formidable challenge. Captain, quickly prepare the landing net. Surely, we ought to ready the ropes, for the net is not sufficiently large for such a daring endeavor. This clever lobster is astute. At the slightest disturbance, it will undoubtedly flee. And I fear the captain may not succeed in capturing it. Captain, please be ever vigilant and prioritize your safety. As Wang Hai entices the lobster from its lair, the audience in the live stream watches with rapt attention, the comments section abuzz with excitement. Viewers are fully engaged, cheering for Wang Hai while fervently discussing strategies to secure this magnificent lobster. Tension, exhilaration, anticipation, and concern fill the air. The negative comments have all but vanished from sight. Chapter 59. Captain 666. As the discussion about how Wang Hai should capture the giant lobster ensued, The live stream unexpectedly showcased Wang Hai's hand. In the blink of an eye, he lunged towards the lobster with astonishing speed, his movements nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The immense force he exerted sent splashes of water cascading around him. Once the water settled, it became evident that Wang Hai had expertly pinned the lobster against a rock. With the ease of lifting a chick, he hoisted the lobster effortlessly into the air, holding it firmly in his grasp. Despite the lobster's frantic struggles and vigorous thrashing of its formidable claws, stirring the ocean around it, it was all in vain. This was Wang Hai's chosen method of capturing the lobster, single-handed and forceful. For others, the swift and powerful movements of the lobster in the sea posed a significant challenge. It was perceived as perilous. However, to Wang Hai, who had consumed a body-enhancing potion, it was no different from a mere shrimp. He held the advantage in both speed and strength. By employing the traditional technique of fishermen, he simply grasped the lobster by its neck and could manipulate it at will. Once the lobster was removed from its complex underwater lair, its fate was sealed. The capture was surprisingly effortless. Retrieving the bait, Wang Hai held his phone in one hand while clutching the lobster in the other, swimming towards the surface. The viewers, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, were left in awe. The chatter in the comments abruptly halted, only to surge back moments later with an overwhelming wave of excitement. Did he really catch it? With one hand? Lobster? Don't ask me. I have no idea what just happened. The comments erupted with admiration. Amazing. Incredible. I was dumbfounded. If I hadn't seen the lobster still struggling, I wouldn't have believed it was real. The captain's speed and strength underwater. Unfathomable. I shall proclaim the captain as the supreme lobster catcher. I have become a fan. Anyone who dares to criticize the captain is challenging me. With this single-handed lobster-catching feat, no one in the realm of coastal fishing can surpass the captain. Those streamers I previously watched pale in comparison. I beg you, berate me for my earlier disparaging remarks about the captain. I have followed. I have become a fan, and I have engaged fully. Accompanying the flood of comments were countless GIFs appearing on the live stream. The detractors sent by other streamers were not inherently malicious. They were merely fellow enthusiasts of coastal fishing. Upon witnessing Wang Hai's prowess, they were completely won over, shifting from critics to admirers. Amidst the frenzied praise, Wang Hai's score soared dramatically. In the blink of an eye, Wang Hai surfaced with the lobster in hand. On board, Xiao Di, who had been waiting eagerly, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Wang Hai and the lobster emerge from the water. With excitement, she called out to him, "Captain, you are incredible. What a true hero." Like the other spectators, she was astounded by Wang Hai's prowess. However, unlike the others, her experience was more visceral. As she was present at the scene, feeling a deeper sense of astonishment, the colossal lobster, measuring over 1 meter in length, appeared far more impressive in person than through the live stream. Its massive pincers exuded an overwhelming presence, reminiscent of a monstrous creature. The sight of Wang Hai, who single-handedly restrained it, was even more astonishing. At that moment, he heard Xiao Di's call. He turned to her with a gentle smile, waving the giant lobster in her direction before climbing aboard the fishing vessel with his remarkable catch. Clang, clang, clang. The lobster, full of vigor, thumped its claws against the deck, producing a resounding metallic crash. Its fierce demeanor and immense strength were truly terrifying. Xiao Di, now in charge of the phone, was too frightened to approach, opting instead to live stream from a safe distance. It was confirmed. This was no prop. The lobster, once on land, appeared even more formidable than it had in the water. What an intimidating creature. The captain was incredibly impressive. I wouldn't dare come near it, let alone attempt to catch it. One could hardly imagine how the captain managed to haul it from the depths of the sea. If you don't understand, just send some love for the captain. Wang Hai's points surged once again. Shortly after, having finished his shower and changed into a clean outfit, he returned to the deck. Upon seeing him, Xiao Di nestled beside him, finding comfort in his presence amidst the looming lobster. "Captain, everyone is saying you're amazing," she exclaimed with a smile. "Oh, it's nothing special, just basic skills, really," Wang Hai replied, effortlessly pinning the raucous lobster to the deck with one hand and binding its pincers with a rope. The once mighty lobster, which had dominated the deck, now lay motionless in Wang Hai's grasp, devoid of its former bravado. The comments section erupted with excitement. "Lobster, I've roamed the seas for decades, and now I've lost face? Lobster, I feel as though my fate is being choked. Captain, please, show some mercy." At that moment, in another live streaming room, a certain 8th-ranked streamer stared in disbelief at his vanishing fans. "What is going on? I told you to stir the pot. And now you've all disappeared?" Sighing, he lamented, If you're not coming back, why drag others with you? Is it really that captivating? As he watched his fans, sent to disrupt Wang Hai's stream, transform into admirers, confusion mingled with frustration in his heart. Having been a fishing and beachcombing streamer for many years, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Intrigued, he covertly entered Wang Hai's live stream with a secondary account. It's just all right, he scoffed. Yet, he couldn't help but acknowledge, this is actually quite impressive. With that, he silently followed the stream while continuing to fish, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. There are numerous streamers like him. Once the giant lobster was secured, Xiaodi no longer felt fear. At the insistence of countless viewers, she approached to conduct a close-up live broadcast. Wang Hai sat nearby, contentedly sipping juice, opting not to intervene. He understood that such actions would not only elevate the excitement of the stream but also enhance his own points, rendering any interference unnecessary. The magnificent form of the lobster was perfectly displayed on the live stream. It was estimated to weigh over 30 kilograms, and, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it was likely the largest specimen ever caught by humankind. What an enlightening experience. The captain is truly impressive. Fat D. Could you ask the captain if the lobster is for sale? I am the manager of the largest aquarium in Sichuan and Chongqing, and I am willing to purchase it at a premium for exhibition purposes. I offer 2 million. Upon seeing the barrage of comments, Xiaodi turned to Wang Hai for his opinion. Initially, Wang Hai was uncertain about how to handle the lobster, but after hearing Xiaodi's words, an idea sparked in his mind. An aquarium, an exhibition. This could be a splendid avenue to increase his points. Tell them the lobster is not for sale. Chapter 60. A bountiful harvest. This extraordinary lobster is a rarity beyond compare. Numerous viewers, motivated by various commercial interests, expressed their desire to purchase this magnificent creature. Through the barrage of comments, the price escalated to over 1 million, with some even revealing their identities to demonstrate their sincerity. However, Wang Hai had no intention of selling this lobster. Firstly, he was not in need of money. For him, a sum exceeding 1 million was just a trifling amount. Secondly, he required this lobster to accumulate points for himself. Imagine the spectacle of hosting an online and offline exhibition once the lobster was brought ashore, garnering extensive publicity that would undoubtedly attract a multitude of spectators. Should these viewers commend the one who captured the lobster, Wang Hai would reap the rewards and points. Furthermore, with effective management, he could even convert these spectators into fans of his live stream. Even if they did not praise Wang Hai on the spot, they would surely do so in the future. The value of this lobster to Wang Hai far exceeded its apparent worth. Therefore, he had no intention of selling it. The lobster was showcased in the live stream for half an hour. Those who wished to commend had done so. Sensing it was time, Wang Hai concluded the display and placed the lobster into a tank of fresh water for care. The audience, however, remained eager for more. Xiaodi, noticing this, confidently remarked, "Everyone, be sure to follow. Such treasures will certainly be scarce in the future." With a flurry of excitement, the number of fans in the live stream surged. After ensuring the lobster was settled, Wang Hai prepared to retrieve the fishing nets he had previously cast to encircle a school of Black Sea bream. Before pulling in the nets, he first checked the display screen of the sonar device to assess the catch. Observing that a portion of the Black Sea bream had already collided with the nets while others lingered in the center of the enclosure, he decided against hastily retrieving the nets. Instead, he maneuvered the boat towards the fish, driving the remaining school into a frenzy, causing them to scatter and collide with the surrounding nets. This maneuver left the audience somewhat bewildered. What was the captain doing? Is he just cruising around? I see now. He is hurting the fish. Don't be ridiculous. How does he know where the fish are? The captain's techniques are beyond our comprehension. If you don't understand, just shout that the captain is amazing. After half an hour of herding, aside from a few unfortunate fish that escaped, the majority were ensnared in the nets. It was time to haul in the nets. Wang Hai positioned the boat at one end of the net and activated the boat's intelligence system to automate the retrieval. As the net was drawn from the water with the whirring of the netting and fish sorting machines, Xiaodi's camera was already set up, aimed at the emerging catch. The viewers on the other side of the screen held their breath, transfixed by the spectacle of the net's bounty. Before long, a plethora of plump Black Sea bream surfaced, each one measuring the width of 2 palms and weighing approximately 6 pounds. Once again, the wild Black Sea bream emerges, exhibiting an awe-inspiring strength. As it breaks the surface, it thrashes its body vigorously, causing the fishing net to sway tumultuously. The more it struggles, the greater the excitement among the spectators. A multitude of these magnificent black sea bream dance in the net, creating a scene of bountiful harvest that is exhilarating beyond measure. I told you all that the captain was adept at navigating the waters to catch fish, and now you must believe. It is my first time witnessing such an abundance of large black sea bream, and I am filled with envy. Other streamers would boast for an entire day about catching just one of this size, yet here, we have already pulled up over 100. The captain is indeed remarkable. His prowess is unparalleled. I relish such scenes of immense success, as the numerous black sea bream are drawn aboard. The audience in the live stream is both astonished and delighted, and the barrage of comments erupts once more. After about an hour, the 3,000 meters of fishing net is completely retrieved onto the vessel. Wang Hai estimates the catch. There are approximately 800 large black sea bream, each weighing around 6 to 7 pounds, with the largest reaching an impressive 11 pounds, far exceeding expectations. The live well, which initially contained only large lobsters, is now brimming with black sea bream. Fortunately, the lobsters' claws were secured. Otherwise, the live well would have been a scene of chaos and carnage. Aside from the black sea bream, the net also ensnares a few miscellaneous fish and a couple of lost crabs, totaling around 10 pounds, nothing of significant value, hardly worth mentioning. With the black sea bream secured, Wang Hai's task is complete. The fish hold is laden with over 10,000 pounds of catch. Given that it is now midday, with the sun shining brightly and the heat intensifying, Wang Hai decides to set sail for home. Activating the autopilot system, the fishing boat swiftly heads towards the coastal city. During the return journey, Xiao Di tirelessly showcases the harvest to the live stream audience. One moment, she highlights the flying fish in the ice storage, and the next, she presents the black sea bream and lobsters in the live well. With her engaging commentary, the excitement in the live stream escalates, and the audience showers Wang Hai with praise, causing his points to soar. Meanwhile, Wang Hai relaxes under the shade of an umbrella, leisurely enjoying chilled watermelon while monitoring his point tally. Currently, he possesses 182,762 points. Before embarking on this voyage, his points were depleted. But now he has amassed a remarkable total of 180,000 points, inclusive of task rewards and the audience's contributions. This fishing trip has proven to be a resounding success in both catch and points. After closing the personal information interface, Wang Hai feels an overwhelming sense of joy. If this trend continues, he will soon dominate the seas. Just then, Xiao Di receives a phone call. After ending the call, she glances at the private messages in the live stream. Subsequently, she approaches Wang Hai, sits beside him, and says, "Captain, I just received a notification from the Fishing Alliance regarding a fishing competition. They have sent me an invitation for you to participate." Wang Hai could not help but ponder. A fishing competition? What is the situation? When will it be held? Wait, I shall inquire further. Xiao Di remarked as he dialed the number of the individual he had just spoken to, seeking more details regarding the fishing competition. While Xiao Di was making his inquiries, the barrage of comments from the live stream audience was abuzz with discussions about this event. Other coastal fishing streamers had also received invitations. The Fishing Alliance's annual fishing competition invites renowned coastal fishing streamers and esteemed anglers from across the country to participate, with the timing of the event being somewhat unpredictable. However, it is nearly always held once a year. The prize for the champion reaches an impressive 1 million, while the runner-up receives 500,000, and the third place is awarded 200,000. This event stands as one of the most grandiose competitions in the realm of live streaming, attracting numerous viewers both online and offline. I recall that during the previous year, the official live stream of the Fishing Alliance reached an astonishing peak of over 5 million viewers during the fishing competition, securing the top spot on the platform. Chapter 61. The fishing competition. Upon observing the barrage of comments in the live stream, Wang Hai gained a general understanding of the fishing competition organized by the Fishing Alliance. It resembled a typical fishing contest. However, what set it apart was the substantial prize money and the fact that the event would be broadcast live online, attracting a multitude of spectators. The 1 million prize was of little concern to Wang Hai, as he valued the potential influx of attention the competition could generate. He contemplated that if he were to excel in the fishing contest, his points would surge dramatically, and the benefits derived from these points would far surpass the monetary reward. Having grasped the situation surrounding the fishing competition, he began to form intentions about participating. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Di inquired further into the specifics. After concluding her phone call, she reported to Wang Hai, "Captain, I have confirmed the details. The fishing competition will take place in the waters near the Hawaiian Islands. It is scheduled to occur in 2 days and will last for a single day. The format is straightforward, using standardized rods and boats provided by the organizers. The contestant who catches the largest fish within the allotted time will emerge victorious. The organizer covers all travel and accommodation expenses. If you decide to participate, you can catch a flight today or tomorrow. Wang Hai was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that such a significant competition would allow only 2 days from formal notification to commencement. This was rather rushed. Xiao Di seemed to sense Wang Hai's bewilderment and offered an explanation. I've heard that this is the customary practice of the organizers. They intentionally create a sense of urgency. Moreover, the competition's location varies each year, preventing participants from scouting or baiting the area in advance. This greatly ensures the fairness of the competition and heightens its challenge. After reflecting on Xiao Di's explanation, Wang Hai understood the rationale. Indeed, the competition's venue remained unknown at first. Once revealed, there was no time for participants to prepare. Excluding those exceptionally lucky individuals who happened to have fished in the competition's waters, the location was unfamiliar to all contestants. Competing in an unfamiliar environment would indeed test each participant's comprehensive fishing skills, which seemed to be one of the competition's distinctive features. Captain, stop pondering and please. I implore you to participate. Thousands are pleading for you to enter the fray. We yearn to witness the moment you dazzle us all. As Wang Hai conversed with Xiao Di, the live stream's comments were abuzz with unprecedented fervor, all in unison, urging him to join the competition. The sentiment was easily comprehensible. Each viewer wished for their favored contestant to compete, perhaps even reaching the finals and claiming victory. Besides the audience in the live stream, Xiao Di was also a devoted fan of Wang Hai. After recounting the details of the competition to Wang Hai, she gazed at him with her sparkling eyes and exclaimed, "Captain, let us casually bring home a championship." Wang Hai found her pleading demeanor rather amusing and, with a gentle smile, replied, "What? Do you have such confidence in me? Just casually bringing home a championship." Xiao Di proudly asserted, "Of course. Our captain is the best in the world. A mere fishing competition champion is nothing." As she spoke, her lips curled into a smile, and her gaze tilted at a 45-degree angle towards the sky, radiating an air of immense pride, as if she were speaking of herself. "Aha." Wang Hai chuckled. He understood the weight of goodwill. If he refrained from participating, it would surely disappoint his fans, including Xiao Di, and provide an opportunity for other streamers to mock him. Moreover, this fishing competition would significantly aid in his accumulation of points. Therefore, without much deliberation, he readily agreed. He cheerfully told Xiao Di, "All right, inform the head of the Fishing Alliance that we shall participate." Instantly, the live stream's chat exploded with excitement. "Fantastic. Captain, you're the best. Wishing you a triumphant return in advance. If the captain secures first place, I promise 100 carnivals. I've already purchased my plane ticket to Hawaii." Eagerly awaiting to see the captain live, the chat was filled with laughter and joy, accompanied by an avalanche of gifts flooding the screen. Apart from Wang Hai, the top 30 streamers on various platforms had also been invited to the competition. They brimmed with confidence, making bold declarations in their live streams, creating an atmosphere thick with competition. This was a hallmark of the fishing competition. After all, the event garners significant attention, and they aimed to ride that wave. A commendable performance could elevate their stream's popularity, potentially propelling them to the forefront as leading fishing streamers. Even if their performance faltered, they could still thrive, perhaps gaining a surge in viewership due to their reputation as formidable talkers. In previous competitions, one streamer boasted excessively before the event, mocking nearly every contender, and became the center of attention due to their verbal prowess. Though they ultimately finished in last place, they gained a considerable following from the audience, significantly increasing their stream's popularity. There is no shame in pursuing profit. At that moment, in the live stream of the top-ranked streamer of the Fishing Alliance, the individual whom Xiao Di referred to as an ugly monster displayed a mouthful of yellow teeth, directing a barrage of scornful remarks at Wang Hai. "In my view, someone is about to face a harsh reality. Relying on equipment will never equate to true skill. Watch me effortlessly dominate him with one hand. I, the Fish King, firmly declare, if I do not defeat him, I will eat excrement while standing on my head." Originally, this individual was known as the Fish King, and his tone and name certainly conveyed an air of arrogance. However, he possessed the credentials to be so audacious, as he was the top-ranked member certified by the Fishing Alliance. It was rumored that someone was mocking our captain. So, it was Old 8, brimming with such arrogance? "Old 8, prepare to be humbled. Our captain has already set a plan in motion for you." Upon learning that the Fish King was ridiculing Wang Hai in the live stream, His fans were indignant and rushed to retaliate. The Fish King, upon witnessing the arrival of Wang Hai supporters, realized that he had achieved his aim of provocation, which brought him great delight. He amplified the momentum even further. Has someone's fanbase stormed in? What do the family members have to say? Will they not make their presence known? Soon. Someone in the live stream commented, if Old 8 clinches the championship, will you all come over and call him father while showering him with gifts? 1. 10,086. A bunch of worthless fools. If you're afraid, then scram. Wang Hai's fans would not concede defeat and immediately retorted, what if our captain claims victory? Old 8 will be live streaming his humiliation while we chant your father's name and shower your captain with a carnival of gifts. Very well, it is settled. This is utterly exhilarating. Soon, a multitude of sons will emerge. You are the true sons. The Fish King Old 8's momentum soared. This incited a betting agreement between the fans of both live streams. Under the influence of both factions, this year's fishing competition attracted significantly more attention than previous ones. Chapter 62. The rules are set by me. Since the establishment of Sunshine Fishery, Wang Hai no longer had to worry about what to do with the fish he caught. As the largest fishery base in Binhai City, Sunshine Fishery not only boasted offshore fish rafts for rearing live fish, but also housed a large ice storage facility for preserving dead fish. Henceforth, all seafood Wang Hai captured, be it fish, shrimp, or crab, large or small, live or dead, could be sent directly to Sunshine Fishery. This facility supplied nearly half of the seafood restaurants in Binhai City and several neighboring cities, enabling Wang Hai to maximize his profits in selling the seafood. As Wang Hai steered his boat, laden with a bountiful catch, into the waters of Binhai City, he headed straight for Clearwater Bay, the location of Sunshine Fishery. Upon arriving at Clearwater Bay, he beheld an array of fish rafts floating serenely on the calm surface of the sea. Each raft was equipped with thousands of live water cages where fish splashed energetically. Numerous fishing boats, arriving to sell their catch, docked at the fishery's pier. Hundreds of workers busily navigated between the fish rafts and boats, unloading and packaging fish. Onshore, several trucks stood ready as workers loaded fresh and iced seafood from the fishery, destined for Binhai City or other locales. The entire Sunshine Fishery buzzed with a lively and prosperous atmosphere. Wang Hai was taken aback by the grandeur of Sunshine Fishery on his first visit, silently marveling at its stature as Binhai City's largest fishery base. Truly impressive. Once the fishing boat docked, Xiaodi turned off the live stream, equally astonished by the fishery's bustling activity. She approached Wang Hai and inquired, Brother Hai, this fishery is enormous. There must be an abundance of seafood, right? Wang Hai replied with a smile, indeed. Wild king crabs, emperor crabs, and tiger groupers. You can find almost every type of seafood here, regardless of its value. Wow, that's incredible. After expressing her admiration, Xiaodi continued, Brother Hai, do you plan to sell the fish on the boat here? There's quite a lot, including a large lobster. You must negotiate a good price with them. Wang Hai explained, these are from my own catch. It's not really a sale. To be precise, it's a gift. What? A gift? Wait. What do you mean by my own catch? Xiaodi gazed at Wang Hai in astonishment, her face a canvas of shock. Wang Hai turned to her, ruffling her hair with a smile, that's right, this entire fishery belongs to me. Xiaodi gasped, hardly able to believe her ears. In her perception, Wang Hai was an extraordinary fisherman and a remarkable captain, but she never imagined he could own such a vast fishery. This was beyond impressive. Brother Hai, I'm at a loss for words. She finally managed to say, once her astonishment subsided. I can only look. Yes, yes. As the two spoke, the fishing boat docked beside the fish farm's floating rafts, its hull closely aligned with the edge of the platform. Upon noticing the vessel, an employee of the fish farm called out to Wang Hai, Hey, are you here to sell fish? You cannot anchor here. Please move to the dock. He gestured towards the distant pier. We wish to board the rafts for a visit. Wang Hai replied, leading Xiaodi down the fishing boat and onto the floating platform. Seeing that they had disembarked, the employee, unable to stop them now, cautioned, be careful not to fall into the water, and do not touch anything recklessly. Understood. Each raft was interconnected, with fish ponds formed by nets between them. As Wang Hai and Xiaodi walked along the planks of the rafts, they gazed at the fish ponds beside them. Look over there. They are raising flower crabs. And here are the sea conchs. Is that a spotted grouper? That fish looks peculiar. I've never seen one before. Xiaodi excitedly counted the varieties of fish in the ponds. They traversed numerous rafts and observed various fish pools. When they reached the largest and most lavishly decorated raft at the center of the fish farm, they encountered a familiar face, Lu Xiaofeng, the restaurant manager. Lu Xiaofeng emerged from a room on the raft, her expression not particularly cheerful. Upon noticing Wang Hai, her face displayed a hint of surprise, quickly replaced by a forced smile as she inquired, "Mr. Wang, what brings you here?" Wang Hai pointed to his fishing boat and replied, "I came to deliver some fish." Realizing his purpose, Lu Xiaofeng's expression shifted. Observing her demeanor, Wang Hai asked, "Manager Lu, what troubles you? You seem upset." Lu Xiaofeng glanced behind her to ensure they were alone, then pulled Wang Hai aside, confiding, "Alas, this is my failing. To be honest, our restaurant has been targeted by the people from Sunshine Fish Farm." "What do you mean?" Wang Hai responded, somewhat astonished. The idea that his own Sunshine Fish Farm would target his restaurant seemed almost absurd. Lowering her voice, Lu Xiaofeng explained, "I heard that Sunshine Fish Farm has been acquired by a new owner, and the previous owner has departed. The manager of the sales department, who was responsible for supplying the restaurant, is the former owner's nephew and has also left. Now, Vice Manager Zhao is in charge." Unable to contain his curiosity, Wang Hai prompted, and then Lu Xiaofeng continued in a hushed tone, "You may not be aware, but Vice Manager Zhao is from the same village as Zhao Tian from Jixian Building. He must have accepted a bribe from Zhao Tian, prioritizing Jixian Building while deliberately sabotaging our restaurant. He is truly despicable." She added, "Every time our restaurant places an order, I come personally to select the finest seafood. But today, that man Zhao reserved all the best for Jixian Building, leaving me with a pile of inferior goods to deceive me. It has infuriated me." Lu Xiaofeng expressed her frustration, visibly agitated. Xiao Di smiled reassuringly at her, saying, "Rest assured, Manager Lu, Brother Hai will handle this matter." Lu Xiaofeng looked at Xiao Di with confusion. Though she did not voice her thoughts, she pondered, how can this be resolved? The power lies in their hands. Unless we forego the goods from Sunshine Fishery, which is simply not feasible, as it is the only fishery in Binhai City that can provide the freshest and most comprehensive supply. At that moment, a hearty laughter erupted behind Lu Xiaofeng. Zhao Tian from Jixian Building and Deputy Manager Zhao from the sales department of the fishery appeared at Lu Xiaofeng's back. Zhao Tian mockingly exclaimed, "Haha, Manager Lu. I heard you arrived early. Have you received any good items?" Lu Xiaofeng shot him a disdainful glance, having no intention of engaging with him. Zhao Tian, undeterred, continued to jest, "Diligent you may be, but alas, your methods are misguided. Unlike me, who secured everything with just a phone call." Lu Xiaofeng could no longer contain her frustration and retorted, "Secured? The fishery operates on a first-come, first-served basis. There is no such thing as reservations. You two scoundrels have violated the fisheries regulations." Deputy Manager Zhao stepped forward, chuckling, "What regulations are you talking about? Those are merely human constructs. I have made my reservation. As an important client of the fishery, Jixian Building can reserve the best seafood from us." Lu Xiaofeng challenged, "Oh really, old Zhao? Are you not afraid I will report this to the general manager?" Deputy Manager Zhao scoffed. With the handover at the fishery, the general manager is quite occupied. He won't have time to concern himself with such trivial matters. Moreover, setting sales rules falls under the purview of the sales department. And as long as it does not harm the interests of the fishery, the general manager will remain indifferent. Let me put it this way, in matters of seafood supply, I, Zhao, have the final say. Wang Hai, who had been listening nearby, chuckled, "Deputy Manager Zhao, you certainly have a grandiose opinion of yourself." Chapter 63, Confrontation. Upon hearing the commotion, Deputy Manager Zhao turned his gaze towards Wang Hai. A flicker of anger crossed his face when he realized Wang Hai was merely a young man in his 20s. He inquired, "Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner?" With a cold smile, Wang Hai retorted, "What I am is beyond your comprehension." At that moment, Zhao Tian, who was observing the scene with amusement, burst into laughter. "Young man, you are truly audacious. Do you even know where you are? Who owns this place? You dare to confront Manager Zhao? Security, escort him out." Witnessing the unfolding drama, Lu Xiaofeng grew concerned for Wang Hai's well-being and swiftly pulled him aside. In a hushed tone, she advised, "Mr. Wang, allow me to handle this matter. You need not intervene. After all, this is their territory, and a formidable dragon cannot easily overpower a local snake." Wang Hai found her words utterly amusing, shaking his head. He replied, "Their territory? No, you are mistaken." He then proceeded to dial a number. "Old Chen, this is Wang Hai. Please come to the fishery at once." Old Chen, the general manager of the fishery, had his contact information listed in the fishing boat's documentation. As Wang Hai made the call, Lu Xiaofeng felt a mixture of confusion and anticipation. Wang Hai had surprised her on numerous occasions, and she found herself eagerly awaiting yet another astonishment. Deputy Manager Zhao observed Wang Hai with suspicion, then scoffed. "Humph, I shall see who this old Chen truly is." Before long, an Audi A8 arrived at the fishery and stopped by the shore. A portly man in his 50s, carrying a briefcase and accompanied by an assistant, stepped out of the vehicle. His imposing demeanor clearly marked him as a significant figure. This man was none other than Old Chen. Upon receiving Wang Hai's call, he had rushed over without delay. With an annual salary and profit-sharing amounting to several million from the fishery, he dared not treat Wang Hai, the new owner, with anything but utmost respect. Panting heavily from his hurried arrival, he scanned the area for Wang Hai's presence. It wasn't long before he spotted Wang Hai and recognized him. Since the acquisition of the fishery, Wang Hai's photograph had adorned his office wall, and he had spent the past few days studying it intently. There was no chance of mistaking him. He quickly made his way towards Wang Hai, calling out from a distance, "Mr. Wang, you have arrived." Upon hearing Old Chen's voice, Deputy Manager Zhao, Zhao Tian, and Lu Xiaofeng all turned to look in his direction. As they recognized Old Chen, a smile of triumph crept onto Lu Xiaofeng's lips. However, Deputy Manager Zhao's expression underwent a dramatic transformation. The cold smirk vanished, replaced by sheer astonishment. Zhao Tian shared a similar sentiment. They could hardly believe that the old Chen Wang Hai had referred to as none other than the fishery's general manager, Chen Xiaotian. What was even more startling was the evident respect Chen Xiaotian exhibited towards Wang Hai. In the sweltering heat, he hurriedly approached, his beer belly jiggling, demonstrating no signs of complacency. As Old Chen drew nearer, his voice grew increasingly loud. Deputy Manager Zhao and Zhao Tian clearly heard his voice. They immediately turned to Wang Hai, their faces filled with astonishment, their lips quivering in disbelief. Wang. President Wang? It was evident that they had deduced Wang Hai's identity. Aside from the newly appointed owner of the fishery, who held 100% of the shares, no one else could incite such a reaction from Chen Xiaotian. They could scarcely believe their assumptions. It was hard to fathom that the proprietor of this billion-dollar fishery was, in fact, the young man standing before them, barely in his 20s. Lu Xiaofeng, aside from the two Zhaos, was equally astonished. She had initially thought that Wang Hai was merely acquainted with someone familiar with Chen Xiaotian, perhaps having some connection. But never did she imagine that Wang Hai was actually Chen Xiaotian's superior, the very owner of the fishery beneath their feet. In her mind, only 4 words resonated: President Wang. Impressive. At that moment, Chen Xiaotian had approached Wang Hai, extending his pudgy hands to shake Wang Hai's hand, exclaiming, "President Wang, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. If I had known you were coming, I would have arranged for someone to greet you and introduce you to our staff." Wang Hai replied, "Old Chen, there's no need for such formality. I merely came to take a look. However, I did witness some unpleasant matters today." As he spoke, he cast a glance towards Deputy Manager Zhao and Zhao Tian. Chen Xiaotian, having navigated the professional world for decades, understood Wang Hai's implications all too well. He glared at Deputy Manager Zhao and Zhao Tian, directly accusing them. "You two scoundrels, how dare you offend President Wang? I will ensure you cannot continue in Beihai City." Deputy Manager Zhao and Zhao Tian were rendered speechless by fright. "It's all a misunderstanding," they hastily explained. "What misunderstanding? What right do you have to cause President Wang any misunderstanding?" Chen Xiaotian rebuked. Wang Hai, wishing to quell their bickering, interjected, "You can discuss their matters with Manager Lu later. I trust you know how to handle it. Right now, I need you to accomplish 2 tasks. The first is to find some workers to unload the cargo from my ship. I have a large lobster on board that I want to showcase in an exhibition to enhance the fishery's reputation. The second task is to find a plot of land near the fishery to construct an exhibition aquarium as soon as possible." Although Chen Xiaotian did not fully grasp Wang Hai's intentions, he was determined to fulfill Wang Hai's orders to the best of his ability. "No problem, leave it to me." Wang Hai, knowing that Chen Xiaotian had served as the general manager of the fishery for over a decade and was exceptionally experienced and adept, felt reassured and said no more, entrusting the tasks to him. Before long, the workers at the fishery boarded Wang Hai's fishing vessel and unloaded the tens of thousands of pounds of fish and the large lobster into the fishery. When they laid eyes on the colossal lobster, they were utterly astonished. Having worked at the fishery for so many years, they had never encountered such an enormous specimen. Chen Xiaotian felt the same. Upon seeing the lobster, he couldn't help but give Wang Hai a thumbs up, silently acknowledging that the new owner had quite the presence. Although he was unaware of how Wang Hai had acquired the magnificent lobster, it was sufficient to illustrate Wang Hai's exceptional capabilities. While waiting for the workers to unload the ship, Wang Hai and Qin Xiaodian engaged in extensive discussions regarding various aspects of the fishing grounds, thereby formally assuming control over the operations. Meanwhile, Xiaodi continued to explore the premises of the fishing grounds. Once the fishing vessel had been completely emptied, the two returned aboard and set sail away from the fishing grounds. Shortly after Wang Hai's departure, Qin Xiaodian resolved the matter concerning Deputy Manager Zhao. Deputy Manager Zhao had been dismissed and was required to pay a substantial compensation to the company. Zhao Tian's Extreme Fresh restaurant paid a penalty and terminated its supply contract with the fishing grounds, thus forfeiting any future supplies. In contrast, the Seafood World restaurant, managed by Lu Xiaofeng, would receive the finest products from the fishing grounds. Chapter 64, Customs and Social Affairs. After departing from the Sunshine Fishing Grounds, the fishing boat made its way to Holiday Beach. Wang Hai and Xiao Di enjoyed a modest yet delightful lunch at the Seafood World. Today marked the Dragon Boat Festival, and Holiday Beach was bustling with activity. Despite the scorching midday sun, throngs of people flocked to the water, reminiscent of dumplings being dropped into boiling water. This phenomenon, referred to as washing the dragon's water, is a unique custom of the Dragon Boat Festival celebrated in Binhai City. It is believed that Chu Yuan transformed into a dragon deity after casting himself into the river, emerging to roam on this day, thus rendering all waters as dragon water. Swimming on the Dragon Boat Festival is seen as a cleansing ritual, believed to garner Chu Yuan's protection against misfortune, ensuring a year of health and safety. It embodies both a prayer and a tradition, and the revelers participated with great enthusiasm. In addition to the washing of the dragon's water, Holiday Beach also hosted dragon boat races, which commenced in the afternoon. Long, dragon-like boats could be seen practicing in the waters of Holiday Beach. The participants aboard the dragon boats shouted slogans and beat drums, creating a vibrant atmosphere that enriched the festive spirit of the beach. Wang Hai and Xiao Di's table was positioned near a window, allowing them to witness the lively scene outside as they dined. Wang Hai rested his hand on the windowsill, gazing outside with a smile. It turns out today is the Dragon Boat Festival. I almost forgot. Xiao Di, resting her chin on her hand, chuckled. The festivities in Binhai City are truly vibrant. I quite enjoy this festive ambience. Speaking of ambience, we haven't had any zongzi yet. Wang Hai called over a waiter and requested some zongzi. Before long, the waiter returned with 4 zongzi, 2 savory and 2 sweet. The savory zongzi were filled with ingredients such as scallops, pork, and salted duck egg yolks, offering a rich and oily flavor. In contrast, the sweet zongzi contained dates, peanuts, and raisins, presenting a delightful and light taste. Unsure of Wang Hai and Xiao Di's preferences, the waiter had brought both varieties. Wang Hai was not picky and relished both savory and sweet zongzi, devouring 2 in quick succession. Xiao Di, however, had a stronger affinity for the sweet zongzi, confessing that she had enjoyed them since childhood. Although she found the savory ones delectable, she was not quite accustomed to them at the moment. After finishing the zongzi, Wang Hai suggested to Xiao Di, "Let us take it easy this afternoon and evening. Let's not go out to sea. Instead, let us head home and reunite with family. After all, it's a festive occasion." Reunite with family? Xiao Di's gaze turned somewhat distant, and she softly replied, "I came to Binhai City for a vacation. I don't have family here." Wang Hai pondered for a moment and proposed, "How about you come to my house this afternoon? You can have dinner with my parents." Xiao Di's face flushed with embarrassment, and she stammered, "Go to your house? To have dinner with your parents?" She felt a mixture of excitement and nervousness, her mind racing with thoughts about meeting his family so soon. What would they think of her? What kindergarten would their future children attend? Wait, they hadn't even defined their relationship yet. Upon contemplating this, Xiao Di timidly inquired, "Brother Hai, then, in what capacity should I visit your home?" After posing the question, she dared not meet Wang Hai's gaze, her heart racing uncontrollably. "Of course, as colleagues, are you not aware?" Wang Hai chuckled. A dark cloud of disappointment passed over Xiao Di's face as she responded, "Colleagues. Oh, very well." After finishing their meal, Wang Hai navigated the fishing boat back to Wahai village with Xiao Di. The Maserati she had driven the previous day remained parked there. Upon docking, Wang Hai suggested, "You should return home and rest, perhaps take a nap. I will call for you in the afternoon." Since the early hours of the previous day, Xiao Di had not had a moment to rest. It was time for her to recuperate. After all, balance between work and rest is essential. As Xiao Di departed the boat and drove away in her vehicle, Wang Hai activated the anti-theft system of the fishing boat's smart system before disembarking. The first thing he did upon stepping ashore was to check on the progress of his grand villa. The construction was in full swing. With ample manpower and resources dedicated to the project, Over 50 workers and numerous vehicles were engaged in simultaneous operations. The progress was swift. Within just 3 days, the overall structure of the villa had been poured, and some walls had already been erected. It would not be long before the roof could be completed and the interior decorating commenced. After inspecting the villa, Wang Hai visited Old Manly, bringing a fine bottle of premium liquor and a box of tea leaves as gifts for the Dragon Boat Festival. Old Manly had offered significant assistance when Wang Hai first ventured into fishing, a kindness he would not forget. Both the liquor and tea were among Old Manly's favorites. However, being a discerning individual, he initially declined the gifts before finally accepting them, and in return, he presented Wang Hai with a bag of zongzi. After exchanging gifts, Wang Hai inquired of Old Manly, "Are there many people in the village considering abandoning fishing in search of stable employment with benefits?" After sipping his freshly brewed tea, Old Manly replied, "Indeed. But the villagers lack education, making it difficult to find work." Wang Hai continued, "Please help me spread the word if anyone is interested in working at Sunshine Fishing Farm. They are currently hiring. They can certainly apply." During his conversation with Chen Xiaodian, Wang Hai learned that the Sunshine Fishing Farm was expanding and needed to hire a new batch of workers. The compensation was quite favorable, with 3 shifts. A monthly salary ranging from 6 to 7,000, along with meals and social insurance. This was significantly higher than the average income of local fishermen. And the job offered stability. The fishermen of Wahai Village were seasoned veterans, well equipped to excel as farm workers, if not surpassing expectations. After all, no one understood fish behavior better than they did. With this in mind, Wang Hai intended to assist his fellow villagers, remembering how they had cared for him during his childhood. Upon hearing Wang Hai's words, Old Manly couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Xiao Hai, you are still too new to society. Your thoughts are rather simplistic. The Sunshine Fishery, what manner of place is that? To be employed there is akin to possessing a golden opportunity, hardly inferior to a position in a state-owned enterprise. Such a prestigious company. How could it possibly consider hiring villagers from our hamlet?" Mr. Li lowered his voice and continued, "I have heard that those who gain entry to the Sunshine Fishery are usually relatives of the management or have greased the wheels with money for ordinary folk. It is a futile endeavor." Wang Hai chuckled softly, then thumped his chest, declaring, "Mr. Li, feel free to encourage everyone to go. Just bring along the identification issued by the village committee, confirming their status as residents of Wahai Village. To be frank, I have a friend among the management and have already made the necessary arrangements. As long as they are from our village and are diligent workers, they will be welcomed." Mr. Li regarded Wang Hai with a mixture of skepticism and astonishment. From the earnestness in Wang Hai's eyes, he sensed that he was not jesting. Yet, he could hardly fathom how Wang Hai had cultivated such extensive connections, ensuring that the villagers of Yuehai could gain access to the Sunshine Fishery. Surely, even the town mayor could not boast such influence. Finally, Mr. Li nodded and remarked, "If that is the case, it would be truly splendid. I shall inform everyone shortly. And if that large yellow dog at the village entrance finds himself with nothing to do, he could be taken to the fishery to guard the premises. All villagers must have their place." Wang Hai added. Mr. Li gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Haizi, you are remarkable." Chapter 65. Homecoming. Upon departing from the residence of Uncle Li, Wang Hai borrowed a van from the construction crew led by Li Dali, laden with an abundance of goods as he left Wahai Village. Among the treasures were 10 large yellow croakers, 3 pounds of bluefin tuna, 2 lobsters, 2 crabs, an assortment of exquisite seafood, and more than a dozen bottles of his father Wang Cheng's favorite liquor. Not to mention, he also brought home the finest accompaniment for the drinks, a 6-pound dried squid. Wang Hai was generous towards his family, ensuring that he brought back a sampling of the best items from the restaurant. The haul was indeed valuable, amounting to nearly 500,000 in the unassuming van. In Wang Hai's eyes, the happiness of his parents was worth any expense. An hour later, the van came to a halt in an aged community, his home. After parking, Wang Hai carried the numerous bags towards his residence. The elderly residents of the neighborhood recognized him, and out of their own idleness, they gathered around to observe. "Xiao Hai, have you graduated and started working? You bought so many things home. As expected from a graduate of Beihai University, it seems you found a decent job. Those yellow croakers must be worth a few hundred. Such a thoughtful child, knowing to bring gifts for his parents. Wang Cheng and Mei Ling are bound to enjoy some comfort now." The elders admired Wang Hai's bounty, showering him with praises. Wang Hai smiled awkwardly, choosing not to elaborate, fearing that revealing the true worth of the yellow croakers might astonish them. Thus, he quickened his pace to bypass their gathering. Upon reaching his front door, He was greeted by his mother, Chen Meiling. As she opened the door, a shadow of concern clouded her features, but upon seeing Wang Hai, her face brightened with a surprised smile. "Look, our son has returned," she called cheerfully into the house. Hearing her voice, Wang Qing emerged, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing Wang Hai. He took the items from his son's hands, and the family entered their home together. After settling onto the sofa, Wang Qing began to inspect the treasures Wang Hai had brought back, his expression shifting from delight to astonishment. "Is this wild yellow croaker? Such a large specimen." As a seasoned fisherman, Wang Qing could easily distinguish between farmed and wild fish, and he instantly recognized the rarity of what Wang Hai had brought home, leaving him utterly stunned. "And this, is it 53-degree Feitian Matai? From 1997? Wang Qing, a connoisseur of fine spirits, though seldom indulging in expensive liquors, was familiar with the renowned Matai, often regarded as the pinnacle of Baijiu. The sight of 3 bottles of Feitian Matai heightened his astonishment. "Xiao Hai, where did you acquire such wealth?" Wang Qing, a man of integrity, was not only shocked but also concerned that his son might have engaged in some illicit activities, for such ventures often yielded quick returns. Chen Meiling gazed at Wang Hai with a countenance filled with confusion and concern. Wang Hai, unwilling to disclose the truth to Wang Qing, responded, "I engaged in a little business venture with friends and made some money. Rest assured, it's all legitimate." Wang Qing and Chen Meiling were well acquainted with their son and knew he would not partake in any illicit activities, thus they believed his fabrication. Observing their reaction, Wang Hai swiftly shifted the topic, inquiring, "By the way, has something troubling occurred at home? I noticed Mother's face was clouded with worry when I entered." He added, "If anything has happened, you must inform me. To be honest, your son is doing remarkably well now. I'm not short on funds." Before Wang Qing could respond, Chen Meiling exchanged a knowing glance with him and, smiling, said, "Silly son, how could there be any trouble at home? We are all doing well. Your mother was simply upset because she lost some money playing mahjong yesterday. But now that you are back and thriving, all her worries have vanished." Wang Hai turned to Wang Qing and asked, "Father, is that true?" Wang Qing, coming to his senses, chuckled, "Indeed, that is the case. Last night, your mother made me sleep on the sofa because of it." Relieved by his father's affirming response, Wang Hai sighed, "As long as everything is fine." He then smiled at Chen Meiling, saying, "Money is trivial. What matters most is health. Henceforth, no matter how much you lose, consider it my responsibility. Promise me you won't be unhappy." "Certainly not," Chen Meiling replied with a smile, though a hint of unnoticeable sadness lingered in her expression. The 3 of them gathered in the living room, enjoying fruit and engaging in cheerful conversation while watching television. As the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, Wang Hai glanced at the time and decided it was appropriate to inform Xiao Di that she could come over. She resided at the luxurious St. Hao 5-star hotel in the city center, not too far from Wang Hai's home. Xiao Di acted swiftly, likely having prepared in advance. Less than 20 minutes after Wang Hai sent her the message, she arrived laden with numerous gifts. The doorbell rang and Wang Hai, recognizing it was Xiao Di, opened the door and ushered her into the living room. Upon her entrance, both Wang Qing and Chen Meiling were transfixed by her presence, their mouths agape in astonishment. Recovering from their surprise, they murmured among themselves, "Isn't that? Who is that? No way, how could our son possibly know her? She must just resemble someone. She is truly stunning. Could she be his girlfriend?" As they spoke, Xiao Di approached them. "Hello, Annie and Uncle," she greeted politely. Wang Qing and Chen Meiling stood up, nodding in response. "Hello? You need not bring so many gifts. It's too generous of you. Please don't do this next time," Wang Qing remarked upon seeing the items she had brought. Chen Meiling could no longer contain her curiosity and said, "My dear, you bear a striking resemblance to that celebrity." Xiao Di beamed with joy and replied, "Annie, are you referring to someone named Di?" Chen Meiling nodded and said, Yes, it's definitely Pundi. I adore her. Just yesterday, I watched the television drama she starred in, and she truly resembles you." Little Di felt a surge of delight within her. It was splendid that Wang Hai's mother liked her. This would make things much easier. Shyly, she responded, "Auntie, it's not just a resemblance. I am indeed her." "Huh? You are Pundi?" Chen Meiling and Wang Qing gazed at Little Di in astonishment. After a brief moment, Chen Meiling erupted into joyous laughter. Leaning closer to Wang Hai, she whispered, "Son, you are incredible. You've brought your mother's idol home." With that, she pulled Little Di to sit beside her. Gently holding Little Di's hand, she affectionately remarked, "You are far more beautiful than on television. Has Xiao Hai been treating you well? If he dares to bully you, just let me know, and I shall take care of it." Thank you, Auntie. Haigu has been very kind to me. A line of sweat trickled down Wang Hai's forehead. Mom, we are merely colleagues. Little Dee shot a glance at Chun Miling and fervently shook her head. Chun Miling appeared to understand, casting an admonishing look at Wang Hai as she exclaimed, Colleagues? What nonsense! Speak again like that, and I shall break your legs. Wang Hai offered an awkward yet polite smile. All right then, you two enjoy your conversation. I shall go prepare dinner. Chapter 66. Joy and sorrow. Today marks the happiest day for Chun Miling in quite some time. Not only has her son returned home to celebrate the festival, but he has also brought along a stunning girlfriend, radiant as a celestial being. Although they claim to be colleagues, who would believe such a tale? On a grand festival occasion, bringing someone home to meet the parents and showering them with an abundance of lavish gifts hints at a bond far deeper than mere friendship. Chun Miling, being a woman of experience, can discern these subtleties. Even if she is not officially his girlfriend yet, she surely will be in the future. Most tellingly, Xiaodi does not deny this implication. Rather, he seems to encourage it further. Auntie, may I prepare some fruit for you? What do you enjoy doing in your spare time? What kind of daughter-in-law do you envision for the future? Hearing such endearing inquiries from Xiaodi only solidifies Chun Miling's suspicions. At this moment, she is filled with joy, unable to contain her delight as she shares amusing stories of Wang Hai's past escapades with Xiaodi, who finds them equally entertaining. In the kitchen, Wang Hai diligently prepares dinner, and the sounds of laughter from the living room bring a smile to his face. Before long, a sumptuous feast is laid out. The family, along with Xiaodi, gathers around the table. Wang Hai knows that his father, Wang Cheng, is a connoisseur of fine spirits. Even on ordinary days, he would indulge in a drink, let alone on a festive occasion like today. Thus, he opens a bottle of Maodai and fills Wang Cheng's glass to the brim. However, to his surprise, Wang Cheng gazes longingly at the wine but ultimately pushes the glass away, declaring, I have given it up. Wang Hai is taken aback. An old wine aficionado would not renounce his vice without a compelling reason. Something must have transpired. He inquires, what happened? Why have you decided to quit drinking? Before Wang Cheng can respond, Chun Miling interjects. The doctor informed him of his high blood pressure. Alcohol is detrimental to his health, hence his decision to abstain. Indeed, this is the reason, Wang Cheng quickly affirms. Unable to find a reason to suspect deceit from them, Wang Hai accepts this at face value, saying, very well. Since Xiaodi and I are driving, we shall forego drinking today. As long as the family enjoys each other's company, whether or not we have alcohol is inconsequential. Today's dinner is splendid, featuring not only a variety of seafood but also zongzi handmade by Chun Miling herself. The four of them dine in a harmonious and joyful atmosphere. Throughout the meal, Wang Cheng praises the dishes, exclaiming, so this is the taste of wild yellow croaker. It's absolutely delightful. It's somewhat amusing that after so many years of fishing, today is the first time I've tasted it. I've caught yellow croaker before, but I could never bear to eat them. They were always sold. This bluefin tuna sashimi is also delightful. I once saw such a large lobster at the seafood market. Miling, do you remember that time when Boss Zhang treated us? That restaurant had everything. It's a place for the affluent. Had it not been for Boss Zhang's generosity, we would likely never have had the opportunity to dine in such an establishment. After finishing dinner, Wang Hai and Xiaodi took on the responsibility of washing the dishes, while Chun Miling and Wang Cheng prepared fruits for dessert in the living room. Subsequently, the four gathered in front of the television, enjoying fruits and watching the drama starring Xiaodi, engaging in cheerful conversation for quite some time. It was not until 10 in the evening that they dispersed. Tonight, Wang Hai had no plans to set out to sea. After leaving home, he advised Xiaodi to rise early for their trip to Yuhai village, and the two parted ways. Xiaodi drove back to her hotel, while Wang Hai returned to Yuhai village. After bidding farewell to Wang Hai and Xiaodi, Wang Cheng and Chun Miling returned indoors. Their radiant smiles gradually faded, and soon they found themselves embracing each other on the sofa, weeping. Amidst tears and laughter, Chun Miling remarked, it's wonderful. Xiao Hai has grown up and found a girlfriend. If I were to leave, I wouldn't have anything to worry about anymore. Wang Cheng furrowed his brow and gently replied, what are you saying? The doctor mentioned that if you cooperate with the treatment and persist with the medication, your illness can be cured. Don't be so pessimistic. Chun Miling continued, Chenggu, stop deceiving me. It's terminal cancer. What hope is there for a cure? All I wish for now is to see Xiao Hai start a family, and then I would have no more concerns. Then you must accept treatment even more. You not only need to see Xiao Hai start a family, but also to hold your grandchildren. Look, I have even given up my favorite drink to take care of you. Can't you cooperate with the treatment? Wang Cheng urged. How about we tell Xiaohai about this? He has money now, and you need not worry about medical expenses. Chen Meiling firmly objected. No, we cannot tell him. I don't want him to worry about me. I only wish for his happiness, not for him to share our burdens and frown every day. This must remain a secret from him. All right, I won't tell him, Wang Qing reassured softly. Shall we return to the hospital tomorrow? You needn't worry about the finances. I will find a way. Chen Meiling contemplated for a moment and then nodded emphatically. Okay. Upon returning to Wahai village, Wang Hai returned Li Dali's van and went back to the fishing boat. The weather was splendid, with a starry sky above. The midnight sea breeze dispelled the summer heat, bringing a refreshing coolness. Wang Hai lit an incense coil on the deck of the fishing boat, then moved a long bench over, reclining on it. Listening to music while gazing at the sky, he was not yet ready to sleep, for his work for the day was still unfinished. He needed to wait until midnight when the system would release new tasks. Based on the new task details and the upcoming fishing competition, he planned his next steps and the new equipment he wished to exchange. He accessed his personal information interface. During his wait, Wang Hai checked his points and saw that his current points had risen to 210,000. Subsequently, he contacted the system to open the Points Exchange Mall. Level 3 Points Exchange Mall. Level 3 Fishing Boat. Exchange price 100,000 points. Level 2 Fishing Boat. Level 3 Fishing Rod. Exchange price 100,000 points for a Level 2 Fishing Rod. Level 3 Fishing Net. Exchange price 100,000 points for a Level 2 Fishing Net. Level 3 Drive. Exchange price 100,000 points for a Level 2 Drive. Level 3 Detector. Exchange price 100,000 points for a Level 2 Detector. Level 3 Ship Armor. Exchange price 100,000 points for a Level 2 Ship Armor. Level 3 Onboard Intelligence System. Exchange price 100,000 points for a Level 2 Onboard Intelligence System. Level 3 Onboard Energy System. Exchange price 100,000 points for a Level 2 Onboard Energy System. Level 3 Robotic Sailor. Exchange price 200,000 points. Level 3 Onboard Protection System. Exchange price 200,000 points. A Healing Potion. Exchange price 100,000 points. A Fixed Asset. Exchange price 100,000 points. During the waiting period, he meticulously reviewed the details of the items in the points redemption store repeatedly, gaining a comprehensive understanding of the functions of each product. Fortunately, upon the release of the task, he was able to make an immediate decision regarding the exchange. Chapter 67. Sensation as the clock struck midnight. The voice of the system resonated within Wang Hai's mind. New task released. Embark on a sea expedition and harvest 50,000 pounds of fish. Basic reward, 50,000 points. Note, there are no restrictions on the duration or type of the expedition. Upon hearing this announcement, Wang Hai displayed little surprise. As he had anticipated, the difficulty of tasks would escalate alongside the fishermen's ranks. This particular mission was 5 times as challenging as the last. Previously, he had merely been required to capture 10,000 pounds of fish, which had consumed the better part of a day. Now, with a target of 50,000 pounds. Accomplishing this feat within a single day posed a significant challenge. However, Wang Hai remained unperturbed, for he possessed over 200,000 points, sufficient to upgrade 2 pieces of equipment. With the enhancement of these new tools, the task's difficulty would be considerably mitigated. From the instant the task was announced, he had contemplated the equipment he wished to exchange specifically. A driver and a detector. His decision to prioritize these 2 items was the result of meticulous consideration. Based on past experiences, a fishing net exceeding 3,000 meters in length was adequate for the fish schools he currently encountered. The speed at which the fishing vessel could capture the schools largely hinged on the speed with which it could locate them. This locating speed was determined by 2 factors. The first was the vessel's search velocity, which could be described as the range it could traverse in the sea over a unit of time. The greater this range, the higher the likelihood of finding fish. The second factor was the detection range of the detector. It is straightforward to understand that a more powerful detector, with a broader range, would facilitate the discovery of fish schools. Therefore, to successfully complete the new task, Wang Hai prioritized the exchange for a Level 3 detector and a Level 3 driver. Having made his decision, Wang Hai navigated the Points Exchange Marketplace to locate these 2 pieces of equipment, clicking the exchange button for each in turn. Level 3 detector exchange successful. Loading Level 3 detector. Level 3 detector loading successful. Level 3 driver exchange successful. Loading Level 3 driver. Level 3 driver loading successful. The marketplace interface flooded with notifications as both new pieces of equipment were successfully installed. Wang Hai eagerly assessed their actual effects. The Level 3 detector, in comparison to the Level 2 detector, had significantly expanded its detection depth and range. The operation remained the same, utilizing the onboard smart system. Wang Hai activated the detector and commenced surveying the nearby waters. As the detector's display illuminated, a detailed map unfolded before him, centered around the fishing vessel. The map radiated outward for 10 kilometers, covering an area of 314 square kilometers, nearly encompassing half of the coastal city's maritime territory. Within this range, all information regarding fish schools was clearly marked on the screen. In addition to the enlarged detection range, the Level 3 detector had also unlocked numerous new functionalities. For instance, in filtering the size of fish schools and enhancing the variety of detection, it is evident that the Level 3 detector surpasses its Level 2 counterpart significantly. While the cost of 100,000 points may appear somewhat steep, it remains extraordinarily worthwhile. After perusing the details of the Level 3 detector, Wang Hai shifted his gaze towards the Level 3 drive system. The Level 3 drive diverges greatly from the Level 2 drive. They represent entirely distinct operational methodologies. Within the engine room of the vessel, the 10 high-power electric engines had been replaced by a colossal jet engine, comparable in size to a house. The propeller at the stern had also been removed, substituted with over 30 jet nozzles of varying sizes and orientations. Upon activating the engine, it produced successive waves of high-pressure air, which were then expelled through the 36 jet nozzles at the rear in a meticulously calculated manner, propelling the fishing vessel forward. Clearly, the propulsion mechanism of the Level 3 drive has transformed from the traditional rotational movement of a propeller to a jet propulsion system. This innovative method has adeptly overcome the velocity limitations imposed by the propeller's maximum rotational speed and its inherent resistance in water, elevating the vessel's speed to an entirely new echelon. According to the detailed specifications of the Level 3 drive, when operating at maximum power, the vessel can exceed the speed of sound, achieving a remarkable velocity of up to 1,500 kilometers per hour. Furthermore, the drive system incorporates an intelligent transmission, allowing for exceptionally precise acceleration or deceleration without any noticeable jolts. The energy source for the Level 3 drive mirrors that of the Level 2 drive, both being supplied by the fishing vessel's onboard power system. Once loaded, the control system seamlessly integrates into the vessel's intelligent system, and the operational method remains akin to that of the Level 2 drive. The Level 3 drive is now ready for activation, and Wang Hai can operate it with remarkable proficiency without the need for further instruction. To validate the authenticity of the drive specifications and to experience the exhilarating sensation of breaking the sound barrier, Wang Hai resolved to conduct a speed trial. He accessed the vessel's intelligent operating interface, selected the navigation function, and initiated the engine. Unlike its predecessor, the Level 3 drive's engine operates with remarkable tranquility. The soundproofing is superb, rendering it virtually silent. This feature distinguishes it as superior to the Level 2 drive's engine. Wang Hai commenced the operation of the fishing vessel. 3 of the 36 jet nozzles activated, releasing compressed air to propel the vessel forward. With the intelligent obstacle avoidance system engaged, he increased the vessel's speed. The activated nozzles multiplied rapidly, reaching 10, and the intensity of the expelled compressed air surged, propelling the vessel to 120 kilometers per hour. With the vessel on autopilot, the speed escalated to its maximum. At this juncture, all 36 jet nozzles opened, unleashing visible streams of airflow. The fishing vessel attained its peak velocity of 1,528 kilometers per hour. Wang Hai remained in the cockpit, hesitant to step outside. Outside the vessel, a series of explosive sonic booms resonated incessantly. The waters at the stern swelled into towering waves, churning violently. It was evident that at such velocity, were the fishing boat lacking robust hull protection, it would undoubtedly disintegrate in mere seconds. Fishermen operating within the coastal waters of Binhai City were left aghast upon witnessing the Wang Hai fishing boat. They were utterly astonished, unable to trust their own ears or eyes, and even questioned whether it was indeed a fishing vessel or rather a combat aircraft capable of soaring over the sea. Not only the fishermen at sea, but also the residents of coastal high-rises in Binhai City were left in a state of disbelief. Awakened from their slumber by the cacophony of sonic booms, they speculated in astonishment, assuming that naval forces were conducting exercises in the waters off Binhai City. Wang Hai's speed test stirred considerable excitement along the coastline. Fortunately, under the cloak of night, none were aware that it was his fishing boat. Chapter 68. A busy day after testing the speed of the fishing boat, Wang Hai set sail for Holiday Beach. He anchored the vessel beside the restaurant and proceeded to his room in boat number 4. After freshening up, he prepared for slumber. Lying in bed, Wang Hai contemplated his forthcoming plans. He had 2 tasks for the morrow. The first was to fish and fulfill the system's requirements, and the second was to embark on a journey to Hawaii for an impending fishing competition. The fishing aspect mirrored the day's earlier endeavors, no need for excessive contemplation. It was simply a matter of executing the task. However, traveling to Hawaii necessitated careful consideration of timing to ascertain when the fishing boat would return to port and when it would set forth. With this thought, Wang Hai opened his phone to check the distance between Hawaii and Binhai City. A staggering 362 kilometers, requiring a 10-hour flight. Moreover, there were no direct flights from Binhai City to Hawaii. He would need to travel to the nearest city, Shanghu, to catch a connecting flight. Only one flight departs for Hawaii daily, at 4 p.m. Consequently, the timeline grew exceedingly tight. He would need to complete the system's task and catch 50,000 pounds of fish by noon to make it on time. Wang Hai furrowed his brow at this realization. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he tapped his head in exasperation. Am I foolish? Who says I must fly to Hawaii? He mused. I could simply sail there. Remembering that his fishing boat had just been equipped with a new level 3 engine, capable of reaching speeds up to 500 kilometers per hour, faster than any aircraft, he calculated that the journey from Binhai City to Hawaii would only take 6 hours. Thus, after catching his fish, he could directly navigate his boat across the vast Pacific Ocean to Hawaii, eliminating the need for a flight. This way, he could seamlessly fulfill both tasks, fishing and competing. The timing dilemma was perfectly resolved. With this thought, a contented smile spread across Wang Hai's face as he breathed a sigh of relief. He then ceased his pondering and, with a cheerful demeanor, drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following day, Xiaodi arrived early at Holiday Beach, bringing along her luggage and a lovingly prepared breakfast. She boarded the fishing boat, while Wang Hai, awakened by dreams, had already readied himself and was waiting for her on the vessel. Once Xiaodi joined him, they endured the unappetizing breakfast before setting off to sea. Out on the water, the fishing boat cruised steadily into the sunrise, gliding through the ocean while activating the sonar to search for schools of fish. Xiaodi noticed that the boat seemed to be moving faster today. The winds buffeting her hair were fierce and chaotic, leaving her locks in disarray. Originally intending to frolic on the deck, she found herself retreating to the wheelhouse, gazing longingly at the seascape through the glass windows like a seagull trapped in a cage. As Wang Hai sheltered from the storm in the cockpit, he observed Xiaodi, who appeared eager to venture outside yet was unable to do so. Feeling a twinge of sympathy, he explained, "There are too few fish. We must accelerate to locate the schools. In a couple of days, when the new equipment for the fishing boat arrives, things will improve. No matter how fierce the storm, we will be able to enjoy ourselves. For now, let us remain in the cockpit, and we shall venture out when we stop to drop the nets." Xiaodi was unaware of the new equipment Wang Hai mentioned and did not inquire further. Upon hearing his words, she withdrew her longing gaze and smiled, saying, "I am not overly eager for play. Catching fish is paramount. In truth, as long as I can be with you, I shall never be bored." After saying this, she felt a sudden shyness and avoided looking at Wang Hai, wondering if this fool comprehended her meaning. Wang Hai, somewhat understanding yet not fully, chose not to elaborate further. After the fishing boat had traversed the ocean for over an hour, the detector finally emitted a notification. Schools of fish had been located. Wang Hai opened the alert to examine the situation and discovered a sizable school of mackerel. Though each fish was relatively small, weighing around half a pound, and commanded a low market price of merely a few dollars per pound, the sheer number was astounding, exceeding 30,000. This was the largest school of fish encountered since their departure. Furthermore, they were densely packed together, appearing on the detector's screen like a legion clad in silver armor. Numerous, substantial, and easily caught, Wang Hai saw no reason to decline their presence. The ship's intelligence system locked onto the school of mackerel, guiding the vessel toward them. As they neared the fish, the boat slowed. Wang Hai and Xiaodi emerged onto the deck. The waters in this area plunged over 200 meters deep, displaying a deep green hue that obscured the bottom from sight. However, the mackerel swam in shallower waters, merely 2 to 3 meters beneath the surface. Gazing into the depths from the boat, their silvery scales sparkled under the sunlight, creating a truly magnificent spectacle due to their vast numbers. The moment Xiao Di stepped to the ship's edge, she spotted them and leaned over, excitedly watching without pause. She even took out her phone to commence a live fishing broadcast. Meanwhile, Wang Hai prepared to cast the nets. As the broadcast began, viewers quickly tuned in. "I'm here. I woke up early, waiting for Xiao Di and the captain," exclaimed one viewer. "What kind of fish are those? There are so many." The spectacular scene unfolding before their eyes did indeed reflect the captain's prowess. As the discussion in the live chat grew increasingly animated, Wang Hai successfully cast the nets, encircling the school of mackerel with several layers. He then navigated the boat to drive the fish into the nets. Both Xiao Di and the viewers were thoroughly entertained. After half an hour, it was time to haul in the nets. This catch was undeniably bountiful. From the 30,000 fish, they successfully captured 70%, totaling over 20,000 fish. When over 20,000 mackerel were caught in the net, the audience in the live stream erupted in cheers. Such a multitude of vibrant mackerel hung in the net, forming an impressive spectacle. Even after they were all transferred to the ice storage for preservation, many viewers were still left wanting more, urging Xiao Di to showcase the bountiful catch. "So many fish, what a delight. The captain truly excels, consistently locating schools of fish. I have never witnessed a moment where the captain came back empty-handed." The screen was flooded with praises for Wang Hai. His system points increased significantly. Once the nets were organized, Wang Hai assessed this haul, over 25,000 mackerel, totaling more than 11,300 pounds, marking the completion of one-fifth of his task. His points surged by 637, quite commendable, considering the broadcast had just begun and the audience was still sparse, with even fewer newcomers. Subsequently, Wang Hai and Xiao Di returned to the cockpit, and the fishing vessel resumed its swift cruise in search of the next school of fish. During this quest, to maintain the live stream's popularity and alleviate the boredom, Wang Hai and Xiao Di engaged with the audience through the comments, enjoying lively interactions. After half an hour, the detectors signaled again, indicating the discovery of a substantial school of fish. Once Wang Hai deemed it capturable, the vessel headed towards the school. Upon arrival, the speed diminished, and the process mirrored that of catching mackerel. Xiao Di streamed live while Wang Hai cast the net to herd and then retrieved the fish. The audience in the live stream was responsible for the astonishment and applause. After over an hour, another bountiful harvest ensued, yielding an additional 8,000 pounds and boosting the points by over 10,000. The search for the next school continued, repeating the cycle. From morning to noon, from afternoon to evening, excluding the time spent enjoying a seafood hot pot during lunch and dinner, nearly 12 hours had elapsed. Finally, Wang Hai managed to capture a total of 50,000 pounds of fish. The repeated netting and the mountains of fish left the audience spellbound. They watched from dawn until dusk, thoroughly engrossed and reluctant to leave. After a lengthy live stream, the excitement in the room peaked. As the clock approached 8 in the evening, Wang Hai completed his final haul, and upon finishing the task, he exhaled in relief. He then halted the vessel and, along with Xiao Di, reclined on the deck's bench, indulging in watermelon and drinks while resting. After such a fruitful day, though exhausting, it was time for a well-deserved break. Suddenly, a viewer interjected, "Wait a moment, Captain, did you forget tomorrow is the fishing competition?" The shock of realization swept through the chat. "Well, caught up in the excitement of the haul, I forgot too. I thought the competition was postponed." Panic ensued. "Oh no, will we miss the flight? This is disastrous." The comments became a flurry of activity. "I'm an undercover agent sent by Yayi. I actually remembered, but I didn't say anything." It was utterly hilarious. The competition hadn't even started, and they were already conceding defeat due to missing the flight. Is it possible that the captain fears the Eighth Master and is reluctant to proceed? Tomorrow, we shall simply await the spectacle. The Fish King, Eighth Master, has dispatched lurking viewers to stir the pot in the live stream, and they have now emerged, unleashing a torrent of mocking comments. Upon seeing the barrage of remarks, Xiao Di's expression shifted dramatically. "Oh no, I had forgotten." She relayed the content of the comments to Wang Hai and inquired, "Captain, what shall we do?" Chapter 69. Both inexperienced and playful due to their inability to catch the flight, the fans in the live stream and Xiao Di were anxiously pacing back and forth. However, they noticed that Wang Hai remained utterly unperturbed, exuding an air of calmness. In response to Xiao Di's inquiries, Wang Hai reclined in his chair, leisurely consuming watermelon, and replied with serene assurance, "Nothing to worry about, remain calm." After uttering this, he extended a piece of watermelon to Xiao Di. Xiao Di, however, was not in the mood to indulge in watermelon. She exclaimed, "How can this be nothing? The fishing competition is tomorrow. If we don't fly today, we will miss it. As she spoke, she stood up and began pacing the deck, brainstorming solutions for Wang Hai. After a moment of contemplation, a smile graced her face as she approached Wang Hai and announced, I have a solution. What is it? Wang Hai looked at her in surprise, intrigued by her apparent insight into his plans. Xiaodi continued, I know an affluent elder sister who owns a private jet. I will ask her for assistance. We can fly to Hawaii on her plane. We have a good relationship, and I'm certain she will agree. We can simply pay her later. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream erupted in excitement, the barrage of comments lively and animated. Impressive. Fat D has wide connections. The captain will make it to the competition now. I want to meet such a wealthy elder sister. Elder sister? More like little treasure. Wang Hai, however, shook his head in disbelief. Oh dear. While the idea is indeed clever, it does not align with my plans. He then addressed Xiaodi, enough of that. Don't fret unnecessarily. Come, sit down and rest. Shortly, I will take you to see something delightful and engaging. All right. Xiaodi pouted, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes. She began to ponder whether Wang Hai, as the comments suggested, was indeed considering forfeiting the competition. Well, if he wishes to abandon it, so be it. It's not a matter of great significance. He can do as he pleases, and as a sailor, I shall simply follow the captain's orders. With this thought, Xiaodi felt a sense of relief and ceased her worries. Her face brightened with joy as she settled next to Wang Hai on the bench, savoring the watermelon. Curiously and eagerly, she inquired, What will you show me later? Wang Hai glanced at the now darkened sky and surveyed the surroundings, utilizing his unique ability to perceive the ocean. He then replied, Just wait a moment. All right. Xiaodi nodded. The two shared laughter and conversation, leaving the flight issue far behind. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream lamented, Oh no. The captain seems to have lost his mind. Fat D proposed such an excellent solution, yet he disregarded it. It appears he truly does not wish to participate in the competition. Alas, now that we are in Hawaii, is it too late to regret? This year's fishing competition will be lackluster without the captain. That fish is indeed a pest. Captain, please go. During the intermission, Xiaodi perused the barrage of comments in the live stream, witnessing the audience's lamentations, and subsequently relayed their sentiments to Wang Hai. Wang Hai felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had not explicitly stated that he would not attend, merely refraining from disclosing the means by which he would arrive. The truth was, he found it difficult to articulate, as it was both unfathomable and hard to believe. Wang Hai proclaimed, Inform the audience to rest assured, I will undoubtedly be present tomorrow. Although Xiaodi was unaware of the source of Wang Hai's confidence or the logistics of his arrival, she chose to trust him wholeheartedly and assured the viewers, Fear not. Our captain has promised to be here tomorrow. However, with no plane available, how could he possibly arrive? It was hard to believe the captain's words. Yet he did not strike one as deceitful. Could it be conceivable that the captain possessed a private aircraft? Or perhaps he was, in fact, a superhero capable of soaring through the skies? The audience's skepticism grew palpable. An hour later, feeling sufficiently rested, Wang Hai rose from his chair, took Xiaodi's hand, and led her to the edge of the boat. Upon reaching the side, Xiaodi was awestruck by the breathtaking scene beneath the surface of the sea. Surrounding the fishing vessel were countless bioluminescent squid, their bodies shimmering with a radiant glow. Summer was the season for squid, and these creatures, drawn to light, gathered around the boat illuminated as if it were daylight. Their bodies emitted a soft luminescence, resembling ethereal spirits of the ocean, and there were easily hundreds, creating a spectacular sight. In addition to the squid, glowing jellyfish swam gracefully, their translucent bodies unfurling like radiant umbrellas in the water. Wow! Look at all these squid and jellyfish, how beautiful! Xiaodi exclaimed, leaning over the edge of the boat, thrilled by the sight below. Observing her joy, Wang Hai felt a surge of happiness himself and chuckled. Beauty is not the main point. They are also quite delectable, especially when freshly caught and cooked. They are simply exquisite. Upon hearing about the delicacy, Xiaodi couldn't help but let tears of excitement spill from the corners of her eyes. She hurriedly grabbed a net, clutching it like a skilled squid hunter, and implored Wang Hai, Please, help me. Wang Hai laughed. No, you only need the net, today. I will teach you how to fish for squid. Catching squid was significantly simpler than fishing for fish. There was no need for a rod. Only a fishing line and a hook were required, along with minimal technique. By attaching a small fish to the hook and casting it into the sea, one needed only to wait for the squid to bite before gently pulling them to the surface and using the net to scoop them up. When a squid took the bait, it would firmly grasp it with its tentacles, eliminating the need to wait for a bite or play with them. They could simply be drawn up. However, one had to be cautious not to pull too quickly, lest they frighten the squid away. With Wang Hai's patient explanations and demonstrations, Xiaodi seemed to grasp the technique. She executed her task with remarkable finesse, and moreover, she endeavored to manage 2 fishing lines simultaneously. Little D was fortunate. As soon as she cast her bait into the sea, it promptly attracted a squid, which nestled upon her lure. Is this how it works? Can I reel it in now? Upon realizing that the squid was hooked, Little D became flustered. She temporarily abandoned one line. With one hand struggling to pull in the line while the other reached for the landing net, her movements quite frantic. Wang Hai intended to assist her in netting the squid, but she declined his help, insisting on handling it herself. With a splash, the squid was within reach of the net, prompting Little D to act hastily. The net plunged into the water with great speed. However, her movements were clumsy and lacking in precision, and the commotion she caused startled the squid, causing it to escape. Oh no, it got away, she exclaimed in distress. Wang Hai merely shook his head in response. Undeterred, Little D persisted. I hooked another one. Alas, it slipped away again. What is going on? Why are they so clever? Could they have consumed some cognitive enhancer? The moment I move, they vanish. This defies logic. Wang Hai glanced at the pot of water that was already boiling and remarked. Sister, perhaps I should take over. Otherwise, the water will cool down. Little D shook her head resolutely. No talking. Today, I must catch at least one, or I shall not rest. Truly, she was both inexperienced and overly enthusiastic. With no other option, Wang Hai set out to find a new fishing line and began to fish himself. If they relied solely on Little D, it seemed unlikely that there would be any squid for their nocturnal feast. The comments in the live stream chat began to lively up once more. Little D's skills are truly entertaining. I'm in stitches. Little D, perhaps you should consider a profession. Captain, please find Little D a market, so she can buy 2 instead. Chapter 70. The clownfish. Though Xiaodi may lack skill, she is not entirely without merit. At the very least, she brings joy and confidence to the viewers in the live stream. Many fishermen, who had lost faith due to frequent failures, found renewed hope upon witnessing Xiaodi's antics. While Xiaodi fumbled in her battle of wits against the squid, Wang Hai was steadily reeling in his catch, filling half a foam box with sizable specimens, the smallest measuring 10 centimeters. Viewers in the live stream began to cheer, proclaiming that while Xiaodi may be amusing, true expertise lies with the captain. Without comparison, there can be no injury. The captain is indeed impressive. Xiaodi, fueled by their encouragement, rolled up her sleeves and clasped her hands together, beseeching the squid in the sea. Oh, dear squid, please allow me to catch you. Upon hearing her plea, the audience erupted in laughter, commenting, is Xiaodi trying to make me laugh to death? Is she hoping to inherit my credit line? The squid, seemingly unimpressed, retorted, do you think I am foolish? Please, don't approach me. Remarkably, Xiaodi's prayers appeared to bear fruit. This time, as she extended her net, she was much steadier, and the squid on the hook remained unfazed. With a splash, water erupted as she lifted the net, revealing a struggling squid, emitting a series of puff sounds. Wow, I've got one. Captain, look, I finally caught a squid, Xiaodi exclaimed excitedly, raising the net aboard the boat. Wang Hai beamed with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Well done. The audience was taken aback, astonished by her success. Is this even possible? Has Xiaodi's luck changed? While others catch fish through skill, Xiaodi relies on her charm. Xiaodi's aspirations were modest. Catching even one squid would bring her immense satisfaction. She was content, knowing that as long as she was no longer failing, no one could label her as inept. After reeling in her line, she turned her attention to the pot. All right, let us start cooking. Wang Hai, noticing that they had caught enough squid, followed her lead and began to reel in as well. To savor the freshest flavors, they decided to cook the squid while still lively. He added 2 packets of instant noodles to the pot, followed by 8 fresh squids and a handful of greens. The squid required minimal preparation. There was no need to remove the innards or ink sac, allowing them to retain their purest flavor. This method of preparation, commonly favored by the fishermen of Yuehai village, was a nostalgic dish Wang Hai often enjoyed with his father during squid fishing trips in his youth. By cooking the squid this way, they could relish not only the tender squid meat but also enjoy the noodles soaked in the rich, flavorful broth, greatly enhancing the overall culinary experience. As the pot began to steam, the enticing aroma of squid mingled with that of the noodles, wafting through the air. Xiaodi took a deep breath, her face radiating the blissful smile of a true foodie. Is it ready? Can we eat now? With chopsticks in hand and her stomach growling audibly, it was evident that her patience was wearing thin. Wang Hai lifted the lid of the pot, revealing the squid, now a vibrant crimson hue, and nodded, saying, "Yes. It's ready." Eagerly, Xiaodi picked up a piece for Wang Hai's bowl before quickly taking one for herself. She brought the squid to her lips, blowing on it lightly to cool it down, then bit into the tender morsel. "Be careful." Wang Hai thought of warning her just as it was too late. Suddenly, an explosion of ink erupted from the squid, splattering her face and transforming it into a comical canvas of black smudges. Unaware of the chaos, she assumed it was merely broth that had splashed and nonchalantly wiped her face, only to smear it further. The ink adorned her fair complexion and nose, adding an unexpectedly endearing and humorous touch to her appearance. Moreover, her pristine teeth were now stained a deep black. Fortunately, the ink was devoid of any taste, allowing her to continue savoring the squid. Wang Hai, unable to contain his amusement, remarked, "Look at your face." While chewing on the squid, Xiaodi curiously inquired, "What is wrong with my face?" Lacking a mirror, she adjusted the camera to capture her reflection. What is this? What is this black stuff on my face?" The moment she saw her reflection, she gasped in astonishment and hurriedly shifted the camera back. Although her movements were swift, the viewers in the live stream caught sight of her antics. The audience erupted in laughter. "This is too funny. Does Fat D not know that squid is ink? Fat D has turned into Black D. Screenshot taken. Fat D, please show us your real face." Xiaodi, feeling anxious yet unable to part with the delicious food, slurped her noodles and asked Wang Hai, "What is that?" Wang Hai replied earnestly, "You're in trouble. That's squid ink. It won't wash off. You'll have a permanent clown face." Alarmed by Wang Hai's serious tone, Xiaodi set down her bowl, swallowed the squid, and urgently asked, "What should I do? I don't want to have a clown face. How will I face people in the future?" Wang Hai pretended to ponder before nonsensically suggesting, "Well, there is a solution. If you stop eating squid, in 49 days, it will magically disappear." "Is it really that miraculous?" Xiaodi sighed in relief, counting on her fingers, and then continued, "That's quite a long wait. Never mind, I'll finish this meal first." With that, she, fearing she might not have squid again, eagerly scooped more into her bowl, casting her worries aside and delighting in her feast. She even exclaimed, "Let us put a few more in the pot." Wang Hai could only stare in disbelief. This foodie, originally intending to frighten her, to see if she would still indulge in squid, I had underestimated her voracious appetite. Before the allure of delectable cuisine, she was even willing to forego her stunning beauty. After Xiaodi finished her meal, Wang Hai ceased his playful teasing and remarked, "Come here, let me clean you up." Xiaodi, somewhat puzzled yet obedient, approached Wang Hai, squatting down, tilting her head upwards with a radiant smile, and closed her eyes. Wang Hai dampened a tissue with clean water and gently wiped away the ink from her face. "Next time you eat squid, be more cautious. Don't rush. It's best to remove the ink sac first. When you have the time, consider boosting your intelligence or basking in the sun to dry out the water in your head." Can you truly believe such nonsense that won't wash away? All done. You're clean now. Xiaodi opened her eyes, beaming at Wang Hai, and said, "I believe everything you say." Chapter 71. Solitary men and women. After finishing their late-night squid feast, Wang Hai glanced at the time. It was already past 9 in the evening, leaving ample hours ahead. He surveyed the fish hold, which was nearly bursting with over 50,000 pounds of fish, making it impossible to accommodate any more. Consequently, Wang Hai resolved to return to Beihai City to empty the hold. This decision served a dual purpose: to prepare for unforeseen circumstances and to lighten the vessel's load, ensuring a faster speed on the voyage to Hawaii. With determination, Wang Hai navigated the fishing boat beneath the stars, swiftly heading towards Beihai City, laden with his bountiful catch. An hour later, the vessel entered the waters of Beihai City, gradually slowing its pace. At this moment, Xiaodi had already ended the live broadcast. As the boat decelerated, she stepped from the helm onto the deck, stretching and gazing at the approaching shore lights, her face radiant with the joy of harvest. Before long, the fishing boat docked at the Sunshine Fishery. The fishery operated around the clock, and upon their arrival, the on-duty supervisor recognized Wang Hai's vessel and immediately summoned workers to unload the catch. After a wait of about 10 minutes, the workers successfully transferred all 50,000 pounds of fish from the boat to the fishery. During the unloading process, the supervisor and nearly all the workers expressed their astonishment at the remarkable haul, repeatedly exclaiming their admiration. They noted that in their years of experience at the fishery, having witnessed thousands of fishing boats, this was the first time they had seen such a substantial catch in a single day. In response to the praise from the workers, Xiaodi proudly declared that it was the captain's exceptional skills that led to such success. Wang Hai, however, humbly attributed it to good fortune. Once the fish were unloaded, Wang Hai steered the boat away from the Sunshine Fishery, passing by Holiday Beach and Moonsea Village Dock. He did not pause, but instead headed directly towards the open sea. Observing this, Xiaodi felt puzzled and inquired, "Brother Hai, are we continuing out to sea?" Wang Hai replied candidly, "We are going to Hawaii." "Really? We're sailing there?" Xiaodi's face was a canvas of shock. Sometimes foolish, yet at other times remarkably astute, she realized that Wang Hai had delayed his flight to sail instead. However, with Hawaii over 8,000 kilometers away, a journey that took 10 hours by plane, traveling by boat seemed improbable. She laughed in astonishment, asking, "Brother Hai, is this for real?" "Indeed, we are sailing there." Wang Hai replied with a grin. "You may not yet have experienced the true speed of this vessel. If you had, you would not be asking such questions." Xiaodi remained incredulous. The fishing boat sailed through the ocean for several minutes as the lights on the shore faded into the distance. Sensing it was time, Wang Hai led Xiaodi back into the cabin. "We are setting off. You can rest here tonight. We shall reach Hawaii by tomorrow morning." As Wang Hai spoke, he activated the vessel's intelligence system, engaging the autopilot feature. He set the navigation map with Hawaii as the destination, charting the most efficient course. The speed was established at 1,500 kilometers per hour. Departure. With his task completed, the fishing boat began to accelerate smoothly. 100 kilometers per hour, 200 kilometers per hour, 300 kilometers per hour, ultimately stabilizing at 1,500 kilometers per hour. During the acceleration, Xiaodi, seated in the cockpit, experienced a tremendous sensation of being pushed back into her seat. When the speed surged past the sound barrier at 1,230 kilometers per hour, she heard a series of explosive sounds. "What is that noise?" she asked in astonishment. "That is the sound of a sonic boom," Wang Hai explained, "which occurs when we exceed the speed of sound." Xiaodi, wide-eyed with disbelief, murmured, "That's so cool." Outside, the night was shrouded in darkness, obscuring the rapid retreat of the surrounding lights. Yet, with the continuous sonic booms echoing, she understood that their vessel was indeed moving at an extraordinary pace. Wang Hai had not deceived her. They were truly embarking on a journey to Hawaii. She gazed through the glass window at the tumultuous waves, still struggling to accept the reality of their situation. Yet, she felt no fear. With Wang Hai by her side, an inexplicable sense of security enveloped her. Curiously, she inquired, "Brother Hai, is the speed of the fishing boat now greater than that of an airplane?" "Indeed," he affirmed. "Then has it surpassed that of a rocket? Are we going to fly out of Earth?" Not quite. By the way, how poor is your physics knowledge?" Wang Hai thought to himself, noticing her apparent lack of understanding. "To be honest, during high school, I once scored only 9 points on a test," Xiaodi admitted sheepishly. Well, as they conversed, Xiaodi gradually calmed her initial astonishment and became accustomed to the vessel's speed. Once her surprise subsided, her mind began to wander to peculiar thoughts. In the dead of night, a solitary man and woman found themselves in a room barely 10 square meters in size, surrounded by darkness and the fury of the storm outside, while a soft light illuminated the space within. The atmosphere felt undeniably ambiguous and slightly awkward. Realizing this, Xiaodi's posture on the bed grew tense, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Tentatively, she asked Wang Hai, "Where will I sleep?" After posing the question, she sensed a flicker of anticipation within herself, mingled with a hint of anxiety, an intricate blend of emotions. "You'll sleep on the bed," Wang Hai replied. Noticing the subtle shyness on Xiaodi's face, he quickly added, "Don't worry, I'll take the floor." Oh. Xiaodi's expectations deflated, her worries dissipating, leaving her in a state of uncertainty, unsure whether to feel pleased or disappointed. She silently nodded in agreement with Wang Hai's arrangement. Wang Hai continued, "It's nearly midnight. Let's get some rest." "All right." Xiaodi responded with a soft acknowledgement, removed her shoes, and reclined on the bed, enveloping herself in the quilt while discreetly observing Wang Hai's movements from the corner of her eye. She watched as Wang Hai wiped the floor beside the bed with a cloth, then extinguished the lights in the cabin and lay down on the floor with his hand propped beneath his head. Once the lights were off, the cabin plunged into darkness. Although Xiaodi felt quite drowsy, her eyes remained wide open, persistently sneaking glances at Wang Hai, unable to succumb to sleep. Wang Hai, too, found himself wide awake. Unlike Xiaodi, who was caught in a web of complex thoughts, he was simply awaiting the arrival of midnight to discover what the new task for the following day would entail. Soon enough, the clock struck 12. A voice echoed in Wang Hai's mind, announcing the system's new task. A new mission has been issued. Catch a fish weighing 500 pounds. Base reward, 50,000 points. Note: no time limit for going out to sea, and any species is acceptable. It was a fishing task significantly more challenging than prior ones. However, it coincided perfectly with tomorrow's fishing competition, which was quite fortunate. Wang Hai let out a sigh of relief and, filled with joy, turned over to change his sleeping position. Xiaodi had been attentively watching Wang Hai, and upon hearing his slight movements, she softly inquired, "Haigu, are you asleep?" Wang Hai replied, "Not yet." After a moment of contemplation, Xiaodi asked, "Is it because it's uncomfortable?" Chapter 72, Classified Files. Is it because it's hard? Suddenly, Wang Hai was wide awake, feeling as though a wheel had rolled over his face. Goodness, such a direct question. However, it was rather redundant. What healthy young man wouldn't be firm? Wang Hai's mind was in turmoil, yet with his limited driving experience, he found himself at a loss for words in response to Xiaodi's inquiry. He awkwardly pretended not to have heard, saying, "What?" Xiaodi turned over to face Wang Hai, asking, "Is it because the floor is too hard, making it difficult for you to sleep?" Realizing his misunderstanding, Wang Hai felt a wave of relief wash over him. "It's a bit hard, but it's no big deal." After a moment's contemplation, Xiaodi whispered, almost inaudibly, "Why don't you come up here and squeeze in together?" Upon finishing her sentence, she tightened her grip on the blanket, attempting to mask her nervousness. Had the lights been on, one would surely have noticed the deep blush on her face, despite the faintness of her voice. Wang Hai caught her words. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead as he finally replied, "Forget it. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. You just have to promise to sleep, without any funny business, right?" Xiaodi continued softly. Wang Hai chuckled. "You're quite naive. Promises of not moving are mere fabrications to deceive girls." "Do you truly believe that?" Xiaodi clarified. "I only believe in you. Perhaps it's best to leave it at that. I fear it might betray your trust." "All right then." With that, Xiaodi lay back down, avoiding Wang Hai's gaze. A hint of sorrow washed over her. Her long-held confidence wavered as she couldn't help but wonder if Wang Hai found her unappealing. In truth, she had misconstrued his feelings. Wang Hai not only did not find her lacking, but rather thought her quite beautiful, which left him concerned about his self-control and the possibility of acting inappropriately. The cabin fell into silence. Before long, both drifted into slumber. The fishing boat sped across the vast and boundless ocean, delving deep into the Pacific. At 3 o'clock in the morning, deep within the Pacific, on an uncharted island, in a colossal underground military base of a certain nation, 3 soldiers clad in naval uniforms sat before numerous satellite and radar display screens, drowsily monitoring the information. The room echoed with the rhythmic ticking of machinery. Suddenly, the sound escalated. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm blared, and one drowsy soldier jolted awake. Rubbing his eyes, he grasped the now cold coffee intended to rouse him, directing his gaze towards the screen that had emitted the noise. After taking a sip of coffee, he immediately spat it out in shock, his face reflecting panic. "OMG!" Regaining his composure, he shouted to the 2 soldiers beside him, "David, Edward, wake up. You need to see what that is." David and Edward opened their eyes, turning towards the large screen, their faces mirroring his astonishment. The expansive screen, designed for monitoring the ocean's surface, currently displayed a moving crimson dot, which shimmered with brilliance. Adjacent to it was a notation indicating the dot's velocity, 1,500 kilometers per hour. What could this be? A warship? A submarine? It seemed implausible. Such speed in a vessel had never been witnessed before. "Quick! Activate the satellite's real-time feed to ascertain the nature of this anomaly," exclaimed 3 soldiers, their voices laced with astonishment as they approached the computer terminal. They entered commands, gained access, and after a flurry of activity, the satellite imagery materialized. The screen fixated upon the elusive red dot. As they scrutinized the display, they commenced their analysis. The illumination was too dim to discern its form. Observe, the surrounding waters were tumultuous with waves. It was unequivocally traversing the surface. The mind could scarcely fathom what could achieve such remarkable speed on water. Perhaps we have stumbled upon an extraordinary entity, a mysterious sea creature, extraterrestrial beings certainly. It was improbable for it to be a human invention. This situation exceeded our jurisdiction. It must be reported to superiors. The deputy commander of the naval base was abruptly roused from slumber by an urgent call. Upon receiving the message, he swiftly gathered his guards and proceeded to the monitoring room, where he contemplated the displayed information alongside the satellite footage. After a moment of reflection, He resolved to convene an emergency confidential meeting, summoning the highest-ranking officer and several technical experts stationed at the base. A dozen individuals sat in silence, gazing at the luminous point on the screen. It was unmistakably not a submarine. The fastest known submarines could only reach speeds of 120 kilometers per hour. Neither could it be a warship, for even the swiftest naval vessels failed to approach even a tenth of that velocity. Any possibility of a conventional ship was eliminated. Could it be a marine organism? To our knowledge, no creature could accomplish such feats. What, then, could it be? The experts engaged in a fervent exchange of ideas. The commanding officer, his expression grave, observed the discourse yield no resolution and declared, "Deploy reconnaissance aircraft to the target's location. We must uncover its true identity." A reconnaissance plane soared from the base, hurtling towards the objective with remarkable speed. An hour later, the aircraft returned. The pilot reported the entity's speed was too formidable. Upon our arrival, it had already eluded our surveillance range, and we could not trace its whereabouts. The senior officials and experts at the base gazed at the screen. Now devoid of the red dot, their faces etched with astonishment. They were profoundly awed by the astonishing velocity of that object. They deliberated for hours, well into dawn, yet remained unable to comprehend what it truly was. Ultimately, the commanding officer resolved to classify this incident as an unresolved top-secret case, documenting it in the base's archives and mandating all privy to the information to sign a non-disclosure agreement, forbidding any disclosure of the matter. As dawn broke, a fishing vessel, having traversed the Pacific for an entire night, successfully arrived in the waters off Hawaii. The vessel gradually decelerated, ultimately anchoring at a picturesque coastline. Wang Hai and Xiao Di had risen early, attending to their morning routines, preparing breakfast, and savoring their meal while admiring the scenery along the shoreline. They marveled at the transparent waters beneath which vibrant coral fish danced, capturing moments on the beach with photographs. Fishing felt akin to a leisurely holiday. As the time approached, Wang Hai turned to Xiao Di and said, "Please contact the organizers and request the location of the competition venue." Upon receiving Xiao Di's call, the organizers' representative expressed considerable astonishment, for he had not seen Wang Hai and Xiao Di upon their arrival the previous day. Additionally, having heard that the duo had been live-streaming throughout the night, he assumed they had abandoned the competition. To his surprise, they had managed to reach the location overnight. Upon learning this news, it was difficult for him to conceal his amazement. Shortly thereafter, the organizer sent the coordinates of the competition venue. Wang Hai entered the location information into the vessel's intelligent navigation system and steered the fishing boat toward the designated spot. Chapter 73, the center of attention in the northern region of Hawaii, at Kingsman Harbor. The organizers have secured the necessary permits from local authorities to host a fishing competition in the harbor and its adjacent waters. Vessels related to the competition are permitted to dock here temporarily. Today, Kingsman Harbor is bustling with activity far beyond its usual ambience. The shore is teeming with spectators eager to witness the event, waving flags emblazoned with the names of their favored contestants and cheering enthusiastically. A nearly 100-meter-long cruise ship is moored in the harbor, accompanied by over 30 speedboats. The cruise ship, rented by the organizers, is tasked with transporting the competitors out to sea. It is brimming with journalists, photographers, commentators, and other staff, as well as participants and ticket-holding spectators. Although the competition has yet to commence, several reporters from the official live broadcast team are already present, wielding cameras to live-stream the event and conduct pre-competition interviews with the contestants. In addition to the crowd, various sponsor banners flutter around the cruise ship, representing major streaming platforms, fishing gear companies, local travel agencies, and more, contributing to the lively atmosphere. The 30-plus speedboats are designated for the competitors' use during the tournament. Once the cruise ship departs the harbor, the contestants will board the speedboats and head to their designated fishing spots. Master Fisher, it is an honor to finally meet you in person. If all goes as expected, you shall undoubtedly claim the championship today. Oh, come now. Fishing is a matter of 50% skill and 50% luck. It is hard to say. Is this Miss Lin? Ranked fourth on the Fishing Alliance leaderboard. Truly a remarkable woman, and undoubtedly the leading female streamer among coastal enthusiasts. Isn't that the renowned Old Wu? A figure that instills dread in the hearts of pond owners everywhere. On board, the contestants gather at the railing of the cruise ship, engaging in light-hearted banter and mutual flattery, indulging in commercial camaraderie. Among them, Master Fisher is particularly buoyed. He is nearly certain that Wang Hai will not be making an appearance, feeling relaxed and unburdened, free from the worry of any potential humiliation stemming from his earlier bravado. During an interview with a journalist, he boisterously proclaims to those around him and the online audience, "It is a pity that a certain second-ranked individual has chosen to stay away out of fear. Otherwise, you would witness true fishing prowess. Frankly, a half-hearted contender does not deserve the title of second place. While it does not affect my standing, I cannot help but advocate for fairness." Just then, Wang Hai's fishing boat swiftly approaches from the distance, entering the harbor with remarkable speed, attracting the attention of the crowd. Recognizing the figure on the deck, they exclaim, "It's Xiao Di. They have arrived. Wow, they came on their own boat. How impressive. Unbelievable. Over 8,000 kilometers from the Dragon Country to Hawaii. And they actually brought the boat here? The captain does not deceive me. They have truly come." The excitement of the competition has suddenly intensified upon hearing the cheers from the shore. The crew aboard the cruise ship and the competitors all turned their gaze toward Wang Hai's fishing vessel. He has arrived. The Fish King, Bai Yi, appeared visibly perturbed. Yet, he maintained an air of composure, flashing a grin that revealed his yellowed teeth, and remarked, "So he has here. Just the opportunity to temper his enthusiasm." After securing the boat, Wang Hai emerged from the cabin, drawing the attention of the crowd. The cameras of reporters swiftly turned toward him. During his previous live streams, Wang Hai had never revealed his face, leaving many curious about his appearance. Now, at last, they could see him. Upon catching sight of him, the audience onshore erupted in excitement, as did the viewers in the official live broadcast. The competitors, particularly the Fish King, exhibited expressions of envy and jealousy. "Damn. He is handsome. Those features, that physique, simply exceptional. Truly, he must be the pinnacle of beauty in the fishing world. I can't handle this. I might need to change my undergarments," one of them exclaimed. It became clear why someone like Pundi would want to partner with him. It was his physique that captivated her. Even before the competition commenced, Wang Hai had already become the center of attention, inciting considerable irritation from Bai Yi and some other participants. Jealousy fueled their sarcastic remarks. "Humph, this is a fishing competition, not a beauty pageant. What good is good looks?" The female viewers in the live chat immediately countered, "A true Fish King not only excels in skill but also benefits from a handsome appearance." Noticing the fervent gazes directed at him, a hint of embarrassment crossed Wang Hai's face as he politely nodded in greeting. Subsequently, he and Xiao Di disembarked from the fishing boat and boarded the competition cruise ship. As Wang Hai stepped onto the vessel, a throng of reporters rushed toward him, microphones in hand, inquiring, "Hello, how should we address you?" Wang Hai replied, "Everyone calls me Captain." "Very well, Captain. Do you have confidence in this competition? There are claims you wouldn't show up, and you weren't seen on the flight. How did you arrive? Many in the industry have dubbed you a dark horse, while others say you're merely mediocre. What are your thoughts on this?" The reporters bombarded him with questions. Wang Hai chuckled, "Let my sailor handle these inquiries." Xiao Di, a well-known film star, was adept at handling media interactions, and Wang Hai recognized this, entrusting her with the task. She gladly paused, stood before the camera, greeted the online audience enthusiastically, and confidently declared, "To be frank, our captain is destined for first place. Not even Jesus could change that." With that, she gracefully hurried after Wang Hai. "Wow, Pundi is so bold. Impressive. She is fierce and speaks little. It seems she has great faith in her captain." The audience buzzed with excitement. Wang Hai leaned toward Xiao Di and whispered, "Let us keep a low profile." At that moment, a group of competitors approached Wang Hai on the cruise ship, led by the formidable Fish King, Bai Yi. With a smile that barely concealed his malice, Bai Yi addressed Wang Hai, saying, "Ah, is this not the captain himself? Arriving and immediately stealing the limelight. How splendid. I hope you continue to bask in such glory." Wang Hai, discerning the underlying hostility in Bai Yi's words, retorted, "Of course, today I shall make your wish come true." Bai Yi sneered, "Youthful bravado is commendable. Yet arrogance devoid of strength merely renders one a fool." Wang Hai replied, "A fool? Very well. I trust you will find great amusement in the outcome." "Indeed, indeed." Bai Yi laughed heartily. Observing the tension in their exchange, a staff member hurried over to mediate. "The competition is about to commence. Please follow me to review the fishing equipment that will be used and to familiarize yourselves with the specific rules of the contest." With that, he led the contestants into the ship's cabin, followed closely by reporters and commentators from the official live broadcast. Chapter 74. A lack of sportsmanship. The rules of the competition are quite straightforward. The event officially commences at 10 a.m. local time and concludes at 4 p.m. Once at sea, participants navigate their own speedboats to seek out fishing spots. The victor is determined by the largest fish caught within the designated time frame. The fishing equipment, including rods, lines, hooks, and nets, is uniformly provided by the organizers, sponsored by the nation's largest fishing tackle company. The rods are exquisite. Ultra-heavy-duty boat rods composed of 3 sections, measuring 2.8 meters in length, crafted from high-strength carbon material, capable of supporting a considerable weight and withstanding immense tension. Suitable for catching fish weighing several hundred kilograms or more. The fishing lines come in both PE braided and nylon varieties, ranging in specifications from size 1 to size 20. The hooks vary in length from 20 millimeters to 200 millimeters across 10 different specifications. The bait provided consists of 1 kilogram of live shrimp. As the competition approaches, the cruise ship sets sail, carrying the participants along with 35 speedboats, departing from Kingsman Harbor towards the designated fishing area. During the voyage, competitors receive their rods and begin to assemble the necessary lines and hooks, familiarizing themselves with the feel of the rod and the operation of the reel. Wong Hai finds a spot on the deck to settle down, configuring his line and hook. He opts for a 3.0 nylon main line paired with a 2.0 subline, selecting a hook that measures 30 millimeters in length. Observing Wong Hai's preparations, Xiaodi is filled with curiosity. Over the past few days, she has diligently enriched her knowledge of fishing and recognizes that Wong Hai's chosen line and hook are suited for catching fish weighing approximately 3 kilograms. While a 3-kilogram fish is considerable under normal circumstances, in the context of this competition, it is evidently trivial. Unable to contain her inquisitiveness, Xiaodi inquires, "Brother Hai, why not use a larger line? The competition is determined by the largest fish caught." Wong Hai gestures towards the other competitors and replies, "Do you see anyone using larger lines?" After scanning the surroundings and noticing the absence of such lines, Xiaodi shakes her head and asks, "Why is that?" Wong Hai elucidates, "The bait provided by the organizers is around 1 tael in weight. Such small shrimp cannot possibly attract large fish. Everyone is well aware of this fact. Therefore, the initial goal is not to catch the target fish, but rather to secure the bait. Once we have caught the bait with the small shrimp, we can then switch to larger lines. Do you understand?" Xiaodi nods in realization. "I see now." After the cruise ship departs, it heads north for over an hour. Arriving at the competition's marine area, this region boasts a depth of approximately 30 meters, with extensive coral reefs below. The sea surface remains tranquil, and the water is exceptionally clear. Most importantly, the fish resources here are abundant. The myriad of favorable conditions renders this location a veritable paradise for fishing, aptly justifying its selection as the venue for the competition. Upon arrival, the 30 competitors disembark from the cruise ship, boarding their designated speedboats, fully equipped and ready for the challenge ahead. On each speedboat, in addition to the competitors, there is also a live-streaming photographer assigned to capture the entire fishing process, providing viewers with a front-row seat to the exhilarating event. 5 patrol and rescue teams have boarded the remaining 5 speedboats, diligently patrolling the waters to assist any competitors in need, thereby preventing any unfortunate incidents during the competition. At this moment, the official live stream is fully prepared, featuring 36 cameras in position, alternating between views. Of these, 30 cameras focus on the competitors, 5 are dedicated to the patrol and rescue teams, and 1 is reserved for commentary. The competition is on the verge of commencing. The live broadcast room is filled with eager spectators who have gathered to witness the event. In the 2 hours since the broadcast began, the audience has surged to over 2 million and continues to grow. Viewers enthusiastically cheer for their favorite competitors and engage in discussions about who might emerge victorious that day. The atmosphere is undeniably vibrant, both online and offline. The competition begins. On the cruise ship, the host booms through a loudspeaker, announcing the start of the contest to the participants aboard the speedboats. Over 30 speedboats scatter like petals in the wind, heading in all directions. Aboard Wong Hai's speedboat, Xiaodi is seated, her face alight with excitement as she gazes at the vast ocean. After tinkering with the engine and familiarizing himself with it, Wong Hai sets off, steering the boat in search of a suitable fishing spot. There are numerous methods for locating such spots, including assessing water depth, currents, terrain, trial and error, and personal experience. However, Wong Hai possesses an extraordinary advantage that others lack, the ability to see through the water with his eyes. This remarkable skill allows him to discern the conditions of all fish within his line of sight, revealing where they are abundant or scarce with absolute precision. Yet, he decides it is not the right moment to employ this ability, opting to wait until they are in a more isolated area to avoid attracting attention from opportunistic competitors. After half an hour of navigating the ocean, Wang Hai finds himself nearly 10 kilometers from the cruise ship. Logically, having traveled such a distance, he should have distanced himself from the other competitors. However, he soon discovers a troubling situation. Two speedboats are trailing behind his own, following him like shadows. Whenever he changes direction, they mimic his movements. When he accelerates, they do as well, and when he halts, they stop too. Maintaining a distance of only a couple of 100 meters, watching him intently without casting their lines, it is evident that these two boats are not participating in the competition in good faith. Brother Hai, are they following us? Xiao Di, noticing the suspicious boats, inquires. Wang Hai quickly deduces the motive behind their pursuit, responding, yes, they are probably affiliated with that so-called Fish King, deliberately trying to irritate us. Wherever we go, they follow, intending to disrupt our fishing. Xiao Di agrees with Wang Hai's assessment, feeling indignant, and calls for the photographer on board to focus on her, asking the camera referee, do you see this? Isn't this a violation of the rules? Soon, the photographer's phone rang. It was a call from the competition's referee, who informed him that the rules did not prohibit contestants from following one another, thus rendering the opponent's actions permissible. Upon receiving this news, not only was Xiao Di enraged, but the audience supporting Wang Hai was equally incensed. Were those two competitors bribed? Had they ceased to compete? Why were they trailing the captain? This time, the captain faced a formidable challenge. The speed of the speedboats was nearly identical, making it exceedingly difficult to shake off his pursuers. The opponents displayed a lack of sportsmanship by resorting to such tactics of stalking and interference. The captain had underestimated the situation, failing to anticipate such a maneuver from the opposition. Wang Hai, noticing Xiao Di's displeasure, gently smiled and said, cheer up, it's a minor issue. If they wish to follow, so be it. Instantly, Xiao Di's anger dissipated, and she responded with a smile, you're right, there's no need to be upset over them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lord Fish had already identified a prime fishing spot and was joyfully casting his line. With a cold smirk, he murmured to himself, to challenge me. You still have much to learn. Chapter 75, The Tremor of the Sea. The vastness of the ocean is immense and teeming with an abundance of fish. Yet, what does it matter? Wang Hai remained confident in his skills, believing that even in the presence of competitors at the same fishing spot, the impact would be minimal. However, he ultimately underestimated the shamelessness of his adversaries. After locating a suitable spot, he anchored his boat, only to find that his rivals had positioned themselves several meters away, encircling him. As he cast his line, they mirrored his actions, but with a malicious intent, casting directly towards his bait to deliberately tangle his line. What should have been a successful catch was thwarted by their interference. Even more infuriating, after their success, they taunted him with a mocking thumbs-down gesture. This provoked the simmering anger of Xiao Di, reigniting his fury. These two individuals were truly despicable. Not only Xiao Di, but the viewers in the live stream were equally outraged, rallying in support of Wang Hai. How could they stoop so low? What could possibly motivate such disgraceful behavior? The urge to confront them was palpable. After 10 years of fishing, encountering such individuals would surely lead to a confrontation. The captain's struggle was evident under such circumstances. Catching fish seemed nearly impossible. What to do? My heart aches for the captain. Hang in there, Captain. Wang Hai retracted his fishing rod, calmly observing the two men across from him, a faint smirk emerging on his face. In light of their shameless antics, he had devised an appropriate countermeasure. There exists a seldom used technique in sea fishing known as trolling. Trolling involves continuously dragging bait through the water, mimicking live prey, enticing fish to bite. Squid, for instance, have a penchant for live bait, which is why fishermen in Yuhai village utilize this method when targeting them. Thus, Wang Hai was no stranger to this technique. Perfectly suited to his predicament, trolling would keep the bait in constant motion, making it difficult for his adversaries to interfere. Wang Hai restarted the motor of his speedboat, removing the float from his fishing line and reattaching a whole bait to the hook, ensuring it was entirely covered. This way, as the bait was dragged through the water, it would appear lifelike. Once prepared, he cast his line into the sea, slowly cruising while dragging it behind him. As Wang Hai maneuvered his boat, the two men followed closely behind, attempting to disrupt his efforts. Yet, with his hook constantly in motion, they failed to find an opening. Wang Hai simultaneously engaged in trolling while keeping an eye on his surroundings. What kind of fishing technique is this? Will it yield any results? This is called trolling. It can be effective for certain specific species, like catching crucian carp in freshwater. However, it may prove challenging in the sea. It's all because of those shameless scoundrels. The captain is likely resorting to this method out of necessity. In the live broadcast, numerous fishing enthusiasts swiftly recognized the technique employed by Wang Hai. Yet they remained skeptical about its efficacy. This mobile fishing method, designed for a specific type of fish, was perceived to yield a lower catch rate compared to traditional fixed spots. While the audience's analysis held merit, they failed to grasp that Wang Hai's approach to trolling deviated from the conventional norm. Typically, trolling involves passively waiting for fish to pursue the bait. However, Wang Hai actively maneuvered the bait to entice the fish, delivering it right to their mouths. As he navigated the waters, he utilized his unique ability to see beneath the surface, gaining a clear understanding of the underwater landscape. Within his line of sight, all the fish were laid bare before him. Soon, he spotted a 6-pound sea bass and directed his bait towards it. As the bait approached the fish, he slowed its movement and tugged the line, enticing the sea bass. Fish rarely refuse bait presented so enticingly, especially when it appears lively and not like a trap. After a brief moment of hesitation, the large sea bass eagerly swallowed the bait. Wang Hai observed the entire process with keen attention. With a powerful flick of his rod, he secured the hook firmly within the fish's mouth and swiftly reeled it in. As the 6-pound sea bass leaped from the water, the audience erupted in excitement. Incredible! He has hooked one. Approximately 6 pounds. The captain is remarkable, employing the most challenging technique and landing a fish in just 2 minutes. The viewers were astounded, proclaiming him a true expert. The broadcast captured the moment, showcasing Wang Hai and his catch, and the audience showered him with praise. The commentary was equally electrifying, exclaiming, "Congratulations to the dashing captain for overcoming all obstacles and securing the first catch." Xiao Di, brimming with enthusiasm, stood up to applaud and took the sea bass from Wang Hai, flaunting it to the 2 individuals trailing behind, displaying a mocking gesture. "Is this all you've got?" she taunted, leaving the 2 visibly agitated. Wang Hai rebaited his hook and set off in pursuit of another large fish. Within mere minutes, another sizable fish was pulled from the depths, a 5-pound grouper. The beautiful spots on the green grouper dazzled as it emerged, prompting another round of cheers from the audience. Another catch in under 2 minutes. Can trolling even yield a grouper? Unbelievable. The captain is truly impressive. I'm a fan now. Congratulations to our charming captain for yet another magnificent catch in less than 2 minutes. It's absolutely exhilarating, the commentator exclaimed. Everyone relished the sight of the successful catches. Wang Hai's consecutive triumphs made him the focal point among the 30-plus cameras in the live stream. Most of the broadcast's main shots were dedicated to him. 3 minutes later, another large sea bass was caught by him, igniting a fervor among the spectators once more. "Bravo! Incredible!" they exclaimed, their excitement palpable. The commentator, equally exhilarated, shouted in delight. A minute passed, and yet another magnificent fish was reeled in. 2 minutes later, another hefty catch. In a mere half hour, Wang Hai managed to land 16 fish, each exceeding 5 pounds, averaging less than 2 minutes per catch. The audience was left in utter astonishment, with a flurry of question marks flooding the live stream. Exhausted from the excitement, the commentator, with a tone of disbelief yet fatigue, exclaimed, "Congratulations to the captain for yet another splendid grouper." Afterward, he murmured softly, "I beseech you, please take a break." Chapter 76. The Great Shark. The 2 contestants trailing behind Wang Hai stood in dumbfounded astonishment. Present at the scene, they bore witness to Wang Hai reeling in one magnificent fish after another, their shock far surpassing that of the viewers in the live stream. With mouths agape and eyes glazed, they exchanged bewildered glances, resembling a pair of clowns. The accompanying cameraman had long harbored disdain for their presence and, upon witnessing their ridiculous expressions, decided to capture them in a close-up shot. The live stream commentators promptly shifted the focus to their antics, instantly broadcasting their folly to the audience. It was utterly hilarious. The duo appeared utterly dazed. "Clowns, retreat, retreat, retreat," shouted the spectators above. "Hold your horses. They are not entirely useless. At the very least, they have allowed us to glimpse the captain's true prowess." Indeed, one could argue that their interference only served to highlight the captain's extraordinary skill. Thanks to our dear friends, we have witnessed the captain's exquisite angling technique. The viewers in the live stream inundated the screen with comments, mercilessly mocking the 2. The pair seemed to grasp their predicament and began watching the live stream on their phones. Upon seeing their own ludicrous behavior and the barrage of comments, their faces darkened further. They found themselves in a precarious situation, caught between a rock and a hard place. To continue following Wang Hai would subject them to further ridicule from the audience, yet abandoning their post jeopardized the agreement made with their sponsor the previous night, which stipulated that they would keep a close watch on Wang Hai during the competition. Failing to fulfill this commitment would mean forfeiting the remaining payment. Ultimately, driven by the prospect of monetary gain, they gritted their teeth and resolved to persist in following Wang Hai's boat. Though they would remain mere objects of derision, at least they could honor their agreement and secure their payment, whereas relinquishing their pursuit would be untenable. "Stop filming! Stop filming!" they implored the cameraman in exasperation. An hour later, Wang Hai had exhausted his supply of 1 kilogram of small live shrimp bait. He had successfully filled his fish hold with a bountiful catch of 43 fish, none of which were small, each exceeding 5 pounds. With the largest weighing in at a remarkable 13 pounds. The haul included a diverse array of species: snapper, sea bass, grouper, and largemouth bass, yielding an impressive bounty. The majority of the live stream's footage was concentrated on him, leaving the audience in a state of awe, utterly astonished. The commentators struggled to keep pace with the speed at which he was reeling in fish, as a continuous stream of praise flooded the comment section. With 1 kilogram of bait yielding nearly 300 pounds of fish, this was nothing short of a spectacular catch, and all substantial fish at that. Achieving such precision is a feat seldom seen even in a fish-laden pond, let alone the vast ocean. Wang Hai's accomplishment was indeed astounding. By this juncture, the other contestants had also nearly exhausted their bait, having caught only 3 to 5 larger fish alongside some smaller ones. The formidable contestant, dubbed Fish King, managed to reel in 8 sizable fish. Were the competition to conclude at this moment, Wang Hai would undoubtedly claim first place. However, the contest was far from over. Currently representing merely the first round, and scores were ultimately determined by the weight of the largest catch. After utilizing the small live shrimp, Wang Hai remained vigilant and did not let his guard down. He soon brought the boat to a halt, reeled in the line, and replaced it with a thicker fishing line and a larger hook. The fishing line was a 15-pound PE braided line, while the hook measured an impressive 20 centimeters in length, designed to catch fish weighing at least 50 pounds or more. The bait consisted of the larger fish he had previously caught, each weighing over 5 pounds. With his fishing rod prepared, he was now ready to embark on the quest for larger catches. Indeed, the waters of Hawaii are abundant with fish, but locating those exceeding 50 pounds can be quite a challenge, especially without the aid of extensive detection equipment. Wang Hai accelerated his speed on the speedboat, aiming to maximize his search area. Fortunately, his ability to see through the water made this task considerably easier for him compared to others. During Wang Hai's search for larger fish, the commentator in the official live stream addressed the audience. "Our dashing captain has successfully completed the first phase and is now entering the second phase. He is on a broad search for suitable fishing spots. Will he be able to locate a prime fishing location? Will he continue to use trolling techniques to evade the 2 foolish competitors? Can he catch an even larger fish? Let us await the outcome." The commentator's voice resonated throughout the live stream, igniting excitement among viewers and adding pressure to the other contestants. Many competitors adjusted their strategies, changing their fishing lines and hooks as they entered the second phase. The Fish King, Lao Ba, exuded confidence. He seemed well prepared and, upon hearing the commentator's voice, displayed no signs of panic. He too transitioned into the second phase, departing from his current fishing spot and navigating his boat to the next location. Upon arrival, he would chop the caught fish and begin to bait the new fishing area. Baiting is crucial for catching large fish, whether in lakes or the sea. As the vast ocean teems with few large specimens, baiting significantly enhances the chances of attracting them. Of course, one could also rely on luck. But Wang Hai was an exception. He could see the fish directly in the water. The catch from the first phase greatly influences the second phase, as it determines the quantity of bait materials available. A meager catch in the first phase results in less bait for attracting larger fish, while a substantial catch increases the allure for them. Fish King Ba Yi had an abundant catch in the first phase, thus possessing ample baiting materials. He generously tossed over 10 pounds of chopped fish into the sea, the scent and blood dispersing through the water to attract nearby fish. Having prepared the bait, Fish King Ba Yi awaited the arrival of the larger fish. Meanwhile, after searching the ocean for approximately 10 minutes, Wang Hai finally made a discovery. He spotted a large fish creating quite a commotion in the distance. He slowed the boat and cautiously approached the site, eager to get a closer look. It turned out to be a colossal shark, measuring approximately 3 meters in length and weighing an estimated 300 to 400 pounds. With a mouth adorned with jagged fangs, it was in search of sustenance. While its weight was considerable, it was unfortunate that this species was classified as a protected animal, rendering fishing illegal. Wang Hai felt a tinge of disappointment. At that moment, Xiaodi glanced towards the rear of the boat, her cheeks puffed in irritation, exclaiming, They truly are relentless. The moment the boat slows, those two bothersome individuals have caught up with us again. I wish I could just punch them. Upon hearing Xiaodi's voice, Wang Hai turned to look behind the boat and, indeed, spotted the two approaching figures. A mischievous grin spread across his face as an idea struck him. He murmured, "Perfect timing. Since we can't catch the shark, let's offer it to you instead. I hope you like it, haha." He then gently ruffled Xiaodi's hair and reassured her, "Don't be upset. Soon they'll get what they deserve." Xiaodi looked at Wang Hai with confusion. But upon seeing the playful smile on his face, she seemed to grasp his intent and immediately mirrored his expression with a wicked grin. "All right." The photographer appeared utterly bewildered. "Could you please shift the camera focus to capture the scenery of the sea?" Wang Hai said with a smile to the photographer, who, albeit puzzled, complied with the request. Chapter 77. The ambush. The cameraman shifted the lens away from Wang Hai, directing it instead towards the azure sky and the cerulean waters below. This was within the bounds of regulation, for it was inevitable that participants might need moments of privacy during the competition. Continuous live broadcasting was not feasible. Brief interruptions were permitted. Once the camera was diverted, Wang Hai opened the fish compartment, observing its contents for a moment before extracting a sizable needlefish, weighing approximately 8 pounds. This particular fish, known for its potent odor and strong blood scent, was ideally suited for luring sharks. After retrieving the needlefish, Wang Hai deftly sliced it in half with a knife, followed by chopping it into smaller pieces, which he then stored in 2 separate nets. Having prepared the bait, Wang Hai discarded his clothing, taking the dripping nets and ropes with him as he leapt into the sea, vanishing beneath the surface. The cameraman, witnessing this scene and captivated by Wang Hai's impressive physique, felt a twinge of envy. However, he soon found himself puzzled by Wang Hai's intentions in the water. Xiaodi seemed to have an inkling of Wang Hai's motives, suspecting him of mischief. Knowing Wang Hai's swimming prowess, she felt no concern, and instead cast a mischievous glance towards the 2 boats behind them. Just as she had surmised, Wang Hai, submerged underwater, stealthily approached the underside of the 2 boats, securing the nets filled with the chopped fish to the hulls with ropes, 1 net beneath each vessel. Once his task was complete, he returned to his own boat, resurfacing and climbing back aboard. The entire operation took less than 3 minutes, during which the 2 individuals aboard the other boats remained entirely oblivious to Wang Hai's presence beneath them. Upon returning, Wang Hai rinsed himself with fresh water from the boat, donned his clothing, and settled beside Xiaodi, both awaiting the unfolding spectacle. "What have you done to them?" Xiaodi inquired with a playful grin. Wang Hai chuckled. "Don't speak carelessly. I haven't done anything at all." With that, he employed his keen sight to monitor the movements of the great shark. Sharks possess an extraordinary olfactory system. It is said that their noses contain highly developed sensory receptors, with a surface area exceeding 0.5 square meters even in a meter-long specimen. Their olfactory capabilities surpass those of even the most renowned scent-tracking dogs, particularly attuned to the scent of blood. Scientists have conducted experiments demonstrating that a single drop of blood diluted in 1,000,000 parts of water can be detected by a shark from approximately 500 meters away. The nets affixed beneath the 2 boats were releasing the potent scents of fish and blood into the water, irresistible to sharks. It was evident that the large shark had caught wind of this enticing aroma and was swiftly approaching the 2 boats. "It's coming," Wang Hai exclaimed, observing the approaching predator. Xiaodi, puzzled, asked, "What is coming?" Before Wang Hai could respond, the cameraman's startled voice rang out. "Look, what is that?" He pointed toward the surface of the water, where the dorsal fin of the shark emerged. "It is a shark. I have seen it on television," Little D exclaimed excitedly. Although numerous films depicting sharks attacking humans had been aired, she felt no fear at that moment, for Wang Hai was right beside her, and she surmised that the shark was likely attracted by him. In contrast, the cameraman was visibly shaken, his eyes fixated on the surface of the water as he exclaimed, "Wow, what a massive shark! A 300 to 400-pound shark is indeed colossal, resembling a behemoth, which justified his astonishment and trepidation. However, he soon breathed a sigh of relief, for the great shark had passed by Wang Hai's boat, its intentions clearly directed towards the vessel occupied by the 2 individuals. As the shark approached, both the 2 individuals and the cameraman aboard their boat became acutely aware of its presence. They were taken aback upon glimpsing the enormous dorsal fin breaking the surface and the vast shadow beneath the water. "Goodness, is that a shark? Please don't come closer. It can't possibly attack us, can it?" Remain calm. Sharks typically do not initiate attacks on humans. Yet before he could finish his sentence, the enormous shark surged forth, colliding with one of the boats. A thunderous sound echoed from beneath the water as the shark aimed to devour the fish trapped in the net beneath the vessel. However, Wang Hai had secured the net with skill, keeping it tightly pressed against the boat's hull, thus making it difficult for the shark to access its prey. In frustration, it resorted to ramming its head against the bottom of the boat. The vessel, being relatively small and light, trembled violently under the impact of the shark, causing the occupants to pale in fear as they clung desperately to the handrails, their cries of alarm ringing out. This marked their first encounter with a shark attack, and their lack of experience left them utterly paralyzed with fright. Just as they began to regain their composure, the shark struck again, this time with greater force, causing even more violent upheaval. Tears threatened to spill from their eyes as they cast desperate glances towards the nearby boat. Soon, however, that boat too fell under the shark's relentless assault. With a resounding thud, it too began to shake violently. The occupants of both boats sat trembling, nervously scanning the surface of the water for any sign of the predator. Wang Hai maneuvered his boat closer, rescuing the cameramen from both vessels, leaving the two competitors behind. "I apologize, but the boat is too small to accommodate everyone. You are on your own now." With that, he steered his boat nearby to observe the unfolding drama. Thud, thud, thud. The two individuals were subjected to a relentless barrage from the great shark. Frustrated by its failure to reach the net, the shark grew increasingly agitated, intensifying the force of its assaults. A shark weighing 300 to 400 pounds possesses immense strength, particularly in the water, and coupled with the lightweight material of the boat, it was on the verge of capsizing under the continuous strikes. The two individuals were on the brink of tears, perplexed as to why the shark was targeting their boat instead of Wang Hai's. They were engulfed in confusion. They yearned to escape the perilous situation. Yet the thought of abandoning Wang Hai weighed heavily on their minds, for without him, their monetary rewards would vanish. They clutched the handrails, grappling with the dilemma of weighing their lives against the allure of wealth. The expressions of fear and reluctance etched on their faces were remarkably comical. Ever since the shark made its appearance, the cameraman aboard Wang Hai's vessel had been live-streaming the event. Both the audience in the live stream and the organizers were made aware of this incident. The fishing competition took place in waters abundant with fish resources, making the presence of sharks quite typical. In previous competitions, several participants had encountered sharks, yet there had never been an instance of a shark actively attacking a boat until now. To ensure the safety of the contestants, the organizers dispatched a support team to the scene, which was estimated to arrive in about half an hour. The viewers, however, were less concerned and found the situation utterly amusing. These two fools must be facing some sort of retribution. It appears that the shark knows they are the villains. Go, mighty shark. The comments in the chat were decidedly peculiar, all rallying in support of the shark. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as a vessel's hull was breached. A significant crack appearing. Water gushed in rapidly through the fissure, and the vessel began to sink. The individuals aboard hastily abandoned ship, scrambling onto another boat. However, their relief was short-lived as the great shark, having devoured the fish from the sunken vessel, turned its attention towards them, initiating a series of collisions with their boat. Panic seized the two men. "Run. Our lives are at stake. Money is of no consequence now." They made a desperate decision, starting the engine and fleeing the scene, believing they had escaped the danger. Yet, they were unaware that the shark was drawn by the sin of blood, and the net remained tangled beneath their boat. As they fled, the shark immediately pursued them. Wang Hai followed suit, intrigued by the unfolding drama. After a brief escape, they paused to assess the situation. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of impacts resonated from beneath their fishing vessel. The two men were on the verge of tears. Why was the massive shark fixated on them? Just as they prepared to flee once more, the shark, gathering its strength, flipped their boat over. They plunged into the water, frantically swimming towards Wang Hai's vessel. Shouting for help, Wang Hai, suppressing laughter, called out to them, "I cannot contend with the shark. I lack the ability to save you. Do not swim towards me, lest you attract the shark." Ignoring his advice, they continued their desperate plea, "Please, save us. We recognize our mistakes." After a moment of contemplation, Wang Hai replied, "Call me father, and I may be imbued with the strength of paternal love, which might enable me to rescue you." "Father, father." To his astonishment, the two men responded without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 78. Mocking arrogance. Though these two individuals were despicable, their crimes did not warrant death. A lesson sufficed. There was no need to feed them to the sharks. Furthermore, should a fatality occur, Wang Hai would inevitably find himself entangled in significant trouble upon investigation. Observing their terror-stricken visages, it was evident that recovering from such a fright would take at least a year and a half. And they would likely never dare to venture into the water again, perhaps even shunning fishing altogether, once Wang Hai deemed it sufficient. He maneuvered the boat closer and instructed the photographer aboard to assist in retrieving them. The photographer, equally incensed by the duo, intentionally fumbled a few times while pulling them aboard, nearly bringing them to tears in their fright. "What is that smell? Is it urine? You two actually scared yourselves so badly you wet yourselves," he exclaimed upon noticing the pungent odor as the pair climbed aboard, shivering uncontrollably and ashen-faced. The two were too shaken to concern themselves with the implications of their mishap, fixating instead on the surface of the water in trepidation, fearful of the great shark reappearing. After a short while, they exhaled in relief. Wang Hai's vessel bore no allure for the shark. After dragging the boat to consume the fish beneath, it departed, never to return. Minutes later, the rescue team's boat arrived. Upon confirming the pair's safety, some team members could not suppress their schadenfreude, laughing at the unfortunate incident. Such catastrophes typically evoke solemnity, yet this time, the duo's prior conduct provoked mirth. The audience in the live stream shared in the amusement, while the two men kept their heads bowed, too ashamed to face the camera. Soon after, accompanied by their two photographers, the pair departed on the rescue boat. Wang Hai, Xiao Di, and another photographer continued their quest for larger fish. Without the burden of the two men, their journey became significantly more relaxed. The competition unfolded with intensity. As participants showcased their skills, within a few hours, a flurry of triumphant announcements surfaced. Congratulations to streamer Lin Tingting for catching a large sea bass, estimated at around 35 pounds, currently in first place, truly deserving of her fourth rank in the Fishing Alliance. Congratulations to renowned angler Wu Jiahao for landing a red snapper, measuring 1 meter and approximately 50 pounds, successfully surpassing Lin Tingting. Congratulations to Ba Yi for catching a stunning flatfish. Congratulations to the dashing captain for landing a blue marlin. Congratulations to the handsome captain for catching a red diamond fish. Congratulations to the charming captain for reeling in a yellowfin tuna. The competition host continuously reported the contestants' current standings, switching the live stream screen to showcase their catches. Notably, reports concerning Wang Hai accounted for 70% of the broadcast, with the majority of camera time dedicated to his boat. Moreover, the fisherman not only caught a multitude of fish, but also some of considerable size, with the largest weighing over 130 pounds. Firmly securing the top position, he overshadowed all other competitors, leaving both the commentators and the audience in a state of astonishment. Even the organizers, who had hosted numerous competitions, expressed their admiration, stating they had never encountered such an exceptional angler. However, Wang Hai was not satisfied with his performance. His ambition was to catch the 500-pound fish as mandated by the task, yet he had not been able to locate it. Despite reeling in several large fish, none met the required standards, leaving him somewhat disheartened. The audience, through close-up shots, discerned the disappointment etched on Wang Hai's face, which only amplified their astonishment. How could the captain, having caught such a significant number and size of fish, still appear unsatisfied? This might indeed exemplify a true champion, whose vision transcends that of the ordinary. It seems our perspective has been too narrow. There is a sense of how can a sparrow understand the aspirations of a swan, with the captain being the swan and us mere sparrows. Without further ado, let us shower the captain with applause. The chat was flooded with enthusiastic messages. As the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, only an hour remained in the competition. Just when everyone believed the championship was Wang Hai's for the taking, the tide of the contest shifted. At that moment, the renowned fish king, Ba Yi, managed to hook a devil fish measuring over 2 meters in length and weighing more than 330 pounds. The live stream showcased him alongside the massive creature. The devilfish, scientifically known as the manta ray, boasts a dark upper body and a wide underside, with its flat physique and extended fins resembling wings. The largest specimens can reach 8 meters in length and weigh 3 tons. Ba Yi's devilfish, weighing over 300 pounds, sprawled across the deck, occupying a significant portion of the boat, creating a visually stunning spectacle. However, the unfortunate downside was that the fish showed little vitality, lying there with its eyes rolled back, utterly motionless. The onboard cameraman captured close-ups of the magnificent creature. Ba Yi's fans remarked in awe. No wonder he ranks first in the Fishing Alliance leaderboard. Incredible! He managed to catch such a massive devilfish. The championship is rightfully his. Meanwhile, other viewers commented, why does this fish seem so lethargic? It doesn't look like it was just caught, but rather as if it had been kept for a long time. It appears to be on the verge of death. Fans of Ba Yi quickly countered, "Of course it looks like that after being played for so long. Don't be envious. Ba Yi has been out at sea. And everyone has been watching him. Do you think he could have gone to the market to buy it?" In any case, the champion title was firmly in Ba Yi's grasp. The live stream then focused on Fish King Ba Yi, who appeared exceedingly pleased, sitting beside the devil fish, patting it with a smirk on his face, boasting arrogantly. "This little creature weighing just over 300 pounds, I catch one of these every few days. The title of champion is not of particular importance. I merely wish to teach a certain newcomer a lesson about what true skill entails. As for the captain, he must humbly accept being beneath my feet." Cease your utterances. Dear friends, navigate to the Douyu live streaming platform and search for the illustrious Fish King Ba Yi, and lend your support. A significant portion of the audience finds the pretentious demeanor of Fish King Ba Yi rather irksome, particularly when he derides Wang Hai during his displays of arrogance. In this era where superficial appearances often dictate perceptions, the viewers disregard mere achievements and rally behind Wang Hai, vociferously condemning Fish King Ba Yi. Pretentious? I have been watching your streams for quite some time, and in 6 months, you have yet to catch a fish of such magnitude. I have unfollowed and blocked you. Must you drag the captain into your rhetoric? The outcome remains uncertain, so do not be surprised if you are left with egg on your face. To flaunt your superiority before the competition has concluded is utterly disgraceful. A multitude of fervent pleas implore a shift in focus, directing the camera towards the captain. Fish King Ba Yi currently holds the advantage in the competition with a devilish fish weighing over 300 pounds. Whether Wang Hai can mount a comeback against the odds has become a focal point of great concern for the audience. The live stream now shifts to Wang Hai. Go. Captain, only 1 hour remains, and over 300 pounds is a daunting challenge. The captain need not strain himself, even in defeat. You shall always be number one in my heart. Observing Wang Hai as he continues to seek the ideal fishing spot. The audience showers him with encouraging messages in the chat.